With great effort, David took a deep breath, fresh air filling his lungs once more. As he opened his eyes, he was struck by a parching sensation in his throat, and his mind felt as though it were teetering on the brink of desolation, an unbearable discomfort overwhelming him. He struggled to move his eyes, scanning the dim interior of the tent. A tent? Where am I? What has happened? Who am I? His memory felt like a shattered mirror, fragments of confusion swirling in his mind, obstructing the merging of two lifetimes' recollections. Wait, merging memories? A sudden realization washed over him. His soul did not seem to belong to this world, yet more details eluded him. One thing, however, remained crystal clear: his name David. Whether in his past life or this one, he was called David, though now he bore the full name of David Frank. The commotion within the tent jolted him from his turbulent thoughts. "My lord, may we commence?" asked a squire clad in knightly armor, bowing his head toward him. "Commence what?" David furrowed his brow, noting that a circle of shadowy figures in black robes surrounded him, their presence shrouded in an air of secrecy. In the center of the tent, a strange and suspicious formation had been drawn with a red substance that resembled paint. At that moment, two tattered women stood in the midst of the ominous circle, dazed expressions on their faces. Both were strikingly beautiful, their flaxen hair cascading over their shoulders, while their ragged clothing failed to conceal their alluring silhouettes, hinting at their femininity in a tantalizing manner. However, each woman clutched a sharp dagger. A sudden epiphany struck David. The figures shrouded in black robes, alongside the squire and his guards, were all gazing expectantly at him, awaiting his command. With a mere word from him, those two lovely slaves would plunge their daggers into one another's chests, allowing warm blood to flow upon the grotesque formation. A duel between slaves? No, this was a sinister ritual. From the gazes of the two women, he could perceive their struggle, fear, and despair. He sensed the unease and rejection in the faces of the loyal guards stationed behind him, and the fervent anticipation radiating from the black-clad figures was unmistakable. Here he was, an unsuspecting noble, presiding over this wicked ceremony. Eldritch gods' blood sacrifices. Any individual with a modicum of common sense would recognize the extreme peril inherent in such actions. What kind of farce is this? David's breathing quickened, his hand pressed against his forehead as he pinched his aching temples, finally uttering in as steady a voice as he could muster, "Stop." His voice sounded raspy and hoarse, akin to rickety scrap metal, surprising even himself. "Stop?" One of the black-robed figures opposite him froze in shock, having anticipated that the young lord would eagerly give the signal to commence the harrowing rite. Yet, after all this time, he merely uttered a command to halt? This was more uncomfortable than demanding a lecher to immediately put his trousers back on. "My lord, what did you say?" The figure gritted his teeth, boldness surging as he questioned the irritable nobleman. "I said stop." David cleared his throat and reiterated firmly. He sensed the knight squire next to him gradually moving his hand toward the hilt of his sword, while the other guards similarly gripped their weapons. Guns? Why are there guns in this era? No, this is not the time to ponder that. David lowered his gaze, seeking some form of weapon for himself. The fanatic black-robed man had begun to exhibit signs of acute anxiety. "My lord, we have prepared for this ritual for so long. If we miss this chance, your plan will falter. We must offer the finest sacrifice to the great blood god. Immediately, at once." As he fervently extolled his so-called blood god, he advanced toward David, appearing almost deranged. The two slave women paled with fear at this unexpected turn of events. Retreating in panic, however, the black-robed figures now seemed indifferent to them. The cultists sensed the young noble's hesitation. They could not permit the ritual to be interrupted. It must be completed. No. David's hands trembled, his mind clouded, and he could not grasp a weapon. The only thing within reach, the sole object that could inflict harm, was the heavy, black wooden box lying across his lap. "Stop them." There was no time for hesitance with that command. His personal guards drew their firearms, ready to confront the obnoxious cultists. Chaos erupted. The nearest black-robed man was immediately felled by a resounding gunshot, yet the others displayed surprising agility, lunging at the knightly squire, using their bodies to shield their comrades from bullets and blades, gouging out the guards' eyes at the cost of their own lives. The tent filled with screams and cries of battle as David gasped for breath, retreating to the edge of the tent under the protection of his guards. He raised the hard wooden box in his hands, striking down one assailant who lunged at him. In this pandemonium, no one paid attention to the two slave women. They might have already fallen victim to the surrounding violence. In the meantime, More guards and black-robed men lay dead in the brutally close combat. What sort of mad cultists are these, to take on a noble's personal soldiers? Where do they get their audacity? The flap of the tent ripped open, and David stumbled out into the acrid air, chilled by the mountain breeze. What lay before him was neither a military camp nor a noble's estate, but an expanse of desolate, darkened valley. Thus, the truth unfurled. His previous noble self had led a band of cultists deep into the wilderness under the cover of night for this nefarious ceremony. Yet what truly horrified David were the towering shadows in the distance. Looming figures standing twice his height, their entire forms a ghastly shade of iron gray. Long arms extended from their bodies, tipped with piercing black claws that gleamed like the sharpest daggers in the darkness. Monsters? The blood-soaked captain of the guard emerged from the tent, his expression shifting to one of tension as he beheld the hideous creatures. Foul beasts! Protect the young master. Form a line and attack. As the other guards, who had just survived the carnage within the tent, poured out, their faces echoed the captain's alarm. But David was astonished to see that no one faltered in the face of these monsters. Half of them instinctively rallied behind their captain to confront the evidently formidable foes. There was a resolute determination in their eyes, an acceptance that they might not survive the night, their only plea being for the esteemed Lord Frank to look after their kin. The gap in strength was insurmountable. In a matter of moments, the rugged, thick-skinned beasts easily breached the guards' formation, their razor-sharp claws puncturing armor, their fanged mouths tearing through throats, issuing forth sprays of gore. Other guards attempted to drag David to safety, but as the formation collapsed so swiftly, they could only retreat one by one to cover him. Soon, David found himself utterly abandoned. "You fools, damned idiots!" He cursed the foolish man who had led them into this perilous wilderness under the cloak of night, oblivious to Danyara death wish indeed. How could the noble Lord Frank raise such a wretched son? Yet there was no point in lamenting now. That foolish lord's son truly was dead, and all his actions had to be borne by David in the present. But he was not capable of bearing that weight. Weakness overtook David, and he collapsed to the ground, having barely returned from his torment. He had no strength left to flee. It must be said, the guards were valiant. They sacrificed themselves, dismantling almost all of the monstrous adversaries. Almost. The last green creature wrenched off the head of the final guard, a sinister grin spreading across its face as it approached the fallen David, intending to savor this hard-won feast. Am I to die once more? What on earth has transpired? Have I miscalculated something? David turned to face the advancing monstrosity, a sense of despair overtaking him. I do not wish to die. I have only just been gifted a new life. Indeed, glimmers of new beginnings illuminated his past. No, absolutely not. Even if I must pay any price, let me live. Any price? In some unfathomable way, it seemed a force beyond comprehension had heard his desperate plea, leading to an unexpected response. A box that had fallen beside him suddenly snapped open. A severed red arm tumbled out. In a momentary impulse, David reached out to seize it instantly. A wave of profound dizziness coursed through him. A horrific psychic wave washed over him, conjuring visions as a peculiar prompt materialized before his eyes. Divine arm, detected. Proceed with the merging ritual. David's eyes widened as he glanced at the fearsome beast closing the distance. Gritting his teeth, he chose to grasp this last strand of hope, pulled from the abyss. Yes. Chapter 2. The Limb Attachment Ritual. What is the limb attachment ritual? David was uncertain. Within the fragments of memories he had slowly gathered, there was no knowledge of such a concept. Yet, he felt that this was perhaps the only opportunity for his salvation. A rumble. After making his choice, that ominous, dark red arm suddenly erupted with a torrent of information flooding into his mind, the impact from the soul once again leaving him dizzied in the next instant. The arm vanished from his grasp. That it seemed to have melded into his very being. The limb attachment ritual is complete. You have acquired the ability. Hand of the Divine Corpse. Hand of the Divine Corpse requires a variable amount of spiritual or life energy to activate. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. David gazed in astonishment at his hand, noticing a new ability on the panel, yet he did not perceive an additional arm sprouting from his body, the Hand of the Divine Corpse. So that is what it is, he murmured, raising his palm, quickly grasping the method of its use through the information that had surged into his mind. It appeared to be something entirely different from his understanding of limb attachment. At that moment, the creature had approached the aristocratic young man, who was slumped on the ground. A foul stench emanated from its fangs, and its towering shadow loomed over David. The monster sensed that this human had utterly relinquished his will to survive. and it eagerly extended its sharp claws toward this lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, it paused, blinking in disbelief, striving to ascertain whether it was hallucinating, for it beheld a colossal red arm extending unexpectedly from behind the lamb. The creature had no time to react. Its head was seized by the palm adorned with dark red patterns. David stared, entranced, at the scene unfolding before him, with a gentle squeeze of his palm pop. The monster's head was instantaneously crushed. Its massive body collapsed backward, yet David felt not a shred of triumph over vanquishing his foe. For at that moment, as the arm obliterated the adversary, his heart jolted violently. A wave of excruciating pain and weakness surged through him. Only then did he notice two additional bars inscribed with values within the panel in his vision. Life energy, 2120. Spiritual energy, 0100. The spiritual energy bar had been completely drained the instant the arm was activated. And soon after, the life energy bar plummeted dramatically, leaving him with merely 20 points. Consequently, David felt as though he had plunged into a profound agony of exhaustion, although he bore no visible wounds. At that moment, he sensed that even a child's gentle kick could send him spiraling into the afterlife. Thus, the life energy represented something akin to a health bar. Once depleted, it would herald instant death. This was not something an ordinary person could possess. The overwhelming information revealed to him that he had, through some peculiar ritual, transformed into a type of extraordinary being within this world, albeit one on the brink of demise. Indeed, this world harbored mysterious powers. Yet engaging with the arcane often entailed a grave price. Any ritual of dubious origin was strictly prohibited by the church, for even if the ritual succeeded, one could never anticipate the horrific entities that might ensnare them. At this moment, David found himself ensnared by an indescribable horror. Billowing black mist emerged from the surrounding void, gradually coalescing into a grotesque apparition. It resembled a mound of putrid mud draped in a tattered black cloak. Its head adorned solely with a cavernous mole reminiscent of a bottomless mire, continuously emitting the primal roars of a famished beast. Hunger. Insatiable hunger. An eternal craving. David, too, succumbed to an overwhelming, maddening hunger, a relentless torment that would entwine him for the rest of his days. Ritual of the possessed, the devourer. Such was the price he paid for invoking the limb-grafting ritual. To compound his misfortune, the ravenous specter seemed intent on devouring the last remnants of his dwindling life force. Drawn by David's frailty and its own voracity, its ghastly, illusory maw latched onto David's back, incessantly siphoning something from him. Each convulsion diminished his vitality by a single point. Damn it, David was on the brink of insanity. Having just escaped death, how could he be faced with yet another form of demise? As his health dwindled steadily, his breaths grew increasingly frantic and feeble, even in the face of impending death. The terrifying thirst clung to him, reddening his eyes and driving him to the precipice of madness. He glimpsed the massive corpse sprawled before him, and in a moment of desperation, he reached out to grasp its arm. Driven by a ravenous impulse, sinking his tea, the ritual of malevolent spirits, the observer, David remained oblivious to the duration of his repose in the desolate valley, until the stinging pain in his eyes began to subside, and the vitality within him gradually restored to its fullness. Yet, an excruciating thirst soon gnawed at him. With great effort, he rose to his feet. His gaze, now somewhat altered, scanned the surroundings. The dark valley appeared slightly clearer to him, but the vague, ominous shapes in the distance sent a chill down his spine. It seemed as if malevolent creatures were drawing near. Gritting his teeth, he turned and fled towards the opposite end of the gorge. As he ran, his chaotic mind endeavored to untangle the relationship between his abilities and the ritual. At first glance, it seemed that the vitality he possessed could be likened to a health bar, typically replenishing itself at a rate of 1 point per minute under normal circumstances. Meanwhile, the energy he referred to as spiritual energy resembled a blue bar, sourced from the malevolent spirits summoned by the ritual. He noticed that his spiritual energy had recovered by 20 points, a consequence of having just satiated the hunger of the devourer spirit, from the fragmented memories and inexplicable knowledge flooding his mind. He deduced that the extraordinary beings in this world relied on such spiritual energy for combat. Yet, he sensed that he was somewhat different. As David stumbled through the escape, panic rendered him directionless. Upon cresting a low ridge within the valley, a towering cerulean monster came into view. It seemed the creature had long sensed the presence of humanity, lunging towards him with a ferocious display of claws the moment he appeared. Its speed astonishing, David's pupils involuntarily constricted. Strangely, he noticed a health bar illuminating atop the monster's head. Was this its vitality? A sudden realization struck him. The observer spirit, which had latched onto his eyes, appeared to have bestowed upon him a modicum of advantage. Although he remained unaware of the troubles this spirit might bring, he had at least discerned that the green creature possessed 200 points of vitality. So, it was thus in a flash of insight. David comprehended the recent events. The dark red arm had drained 100 points of his spiritual energy alongside 100 points of vitality, inflicting an equivalent damage of 200 points upon the enemy, thereby crushing it. If that were the case, wait, still on cooldown? He realized with sudden clarity that the ability of the hand of the divine corpse was currently in a diminished state, indicating that this formidable arm could not be wielded in succession. As the monster's claws lunged towards him, David instinctively raised his hand to block. Searing pain erupted as the razor-sharp claws inflicted a loss of 100 points of vitality, tearing into his arm and body, leaving a trail of gruesome wounds. The agony of his flesh being rent nearly caused him to lose consciousness, yet he did not forget to fight back. The moment the claws struck him, another identical cerulean claw materialized from behind, piercing deep into the monster's chest. Chapter 3. The ever-growing claw blood gushed forth between man and beast. David was splattered with his own blood, while the creature's cerulean lifeblood sprayed across his face. Under the searing, pungent stimulation of bloodlust, David let out a furious roar, exerting all his might to command his azure claw to launch a second assault. The creature, equally roused by its own primal fury, did not yield. It swung its lethal talons once more at the audacious human that dared to challenge it. The beast's claws tore into David's shoulder, while its other talon was narrowly evaded by his deft maneuver. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was pierced through the throat by an inexplicably manifested claw. Stunned, it stood frozen as azure blood gushed forth from its gaping wound like a fountain. It staggered back 2 steps, clutching its neck, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. David, panting and half-kneeling, bore witness to his own ghastly wounds, blood pouring forth, yet he refused to succumb. He was resolute in his belief that victory was his. His health points surpassed those of his adversary, and although his claw required a brief cooldown, its attacks remained more unpredictable and elusive, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. The creature had drained over 200 of his life points. Yet his own claw had inflicted similar damage upon the foe, and in this exchange, triumph was destined to be his. In the next moment, David crawled beside the fallen beast, unhesitatingly seizing its arm. Devour the monster's arm. Absorb life energy, maximum 200. As that arm melded into his being, he felt a rush of vitality coursing through his form, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief. The wounds on his body emitted wisps of steam, rapidly healing at an astonishing rate. Life energy, 315,520. Witnessing his life maximum surge once more, David slowly clenched his fist. Although the restoration of life energy had not entirely healed his injuries, it no longer hindered his movements. So, the life energy I absorb is essentially the life maximum of the monster. This implies that by continually vanquishing these beasts, I can perpetually augment my vitality. What an absurd ability. Furthermore, David observed that the claw he had consumed, after integrating with another monster's arm, had undergone a transformation. It seemed to grow more robust and powerful, its iron-gray skin becoming increasingly resilient. This claw appeared capable of evolving through the devouring of other limbs. A smirk gradually crept upon David's lips as his gaze, suddenly unrestrained, darted towards another approaching shadow not far away. The adversary's health bar illuminated above its head. Devour the monster's arm. Absorb life energy. Maximum 200. Before long, David dispatched the second monster that appeared, this time sustaining minimal injuries. His powerful claw, under his increasingly adept control, successfully blocked the creature's assault. As his life energy swelled, he sensed his body becoming more agile and robust. With a deft sidestep, he seized upon the enemy's weakness and pierced through its chest. Consequently, his life maximum soared to an astonishing 720 points, and his azure arm grew even stronger. This is the essence of an extraordinary being. In the span of mere minutes, David had acquired life energy exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than 7-fold, and he was no longer the mere mortal susceptible to the crushing blows of monsters. But could he truly bear the cost of such power? The tormenting pangs of hunger surged once more, although devouring and merging those arms could slightly alleviate the desires of that malevolent spirit. He remained unable to entirely escape that sensation. He yearned for sustenance. He needed to feed. David trudged forward with heavy steps, continuing towards the opposite end of the valley. In his recollection, as long as he could traverse this desolate ravine, he would return to the realm of human civilization, where food awaited. In the darkness, David pressed on, the sky devoid of stars and moonlight. He lost track of time until, upon cresting another ridge, the expanse of the plain beyond the valley finally came into view. The black earth stretched endlessly towards the horizon, where, In the southern sky hung a colossal crescent moon, large enough to overshadow the entire skyline. Was this the moon of this world? It defied the laws of science. Stimulated by this terrifying sight, David suddenly recalled something. According to the knowledge of his former self, this world had always been thus. That object resembling the moon was not a moon at all, but rather an eerie planet closely tethered to the southern tip of this world. Logically, two planets in such proximity should have collided long ago, yet this event had never transpired, continuing bizarrely for over 3 centuries. He remembered more. This strange world had already succumbed to darkness in half its entirety. In the inept mind of the Viscount's son, fragments of historical knowledge began to surface. The continent of Shinra. The vast Goliath Empire had risen 3 centuries ago under the leadership of the Lionheart King, utilizing sorcery and alchemical knowledge from another world to safeguard half the realm, gradually leading the dynasty into an era of steam-powered guns and extraordinary blades. Yet darkness had never truly receded. David wandered into the plain, advancing toward the immense shadow of the moon. His thoughts had grown too muddled for further reflection. All he desired now was to find food. Even the most wretched scraps would suffice. He was willing to forsake his noble dignity and swallow anything that could be ingested. No, wait, noble? I am no noble. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. But who am I? David ran in a daze until, as dawn approached, he finally spotted the lights of a village flickering across the plain. At the break of dawn, a farmer carrying a hoe made his way to his field. The dim morning light allowing him to glimpse a figure sprawled on the dirt road. Surprised, he hurried over, lifting the young man dressed in noble attire, who was murmuring something incoherently. Food. Give me food. David was taken in by a benevolent farmer, and he received the sustenance he so desperately craved, even if it was merely a potato, which, to his noble palate, was rather unpalatable, under the kind gaze of the old farmer. He devoured potato after potato, finally managing to temporarily quell the maddening hunger that tormented him. What caught David's attention was that the kind farmer named Larson had a daughter of similar age. Appearing to be only 16 or 17 years old, the girl named Shidi possessed a figure more mature than that of her peers, particularly her pronounced bosom, which rendered David's gaze utterly uncontrollable. Fixated upon her, he covered his eyes with a sigh, now acutely aware of the troubles that the voyeuristic specter would bring him. Yet, the girl seemed entirely oblivious to David's scrutiny, merely regarding him with a curious gaze. This left David feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Something was amiss, very amiss. In the memories of his former self, the common folk were supposed to shy away from him. They had never dared to regard him with such a look. But he could not recall more. His head continued to throb painfully, and he required rest. Thus, David took up temporary residence in this peculiar little village, which imparted a sense of unfamiliarity, for indeed, the entire world felt alien to him. A strange little village. Hospitable villagers. In pursuit of more sustenance, he willingly offered to assist the villagers in their agricultural endeavors, consequently shedding his noble attire in favor of coarse linen garments. Larson, the local, readily accepted him, and Larson's daughter, Shidi, showed no concern for David's gaze upon her matured form that seemed to satisfy the voyeuristic desires of that malevolent spirit. As night fell, David would leave the village and venture into the dark forests bordering the mountains, roaming in search of the wandering monstrosities, using the hand of the divine corpse and the hand of the beast to crush their skulls, subsequently devouring their limbs, all the while safeguarding the village from the onslaught of fiends. The hand of the beast grew ever stronger through nights of relentless slaughter, as if boundless. When he dispatched the 10th creature, his arm underwent a significant transformation. Hand of the beast, too, requires 10 spirit power or life energy to activate. Cooldown time, 2.5 seconds. It seemed to have leveled up, the numeral following its name changing to 2, and the cooldown period decreased. In contrast to the divine corpse's hand, which could obliterate foes instantly given sufficient health and spirit energy. The hand of the beast, while lacking such potency, boasted the advantage of a notably shorter cooldown, allowing for frequent assaults. Now elevated to level 2, the hand of the beast had become even more formidable, enabling him to overpower the monstrosities with this very arm, forcibly snapping the limbs of his adversaries. His life energy had surged to a staggering 3,520 points through these nights of battle. David grew increasingly powerful, to the point of no longer fearing any assailants emerging from the shadows. Yet, he felt an insatiable emptiness. Many memories remained elusive, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. Until one fateful night, upon returning from the forest, David beheld a blaze engulfing the once tranquil village, screams and cries of slaughter piercing the night air, the shrill wails of women mingling with the feral roars of some beast. A cacophony that was jarringly unsettling. Chapter 4. The Village. In the hunter, David swiftly surged into the village, as it appeared that his worst fears had indeed come to pass. There had been fiends lurking near this village. And no matter how many he vanquished, it seemed the threat was inexhaustible. The monsters lurking in the shadows must have set their sights on this small village of merely a few hundred souls. Each morning, he would hear from the old farmer Larson about yet another villager who had gone missing. It goes without saying that those who vanished had undoubtedly fallen prey to the beasts. This night, the monsters could no longer contain their hunger and stormed into the village. David recalled the alluring farmer's daughter, Sheedy, and felt a deep sense of remorse, unwilling to witness her demise at the hands of the fiends. Now, he possessed formidable strength. However, as David charged into the burning village, he found no sign of the monstrous invaders. Only one solitary figure remained. Quite literally, it was a person, clad in a long black trench coat and wearing a triangular leather hat. He wielded a silver sword in his right hand and a short gun in his left. He strode forth through the flames, his blade gleaming with silver light as he effortlessly slaughtered the villagers. One sword stroke per victim. A hunter, the damned hunter. Kill him. Quickly, kill him. The villagers surged forward, seemingly undaunted by death, wielding their hoes and machetes against the enemy, yet the agile hunter deftly evaded their strikes, his silver sword slicing through their throats with ease. Yet, those brave villagers, their throats severed, did not collapse. Clutching their necks, they continued to charge at the foe, their powerful arms bulging with muscle, their fingers armed with sharp claws, employing every weapon at their disposal, even biting with their fangs, driven by a primal urge to vanquish the unstoppable hunter. Some spotted David and immediately beckoned him to join their relentless assault against the loathed enemy. Yet, David's step slowed, eventually halting altogether. He finally understood why this village felt so strange to him. He recalled that crucial detail. He saw the kindly old farmer Larson wielding a severed, bluish arm to strike at the hunter's sword. He witnessed those once generous villagers, who had brought him water and food, blocking the hunter's blood-red bullets with their claws. He observed their bodies swelling in battle, turning pallid and withered, transforming into grotesque visages. In a moment of clarity, David revealed a self-deprecating smile. Why did the lovely Sheedy seem utterly unfazed by his lecherous gaze, even when driven by the malevolent desires of a wicked spirit to lift her skirt with his gentlemanly hand? She remained unperturbed, instead sporting a sly grin. Now, he watched in horror as the hunter's silver sword pierced Sheedy's mouth, and she, too, displayed no concern, her face contorted with an array of eyes. She effortlessly clamped her razor-sharp teeth around the silver blade, emitting a piercing laugh. Indeed, how could such a creature care about his furtive glances beneath her skirt? Bang! The hunter's silver gun erupted with a resounding roar, unleashing a blood-red bullet that obliterated Sheedy's head. His efficiency in slaughter remained unparalleled, unaffected by the increasingly monstrous appearances of the villagers. He was a seasoned hunter. As the monsters fell one by one beneath his gun and sword, David, standing motionless, drew ever closer to him. David beheld the countenance beneath the brim of the hunter's hat. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged forth from the recesses of his mind, and he ultimately grasped the entirety of his former self's past. Why did the son of the Count of Frank perish so suddenly during a cult ritual on the desolate mountains, allowing this traveler to inherit his body? All of this was entwined with the hunter before him. Widdens. He recalled how this individual had presented the Count's son with a vial of elixir, proclaiming it to be the path to power. Now it appeared to be nothing more than a ticket to hell. As for the reason behind the intent to slay David Frank, he found himself momentarily at a loss, yet it was certain that this hunter would not spare him after decimating the villagers. The hunter was indeed here to hunt David down. This was the true purpose of his presence. When David laid eyes on Widdens, the hunter also caught sight of him, and from beneath the brim, a pale, gaunt visage broke into a chilling smile. At last, I have found you, boy. Widdens had not anticipated that the foolish Count's son would traverse the gap of Clan Mountain, fleeing all the way to this plain. Upon learning in the Count's domain that the noble scion was merely missing and not deceased, he set out at once, relentlessly tracking his trail, and ultimately discovered him in this eerie village. Why had that vial of poison failed to yield the expected results? Widdens wished not to dwell on that question any longer. This time, he must ensure that the boy meets his end at his hands. Thus fulfilling the task assigned by his lord, the hunter drew his hand across his silver sword, the blood imbued with dark energy staining the blade, and with a whoosh, flames erupted along the edge. Evil God, the flame of Scott, the burning blade cleaved through all monsters that dared to obstruct him as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Even the most ferocious and tenacious of foes was severed at the arm with a single strike. The hunter surged forth, his body, now infused with the blood of the malevolent deity, unleashed in astonishing speed, creating afterimages in his wake. With one thrust, he impaled the final creature against the mud wall. A conflagration of blood erupted, and the blade blasted a sizable hole in the earthen barrier, the intense heat and force utterly obliterating the abomination that had once been Larson. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue. In truth, health points do not encompass everything. A seasoned hunter will employ a myriad of reckless tactics, even at the peril of their own life, to exchange for enigmatic, higher-tier abilities. For instance, at this very moment, Vidini's speed has escalated to such an extent that it becomes nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. By the time David comprehends the situation, the old hunter has already closed the distance, plunging his sword directly through David's chest. The searing blade causes David's life points to plummet by over 300. However, that is all there is to it. In the presence of David's more than 3,500 health points, a strike potent enough to annihilate a monster is utterly incapable of inflicting a fatal wound upon him. The corners of David's mouth curl upwards once more as he disregards the sword embedded in his chest, channeling his intent to raise his arm and strike. A look of incredulity crosses Vidini's face as he gazes in disbelief at the result of his strike. Although the silver sword has pierced his opponent's body, he distinctly feels his blade ensnared by the powerful musculature of the adversary, devoid of any sense of having dealt a grievous blow. Subsequently, a soft yet forceful punch approaches, prompting Vidini's to instinctively sidestep. Boom! A green claw suddenly emerges from the opposite side, crashing into his form with tremendous force. David perceives through the touch of the monster's hand that beneath the hunter's black cloak lies a remarkably resilient armor, preventing his claw from tearing through Vidini's body. Nevertheless, the strike causes the opponent's life points to plummet by over 100. How many more of my claws can you endure? With his strike successful, David swiftly retreats. The burning blade lodged in his chest compels him to allow the enemy to withdraw the sword, resulting in a further reduction of 300 life points. Had circumstances permitted, he would have utilized the divine corpse hand to crush the opponent's skull in that very moment. Alas, he had employed that arm not long ago, and it remains under cooldown for several more minutes. Nonetheless, the situation is not dire. Even in a contest of health, he still possesses a considerable advantage. But is the issue truly so trivial? The ensuing battle, however, instills an increasing sense of dread within David. The seasoned Vidini's quickly discerns that the noble scion before him has undergone a transformation, no longer the feeble mortal he once seemed. Drawing from his extensive combat experience, he swiftly adapts his fighting style, leveraging his superior speed and agility to evade David's terrifying claws, all the while thrusting his sword towards David's vital points. Thus, David finds himself ensnared in a grueling struggle. His combat skills are vastly overshadowed, and under the onslaught of the opponent's agile and precise swordplay, his claws resemble nothing more than a child's feeble attempts at combat. The monstrous claws claw deeply into the earthen wall, yet they fail to make contact with the enemy. It appears the opponent has discerned the 2.5-second cooldown of his monstrous hand, often seizing these fleeting moments to launch attacks. David feels akin to a boss who has been thoroughly studied, gradually being worn down by a hunter whose health points pale in comparison. After enduring more than a dozen strikes from his opponent, David's health dwindles to a precarious 1/3. Midway through the confrontation, the flames upon Vidini's sword extinguish, for that power seems to require a continuous expenditure of spiritual or life energy, a feat even he cannot sustain for long. Yet this did not alter the dynamics of the battle. David remained unable to touch him, as his explosive speed seemed to render him invisible, effortlessly evading David's grasping attacks once more. The hunter, retreating to a distance, let out a cold chuckle as he drew a crimson injection vial from his waist and swiftly plunged it into his neck. David recognized that substance. It was a unique restorative elixir favored by hunters, and he watched in dismay as the opponent's health bar rapidly replenished under its effects. With his eyes ablaze, David charged forward, for he possessed no such means to regain vitality mid-combat. Should this scoundrel fully restore his health before him, David would be utterly powerless. With the monstrous hand just off cooldown, it lunged forward with a swift thrust. Calmly, Videns raised his left-hand firearm and coolly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet, ignited by the hunter's blood, acquired unimaginable momentum, shooting forth in a blaze of crimson light, striking precisely at the pivotal point of the monstrous hand's power. David felt a formidable force breach the skin of the monstrous appendage, creating a gaping hole, and his health plummeted by over 300 points, leaving him with a mere 935. The tremendous impact caused him to lose his balance, staggering backward uncontrollably. Hiss! Suddenly, the gun in the hunter's hand emitted a faint sound as a silver needle shot forth from the grip, piercing his vein and swiftly extracting a copious amount of blood from his body. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red bullet coalesced within the barrel. He could fire again. David's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! The barrel erupted once more with a spray of bloodlight, this shot striking David squarely in the chest, obliterating half of his heart. His health plummeted again by over 400 points. After firing twice, Viden's visage grew paler, for each blood bullet consumed his life energy, compelling him to utilize the only precious restorative potion he possessed. Yet those 2 shots sufficed. He could discern from David's increasingly frantic and desperate assaults that his opponent was nearing his limits, his life energy nearly depleted. Now, let me bring this to an end. In a swift motion, Videns closed the distance to the retreating David, raising his firearm to point at the nobleman's forehead from close range. As expected, the terrified young aristocrat activated that peculiar ability, the dark claws extending from his back gripping the now empty gun with a vice-like hold. With a cold smirk, Videns raised his silver sword and lunged toward David's eyes. He was, after all, merely an inexperienced weakling in combat. Whoosh! A dark red hand suddenly appeared, grasping Videns by the head. Ha! Thud! The sword failed to pierce David's skull. Instead, the hunter's head exploded first. The look of terror swiftly vanished from David's face, as if it had never existed. The crimson divine hand released its grip, and the headless corpse of the hunter collapsed to the ground. From the very beginning of the battle, he had foreseen this outcome. In unparalleled speed. Could only rely on clumsy tactics and sheer vitality to prolong the inevitable. He had to make his enemy complacent, to instill in them the belief that they were out of options, to create the illusion that they were gradually descending into despair. Widens must perish here. He cannot allow the adversary to escape. As long as he can delay until the cooldown of the god corpse's hand concludes, the opponent's demise will be inevitable. The only unforeseen element in this battle was the 2 formidable blood bullets. Nevertheless, David maintained an absolute advantage. Even after enduring 2 shots from the enemy, he still possessed more life energy than a hunter in his prime. After persistently utilizing the monster's hand, his psychic energy had long been depleted. To ensure absolute safety, he expended a full 400 points of life energy in one go, crushing his opponent outright. Presently, he had 84 points of life left. No, 83.82. 81. His life force continued to decline uncontrollably. Losing half a heart would be a fatal injury for an ordinary person, but for an extraordinary being still under the protection of life energy, it represented a grievous wound that would persistently drain his vitality. This too would claim his life in the short term. David cast a cold gaze upon the hunter's corpse, fixating on the sword-wielding arm of Widens. Discover the arm of the heretic, proceed with the limb grafting ritual? Yet another ritual. This signified the emergence of a new malevolent spirit, a fresh curse. But it appeared he had little choice. The deceased villagers were not slain by his hand. He could not consume their life energy. This hunter's arm did not belong to the realm of monsters. To absorb his life energy, an additional limb grafting ritual was necessary. Too much debt. Not burdensome. David, feeling somewhat numb, extended his hand and grasped the hunter's shoulder. Devour the arm of the heretic, absorb life energy, limit 400. Limb grafting ritual complete. Acquired arm. Arm of the heretic. Arm of the heretic I can expend 100 points of psychic or life energy to activate the ability touch of the fool. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Life energy, for 793920, psychic energy, 0100, life energy surged into his body, swiftly mending his fatal wounds. Yet the depletion of psychic energy thrust him back into the torment inflicted by 2 malevolent spirits. Furthermore, a new malevolent spirit silently emerged from the void, a shadow exuding dark energy, slowly infiltrating the shadow beneath him. Ritual malevolent spirit possession, shadow of the heretic. David felt an icy chill envelop his entire being, his body involuntarily trembling. Yet the torment of hunger loomed even larger. The ravenous predator urged him on, compelling him to plunge into the homes of villagers yet to be engulfed by the inferno. Scouring the kitchen for anything that could serve as sustenance, he no longer had the capacity to ponder whether the food prepared by monsters was edible. He was teetering on the brink of madness. Who can save me? David painfully swallowed the root vegetables caked in dirt, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. After a long while, the horrifying thirst began to subside, and once more, David, lying on the ground, managed to stave off the edge of collapse. But how many more times could he endure? He climbed to the edge of the water tank, staring blankly at the reflection of himself in the water, his pallid visage, prominent nose, slightly pale brows, thin lips, and wide, hollow eyes that bore a somewhat terrifying emptiness. This was the countenance belonging to David Frank. Despite sharing the same long black hair and a pair of jet-black pupils, there was not a shred of warmth in his eyes at that moment. Suddenly, that face twisted into a bizarre smile, uttering in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine, "I can help you." David shut his eyes, aware that this was the malevolent spirit that had ensnared him. The shadow of the heretic. When he reopened his eyes, the face in the water had reverted to its cold and haggard state. You cannot help me. Only I can help myself. David forcefully suppressed his chaotic thoughts, rose to his feet, and exited the house, retrieving the hunter's silver sword and gun from the burning street, then turning northward to leave the village. He had recalled everything and thus recognized the foolish error he had committed. In truth, this plain did not lie within the borders of the Goliath Empire. It belonged beyond the frontier, a place referred to by the border nobles as the Land of Darkness. The north was the domain of humanity's empire, and he had completely gone in the wrong direction. He should have distanced himself from that colossal moon. He ought to return to the territory of his noble father, seeking ways to alleviate the curse that plagued him. In this world, there existed extraordinary beings known as hunters, who wielded various mysterious powers. There must be a means to free him from those malevolent spirits. The first thought that crossed his mind was the church, despised by that noble young lord. Perhaps there truly existed deities within the church. Otherwise, why would that dark red arm be called the hand of the divine corpse? Would the gods aid him? He did not know, but it was worth a try. Most importantly, within the Viscount's domain lay a plethora of resources at his disposal if he wished to grow stronger and survive in the strange and treacherous world. He must become more formidable. David journeyed through the night, finally returning at dawn to the valley leading into the empire. As he expected, the Viscount had already cleared everything from the valley, including the tent and other corpses. Predictably, he encountered the esteemed Viscount Hein Frank, who was leading a massive knightly legion, preparing to traverse the gorge in search of his only son. The border Viscount, mounted upon a grand steed, exuded an imposing presence. This nobleman, who had long commanded troops to guard the frontier, had earned the respect of the entire legion. At that moment, when Hein Frank beheld the tattered David Frank appear in the gorge, there was no joy in his gaze at the return of his lost son. From the look in his father's eyes, David discerned a mixture of disappointment, annoyance, and an overwhelming coldness. Chapter 6. The son of the Viscount, the only son of Viscount Frank, who had mysteriously vanished, returned safely. This news, which hardly constituted good tidings for the Viscountcy, spread quickly, with many having witnessed the ragged nobleman riding into the city gates. No one dared to mock his attire. They even refrained from casting a second glance at the young lord, unless they wished to forfeit their own eyes. David, mounted upon his steed, gazed down at the subdued commoners, a flicker of familiarity stirring within him. Indeed, this was the reaction that an ordinary person ought to exhibit in the presence of David Frank, the notorious son of a Viscount, who was widely recognized as a vile scoundrel, notorious for his cruel treatment of both men and women. Without a doubt, the inhabitants of this city were not monstrous creatures with multiple eyes. As for the Viscount himself, after instructing his subordinates to provide David with a horse, he had not uttered another word to him. Nor had he shown any inclination to inquire about David's whereabouts in recent days. It seemed that such occurrences had transpired on numerous occasions. David would have preferred it this way. He had no desire for excessive interaction with this unfamiliar father. As long as he remained the Viscount's son, that identity was sufficient. Yet, while the Viscount refrained from seeking him out, 2 hunters had intercepted David at the entrance of his private estate. David Frank recognized these 2 individuals. Though the Viscount's son had previously dismissed their status with disdain, paying them little mind. It took considerable effort for David to recall their introductions. The male hunter, clad in a black coat, was named Mukin, while the lithe female hunter, dressed in a fitted hunting coat, appeared to be called Veronica. The reason he strained to remember their names was that both hailed from the imperial capital. Much like the aforementioned Vidennes, having recently joined the Border Hunters Guild to operate in proximity to the Viscount's territory, David Frank had met these 3 hunters at a banquet, and for reasons unknown, he had approached Vidennes, acquiring from him a vial of delayed poison, which he had subsequently consumed. Now, David was eager to uncover the motive behind Vidennes' intent to kill him, and whether these 2 young hunters were in any way implicated in the matter. The young nobleman dismounted with the assistance of his servant and strode toward the 2 hunters, discerning a hint of inexperience on their faces. Clearly, their tenure as hunters was brief, far inferior to the seasoned prowess of Vidennes, who had been tempered by trials of blood and fire. Mukin was the first to advance, his gaze fixated upon the gun and sword at David's waist, having recognized them as Vidennes' silver sword and accompanying firearm. "Lord Frank, it is a pleasure to see you safe and sound. I trust you still remember me." "I am. Mukin, I remember you," David interrupted, stepping directly in front of Mukin, his icy gaze slightly elevated, locking onto the other's eyes. Life energy, 210. The life energy bar displayed in David's vision appeared woefully diminutive. The staggering disparity in vitality, nearly 20-fold, represented a crushing advantage in terms of life force. An abyssal aura washed over him, causing Mukin to perceive the noble youth before him as suddenly formidable. Although he lacked the ability to gauge David's true strength, an instinctual dread surged within him, warning him of the peril posed by this individual. Unable to suppress his trepidation, he took 2 steps back, feeling his own presence diminish. David raised an eyebrow. He had initially been indifferent to the prospect of engaging these hunters, but it seemed they had no intention of escalating the situation. "What is your purpose?" he inquired succinctly. Lord David. At that moment, the perceptive female hunter, Veronica, stepped forward bravely to stand before David. She spoke directly. "We have come to disturb your lordship in order to confirm a matter. Our mentor, the hunter Videns, should have established a private rapport with you. Upon hearing the news of your disappearance, he volunteered to seek you out." As she spoke, she gestured towards the pistol and sword at David's waist. "If I am not mistaken, those must belong to our mentor. Might I inquire if you have seen him? Where is Mentor Videns now?" Veronica evidently possessed the tenacious spirit of a young bull unafraid of tigers, and David could discern this trait in her gaze. He offered a faint smile and candidly replied, "I have seen him. He is dead." The 2 hunters immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. David continued, "He sacrificed his life to save me. He was a brave and honorable old hunter." The inner turmoil of the young hunters was all too easy to read, and from their bewildered reactions, David was certain they were unaware of Videns's intent to kill him. With that, he drew his sidearm and silver sword, placing them into Veronica's bewildered hands. The sword was unremarkable, merely a standard-issue silver blade for hunters, crafted with exquisite precision. However, the pistol was intriguing. David had meticulously examined its construction during his journey. This elegant handgun, capable of firing blood-infused projectiles, was unlike any gunpowder weapon he had known. It was propelled by a mysterious alchemical reaction, and peculiarly, it could directly absorb a hunter's blood to serve as ammunition. Regrettably, David could not wield this firearm, as his blood lacked a certain unique component found only in hunters. Thus, he returned the pistol to the hunters, preemptively ending this delicate test. If he did not, he would be unable to restrain his gaze any longer. The accursed voyeuristic specter incessantly provoked his sight, compelling him to focus on the female hunter. "Veronica, this chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Her exquisite visage, the smoothness of her neck, the slight swell of her bosom beneath her form-fitting attire, the slenderness of her waist beneath her long garments, the area between her thighs. David inhaled deeply, promptly closing his eyes and turning away, as if to escape the world. The female hunter had likely already keenly sensed the lecherous gaze of the Viscount's son. She simply refrained from offending a noble, especially one as infamously notorious as David Frank. Upon returning to his private estate, David immediately indulged in a lavish feast under the care of his servants, striving to quell his insatiable hunger. Afterward, he felt inclined to don a respectable and comfortable outfit befitting a nobleman, and amidst the fearful glances of the servants, he declared his return. A sycophantic attendant approached David's table, grinning broadly as he presented him with a newspaper. Indeed, this world is graced with newspapers, an invention that surely cannot be attributed to the predecessors of time travelers. The Goliath Empire boasts not only newspapers but also factories, steamships, colossal locomotives, and an extensive network of railways. It is a realm reminiscent of the Victorian era of a past life, yet with its own peculiarities. The parallel evolution of civilization has similarly birthed various modern inventions. However, it is curious that the Goliath Empire has steadfastly maintained its antiquated aristocratic system. Perhaps this is a consequence of the world's darker undercurrents. David found himself perplexed by these matters. Casting aside the newspaper, he turned his gaze towards the sycophantic figure of Doug, whose face was adorned with a beaming smile. This fellow had been in the service of David Frank for many years, possessing a shifty appearance and a cunning disposition, often assisting the noble young master in various unscrupulous endeavors such as extortion and abduction. Young master, I have long anticipated your safe return, certain that your fortune and fate would protect you from any misfortune. Thus, I have remained here at the manor awaiting your arrival. David remained noncommittal, listening to Dog's fawning praise while contemplating whether to have the man dispatched. By the way, I have delightful news to impart. Young master, the 2 beautiful female slaves you previously took with you, I've managed to retrieve them for you. This revelation left David somewhat bewildered. After listening to Doug's self-congratulatory elaboration, he learned that he referred to the 2 female slaves who had nearly been sacrificed that night. They had not perished amidst the chaos within the tent, but had merely been trapped beneath a pile of corpses when the forces of the Viscount arrived at the scene. The astute Doug had cleverly rescued the two slaves and confined them in the private dungeon of David's estate. "Well done, lead the way." David offered a token of praise to Doug as he rose to follow the grinning sycophant into the small dungeon at the rear of the manor. There, a few loyal guards of the Frank family stood watch by the cell doors, greeting David with expressions devoid of any respect. Before long, David was reunited with the two lovely female slaves, who were held separately in narrow cages. Upon seeing David's arrival, they exhibited evident trepidation. "Young master, I knew you would return." "I haven't, sir." The two guards exchanged a glance, shrugged their shoulders, and approached decisively to seize Doug, yanking the whimpering sycophant away from David's trousers and dragging him away. The young master said to chop him up, which meant to reduce him to pieces. "Right? Very well." The guards had long regarded this scoundrel with disdain. The world could only benefit from the elimination of one more vile creature. "No, please spare me, young master. What wrong have I committed? I am ever loyal." Just as the wailing Doug was about to be dragged out of the dungeon, David suddenly spoke up. "Wait." The two guards halted, their disappointment evident. "Go to the steward and collect this month's wages, then be gone. Never let me see your face again." Under David's cold command, the dazed Doug was literally kicked out of the dungeon, rolling out through the grand estate's gates. After expelling the sycophant, David approached the cage and ordered it opened. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the two female slaves were remarkably similar twin sisters. In David's discerning eyes, they were indeed strikingly beautiful, with flaxen hair and sapphire blue eyes. They appeared to be slightly older than the 17-year-old David Frank, yet certainly not beyond 20. What truly captivated him were the figures concealed beneath their tattered slave garments. Their fair skin, supple waist, smooth thighs, and the tantalizing hint of their secretive areas. Damn, the cursed voyeur. He found himself unable to look away. The twin slaves huddled together in fear, while David closed his eyes and waited for a considerable time before uttering a single phrase. "I give you a chance, come to my room tonight." This was not a suggestion, but a command. David did not graciously grant these pitiful sisters their freedom. They would forever remain slaves. The backs of their hands bore the marks of branding, a status that could never be altered for ordinary people. That a slave without a master would never attain freedom, only descend into one abyss after another. Thus, he kept them close, believing this to be their greatest redemption. Furthermore, he yearned to uncover some clues regarding that arm, the arm of the divine corpse. Its origins were a mystery even to David Frank. That night marked his first encounter with the box containing the arm, and these two female slaves had been delivered alongside it by those cultists. They were likely offspring of some fallen noble from the north, as those declared heretics or defeated in some struggle often became slaves. That arm, too, might have been a mysterious artifact that had escaped from the vaults of those impoverished families. That night, David sat at his desk, grappling with the torment of three malevolent spirits while lost in contemplation. A knock echoed at the door, and the twin female slaves, clad in maidservant attire, entered the room, awkwardly pouring tea for David. They had begun to accept their new identity, but their gazes still held fear. They no longer shied away to eye in the dim glow of the oil lamp. A different light flickered in their eyes. That light was called courage. Regardless of the challenges faced, one must possess the courage to persevere. David greatly admired this fortitude within them. Even he, an inexplicably transported individual, found himself in need of such bravery. "What are your names?" David suddenly inquired of them. This unexpected question seemed to momentarily bewilder the twins, who exchanged glances before timidly responding. "We do not remember. Do not remember." David paused, taken aback. "You do not recall your own identities? What of your past memories?" "No, we do not remember. They have erased most of our memories," one of the female slaves said, her expression filled with confusion. "Damn it," David sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had forgotten that those individuals possessed such methods. Most nobles who had been enslaved underwent some ritual that obliterated their memories. Unless he could find a way to break the influence of that ritual, he would not be able to inquire about the arm. "Very well, I shall bestow new names upon you." David exhaled, casually pointing to the female slave on his left. "From now on, you shall be called Zoe." He then gestured towards the one on the right. "And you shall be named Yui." Well, Zoe was a somewhat acceptable name, but Yui was rather peculiar. The two servants exchanged glances, hesitating to voice any opinions on their newly assigned names. Ahem. David would never admit that he had derived their names from the way their hair swayed left and right. "Thus, I shall take my leave for now." He rose and walked towards the bed. That moment, the two maids, who were expected to retreat, exchanged another glance, and the light of courage ignited once more in their eyes. Particularly Zoe, whose gaze encouraged the initially timid and hesitant Yui to stand before David's grand bed alongside her. Then, to David's astonishment, they swiftly disrobed. "What are you doing?" The twin servants did not respond to David's question. They merely lowered their heads in embarrassment, their figures illuminated by the dim light. Realization dawned upon David. This was a gesture of loyalty from the sisters to their new master. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It becomes even more exciting. I do not require this." He shook his head, rejecting the meaningless offering. The maidens, flustered and shy, comprehended that this young master had no interest in their bodies. And in a flurry, they gathered their garments from the floor, hastily covering themselves and preparing to flee. "Wait." David returned to his desk, resting his chin upon his hands, silently observing them. While he had no need for the twins' submission. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. The malevolent spirit hidden within his soul rejoiced in fulfillment, and his spiritual energy began to replenish steadily. This was also another reason he chose to keep these two decorative figures. He required feminine allure to satiate that spirit. The spiritual energy from the malevolence did not regenerate on its own, thus providing him with an alternative method to restore his energy aside from his insatiable appetite. The twins were somewhat bewildered, their bodies still unclothed, caught in a predicament where neither walking nor standing seemed appropriate, their faces flushed to the point of nearly dripping with shame. Suddenly, the audacious Zoe seemed to have realized something. Could it be that the young master had changed his mind? With a crimson visage, she gazed at David, slowly releasing the garments that concealed her form, all the while not forgetting to tug at Yui's attire as well. Alas, poor Yui had once again lost her modesty. David, with a calm demeanor, regarded the scene with indifference. Noticing the overwhelming shyness of the two maids, he simply extinguished the oil lamp on the table. With the aid of the lurking specter, his vision remained unimpeded in the darkness, granting the twins a semblance of solace amidst the gloom. They had anticipated that the young master would soon draw them to the bed. Yet curiously, that moment never arrived. He merely continued to observe them quietly from the shadows, unblinking. As the night progressed, the two maids, deprived of permission to leave, grew weary and lay down upon David's grand bed, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, David sat alone on the balcony, the elevated terrace of the manor offering a clear view of the enormous crescent moon hanging over the distant mountains. He stared vacantly at the celestial body. And under the gentle caress of the night breeze, he unwittingly succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he encountered an odd and terrifying vision. He perceived the familiar azure planet, his home, fragmenting before his eyes. Countless crimson arms, emerging from the void, were grasping the planet itself, their dark red patterns resembling grotesque claws that relentlessly crushed it into shards. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, David bolted upright in his chair, glancing towards the horizon where a glimmer of light was emerging from the east. Was that a dream? The hands of the divine corpse within it. He stared blankly at his own palm. A peculiar thought suddenly arising from the depths of his mind. Could it be that the hands of the divine corpse were somehow connected to his former world? Was there still a chance for him to return to that familiar? David shook his head, rising to enter his chamber, donning his attire while setting several goals for himself. He resolved to uncover the reason behind Widden's attempt on his life, to enhance his own abilities, to break the curse, and to trace the origins of the divine corpse's hand. He yearned to survive, to thrive more brilliantly than in his previous life, until he could reclaim the memories lost in his past. To live again, this time not in vain. Turning his gaze to the two covered forms on the bed, he abruptly noticed a peculiar distinction between the twin sisters. Zoe's seemed somewhat more prominent. Chapter 8. The Ritual? I am invincible. Upon returning to the territory of the Viscount, David Frank adopted an unexpectedly low profile. This prompted unease among the common folk, particularly those with unmarried daughters, who speculated anxiously about the sinister intentions of the formidable young master. Meanwhile, the aristocratic rakes who had previously socialized with David Frank were left puzzled. He had declined all invitations to gatherings, even dismissing the very events he once relished, those where common maidens were showcased for entertainment. The ruffians were engulfed in confusion, pondering the peculiar state of the formidable Lord David. Could it be that he had fallen ill? Yet, David Frank was not afflicted by any ailment. He had merely succumbed to death. At this moment, a new incarnation of David materialized in a location he would have previously shunned, a quaint chapel perched upon a hill. As the chapel's clergy greeted his arrival with trepidation, they worried whether he might issue an order to raze the sacred edifice to the ground. Naturally, David would not entertain such thoughts. Instead, he exhibited an air of profound reverence, resembling a pilgrim on a sacred quest, albeit a rather domineering one. He expelled all others from the chapel, kneeling alone beneath the statue of the goddess at the chapel's heart, fervently engaging in prayer. The state religion of the Goliath Empire venerates the dual deities of the sun and moon. 3 centuries prior, the moon goddess fell, leaving only the sun goddess to continue her benevolent watch over humanity, prompting the renaming of the faith to the Church of Light. Before David stood the statue of the sun goddess. His devotion stemmed from a realization that perhaps the deities of this world were indeed genuine entities. From the moment he entered the chapel, it was as though the malevolent spirits that plagued him were suppressed. All curses, torment, and whispers seemed to wane. O benevolent sun goddess! Tears welled in David's eyes as he prostrated at the feet of the statue, yearning to kiss the very instep of the divine if she stood before him in her true form. Alas, this warm sensation ultimately faded away. Perhaps the goddess sensed his blasphemous thoughts, or perhaps the malevolent spirits recognized that it was but a hollow stone effigy. Their torment ensnared him once more. Disappointed, David departed from the chapel. Perhaps a deity could indeed save him, but evidently, the god of this modest chapel was incapable of doing so. This was merely an impromptu attempt. David's true objective lay in the cemetery behind the church. Since returning to the domain of the Viscount, he had been diligently seeking out the cultists he once encountered. Although the individuals he had lured into the valley had perished, it was clear that the followers of the blood god were not limited to just those few. Beneath the Viscount's estate, numerous factions lay in wait, relying on the financial support of certain noble patrons, among whom David Frank had once counted himself. The rationale for their funding was straightforward. The nobility required these cultists for clandestine endeavors. For instance, the extravagant ritual that David Frank had financed was, in truth, an attempt to secretly acquire a form of extraordinary power to slay his father, Hein Frank. David cared little for the trivialities of the Viscount's household. His focus remained solely on the cult. Locating these individuals was no simple task, yet David possessed a keen instinct. Through the flow of funds and his connections within the underground world, he swiftly pinpointed the location of the cultist gathering. Beneath the cemetery behind the chapel. As one of the benefactors of the blood god cult, David was not met with hostility upon his uninvited arrival. Once it was confirmed that he was alone, they cautiously escorted him underground to meet the esteemed high priest. In the depths of the subterranean tomb, numerous ordinary individuals were bound, some in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the nightmarish fate that awaited them, while others wept and wailed incessantly, their lamentations transforming into a haunting melody for the ears of the cultists. The assembly of this nefarious cult was inextricably linked to gruesome sacrificial rites. At this moment, the sun had yet to set, and the radiant light of the goddess of the sun continued to illuminate the world. Thus the sacrifice had not yet commenced, but it would soon. David averted his gaze from those pitiable souls, whether slaves or commoners, and quietly followed the figure in the black robe deeper into the crypt. "Honored guest, Lord David Frank, it is a pleasure to meet you," said the high priest of the blood god cult, a seemingly affable old man with a white beard, clad in a thick black robe and hood. To the casual observer, he was merely a benign elder, yet beneath the facade lay a ravenous monster. David nodded in acknowledgement, and once the other cultists had departed, he took his seat across the oil lamplit wooden table from the high priest. "I have come to discuss the matter of the last ritual," David stated bluntly. The high priest smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on David's cold eyes, an inexplicable fear creeping over him, as if those eyes could pierce through to his very soul. Yet he maintained an air of calm and mystery. "My lord, to my knowledge, that ritual was a failure. Indeed. Was it due to the attack of the monstrosity? Correct. But I do not intend to pursue that matter further." The high priest's lips twitched in agitation. "You do not intend to investigate? So many lives have been lost, and I wish to seek answers." Of course, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, for he had to preserve the dignity of this young master. With his presence, the blood god cult could continue its clandestine expansion within the Viscount's domain. Then, "Lord David, do you require? I am here to inquire about certain matters," David interjected coldly. "Specifically regarding the arm that was offered as a sacrifice and the twin female slaves you captured. Can you divulge more information?" The old man hesitated momentarily. "Truthfully, I am not entirely certain of their origins. Those were items that surfaced from the black market of the north, as you are aware." "I demand the truth." David's tone grew more severe. The high priest suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as though the very oil lamp on the table had dimmed. "My lord, I have not deceived you. Nor is there any need for me to do so. The offerings for the blood god ritual are meticulously selected, and though the origin of that arm remains a mystery, it possesses genuine mysterious power, making it an exceptional material for the core of the ritual." "Enough." David shook his head. Perhaps the other party truly knew no more. "I have another question, regarding the hunter Videns and the flames of the malevolent god. What do you know?" This was his ulterior motive. The flames of Videns lingered vividly in his memory, for he understood that such power was not possessed by an ordinary ecclesiastical hunter. Videns must have been in contact with other dark entities. The high priest chuckled, as if this question was one he could indeed answer. The venerable hunter, Vidinus, is an experienced old hunter who, regrettably, has been unable to complete the second-tier promotion ritual within the church. Perhaps it is due to his realization of the profound falsity of his faith. Yet, our great Dark Lord has accepted him, allowing him to become a servant of the malevolent deity Scott. Successfully completing the promotion ritual. What is the promotion ritual? David inquired. It is akin to the ritual you are preparing to offer to the blood god. By embracing the power of the blood god, one receives the apostle bestowed by him, sharing in the ethereal energy. The promotion, however, grants you access to a far greater reservoir of spiritual energy, enabling you to draw forth more formidable powers from the apostles. Upon hearing the high priest's animated explanation, David nodded in understanding. It turns out that to elevate one's spiritual energy, one must engage in deeper rituals. No wonder he had always possessed a mere 100 points of spiritual energy. The hunters likely possessed far greater reserves. Yet, he seemed indifferent to such matters, as life energy could suffice. As for conducting a ritual to enhance those malevolent spirits, did he not feel sufficiently tormented already? My lord David, we can prepare another sacrificial ritual for you at any time. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee it, guaranteeing your seamless transition into the embrace of the great blood god. The high priest declared with a face full of temptation. A ritual? David glanced at him, slowly rising to his feet. I no longer require such things. The high priest was momentarily taken aback. My lord, do you wish to attain power akin to Vidinus? That is not impossible. But no, I do not need your ridiculous power. David grinned, softly declaring, I am invincible. Suddenly, a deep green magical claw materialized, tearing through the wooden table between the two men. 5 razor-sharp talons piercing the high priest's chest simultaneously. The old man stared wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at the monstrous hand that had impaled him. Then, another pale arm, resembling that of a human, emerged from behind David, possessing 6 elongated fingers adorned with ominous black nails. The bizarre hand enveloped the high priest's horrified and desperate gaze, caressing his forehead. The arm of the traitor, the touch of folly. In an instant, the last vestige of the high priest's resistance was extinguished, plunging him into a stupor on the brink of death. I ask you. David leaned down, approaching his ear. Who is the one who paid the price for Vidinus's ritual? Chapter 9. Annihilation in the blink of an eye. His 100 points of spiritual energy were entirely depleted. Yet, David had acquired the answer he sought. Under the control of the traitor's hand, the high priest revealed the supporter behind Vidinus, the hunter. The guild. A significant figure from the imperial capital. Specifics, unknown. How ironic it is that the hunter guild, which hunts the darkness, would willingly allow its hunters to embrace the very shadows. David shook his head, using the monstrous hand to snuff out the life of this high priest, whose vitality exceeded that of ordinary men. These cultists, having been enhanced by dark powers, possessed extraordinary physical strength and vitality, reaching 180 points. No wonder they dared to engage in direct combat with fully armed guards. However, for David's level 2 monster hand, it was still an instant kill. In contrast to the primary offensive capability of the Claw of Magic, the arm of the heretic possesses considerably less aggression. Its prowess lies predominantly in control. Any creature it touches briefly succumbs to a state of stupor. This is a formidable control ability, though regrettably, it entails a cooldown period of 5 minutes, with a mere thought. David directed his gaze towards the arm of the high priest. Logically, the arm of the heretic should also be capable of growth, as its targets for consumption ought to be other humans ensnared in darkness. Consume heretic's arm, absorb life energy, maximum limit 180. Excellent. David smiled with satisfaction. After absorbing the old man's arm, he indeed felt the arm of the heretic become slightly more agile, with a modest increase in its length. The individuals outside the wooden door of the tomb seemed oblivious to the stirrings within. After a 5-minute wait, David pushed the door open and simultaneously unleashed the arm of the heretic and the monster hand upon the 2 cultists stationed outside. The 2 figures, their faces adorned with blood-red markings, barely had time to utter a sound before they were silently dispatched in succession. After absorbing the arms of the 2, he discarded their lifeless bodies back inside the door and continued his seemingly nonchalant stroll out of the tomb. Along the way, some cultists encountered this Este until they uncovered the nobleman's association with a sinister cult. The confident Veronica had believed she could resolve the predicament through her own prowess. She yearned to seize David's incriminating evidence personally, denying him any chance of redemption, all in the name of avenging her mentor. Now, however, Veronica found herself steeped in regret. But alas, it was far too late. It would not be long before those cultists would carve open their bodies and extract their hearts. Outside the chamber, A cacophony of louder shouts and screams erupted, as if the cultists were preparing for their ritual. Perhaps already in possession of other sacrificial victims. This filled Veronica with dread. It was the closest she had ever been to death, and she felt utterly helpless. After a while, an eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving only the sound of her own frantic heartbeat echoing in her ears. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open with a bang, startling both hunters. To their astonishment and confusion, it was not the cloaked cultist who entered, but rather a blood-soaked nobleman, David Frank Mukin. He stood there, momentarily stunned, having just conceived the notion that David Frank intended to personally sacrifice them, only to discover that behind the nobleman stood several liberated commoners. David Frank was not there to kill them, quite the opposite. He had exterminated every single cultist in the lair, leaving none alive. David regarded the two hunters with an impassive expression, a mix of curiosity and amusement stirring within him. No wonder these two had not troubled him of late. They had seemingly vanished from existence, captured by the cult. The two hunters, now freed, gaped in disbelief at the corpses of the cultists strewn throughout the lair. Dozens of cultists had been slain by this nobleman alone. There was no doubt about it. All the rescued commoners could attest that it was Lord David who had saved them. They looked upon him with a mixture of fear and reverence. Though fear undoubtedly outweighed admiration, David smiled and raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. The people immediately nodded in panic, forcing themselves to forget the terrifying grasp of Lord David. Not only was it a terrifying grasp, but David had also torn off the arms of all the cultists. The bloody scene was more grotesque than the cultists themselves. David cared little that these commoners had seen his arms. His concern lay solely with his own power. Having assimilated the arms of several heretics, his own had undergone a transformation. Heretics Arm 2 can consume 90 points of spiritual or life energy to activate the ability Fool's Touch. Cooldown time, for minutes. This newly evolved Pale Arm reduced both consumption and cooldown time, while also becoming longer and more agile. More importantly, David's life energy capacity had significantly increased once more, reaching an almost absurd level. Life energy, 9,089,380. As night descended, everyone in the tomb returned to the surface, gazing at the sunset with tears streaming down their faces, some even kneeling on the ground to kiss the earth. Bowing in gratitude to David for saving their lives, David made no effort to engage with these commoners. He delivered them to the church and cast aside this burden. The clergymen of the church gazed in panic at the unfortunate souls who had appeared from seemingly nowhere, utterly at a loss as to how to manage them. Adhering strictly to the principle of never offending David Frank, the church later covertly dispatched these civilians to David's estate. But that is a tale for another time. Two hunters stood amidst the twilight, their expressions a portrait of confusion. They struggled to grasp the surreal events that had just transpired, as though caught in a vivid dream. I do not trust him. Slaying the cult does not absolve him of heresy. It is possible he merely seeks to conceal his own transgressions. Mukin clenched his teeth, his voice tinged with bitterness. In the distance, David, pausing before a newly erected grave, perked up at the sound, a smile creeping across his face. Indeed, you have spoken true. He turned away, striding into the sunset as he departed the cemetery. The individuals interred in that fresh grave were the guardians who had sacrificed their lives to save him that fateful night. Their unwavering loyalty merited David's respect. The esteemed Viscount had naturally bestowed a generous compensation upon their families, yet David privately sent additional funds to these households. A scant measure of recompense he could offer. As for the recent incident, he intended to attribute the credit to those two hunters. David Frank remained the unrepentant puppet master lurking in the shadows. He hoped other cultists would continue to seek him out, allowing his strength and vitality to grow further. It was not enough. He was still insufficiently powerful. Upon discovering that the backers of Videns were prominent figures within the Hunters Guild, a sense of urgency welled within David. He must grow stronger. The adversaries he would soon face would far surpass these feeble common cultists. He might encounter seasoned hunters, even more formidable than Videns. It was time for an excursion. Chapter 10. Border Demon Hunting on a Tranquil Morning. David Frank boarded a carriage, discreetly departing from his estate and leaving the Viscount's domain of Frank City, making his way to the border stronghold nestled within the Clan Mountains. He traveled light, accompanied only by his twin maids and essential possessions, while the driver was none other than his former subordinate, Doug. Indeed, Master David had welcomed back the expelled Doug. For the past few days, he had dispatched individuals to observe Doug. And aside from drowning his sorrows in drink at home, Doug had exhibited no inclination to retaliate against David Frank. As a loyal companion since childhood, Doug's fidelity was beyond question. A profound bond of master and servant existed between the scoundrel and the rogue. At the very least, David felt he could trust this wretch, who would soon meet a grim fate if left to his own devices. Thus, David reinstated his faithful Doug, disregarding the latter's effusive gratitude and flattery, assigning him the role of a laborer by his side. Accordingly, David settled into the border stronghold, commencing life in a modest dwelling adjacent to the military camp. The camp officers recognized David. Initially, they presumed this notorious young man sought companionship for hunting excursions. Yet he did not pursue such endeavors. Remarkably, David refrained from disturbing anyone, maintaining an air of mystery and scarcely interacting with anyone within the stronghold. In truth, a significant portion of his time was spent away from the stronghold altogether. In the desolate mountains bordering the realm, David, clad in a long black coat, strode confidently into the shadowy valley woods, wielding a lightweight hand axe. He extracted a vial of a dark elixir from his waist and poured its contents onto the ground, releasing an acrid, pungent odor that quickly dissipated into the wind. This peculiar potion, acquired through nefarious channels, was designed to attract malevolent entities. During this period, he had leveraged David Frank's original wealth and connections, obtaining a wealth of knowledge regarding monsters through cults and various underground markets, which enabled him to master the art of luring these creatures forth. After all, it was not a substance meant for ingestion. Concocting such a brew required minimal technical skill, and the results spoke for themselves. David's elixir proved remarkably effective. Within less than 10 minutes, towering, grotesque figures began to materialize within the dim forest. Their pallid skin was cloaked in a layer of foul-smelling fuzz, their faces contorted in the ghastly visage of the drowned, while their claws dripped with a noxious fluid. Unlike the green-clawed monstrosities David had previously hunted, these creatures possessed even greater vitality, life energy, 320. With an impassive expression, David donned his mask, though the fabric offered scant protection against the foul stench. In the next instant, several monsters launched a simultaneous assault. Pouncing upon him and swiftly encircling him, claws brandished, David raised his hand axe in a symbolic gesture of defense, yet his combat skills rendered the block largely ineffective. A claw from behind tore through his coat, leaving only superficial wounds on his body. The damage inflicted by the monsters amounted to just over 100, a mere scratch compared to his nearly 10,000 points of life energy. David grinned widely, with a mere thought. The hand of the monster pierced through the chest of one of the creatures behind him. As its companion was lifted and flung aside like a rag doll by the green talon. The dark beings appeared momentarily astonished, yet showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they promptly altered their tactics, evading and repositioning themselves. However, such maneuvers proved futile. Brandishing his hand axe, David resembled a berserker, unperturbed by the monster's counterattacks. Though his wild swings lacked finesse, they forced the creatures to dodge in desperation. Often, as he swung his axe, the monsters would evade, only to be met with the deadly strike of the monster's claw, inflicting serious injury. This strategy yielded consistent success, allowing David to swiftly find his rhythm in the fray. He learned how to fight, harnessing his substantial life energy advantage to overpower his foes with ruthless efficiency. Minutes later, 4 or 5 monsters lay slain in the shadowy woods. David discarded his hand axe and seized one of the creature's arms, devouring the monster's arm, absorbing life energy, limit 320. A surge of life energy flooded into him, and the notifications of his increased limit echoed in his mind. David felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, a fleeting euphoria potent enough to momentarily numb the nerves tormented by malevolent spirits for so long. Devouring the arm of a non-human monstrosity, he was able to enhance the power of the dark creature's hand. He eagerly anticipated that this claw, which served as his primary means of assault, would grow stronger, ever stronger. Suddenly, a cacophony of branches being crushed echoed through the forest, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. It seemed that the scent of the potion had attracted another formidable beast. David slowly turned his head to gaze upon the approaching massive shadow, his pupils narrowing slightly. Life energy, 4,800. Encountering such a lengthy health bar for the first time, David couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Not only that, but the creature's form was truly colossal. In a quadrupedal stance, it reached a height of 3 meters. It resembled a gorilla covered in repulsive fur, yet its head was akin to that of a wolf, complete with menacing fangs. Clearly, this was a being of a higher order than the previous monsters. Upon noticing David, it unleashed a roar and charged toward him with a thunderous rush, its massive body crashing through trees along its path, splintering them effortlessly. David swiftly turned and dashed sideways, but the beast's speed was too overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, 3 thick claws sweeping through the air and sending David hurtling away with a resounding thud. Gushing blood, David felt his life force plummet by over 500 points. rolling on the ground several times before a surge of overwhelming power emanated from his arms, and he now felt that should he encounter the original deities once more, he could perhaps slay his opponent with a mere slap. As evening approached, David appeared before a military outpost at the border, where the listless Doug had been waiting for him. Upon witnessing David's bloodied return, Doug was taken aback. Yet, David paid him no heed, dismissing the servant's offer to tend to his wounds and tossing a large bag filled with materials collected from the monster onto Doug's horse. The sight of that foul-smelling sack turned Doug's complexion pale. The clever lackey suddenly recalled that his master, David, had once contemplated the mysterious powers. Perhaps the ritual his master had conducted previously had indeed succeeded, and he had transformed into a formidable supernatural being. No wonder his master's aura had become increasingly terrifying. In the following 2 months, David relentlessly hunted the dark creatures in the mountainous borderlands. In truth, they were not so numerous as to be overwhelming. David even sensed that, with his hunting efforts, the monsters seemed to dwindle in number, just as he believed he could eradicate every dark creature in the area. The tide of darkness descended. A colossal shadow enveloped the border mountains, as if cast from some bizarre celestial body in the distance, obscuring the land. Chapter 11. Hounds of Darkness. The dark tide is a peculiar calamity of this world. Whenever the tide of darkness sweeps across the land, dark creatures emerge from the shadows, and more monsters infiltrate the Goliath Empire's border from the southern dark continent. Some even step forth directly from the void. Pursuing those ensnared by darkness, Veronica sprinted through the forest at full speed, with the injured Mukin trailing behind her. The right arm of the male hunter was grievously torn by sharp fangs, bleeding profusely, and his weapon had fallen. He could only run while keeping a wary eye on the monsters pursuing them with his left hand's pistol. They were 2 extraordinarily swift hounds. The adversaries could have easily caught up to them, using their petal-like, gaping mouths to deliver a fatal bite. Yet those cunning and treacherous beasts chose to toy with their prey, relishing the sin of human fear. Veronica was compelled to turn back and assist Mukin, urging him to run faster. If they could just reach the patrol range of the border fortress, their chances of salvation would greatly increase. It must be said, their misfortune was indeed great. The two had merely followed a cultist into the clan mountains, only to find that the madman had conducted a dark ritual atop the mountain. To make matters worse, the sky had suddenly plunged into darkness, and the tide descended. That damned ritual, which ought not to have succeeded, summoned forth the fearsome void hounds. The slender, sleek monsters instantly killed all the summoners upon their appearance, then leapt into the shadows, darting back and forth in the darkness, relentlessly pursuing them. The young hunter stood no chance against the void hounds. These bizarre creatures possessed an extraordinarily robust vitality, with sharp claws and lethal tails capable of delivering a single fatal blow to any hunter. Amidst the densely packed fangs lay a terrifying void toxin, and Mukin, having sustained a bite, was now struggling to breathe. Without prompt treatment, Veronica could only dread what might transpire. Hold on, Mukin. We are almost there. Just a little further. Indeed, not far ahead was the boundary of Kron Mountain. They were on the brink of returning within the fortress's watchful gaze. They merely needed to locate a lookout. Suddenly, the darkness ahead surged, and a creature of half-human height leapt forth from the swirling shadows. It opened its petal-like maw and let out a growl, its long, blood-red tongue whipping about like a writhing lash, even reaching Veronica's neck. They were closing in. These detestable beings seemed to revel in their torment, first offering a glimmer of escape, only to snuff out all hope and savor the despair in their eyes. Veronica fixed her gaze upon the 2 rows of writhing eyes atop the hound's head, drawing her longsword, prepared to fight to the death. Even if I perish, I shall sever that wretched tongue of yours. So their weakness lies in the tongue, perhaps. At that moment, a human voice emerged from the shadows, startling Veronica and causing her to tremble her sword. She turned to see a tall figure clad in a black long coat, wearing a leather cap, slowly emerging from the thicket. David Frank. She had never imagined he would appear at such a critical juncture. 1777 hit points. David's gaze was fixated on the void hound, his obsidian pupils seemingly whispering of malevolent spirits. No wonder the young hunter was outmatched. This caliber of dark creature would pose a challenge even for a second-tier hunter like Videns. In truth, when confronted with 2 void hounds, even second-tier hunters must carefully assess their strength. Yet, before David, it was the hound that had to weigh its opponent. The hound regarded this sudden appearance of a human with Gria, however. Similarly, the term dodge was also absent from David's lexicon. He allowed the barbed tail to pierce his flesh, deftly grasping the tip ensnared by formidable muscles. It was then that Veronica was fortunate enough to witness the gruesome clash between man and beast, a spectacle that transcended her wildest imaginings. That noble scion was indeed engaged in close combat with a creature of darkness. No. Could he truly be the David Frank? What manner of fearsome claw was this? Veronica's mind descended into a void. She could only watch in stunned silence as David severed the hound's tail with his hand axe, his enchanted grip matching the creature's sharp talons blow for blow, even tearing away one of the void hound's long limbs. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. The hound's advantage in agility had vanished, and David pressed forward, his combat skills having visibly improved over the past 2 months of rigorous training. The sharp axe deflected the hound's fangs, while his monstrous hand plunged into its throat, exerting force to wrench its body back, raising his knee to deliver a brutal strike to its heart. In a final, desperate struggle, the hound's back suddenly split open, and a pair of blade-tipped claws erupted from its shoulder blades, aiming directly for David's eyes. The pale arm of the abomination extended forth, firmly grasping the claws, causing the hound to freeze as if it had forgotten its next move. The monstrous hand swiftly pierced the void hound's chest, extracting its heart. The entire skirmish lasted merely a minute. David's monstrous claws unleashed a mere 6 strikes, while the hound's relentless swipes and venomous fangs inflicted over 1,000 points of damage upon him. Yet, in the face of his substantial life force, that damage seemed utterly inconsequential. David cleaved off the hound's forelimb with a single stroke, then turned to reclaim the shattered claw, effortlessly absorbing it, resulting in a surge of over 3,000 points of life energy. After accomplishing all this, he approached the dazed Veronica, his gaze coldly fixed upon her chest. Lady Veronica, you are now safe. Startled back to consciousness, Veronica stepped back 2 paces, supporting the unconscious Mukin, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she inquired, Who exactly are you? At such a moment, she found herself disinclined to ascertain where David's gaze was directed. I am David Frank. Have you lost your memory? David shook his head, internally deliberating whether to eliminate the 2 hunters present. Due to the connection with Verdens, all hunters from the guild were within David's sphere of caution. If any significant figures sought to challenge him, he would not hesitate to eradicate every solitary hunter he encountered. In truth, he had been anticipating those hunters for quite some time. Given Verdens' inexplicable demise, it would be unreasonable for the other party to simply relent. Yet, such retaliatory strikes had not come to pass. He was certain that the Hunters Guild had taken note of his demon-hunting actions over the past 2 months. Why, then, did they refrain from taking action? As Veronica observed David lost in thought, she too recalled certain rumors. It is said that recently, an extraordinary individual has emerged at the border, one who relentlessly hunts dark creatures. I asked that person David Frank. My lord David, how have you managed this? Veronica suddenly felt a surge of curiosity about the origin of David's formidable power. This could not possibly be a strength that could be harnessed through the absurd rituals of cultists. It is well known that the true ascension rituals that grant one extraordinary power are far from as simple as shopping at a market. The success rate of any such ritual is exceedingly low. Even Widdens, after years of effort, has yet to achieve a successful promotion, and this is precisely the reason. Noticing David's silence in response to her inquiries, she persisted, asking, My lord, why do you not join the Hunters Guild? Are you inviting me to join the Hunters Guild? David replied with an expressionless face. The Hunters Guild in the Borderlands does not reject hunters employing unconventional means to combat darkness. With your strength, you could aid many more. Veronica spoke earnestly. David could not help but roll his eyes. Pointing at the near-dead Mukin on her back, he stated, If you do not save him soon, you will perish. In his view, Mukin's life force was rapidly dwindling. Veronica was taken aback, finally recalling her companion's dire condition. Chapter 12. The Life Bar emerges. Hunters are extraordinary beings who hunt the darkness. In reality, aside from a fraction of hunters within the church, most hunters do not shy away from the powers of darkness. They are willing to utilize any means necessary to vanquish evil, and this is the origin of the original batch of hunters. Unbeknownst to her, Veronica's perception of David Frank began to shift. This nobleman, notorious among the local populace, had saved her twice. She suddenly felt that the seemingly indifferent David was not the villain as rumored. The Hunters Guild in the Borderlands does not reject hunters using unconventional means to confront darkness. Does it? David watched Veronica hastily retreating, abandoning the thought of eliminating her. Not due to the genuine gratitude of the female hunter, but because he suddenly realized the guild's stance on certain matters. It seemed he had previously misunderstood something. As someone who had recently traversed into David Frank's body, his perspective had not broadened. Perhaps the one who wished to harm David Frank had motives far beyond merely seeking his demise. Time flowed by day, and the impending tide of darkness did not significantly affect David's demon-hunting endeavors. On the contrary, thanks to the increased presence of dark creatures, he found it even easier to pursue his targets. David continued to delve daily into the clan mountains at the border, returning to the relatively safe fortress by night. Doug would assist him in selling the blood, entrails, and eyes of the dark creatures he hunted to the black market, exchanging them. Moreover, the empathetic twin sisters dutifully fulfilled another of David's nightly requests, soothing the ever-restless spirit of the voyeuristic specter. Meanwhile, Doug, the laborer, endured his silent suffering. His existence had become even more austere than that of a monk, while the young master was attended to by two stunningly beautiful twin maids, leaving him deprived of any indulgence. But whom could he confide in? The young master seemed to have transformed entirely, no longer inclined to seek joy in his company. Faced with the formidable David Frank, Doug felt utterly powerless. Even a mere glare from him left him trembling. David's presence grew increasingly intimidating. With each successive hunt, he grew stronger, his life force reaching an astonishing level. Yet, it was ultimately David's increasingly morose countenance that instilled fear in an ordinary man like Doug. For nearly a year, David had been tormented by the three malevolent spirits. His tortured nerves kept him in a perpetual state of near collapse, and such a David naturally had little kindness to spare for anyone. Dark circles had formed around his once pale face, as the spirits denied him even a moment of peaceful slumber. Beyond the pangs of hunger and the chill of the night, he gradually became aware of the troubling shadow of the traitorous spirit. Sleepwalking. Uncontrollable sleepwalking. Ever since David had woken one night to find himself inexplicably in the wilderness, he had refrained from succumbing to deep sleep. That accursed spirit sought to seize control of his body. This was David's greatest dread. Consequently, he could only rely on his twin maids to take turns watching over him at night. Whenever he involuntarily drifted into a deep slumber, they would rouse him. In the haze of half-sleep, he found himself persistently haunted by the same nightmare. Endless, dark red arms, akin to a sky full of stars, repeatedly emerged in his dreams, crushing that azure planet again and again. Each time, the hand of the divine corpse would writhe incessantly, as if yearning for something, urging David to take action in this agonizing cycle of torment, which seemed to stretch into infinity. Only within the sanctuary of the sun goddess's small chapel could he find a fleeting sense of solace. Thus, he became a frequent visitor to the chapel, to the astonishment of the clergy, who had never imagined that David Frank could be such a devout follower of the goddess. That night, as was his custom, David sat alone in the front row of the small chapel, gazing vacantly at the modest statue of the goddess before him, savoring the rare comfort it provided. Suddenly, the chapel's great door swung open, and an elderly man clad in a heavy black coat entered, promptly closing the door behind him. This was an occurrence that should not have transpired. Typically, David would drive everyone away when he was in the chapel. Clearly, this uninvited guest was unfazed by David Frank's notorious reputation. He was a hunter, a formidable old hunter, a third-tier hunter from the Green Meadow Guild's headquarters. Known as McKinley the Owl. As the elderly man with a grand white beard removed his round hat and fixed his piercing gaze upon David's retreating figure, David immediately sensed the weight of the other's stare. At last, he has arrived. Rising to his feet, he slowly turned around, a surge of vitality creeping up his somber visage, a manifestation of the immense life force coursing within him. To his astonishment, he realized that his eyes revealed no sign of the opponent's health bar. David felt the malevolent spirit of the voyeur within him roaring, yearning to penetrate the other's defenses. Yet thwarted by an invisible force, left in impotent rage. Evidently, his adversary possessed the ability to evade detection, or perhaps this hunter wielded a power akin to that of the voyeur spirit, stronger than David's own, which had never been enhanced. So, am I the one exposed? A grin spread across David's face. It seemed that the hunter had come to challenge him, the boss. However, with his current life energy, he certainly warranted the title of a formidable boss. He observed the old man's pupils constrict, saw his hand reach towards his waist, and noticed the hunting firearm strapped there. The double-barreled shotgun, exquisitely crafted to the point of resembling a work of art, appeared as if sculpted from glistening gems, utterly devoid of the aura of a perilous weapon. David tugged at his collar, letting his arms fall, prepared to engage in combat. Yet, at that moment, the hand reaching for the weapon abruptly halted. The elder unexpectedly withdrew, suppressing his sharp gaze and taking a step back. He retreated. David furrowed his brow, halting the advance of his foot. Lord David Frank, McKinley greeted him with an expression of calm, extending his hands in a gesture of goodwill, indicating he bore no malice. Or rather, he found it necessary to dispel any ill intentions towards the noble young man, for he was acutely aware that he could not triumph over this individual. The old man's pupils trembled slightly. Under the scrutiny of his observer's apostle, the figure of David Frank radiated a life energy as formidable as a mountain, like a flame giant standing resolutely upon the earth. The blazing fire of vitality within him was sufficient to ignite the heavens, unless his eyesight had failed him, unless the information provided by the observer was erroneous. He had no choice but to withdraw. Life energy, over 300,000. What magnitude of life energy does this signify? Is this still human? What kind of ritual could forge such an existence? Fourth tier? Fifth tier? McKinley could scarcely fathom it. Regardless, he knew he could never extinguish such a being. It was insurmountable. Thus, the elder relinquished his intent, swiftly reevaluating the dynamics of their relationship and resolving to approach David with a different demeanor. Esteemed Lord David Frank. I am listening. David Frank regarded him with an expression of indifference, awaiting his next words. The old hunter nodded, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is McKinley, a regional representative dispatched by the Frontier Hunters Guild from the headquarters in Greenfield. It is a pleasure to meet you." David responded with a stoic nod, his countenance betraying no semblance of pleasure. "I have come here to seek your confirmation regarding a matter." McKinley slowly donned his top hat and stated, "Concerning the death of the hunter Verdens. I shall speak plainly. It was you who killed him, was it not?" David remained silent for a moment, then suddenly curled the corners of his lips. "Do you have any opinions on this?" "I hold no opinion." The old hunter's expression remained unchanged, as if he were merely discussing a mouse that had perished in the street. Chapter 13. Coming of age. My lord David, Verdens, as a hunter who has succumbed to darkness, has exceeded the limits of what the guild can tolerate. We have uncovered his hostile actions against you, and your act of killing him is, without a doubt, justifiable. Before David could respond, McKinley continued to elucidate. "I must clarify one matter for you. Verdens' actions do not reflect the stance of the Hunters Guild. You should be aware that Verdens hails from the capital's church, and the church has long harbored dissatisfaction towards your father." David raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this was indeed the case. The animosity of Hunter Verdens towards David Frank fundamentally stemmed from the Viscount himself. As a border noble, Viscount Hein Frank had always wavered between the two factions of the empire. The conservative church and the capital's influence stood in stark opposition to the radical faction, represented by a multitude of powerful border nobles, on various issues, particularly now, with the aging emperor of Goliath Empire. The struggle for imperial power has intensified amongst several princes, and the conflict between the two factions has been drawn into another level by these princes. In this context, as a member of the border nobility, the heavily armed Viscount Hein Frank's failure to choose a side would undoubtedly provoke certain figures entangled in the vortex of power. McKinley had explicitly indicated that Verdens was sent by the capital to deal with Viscount Frank and his heirs. However, David perceived it entirely differently. The murder of the Viscount's only son would merely drive the enraged Viscount towards the enemy's ranks. The nobles of the capital would never commit such folly. McKinley had assumed that by defaming the conservatives, David would immediately erupt in fury and direct his ire towards the capital, but in fact, it took him merely a second to grasp the truth. His Royal Highness, Prince Roland, is the supreme representative of the radicals, and his dominion lies in the southern border. Possessing great prestige among the border nobility in the Hunters Guild, he is the most likely suspect in the attack on David Frank. I have heard that His Highness has been courting the border nobles in Greenfield City lately. Regrettably, my father did not accept the prince's invitation, David remarked with a smile. McKinley's expression shifted slightly. He had not intended to bring the prince into the conversation, yet the other party had astutely drawn him out. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. The old man was somewhat at a loss for words. Yet David suddenly shifted his tone and began to extol the virtues of the fourth prince. In my view, His Highness is indeed the person that we border nobles ought to support. My father must have been quite senile to reject the olive branch extended by His Highness. I, however, eagerly anticipate the opportunity to meet him. This. McKinley's lips twitched slightly. I shall demonstrate my sincerity to His Highness. And I am certain that Lord Roland will advocate for me, ensuring that the Hunters Guild continues to provide shelter for the Frank family. Will it not? Shelter for you. Do you require protection? The old hunter inhaled slowly, nodding as he replied, "I shall convey your message. Rest assured, Lord David, such an incident shall not transpire again. In truth, the reason they took a year to approach David was that they realized the assassination of Wadens had not prompted any shift in the stance of Hein Frank. His Highness presented the old hunter with two choices, either to silently eliminate David, thereby exacerbating the conflict, or to seek a means of alleviating the discord between the parties. However, McKinley found himself incapable of the former, thus opting for the latter approach. With Lord Roland poised to return to the imperial capital, he harbored no desire to leave behind an ambiguous threat at the border. Yet, circumstances appeared to have shifted. David Frank was exhibiting an unexpectedly cooperative demeanor, even expressing a desire to engage with the prince. Did this imply McKinley believed that his visit had not been in vain? He concluded his relatively pleasant conversation with David and departed from the small chapel. 3 days hence, it shall be your coming-of-age ceremony, and I extend my early congratulations, hoping you encounter those you wish to see at the banquet. David donned his hat, contentedly watching the old hunter depart. In 3 days, he would reach adulthood, having unknowingly spent a year in this world, a year fraught with torment under the curse of the malevolent spirit. Yet, after a year of growth and preparation, he finally felt equipped to step beyond the confines of the Frank estate and boldly traverse the world. Beneath the twilight, a grand banquet was underway within Frank Castle, celebrating the formal coming-of-age of young Master David. He had returned to the castle a day prior, where upon being received by his father, the cold-hearted Viscount Hind Frank, who informed him in a detached tone that he must select a desirable fiancée at the forthcoming feast. This was not a solicitation of his opinion, but rather a mere notification. It was evident that the Viscount regarded David Frank, his irredeemable son, solely as a vessel for progeny. Had Hind Frank not sustained injuries in earlier battles that rendered him incapable of fathering more than one child, David would certainly not be his sole heir. David harbored no objections, nor did he dwell upon it. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, though his uncontrollable gaze lingered on various young maidens, there was but one person of true significance to him, the fourth prince, Lord Roland. Indeed, he made his appearance at the Viscount's castle. Hind Frank maintained his unperturbed demeanor while hosting the prince, and Roland demonstrated impeccable etiquette befitting his station. Frankly speaking, Roland was a prince of remarkable charisma, with the royal family's signature golden hair, deep blue eyes, a slender frame, and a handsome visage, exuding a gentle temperament akin to a fairy tale prince. He greeted all with a courteous smile, devoid of any airs of royalty. Even when a clumsy servant accidentally spilled a goblet before him, he displayed no sign of anger, possessing a remarkably amiable disposition. This left David with a very favorable first impression of him. Unless it was all an act. When the daughter of the Count, Sherry Gustave, who had been almost preordained by her father to be David's fiancée, found him, he gently pushed the demurely smiling girl aside, showing no intention of even glancing at her. In the midst of Sherry's astonished gaze, David approached the fourth prince, who stood at the entrance of the garden, seemingly having awaited his arrival, and greeted him with a gentle smile. Could it be that the notorious rake, David Frank, known for his predilection for dominating women, harbors no affection for the fairer sex? Sherry, unable to recognize the understated prince in the dim light, could only watch as David disregarded her, opting instead to engage with another man. This was indeed rather shocking. Miss Sherry's gossiping spirit ignited fervently. It was no wonder that this man had evaded rumors of illegitimate children all these years. She attempted to follow the two men into the garden, but was abruptly intercepted by others, pulled into the social circle of other girls. When she turned back to look in the direction of the garden, David's figure had vanished. David Frank, you have certainly piqued my interest. Prince Roland, your audacity and character command my respect. David and Prince Roland strolled through the labyrinthine garden, one following the other, enveloped in serene silence. With only the two of them present, David fixated on the prince's unguarded nape, contemplating that even should he choose to strike here, no one would likely intervene. Thus, he admired Roland's courage, knowing he was an extraordinary individual. He still dared to engage him alone. Either he was truly naïve, or he possessed boundless confidence. Was this posture even an invitation for him to act? The prince, walking ahead, remarked, "It is said that David Frank is a veritable scoundrel. Should he meet an untimely demise, not a soul would shed a tear for him." David's expression remained unchanged, as he knew they did not speak of him. Upon turning back, Roland noticed David's indifferent demeanor and nodded slightly. It now appeared things were not as they seemed. "What has altered you? Is it a threat from the prince, or an encroachment of darkness?" David replied with a smile. Roland returned the gesture, compared to David's dark, brooding grin. The prince's smile was like a breath of fresh spring air. It seems you are aware. Indeed, but that signifies little. I choose to align myself. Your father still wavers in his resolve. Yet I have made my choice. Their thoughts seemed to dance outside conventional bounds, rendering their dialogue perplexing to any onlookers. However, at this moment, they both comprehended each other's meanings. In response, the prince revealed a look of profound curiosity. In truth, since the failure of Videns, I have been observing you for the past year. Chapter 14. The Departure. David blinked, muttering to himself. Could it be that you also possess a voyeuristic tendency? The prince continued. I had contemplated a second attempt against you, but upon further reflection, I realized you are not merely an uncomplicated fool, and thus I abandoned the idea early on. Are you so merciful to your other adversaries as well? David scoffed. Ah, that may not necessarily be the case. Roland gently shook his head and continued to stride forward. I acknowledge that I misjudged the character at first. I never anticipated that the true David Frank was, in fact, a stoic individual shrouded in infamy. Were it not for my resolute determination to compel Viscount Hein to take a stand, others might never have uncovered your true nature. I should not have used you as a means to breach the Viscount's defenses. Had you not eliminated the original David Frank, I would not have had the opportunity to inhabit his form. However, it is indeed impressive that His Highness the Prince so candidly admitted to his own conspiracy. What audacity! In truth, whether the Prince misjudged someone or willingly acknowledged his own error is an occurrence that has never transpired before. The fourth Prince, Roland O'Brien Goliath, is universally recognized throughout the Empire as a prodigy. He has never erred in any endeavor. This includes assigning Wittens to eliminate that detestable scoundrel, David Frank, had it not been for David's extraordinary crossing over. Viscount Hein would undoubtedly have been coerced into Roland's camp under such circumstances. It was precisely due to the failure a year ago that Roland gradually developed a profound interest in David, until McKinley returned to inform him that David's prowess had exceeded his expectations. Roland found himself astonished at having erred in his judgment of a person not once, but twice, which is why he sought to meet David this very night. Subsequently, he discovered that he had erred a third time. This individual intended to forsake his father's stance and follow his own. Did he truly comprehend the implications of this? Roland gazed into David's deep, tranquil black eyes, slowly confirming this notion. His counterpart was acutely aware of what it entailed. Therefore, my Lord David, what is it that you seek? This is a question Roland must elucidate. Power. David replied without hesitation. He harbored no interest in the contest for royal titles. Neither was he in pursuit of mundane power or wealth. In the face of encroaching darkness, only supreme power remains an eternal truth. What Prince Roland could offer was a shortcut to access that power. David, tormented by the burdens of a curse, merely wished to discover the means to rid himself of malevolent spirits as swiftly as possible. He would not hesitate to plunge into the depths of a vortex for this cause. Roland plucked a blood-red rose from before him and softly said, "In that case, come with me to the north. There you shall attain what you desire. As for me, it is time for me to return to the heart of that vortex." Very well. David nodded without a moment's hesitation. McKinley spoke of you as an exceedingly devout follower of the goddess. The prince suddenly chuckled. Would you care to become a sanctified hunter of the church? A most coveted opportunity. To accompany the prince to the north, drawing closer to the imperial capital of Goliath, and to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the church's hunters through the prince's means. This was precisely what David longed for. For at least a year in the Viscount's domain, he had been unable to unearth a solution to his predicament. The half-baked dark knowledge of those cultists had proven utterly unhelpful. Now, he was left with but one final path, to delve into the core of all the Empire's extraordinary beings and absorb the authentic knowledge of arcane rituals. Moreover, he yearned to unravel the origins of the divine corpse's hand. Thus far, he only knew it hailed from the north. In the twilight, His Highness the Fourth Prince departed from the Viscount's territory. Having acquired all that he desired, including the allegiance of the entire border nobility, even though Viscount Hein had yet to clarify his stance, the mere fact that David Frank was willing to accompany him sufficed to demonstrate this to all. Perhaps the esteemed Viscount had witnessed the interaction between David and the Fourth Prince within the castle. When David conveyed his decision to journey to the imperial capital, the Viscount appeared somewhat despondent. Yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever. As you wish. Were the final words spoken by the noble Viscount to David. A day later, David set forth from the Viscount's domain, accompanied by his twin maids and Douglas. Traveling light, they convened with the prince's entourage at the steam locomotive station in Greenfield. While the prince engaged in cordial farewells with the local nobility, the unassuming David was the first to board the train with the two maids in tow. While Douglas continued his role as the laborer, assisting them with their luggage, this steam locomotive bore a striking resemblance to the steam trains of David's former life, albeit with a significantly larger locomotive front. Its propulsion mechanism employed a steam cycle compression principle that David could not comprehend, consuming less fuel yet delivering ample power. Clearly, this represented a form of alchemical black technology belonging to this world. As a noble, David possessed a private compartment in the front carriage, where he sat by the window, gazing at the sprawling fields outside, quietly awaiting the train's departure. Simultaneously, Roland, under the protection of the Royal Guard, boarded the train, occupying the most spacious compartment, where he casually tore open a letter in his possession. This was an urgent missive from the imperial capital, arriving just in time before his departure from Greenfield. A fifth-tier fallen hunter, the undead Montate, has vanished from the abyss and journeyed southward. Roland's eyes narrowed slightly as he read this solitary line. My lord, is there any progress on the matter you inquired about? He asked, putting away the letter and addressing a middle-aged man clad in splendid silver hunting attire beside him. Your Highness, we have been diligently investigating the suspicious ritual activities you mentioned. However, there have been no similar discoveries in the vicinity of Greenfield over the past year. The hunter named Fenris replied softly. Behind him stood a full squad of 13 extraordinary individuals escorting the prince back to the imperial capital. Furthermore, this exclusive train for Roland also transported a guard contingent of 300. Each member of this elite royal escort towering and formidable, perpetually donned in heavy armor and equipped with substantial steam-powered rifles, effectively armed to the teeth. Yet, upon reading the letter, Roland still felt no sense of security. At the rear of the hunter contingent, Veronica moved her lips, poised to speak. She too had been involved in the investigation assignment that Roland had dispatched to the Hunters Guild. They had traced similar leads nearly a year prior, following them all the way to the border, until the dark tide descended. However, in the end, those cultists were silenced by the Void Hounds, and the location of their dubious rituals had long surpassed the bounds designated by His Highness. Thus, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to remain silent. The young huntress was also a member of this train, yet in reality, she was merely a failure who had been sent back to the imperial capital after failing to complete her trial mission. The one responsible for guiding Veronica, Widdens, had perished beyond the border, leaving her and Mukin's trial mission in abeyance. Over the course of the following year, they had botched 2 more missions, until Mukin sustained grave injuries and succumbed to bed rest. The huntress, bereft of her companion, could only endure a year in Greenfield City, ultimately receiving a dismal evaluation. Such a subpar hunter had little face to speak further in the presence of the prince. The train roared to life amidst the cacophony of engines and whistles, and David gazed out at the slowly shifting scenery, for reasons unknown, suddenly recalling that unfamiliar father, Count Hein Frank. The rift in David's relationship with his father stemmed from the memory of his mother, who had long since passed. In his childhood, David Frank had adored his mother, the beautiful Countess. However, when he turned 8, the Countess suddenly fell victim to a strange and incurable illness. Yet, the Count, preoccupied with the turmoil at the border, failed to escort his wife back to the capital for treatment. His mother could have been saved, thanks to the mysterious powers of the Church of Light and the Empire's advanced alchemy. At least, that was how David Frank perceived it. But his father, in pursuit of territory, power, and wealth, forsook his mother's life. From that moment onward, David Frank harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Count Hein. However, when David declared his intention to leave that fateful night, he perceived something different in the Count's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the Count had already begun to show signs of aging. Creak, creak. As David pondered, an irritating creaking sound pierced his thoughts, reminiscent of someone sawing through bone and flesh. He frowned and glanced towards the partition at the front of the carriage, wondering if it was the dining car, with the chef preparing lunch. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, as if something heavy had toppled in the adjoining carriage. David was momentarily taken aback when the door to his compartment swung open with a clatter, revealing a tall figure clad in a blood-stained brown coat, wearing a filthy hunter's hat in his hand. He bore a dripping saw blade, his beastly gaze locking onto David, who sat within the compartment. Chapter 15. The Undead Life Energy, 1,000 points. Hunter? Enemy? This was the first thought that crossed David's mind upon seeing the figure. An overwhelming sense of danger causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Without uttering a word, the hunter who had opened the door abruptly raised the saw blade and swung it towards David. Whoosh, thud. The speed of the blade's arc was astonishing, yet it could not surpass the reach of the hand of the divine corpse. The dark crimson arm surged forward, crushing the opponent's skull with a brutal grip. David rose to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion as he controlled his arm to rip off the hunter's limb, casually discarding it. The corpse crashed against the window of the compartment's corridor, shattering it, and fell from the moving train. The 2 maids and Doug within the compartment huddled together, startled by the sudden assault. You all hide in the luggage compartment and do not come out, David instructed the trio. Noticing Doug attempting to squeeze into a cabinet with the twins, he added, You, hide in another one. Doug, reluctantly, complied, tucking his neck in, closing the compartment door behind him. David strode toward the front of the train, only to be met with a gruesome scene. The bloodied saw blade had silently claimed the lives of numerous individuals at the front of the train, including the conductor and several royal guards assigned to its protection. It appeared that this train had been targeted. The steam locomotive sped along the tracks at a pace of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. If it were a high-ranking hunter, they could potentially leap onto the train from either side of the tracks. The journey back to the capital alongside His Highness the Prince was evidently not going to be tranquil. Resolutely, David turned back and advanced toward the rear of the train where Roland was located. Soon encountering royal guards who obstructed his path, the train is under attack by hunters, and those ahead are dead. Upon hearing David's words, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly dispatched someone to verify the situation. I must see His Highness the Prince. With this declaration, David was no longer hindered. After all, it was reasonable for a noble to seek refuge after an assault. However, David did not seek refuge. He had a profound intuition that Roland was in danger, and he could not allow this long-standing source of sustenance to be compromised. When he spotted His Highness the Prince in the opulent compartment constructed from an entire train car, he barely had time to speak before the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the car behind him. Amidst this chaos, the horrifying sounds of saw blades slicing through flesh and severing bone echoed. The enemy was upon them. David squinted, turning around. A few hunters disguised as extraordinary beings exchanged glances within the compartment, and at Fenris's silent cue, they charged forward. However, once they departed, they never returned. The royal guards stationed at the spacious door of the buffer car readied their rotary steam rifles. These heavy weapons, connected to a metallic backpack on the guards' backs, relied on a winch and steam compression to achieve continuous fire. At that moment, the door of the opposing compartment was suddenly kicked open, and a towering figure materialized before David, causing his pupils to contract slightly. What is happening? Wasn't he already dead? The blood-soaked hunter, the very one he had just obliterated with a single claw, stood before him. David had even consumed the opponent's arm, with beast-like eyes and a gaunt face etched with deep lines. The hunter's lips curled into a sinister smile upon catching sight of David through the crowd. Bang, 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 bang. The guard steam rifles roared with metallic ferocity, bullets showering down upon the hunter like a torrential downpour. Yet the enemy suddenly sprang into action, their movements both peculiar and swift, darting within the confines of the not-so-spacious carriage, covering considerable ground in mere strides, effortlessly evading the barrage of gunfire. To David's discerning eyes, the hunter's grace was lethally elegant, and he immediately surmised that these guards could not possibly withstand the onslaught. Indeed, as the hunter charged along the carriage's sidewall with remarkable speed, the serrated blade in his hand effortlessly severed the head of a guard who had been firing. The soldiers behind him swiftly drew their weapons, but their reactions were far too sluggish. Before they could even strike, their throats were slit by the razor-sharp edge, blood spraying forth. Each strike was fatal. David began to retreat, while Fenris, standing in the carriage, widened his eyes upon catching sight of the foe. He seemed to recognize the identity of that hunter, fear and panic etching themselves across his visage. A fifth-tier hunter, the undying Montate. Why was he here? There was no time for Fenris to ponder, as an entire squad of guards fell within mere breaths. Swords and bullets embedded themselves in Montate's form. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed, maintaining a grotesque grin as he relentlessly advanced through the carnage. The floor of the carriage now thoroughly soaked in blood. Fenris glanced back at the now-risen prince, his expression resolute. With a flourish of his long coat, he drew forth his ornate sidearm and silver sword, striding purposefully forward. Even if he were to perish here, he would not allow Prince Roland to suffer a scratch. The remaining 5 or 6 hunters likewise unsheathed their weapons, rallying behind Fenris. They were acutely aware of the enemy's formidable prowess, yet they were also fearless hunters, extraordinary beings who hunted the darkness, ever in the company of death. Except for one, Veronica, huddled in the corner, who could not muster the courage to face the terrifying foe wielding the serrated blade. The hunters joined the fray with swift steps, steel blades nearly saturating the cramped carriage. A battle, heedless of life and death, unfolded in the confined space, where both sides' agility was diminished, yet in the clash of strength, they remained no match for Montate. The serrated blade cleaved through the hunter's silver swords, even severing their arms with its astonishingly rapid strikes. Montate's combat skills seemed to transcend those of all hunters. Even Fenris, the most seasoned third-tier hunter, found himself utterly overwhelmed. As casualties reached a critical threshold, the hunters finally relinquished all restraint, beginning to pull the triggers of their sidearms. Thunderous explosions erupted, the powerful crimson bullets soaring, blasting gaping holes into the carriage's side. Fenris, in a swift motion, plunged a sword into himself, the gushing blood transforming into a billowing white vapor enveloping his entire being. In the next moment, his body surged through every obstacle beside him, aiming directly for the heart of his enemy. The silver sword pierced Montate's form, followed by 4 blades simultaneously thrusting in, instantly creating several gaping wounds in the 5th-tier hunter's body. The hunter wielding the serrated blade maintained his smile, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Was he dead? The hunters momentarily lost their focus, But in the next instant, a serrated blade sliced through beneath their feet, severing the ankles of several men. It was then that Fenris realized something, shouting, "Do not kill him, restrain him." Yet, his words came too late. No one could contain that unharmed beast any longer. The blade traced elegant arcs, swiftly decapitating one head after another. Amidst the hunter's anguished cries, David closed the door to the front carriage. He beheld a scene that left him utterly astounded. That monstrous figure, despite having its health depleted, suddenly revived completely upon falling. Its life force restored in an instant. Rebirth, immortality. Such an adversary was the most formidable of foes. His divine hand could crush the opponent directly, yet it could not prevent the foe from rising anew. David hastened towards Prince Roland, murmuring gravely, "Your Highness, please accompany me to the rear carriage. It is futile." Roland replied with a bitter smile, as the door to the carriage behind him swung open, and a squad of royal guards rushed in to establish a defensive line. More guards sought to surge forward, but were restrained by his outstretched hand. "Even if all my men perish, I cannot stop that creature. Does His Highness know the identity of this foe?" David furrowed his brow. Roland nodded. "The undying Montet, a fallen one who ought to be imprisoned in the abyss of death." "Undying? Does your Highness know how many times he can resurrect?" "No one knows." Within the front carriage, the surrounding walls had been utterly ravaged by immense force, leaving little more than a floor. All the hunters lay dead, save for Fenris, who was clutched in Montet's grasp. Fenris gritted his teeth, blood flowing uncontrollably from his mouth. In truth, he was left with but the upper half of his body. "May you find eternal life in death." Montet fixed his gaze upon Fenris's dilating pupils, casually discarding his half-corpse from the train. Chapter 16. A stunning battle bang. The carriage door swung open, revealing the towering hunter, one hand wielding the serrated blade, the other grasping Fenris's pistol, his gaze sweeping towards the fourth prince at the rear of the carriage. Roland met his gaze with calm composure, seemingly resigned to his fate. The guards within the carriage roared in fury as they charged forward, refraining from using firearms for fear that a stray bullet might strike the prince. Some attempted to pull the prince away, but Roland showed no intention of moving. "Your Highness, do you have any means to deal with this creature?" David positioned himself in front of Roland, observing as the foe efficiently dispatched guard after guard, his pupils trembling. Montet's combat prowess was terrifying. The power behind his serrated blade was sufficient to slice through the soldier's heavy armor with ease. Not only that blade, even if he picked up some cutlery from the dining table, he could effortlessly create wounds on the soldiers. Splatter, 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 splatter. A series of blood spurted forth. "There is no way." Roland shook his head expressionlessly. When David turned to look at him, he too met David's dark, unyielding gaze. With lips uttering despair, his gaze spoke volumes. "You are the final resort." "Very well." David comprehended Roland's intent. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers ahead fell, and Montet raised his exquisite short gun, firing a shot towards Roland's head. Bang! The blood-red bullet traced a sharp crimson line, piercing straight for Roland's brow. Thud. Roland's breath hitched, only to see David, in a moment of utmost peril, standing directly in front of him. He intercepted the blood bullet meant for him. The terrifying kinetic energy of the bullet pushed David backward violently, dragging the prince along, until they crashed into the rear wall of the carriage. A bloodied hole, emitting wisps of steam, appeared on David's right shoulder. Yet, under the surge of life energy, the wound rapidly contracted. Astonishingly, the bullet had not penetrated his body. A single blood bullet dealt over 5,000 points of damage. Truly, a testament to a fifth-tier hunter. David stood expressionless, steadying himself, casually drawing a long sword from the waist of an approaching guard, striding purposefully towards Montet. The prince behind him inhaled deeply, while the royal guards watched David's silhouette, their faces etched with shock. They beheld another monstrosity. A creature with life energy exceeding 310,000. Intriguing. Montet grinned, his form flickering as he charged forth. David matched the advance, his blade flipping as it aimed for his opponent's chest. Yet, Montet shifted his stance, vanishing before the edge of David's sword, in the blink of an eye. He appeared at David's flank, his serrated blade glinting ominously. A vicious gash appeared at David's waist, blood sprang forth, propelled by the immense force, as he was sent crashing against the side of the carriage. Montet, however, was taken aback. He had expected this strike to cleave his opponent in two, but found the sensation of impact remarkably rigid. This fellow's physique was so formidable that it absorbed the entirety of his strike. Whoosh! A cerulean arm suddenly lashed out from behind David. The razor-sharp claws tore through the train's interior, shredding the carriage's deck, as 5 talon-like blades swung towards Montet with astonishing speed. Here it comes again. Regrettably, this time, his opponent was well prepared, evading the grasp of the monstrous hand in a flash. Having experienced the lethal touch of the divine corpse, Montate was not unready for this assault. David, leveraging the wall behind him, rebounded and continued to press towards his foe with his sword. The fifth-tier hunter Montate's speed and strength were overwhelmingly superior. However, there was one aspect where David could contend: the monstrous hand, which had evolved to level 5 over the past year. Monstrous Hand V requires 10 spirit energy or life energy to activate. Cooldown, 1 second. With only a 1-second cooldown, the monstrous hand granted him a more agile and unpredictable offensive edge in close combat. This arm was imbued with immense power. Its muscles were as resilient as steel, and the sharp claws sparked fiercely against the serrated blade. Bring it on. Montate finally encountered a worthy adversary aboard the train. Unleashing a roar of excitement, cleaving the monstrous claws apart with a single stroke, and raising his gun to fire repeatedly at David's forehead, the formidable blood bullets roared through the carriage as if they were free, striking David's body with immense force, causing him to roll uncontrollably. He could only barely raise his clawed hand to shield his face. His health plummeted during the battle, dropping by a third in the blink of an eye. However, Monteith was equally astonished. Never had any human dared to recklessly endure the onslaught of his deathly gun. Even those apostles of the divine, if unable to evade his bullets, would meet their demise under such an assault. How on earth was this fellow proving so resilient? A ludicrous thought suddenly crept into Monteith's mind. Could the opponent be a follower of the goddess of death? He swung his blade once more, cleaving through the seemingly unkillable David, who persistently clung on. Turning, he charged toward the astonished onlookers at the rear of the carriage. He resolved to disregard the bothersome pest for the moment and focus on his primary objective, the fourth Prince Roland. As Monteith launched his rapid assault, he raised the barrel of his gun, the crimson bullets coalescing swiftly within the chamber, infused with a colossal force of death. This shot would surely spell doom for any mortal. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Yet, at the very moment he was about to pull the trigger, a pale hand with 6 fingers unexpectedly seized his shoulder from behind. The hand of the aberrant. This hand moved faster than that of a monster and possessed a greater reach. The sudden assault far exceeded Monteith's expectations, as he was directly ensnared by the touch of folly, plunging him into a state of daze. At last, I have you. David spat out blood, flipping up and unleashing his azure claws, which pierced through Monteith's back with a sickening thud. The hand of the monster surged with power, hurling the enemy's body violently against the side of the carriage, crashing through the reinforced steel plating and creating a gaping hole. The undead Monteith was once again flung out of the train. David Frank, how do you feel? Prince Roland was the first to approach David, gazing with him at the vast opening outside the train. No harm done. David expressionlessly wiped the blood from his face. His injuries were still within manageable limits. The tremendous surge of life energy coursed through him, hissing steam escaping as it swiftly suppressed the wounds on his surface. Seeing that David was indeed out of immediate danger, Roland inquired solemnly, "How many more times can you defeat him?" This was his foremost concern, though everyone was astonished by David Frank's formidable prowess. Prior to this, no one besides the prince had known he possessed the strength to withstand a 5th-tier fallen hunter. However, Roland was acutely aware that David was not another undead. Defeat him, David scoffed, retorting, "He will come again, won't he? He truly cannot be killed. Cannot be killed. At least, the abyss has yet to discover a method to slay him." Roland narrowed his eyes. Then, "Your Highness, in the short term, I can only impede him once more at most." David exhaled softly, casting his gaze outside the train to find it had unwittingly entered a thick fog. Once. Excellent. Chapter 17, The Star of Goliath. Roland nodded, turning to direct the royal guard toward the front of the train, preparing to regain control of the locomotive. It has been said that he can withstand another assault. Yet David himself harbors little confidence in this assertion. His trump cards have all been revealed, and should the adversary launch another attack, he will undoubtedly be wary of his 3-arm capabilities. Presently, the only resource upon which he can rely is the life energy that surpasses the enemy's wildest imagination. With over 310,000 units of life energy, a qualitative transformation has occurred, rendering his body exceedingly robust and resilient. Commonplace assaults scarcely leave a mark upon his exterior. Moreover, in a state unscathed by severe injury, he can regenerate his vitality at an astonishing efficiency of nearly 1% per minute, equivalent to recovering several thousand health points each minute. It won't be long before he emerges unscathed, the sole remnant of his battle being the bloodstained black suit he wears. "Listen, David," the prince said, his gaze steady and earnest. "If possible, do not kill Montate outright. To subdue him, one must incapacitate his hands and feet while preventing him from taking his own life. Otherwise, he will return each time in a state of full vigor. Your Highness, I cannot do that. David shook his head in resignation, candidly acknowledging his lack of means. The hunter possesses an extraordinarily strong will, and the control exerted by the arm of the other is fleeting, merely sufficient for him to cast the enemy from the carriage. After hearing this response, Roland fell into a contemplative silence. And eventually, it appeared he reached a decision, letting out a slow sigh. At that moment, royal guards rushed in to report in a flurry. Your Highness, our train has inexplicably entered a dense fog, and the front of the carriage is now shrouded from view. The soldier's voice trembled with fear. Moreover, it seems we are trapped. The train is progressing along a section of repetitive tracks. The fog had completely enveloped both the train and the rails, and standing by the window, David noted that at intervals, they could see identical markers beside the tracks. Just as the guard had indicated, the train was ensnared on a loop of track, unable to escape this stretch no matter the effort, clearly a manifestation of some mysterious power wielded by the enemy. Roland, his expression impassive, returned to his seat, pinching the bridge of his nose, remained vigilant. He dismissed the others from the carriage, leaving only David behind. David Frank, you are the sole individual aboard this train capable of obstructing a fifth-order hunter. Roland's azure eyes fixed upon him, revealing a hint of fatigue yet retaining composure. Your Highness, I am not as remarkable as you perceive. David yearned for him to grasp the reality of the situation. I am aware. The prince smiled gently. You may not be exceedingly strong, yet in the eyes of the enemy, you are not so feeble. David remained silent, lost in thought. This is a desperate struggle. You must become a threat to the enemy. Roland continued, casually unfastening the collar of his shirt. And I can procure an opportunity for you. As he spoke, a mysterious radiance emerged in David's vision, causing him to widen his eyes slowly. It was a gem necklace adorning the prince's chest. The light emanated from a colossal gemstone, nearly the size of a palm. It emanates a mesmerizing glow of red and blue, as if an ocean of brilliance flows within its radiance, the surging vitality rendering even the creature David somewhat insignificant. This is the aura of a higher, enigmatic existence. It is a forbidden artifact, the Goliath star, also known as the Star of Duality. Roland cradled the gem in his palm, bowing his head as he spoke. A forbidden artifact. Indeed, it possesses the capacity to unleash nearly limitless life energy in an exceedingly brief span of time, thereby safeguarding my safety. I see. This is the reason for His Highness's audacity. A life-preserving forbidden artifact. David silently nodded. However, as a forbidden artifact, it naturally bears considerable side effects, though these have become inconsequential to me. The so-called forbidden artifacts David had heard much about. Many of these items are fraught with peril, hence their designation as forbidden. Paradoxically, numerous forbidden artifacts also exhibit inexplicable, terrifying powers, which is why virtually every prominent family in the imperial city secretly hoards them. Roland sighed, raising his gaze as he declared, I shall utilize it to secure you a singular opportunity. Remember, it is but one chance. This left David somewhat hesitant, for it appeared that this prince intended to wager his own life. He then posed another question. Your Highness, is there any possibility of dispelling the mist outside? Perhaps we could escape this predicament. That is a ritual of vast scope. Being ensnared within it, there is no means of dissolution. The core of the ritual is likely the undying monteith. Roland shook his head slightly. There are those in the imperial city who do not wish for my return. It is merely my brothers, who are all too familiar with me. To ensnare me, they likely completed this arrangement beyond my control as early as a year ago. What I never anticipated, however, was that they would release the fallen from the abyss of death. They truly found a commendable candidate. David gazed at the prince, who wore a self-deprecating smile, with a look of confusion. David, do you understand? Those who genuinely tread the path of the extraordinary do not concern themselves with power or wealth. Mundane interests cannot sway them. Their sole pursuit is power. Just like you. In that instant, David comprehended Roland's implication. What, then, compels the Undying to heed their commands? My dear lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the unfolding tale grows ever more riveting. Quite simply, they need only inform him that I possess what he desires, the Goliath star. Roland shrugged. The Undying Monteith had long since fallen into the service of the goddess of death, yearning for advancement and seeking to complete the ritual to ascend to the 6th tier. This gem is one of the ritual components, and it is also coveted by the goddess of death. So, Monteith's true objective is not to kill you, but to seize this gem. One could say so. Though I am quite certain that, should there be no obstacles, he would readily take the opportunity to slay me. The prince calmly grasped the Goliath star. David appeared contemplative as he gazed at Roland, noticing the depths of his companion's eyes slowly turning, lost in thought. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the rear door of the carriage was flung open without warning or preamble. The towering figure of the undead Montet re-emerged into their line of sight. Beneath his grimy, worn hunter's hat, his face, etched with deep lines and adorned with uneven teeth, rendered his smile particularly menacing. Here he comes again. In a swift motion, David positioned himself protectively in front of the prince. In the blink of an eye, Montet had closed the distance, raising his short firearm to aim at David's forehead. David observed that Montet had, at some point, switched to a different weapon. This new firearm boasted a larger caliber, resembling some form of shotgun, and its impact at close range would undoubtedly be devastating. The claw of the monster struck forth, palm firmly pressing against the muzzle. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, blood splattered, and an overwhelming force propelled David away. The path before Roland was now unobstructed, and the serrated blade descended with unstoppable momentum, targeting the prince's neck. Clang! Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted from the prince, and at the moment the blade was about to meet Roland's throat, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the Goliath star, forcefully repelling the hunter's saw blade. The knife had nearly struck the prince's vulnerable neck, even slicing a gash, but under the enveloping layer of solidified energy, the wound miraculously healed in an instant. The Goliath star, it has been found. Montet's eyes were blinded by the blinding light, yet his pupils remained fixated upon the gem adorning the prince's chest. Unwilling to divert his gaze, he had finally unearthed the object of his relentless desire. Now is the moment. The prince suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a surge of life energy coalesced into a localized force field, ensnaring half of Montet's body, effectively immobilizing him. This was the opportunity Roland had spoken of. The force of David's ejection propelled him back into action, his monstrous hand striking with afterimages. Caught off guard, Montet initially flinched, but quickly turned to fire with the hand that remained unbound. However, his wrist was severed before he could react. The monstrous claw had already sliced through his arm. Chapter 18: The Prince. The impact from the Goliath star evidently rattled Montet's composure, causing his movements to falter just enough for David to launch a successful surprise attack. Yet, despite the loss of one arm, Montet still possessed a leg to wield. He lifted his kicking leg, sweeping it into David's midsection and sending him flying once more. Your most powerful red arm cannot be used continuously for a while, can it? He grinned, lifting his severed arm while simultaneously kicking David away. Without hesitation aiming the jagged bone tip toward his own eye socket, he intended to employ the sharp spur of his severed limb for self-destruction. Crack! A pale arm of the aberrant reached out, seizing Montet's thigh, and David, in his backward flight, managed to pull himself back. Aberrant Arm 3 can consume 80 points of spiritual or life energy to activate the ability Touch of Foolishness. Cooldown time: 3 minutes. Over the course of that year, David had occasionally hunted the cultists of the Viscount, thereby elevating the aberrant arm to level 3, reducing its cooldown time once more. Montet's 2 assaults were spaced apart by over 10 minutes, allowing the arm ample time to recover. However, the arm that could manipulate Montet's time was limited to a mere second. As David pulled himself back, he seized Montet's arm, and at the instant the effect of the foolish touch dissipated, he unleashed the monstrous hand once more, cleaving Montet's leg with a single swipe. The undead, after all, remained bound by mortal flesh. Ensnared by the life force field, he was utterly powerless to thwart David's grasp. Just as Montet seemed to be ensnared in a dire predicament, he let out a beastly roar the moment he regained consciousness, a terrifying and mysterious power suddenly erupting from within him. Undeterred, David swung the monstrous hand again, intent on severing Montet's arm at the root. However, a layer of black and white flames erupted unexpectedly from Montet's being, causing the monstrous hand to involuntarily retract upon contact. The horrifying force of death enveloped David, plunging him into an icy abyss, as if his very soul were aflame with agony, forcing him to relinquish his hold. The flames of death, emanating from the 5th-tier death ritual, the gaze of the death goddess. The undead Montet was engulfed in dark flames. His severed leg and arm reappeared, unscathed, not reborn, but rather reverted to their pristine state, as though a divine being had personally restored his limbs. Yet, in David's eyes, Montet appeared to be trapped in a peculiar state. The vitality represented by his health bar flickered incessantly, akin to a roller coaster, plummeting to empty in an instant, only to be replenished the very next moment, followed by another swift decline. This rapid cycle continued unabated. Montet emitted anguished cries, seemingly caught in the torment of being consumed by the flames of death. Each instance of his health bar depleting signified yet another death. In the brief span of time, he had perished over a dozen times. The terrifying potency of this divine flame was evident, capable of igniting the life force field emitted by the Goliath star. Searing through the protective brilliance surrounding the prince, Montate roared in torment, the self-destructive black flames driving him to the brink of madness, leaving only an insatiable craving for that gem in his heart. With immense difficulty, he extended his hand, enveloped in black flames, and grasped the Goliath star adorning the prince's chest. The black flames were poised to engulf the prince's form. Before such flames, a mortal body might be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. David lunged forward, forcefully slamming the burning Montate against the side of the carriage. In such close proximity, the flames quickly ensnared David, devouring thousands of his life force in an instant, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his soul. David summoned the monstrous claw and struck Montate's chest with a powerful blow. The force pierced through the side of the carriage, creating a gaping hole, and the flame-enshrouded Montate tumbled out, rolling into the mist. Free from the flames of death, David breathed a sigh of relief, noting that nearly half of his substantial remaining health had been consumed in mere moments. Was this truly the power wielded by a fifth-tier hunter? David, panting, collapsed onto the ground, glancing back at the prince, who had also fallen. At that moment, the royal guards from the front and rear carriages rushed in, frantic to assist the prince, only to be driven away again by Roland. David gazed at the prince's empty neck and the necklace that remained only in fragments upon his hand, his expression darkening. In the fleeting instant when the flames breached the vitality barrier, Montate seized the Goliath star, wresting it away. The prince had now lost the protection of the forbidden artifact, yet he had failed to incapacitate his foe. The opportunity was lost. Rest assured, I thought, he shall not return. However, Roland looked at him with an air of ease, even smiling. Why? David pondered in confusion. It was merely for the forbidden artifact. The searing flames of death would not dissipate swiftly. The current undead were far from regaining their peak state, and he lacked the strength to pursue us further. Could it be that you willingly bestowed the gem upon him? David's eyes widened in disbelief. Roland remained noncommittal, his gaze drifting to the mist outside the carriage, which was beginning to show signs of retreat. Only by forcing out his flames can we break free from him. Thus, relinquishing a forbidden artifact is a trivial matter. Those fools who released him shall soon taste the bitter fruit of their folly. Montate harbors greater ire towards those who confined him in the prison of death than towards me, a mere mortal. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For what follows is even more thrilling. David nodded thoughtfully, and after enduring the pangs of burning pain, he managed to rise, extending his hand towards Prince Roland. Your wisdom and magnanimity command my admiration. Roland smiled, grasping his hand. This is not merely magnanimity, for although I have lost the Goliath star, I have gained you. Suddenly, David felt that the prince's hand was remarkably soft, stirring something within him. When he gazed into Roland's eyes, he noticed a flicker of inexplicable light within them. To his astonishment, Roland's facial features were subtly altering. Those cerulean eyes were expanding and rounding, the handsome visage gradually softening into a more exquisite beauty. And the once straight golden locks cascaded down, seemingly lighter than before. More strikingly, as David helped him up, he perceived that Roland's body had become remarkably light. The previously upright figure was diminishing, becoming considerably more delicate. While the tailored garments began to sag. In contrast, his chest was subtly swelling. What on earth is happening? David was bewildered, staring blankly at the prince, who was transforming into a stunning woman, stunned to the point of forgetting to breathe. You are not Prince Roland. I am Roland. The golden-haired, azure-eyed woman smiled serenely, her voice now melodious and distinctly feminine. I am Roland O'Brien Goliath. You are not a prince. I could be. Roland paid no heed to David's complex gaze. Turning to retrieve a large black cloak from the rack, draping it over herself to conceal her feminine visage. I mentioned before that wearing the Goliath star has its side effects. David's mouth fell agape, his mind racing to comprehend the absurd conclusion. The forbidden artifact possesses such peculiar side effects. The dual effects of the Star of Duality are twofold. Firstly, it permanently distorts a certain desire within the wearer's soul. Secondly, it temporarily alters some of the wearer's physical characteristics. She reclined back onto the sofa, crossing her long legs, and humorously remarked, in order to protect me. My father insisted that I wear the Goliath star from a young age. And then I discovered that I had transformed into a male form. This is a secret belonging to the royal family, known to very few. David suddenly realized that he might have stumbled upon a momentous secret, one that could easily lead to silencing should it be revealed. However, it seemed that Roland had no intention of eliminating him. He was suddenly compelled to inquire what the other side effect of the Goliath star had distorted within her. But as he gazed upon the prince's or princess's enigmatic smile, he ultimately chose to remain silent. David had already grasped the deeper meaning behind Roland's earlier words. To be able to physically withstand the fifth-tier fallen hunter's blood bullets. David Frank undoubtedly possessed far more potential than a mere forbidden object. Moreover, now that he was privy to the prince's secret, Roland had no cause for concern that he might disclose it. Rather, as long as he wished to live, he would have to guard this secret steadfastly and tether himself firmly to the chariot of the fourth prince until the day Roland ascended as the emperor of the Goliath Empire. Yet, could a prince whose true identity was that of a princess truly occupy such a position, a female sovereign? David swallowed hard, forcibly closing his eyes that were ensnared by the gaze of a voyeur. Unable to control his lingering stare upon Roland's chest. Unfazed by David's peculiar gaze, this exceptionally astute royal was already preoccupied with other thoughts, including how to exact revenge upon her dear brothers upon returning to the imperial capital. Perhaps she could indeed ascend to that position. Chapter 19. The imperial capital. The train emerged from the mist, and as Roland had anticipated, Montet had not reappeared. That night, David returned to his compartment, finding the three servants who had been trembling and hiding in the cabinet all day. "I am famished. Zoe, Yui, please prepare dinner for me." The maid composed herself and obediently set off to fulfill his request. Interestingly, there were not only three individuals hiding within David's compartment. The female hunter, Veronica, who had been sobbing in the corner, appeared both relieved and bewildered upon seeing David enter. The cook on the train had been dispatched by Montet, and after enduring relentless torment from the devourers, David finally managed to enjoy a hearty meal under the care of the twins. He filled the dining table with food, ravenously and swiftly shoving it into his mouth. Veronica, seated across the table, stared in astonishment at David's complete disregard for noble etiquette as he feasted, while she herself felt little appetite. "Forgive my impertinence, Lady Veronica, but why did you choose to become a hunter?" Only after David had somewhat quelled his hunger was he able to direct his attention towards the female hunter across from him. Well, in truth, his gaze had not strayed from various parts of her form until this moment, when he finally regarded the hunter's eyes earnestly. In the early morning, he observed that Veronica was the only hunter who did not rush forward to confront Montet with fervor. And thus she alone survived aboard the train. He bore no contempt for the female hunter. Rather, he felt a twinge of curiosity. If one cannot face the darkness directly, why then choose a path that necessitates such confrontation? Veronica's countenance turned somewhat troubled, and after a moment's hesitation, she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "My hometown was ravaged by creatures of darkness. My parents perished at the hands of their minions, and my siblings were devoured by monsters. In my final moments, it was a hunter who saved me. So you became a hunter?" David interjected, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. Veronica silently nodded. Considering the two previous occasions David had rescued her 3 times, she felt utterly unworthy to declare her aspirations of becoming a hunter before him. She was merely a failure. "You shall become a successful hunter," David unexpectedly countered, leaving Veronica somewhat taken aback. At least you survived, did you not? The young nobleman continued to eat and speak with remarkable clarity, seemingly unfazed by the two actions. "A hunter who can live is a good hunter." "What of your companion? Is he still alive?" David inquired, referring to Mukin. Veronica gave a slight nod. One could discern from her expression that even if Mukin were alive, his circumstances were far from favorable. David shrugged. Courage and fearlessness are rare qualities. Yet what is even rarer is the ability to utilize those traits to survive, advancing when necessary and retreating when the time calls for it. In this fundamental judgment, you have performed admirably. Is this merely a form of self-comfort? Veronica's gaze trembled. "May I inquire about the ritual through which you became an extraordinary being?" David suddenly asked with curiosity. The female hunter paused momentarily before responding slowly. "That is the ritual of destiny." David set down his knife and fork, chuckling. "You see, has not destiny already smiled upon you?" In the darkness, along the edge of the tracks leading to the Northlands, a small village was engulfed in flames, where the cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed incessantly. A tall hunter emerged from the village entrance, leaving behind a vast pool of blood. The fire illuminated the ravaged features of his face beneath a tattered hunter's hat, casting light upon his maniacal grin. "I have found it at long last. My daughter, wait for me. I shall bring you back to life." The hunter cradled a gem radiating with red and blue hues, murmuring to himself as he journeyed southward. The abyss had stripped him of too much power. He had not tasted death in far too long. Yet now, no one could stand in his way. The train continued its journey from the remote southern border towards the Northlands. In the days that followed, His Highness Roland did not make another appearance. and David could only glean information about His Highness's subsequent plans through messages relayed by the prince's attendants. As they drew ever closer to the imperial capital, the scenery outside the train window began to transform gradually. Vast plains and barren lands unfolded before them, revealing expansive, endless fields of golden wheat and lush, verdant farms. As they approached the vicinity of a town, David beheld towering alchemical factories, their chimneys exhaling wisps of smoke that coalesced into thick clouds overhead. The nearer they drew to the imperial capital, the less frequent the clear skies became, and the cities where they paused for provisions grew increasingly prosperous, evoking in David a sense of having returned to the era of the Industrial Revolution. After nearly a month's uninterrupted journey, the train finally traversed into the realm of the imperial capital. The capital of the Goliath Empire was devoid of walls, as the train crossed the iron bridge over the Lionheart River. This northern jewel unfurled before David's eyes. It appeared as a dim jewel, shrouded by dark clouds, while the distant skyline was dotted with numerous smoke-belching chimneys. Countless steamships navigated the waters of the Lionheart River, and the bustling port was teeming with throngs of people. Horse-drawn carriages and small, gear-laden steam engines raced along the broad streets, flanked by rows of pointed-roofed houses and various clock towers and high-rises. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Residential buildings, shops, and workshops stretched endlessly to the horizon, sketching the outline of a colossal city that bore the nascent form of a modern supercity from a past life. Evoking a sense of familiarity in David, the railway line lay precisely at the juncture of urban and pastoral landscapes. After crossing the river, the exclusive express train for the prince began to veer towards the suburbs. David would not accompany Roland to the final destination. According to the prince's instructions, he would disembark at the parish station in the southern part of the capital. The messenger of the fourth prince had already arrived ahead of him, and, under her arrangements, David would directly enter the Church of Light, becoming a member of the church's hunters. However, prior to this, the individual sent to retrieve David held a brief ceremony to bestow honors upon him. Clad in crimson garments, the court envoy, accompanied by a contingent of ceremonial guards, greeted David Frank with the utmost imperial courtesy. Within the station, only David and his 3 attendants were present. There were no other spectators for this ceremony. After a succinct address, the envoy presented David with a silver medal. The pure silver medal depicted a soaring silver dragon, symbolizing the highest honor conferred by the royal family, the Silver Dragon Medal. In nearly 60 years of the Goliath Empire, David was the sole recipient of this medal, awarded personally by the aged Emperor Timur O'Brien Goliath. Such an esteemed honor was naturally due to his valiant rescue of the fourth Prince Roland aboard the train. Most significantly, David was not officially a hunter or a member of the royal guard. He was merely the son of an ordinary border noble. Naturally, the significance of this medal was underpinned by the intentions of Prince Roland, who had been paving the way for David's entry into the heart of the empire. David examined the dragon motif on the medal, recognizing it as half of the Goliath royal crest. The royal emblem comprised a majestic lion, a colossal dragon, and crossed guns and swords. He had previously seen several military medals in his father's study, most of which were shaped like lions, underscoring the rarity of the Silver Dragon Medal. Uncertain of the potential value of what had been sold, both David and Doug, tasked with the laborious duties behind him, were consumed by the same ignoble thoughts. Concealing his medal, David, accompanied by his servant, ascended into the carriage that awaited him, bound for the headquarters of the Bright Church in the southern parish. The exquisite, ancient spires flanking the windows captivated David's gaze, their intricate carvings melding the sun's radiant patterns with the finesse of gear-like designs, creating a remarkably unique aesthetic. In that moment, David felt as though he had transformed into a provincial nobleman, newly arrived in the imperial city, witnessing the world's authentic visage for the first time. Ah, indeed, he was a provincial nobleman. Chapter 20. The first rite Her Highness Roland had arranged for David's comfort with remarkable consideration, presenting him with a standalone cottage to resolve the accommodation challenges of a young nobleman. This abode was situated along Michelin Avenue, which traversed the parish and was in close proximity to the church's headquarters. Number 9 Michelin Avenue, a 3-story building, suited David perfectly, as he held little materialistic ambition. The carriage halted before David's new residence, where the twin maids and dog busied themselves unloading the luggage, while he continued his journey to the church headquarters to report in, entering through the side door of the resplendent cathedral via the expansive Bright Church Plaza. David was guided by clerics into the vast, towering structures imbued with a profound religious essence. From the very moment he stepped through the church's grand entrance, the multitude of solar deity emblems adorning the walls exuded a gentle warmth, easing David's tension considerably. Those loathsome malevolent spirits were indeed subdued by the church's power. David felt a wave of emotion wash over him, relieved to have finally arrived at the right place. A church ought to be grander in scale, after all. The guide, hearing the devout murmurs of the young nobleman, cast him a curious glance. Soon, David was led deeper into the church, descending into the subterranean depths via a spiral staircase, where he encountered two church hunters in a secluded yet unoppressive chamber. To be precise, they were hunters jointly overseen by the church and the Hunters Guild, affiliated with the demon hunting order of the church. Prior to this, the fourth prince had formally recommended David Frank to the order. Essentially, he had been ushered in through a backdoor. In light of these circumstances, the two members of the order who met David displayed a certain aloofness, particularly upon noticing his peculiar attire that seemed to disregard his surroundings. To avoid the uncontrollable wandering of his gaze towards inappropriate sights, David had bound a piece of black cloth around his eyes, giving him the appearance of a blind man. Despite the presence of voyeuristic malevolent spirits, he could still discern the path before him, and the advantage was that it was more challenging for others to detect his lascivious glances. Upon realizing that one of the two hunters was a woman, David felt a surge of relief at his preparations, for he was certain that if his gaze were to be discovered, it would not merely be an embarrassing predicament. He might very well have his eyes gouged out by that fearsome female hunter, the deputy leader of the demon hunting order, a member of the Bright Council of the Imperial City. A sixth-tier hunter, Olivia, the elderly hunter, cloaked in black, was the first to introduce the female hunter to David. This revelation caused David's breath to quicken slightly. Setting aside the significance of titles, what does it mean to be a sixth-tier hunter? David was unaware, yet in his perception, the malevolent spirit known as the Watcher could not fathom the depths of her being. Even her form, encased in a fitted black hunting coat, appeared shrouded in obscurity. As though his vision were severed, the terrifying aura emanating from her was a fathomless abyss, far more daunting than the frenzied undead Montet. The only aspect David could discern, the only facet permitted to him, was her visage, astonishingly youthful, with shoulder-length black hair and a delicate face that seemed to belong to someone not yet 20. Her porcelain skin and striking golden eyes left a profound impression. Those golden orbs radiated a gentle luminosity akin to the sun, both dazzling and enchanting, a warmth comparable to the light of a goddess, capable of ensnaring anyone in its embrace. And I am Fernandez, the third representative of the Southern Diocese of the Church of Light. Continued the elderly man, devoid of white whiskers. Esteemed Lord David Frank, we have learned of your valiant deeds from His Highness the Fourth Prince. Moreover, His Highness has mentioned that you are a devout follower of the goddess, thus recommending your induction into the Demon Hunter Guild. I seek your final confirmation, David Frank. Do you wish to join the Demon Hunter Guild and become a blade piercing the darkness for the Church, the Empire, and all of humanity? The old man's hoarse yet calm voice jolted David from his reverie. Drawing his attention from Olivia's golden gaze, he cleared his throat and performed a standard noble bow before the two esteemed hunters. I am willing. Perhaps due to the backdoor dealings, Fernandez omitted all formalities. He merely allowed David to hastily recite an oath and handed him a booklet that every guild member must thoroughly study. As if this sufficed to complete all necessary procedures, both parties understood that David Frank's entry into the guild was merely the first step of the prince's return from the border into the church's domain, a result of various struggles and compromises among the elite. Henceforth, David would undoubtedly serve as Roland's blade. As for Fernandez, he had no aversion to David's existence. He was a quintessential old hunter, solely responsible for nurturing new blood for the guild, regardless of David's identity or stance, as long as he was not an embodiment of the malevolent god and dared to wield his sword against the darkness. That was sufficient. Once the formalities were concluded, the crucial rite, the promotion ceremony, awaited. Naturally, ordinary individuals could not join the Demon Hunter Guild. Thus, the church offered a chance for an extraordinary promotion ceremony. Whether one could seize this opportunity to successfully ascend to the extraordinary tier during the ceremony depended entirely on personal fortune. Typically, the success rate was quite low. This was the key to becoming a hunter of the church. Fernandez recognized David as unique. He was no ordinary person, having acquired extraordinary power through special means. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. However, this does not signify that David will forfeit this right. In truth, the church would prefer that the hunters of the congregation utilize the ceremonial advancements it provides, relinquishing any other sources of power that are shrouded in mystery. Yet, the reality is far more intricate. Many hunters of the church, under duress, gradually stray from the original path of illumination. To combat evil, they are willing to pay any price. Consequently, the non-extremist conservatives within the congregation can only turn a blind eye. The power wielded by David Frank, though enigmatic, does not qualify as malevolent. At least, Olivia, who quietly sat to the side, exhibited no signs of disapproval, prompting Fernandez to disregard the suppressed malevolent aura surrounding David. He guided David to the stone table within the room, unfurling a total of 8 scrolls that introduced 8 distinct extraordinary promotion rituals, allowing him to choose. This represents all the paths available to extraordinary beings that the Church can currently offer. You may select one, and we shall promptly conduct the first stage of the ritual for you. Upon glancing at the names of the rituals, David was momentarily dazzled. The Blessing of Fortune ritual, the Goddess's Blessing ritual, the Sunfire ritual, the Fate ritual, the Night ritual, the Natural Light ritual, the Order's Guardian ritual, the Heart of Steel ritual. Just from the names and descriptions, he could roughly infer the characteristics of these extraordinary paths. Was this not akin to selecting an initial profession? However, David felt a twinge of indecision and turned to Fernandez to pose a question. If I have already undergone a certain ritual, can I still accept a promotion from the Church? Of course. Fernandez cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed. If you genuinely believe that the power of the divine would be vanquished by those chaotic malevolent spirits, or if you wish to continue harboring the malevolent spirits within you, then you may as well forego joining the congregation. The old man's gaze seemed to pierce through David, and after a moment, he added, only the promotion rituals of the dark gods will clash with the powers of the radiant gods. Other rituals will summon entities that will be purified by divine power, provided that the deity accepts you. What would happen if a conflict truly arose, or in the event of a special circumstance? David inquired cautiously. You would become a monster. The chilling words came from Olivia, who was seated nearby, responding to David's question. Clearly, the fate of becoming a monster equated to death. Chapter 21. Ritual failure. Should the promotion ritual proceed? This was the dilemma that David pondered. He deliberated for a considerable duration before ultimately resolving to refocus his attention on the scrolls. He had to give it a try. Setting aside the necessity of the sun goddess's power to purify those malevolent spirits, he also needed to join the congregation to continue receiving Roland's support. What troubled David was the 3 grafting rituals he had previously undergone. Could they be classified as rituals of the dark gods? David had studied various aspects of rituals. If dark gods were indeed orchestrating events behind the scenes, then the ritual's summoning should have resulted in a curse from the dark gods rather than some loathsome malevolent spirits. Moreover, the panel that appeared within his line of sight seemed unrelated to the dark gods. Thus, he felt compelled to take a gamble. Just as he began to ponder how to select from the 8 rituals, Olivia rose from her seat and approached the stone table, her slender fingers tapping decisively on one of the scrolls. Fernandez, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she cast a remark towards the elder and departed with purpose. David turned his gaze to the scroll Olivia had indicated, and after a careful examination of the ritual's description, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Goddess Blessing ritual, seemingly the least useful of paths, possessed an effect that was extraordinarily remarkable for David. The first-tier Goddess Blessing ritual could double the life energy of the practitioner and grant an equivalent amount of spiritual energy. While this might not hold much significance for an ordinary person, for someone like David, who already had over 300,000 life energy, could this truly be possible? A peculiar expression crossed David's face as he pointed towards the scroll. This one, then. Fernandez nodded impassively, though internally he was somewhat taken aback. Olivia, typically indifferent to everything, had willingly chosen to guide this young man. Was there something particularly exceptional about him? What had Olivia perceived? Fernandez was uncertain. He lacked Olivia's profound insight, yet he felt he would soon discover the answer. Under Fernandez's guidance, David descended into a more spacious underground chamber. After a brief wait, Fernandez had all the necessary materials for the ritual brought forth. The first-tier Goddess Blessing ritual required no rare materials, just a sun-kissed heavenly flower, a vial of sanctified water blessed by the Church, and a jar of powdered sunlight stone, with an additional vial of potion to modify Hunter's blood. David's first ascension ritual was prepared. Taking a deep breath, he followed the instructions and knelt on one knee before the exquisite statue of the goddess in the center of the room, reverently reciting the incantation of the ritual. Soon, he felt a warm radiance enveloping him from a lofty height, as the 3 ritual materials before him began to glow within the circular solar array, ultimately merging into a sphere of light. Simultaneously, David was astonished to notice a notification panel materializing before his eyes. Ritual power detected. Would you like to commence the Goddess Blessing ritual? Warning. Current ritual success rate is 30. A success rate, a mere 30%. David quickly realized that the notification panel also responded to other rituals. This was good news, as it at least confirmed that this ritual would not conflict with the mysterious power within him. But why was the success rate so low? He focused intently on the radiance before him, and suddenly sensed an unspoken truth. The issue lay with the materials. Their quality was insufficient. Yet, at this point, there was no time to make any changes. He could only steel himself and take the plunge. David chose to initiate the ritual directly, and in an instant, the sphere of light before him erupted, bathing the entire room in brilliance. The statue of the sun goddess gradually transformed into a golden apparition, resembling a pair of resplendent wings unfurling in the radiant light, softly enveloping David. Fernandez's eyes widened in astonishment. The appearance of such a phenomenon indicated that the goddess's power had fully embraced David Frank. Moreover, the divine messenger summoned by David's ritual was more extravagant than any blessing ceremony Fernandez had ever witnessed, even surpassing the limits of his imagination. A colossal, tremor-inducing divine energy surged forth through those golden wings, as the statue seemed to morph into a gateway to the realm of the divine. With boundless power pouring forth from behind the portal, this energy coalesced into an extraordinary life force that surged into David's being, attempting to amplify his already prodigious life energy to unprecedented levels. Warning, ritual failure. Bang! Suddenly, David felt something ethereal shatter, and amidst the overwhelming life energy, he barely managed to lift his gaze, only to discover that the wings, which symbolized blessing, had developed cracks. The light had fissures that it shattered. Alongside David, Fernandez stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The manifestation of the divine messenger had fractured. What a blasphemous travesty! No, wait. Fernandez suddenly realized that the broken wing shimmering form had gently descended onto David's shoulders. As if to console this ritual failure, the goddess had not unleashed divine punishment, but instead offered solace to the young man. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. David stared blankly as the fragmented light gradually dimmed and vanished, feeling somewhat disoriented as he turned to Fernandez. Can I try again? Fernandez blinked in confusion. Well, I suppose. Normally, those who fail a ritual would certainly not have a second chance. Yet, David was different. He was an exception. More importantly, Fernandez realized that David's ritual failure stemmed from other causes. It was not the goddess who had rejected him, but rather an issue with the medium guiding the divine power. Clearly, the problem lay with the ritual materials. This revelation left Fernandez feeling somewhat embarrassed. After David shared his suspicions, the elder nodded quietly and turned to exit the room. Follow me, this time. He intended for David to personally select his ritual materials. In the tradition of hunters, all materials for promotion rituals should be gathered by oneself to elicit the most profound resonance with the mysterious powers, and for this first-tier promotion ritual, the guild had plenty to offer. Today, Fernandez was determined to challenge the odds with this peculiar individual. David, that patch over there is a flower bed of sunlight heavenly flowers. Choose the finest one. Their first stop was the massive glass greenhouse in the church's rear garden, where a plethora of heavenly flowers were cultivated. Fernandez gestured towards the flower bed, indicating it as a selection for David. David blinked. Choose the best one? Who knows what constitutes the best? However, his gaze was swiftly captivated by the largest celestial flower at the center of the flower bed. The orange-yellow blossoms, basking in the sunlight, resembled crystal trumpets, radiant and exquisite. This is it. David strode directly towards the magnificent bloom, unhesitatingly plucking it from its stem. At that moment, Fernandez suddenly recalled something, his lips twitching slightly. But David's swift action left the old man no time to voice his thoughts before he returned with the flower in hand. Fernandez's eyes twitched, and he inhaled deeply, choosing to swallow his words. He had forgotten one crucial detail. That largest celestial flower had been personally cultivated by Her Highness, the saint, and was treasured like a gem. Well, the young lady would likely forget about the flower in a few days. The old man glanced furtively around, ensuring no one was watching, and immediately pulled David away from the greenhouse. Come, let us proceed to the next location. Chapter 22. The goddess's blessing. David could not help but admire Fernandez's vitality. Despite appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, he moved with remarkable agility, striding with such vigor that David found himself nearly jogging to keep pace. Moreover, this old fellow possessed a surprising aptitude for thievery. He led David through the vast church, deftly avoiding the gaze of all clergy, silently exploring several storerooms filled with materials. Perhaps this old man had indeed been a thief in his youth? As David pondered this, Fernandez had already guided him into another underground storeroom, pointing to a shelf on the wall lined with exquisite crystal vials containing shimmering liquid, and expressionlessly instructed him, holy water. Take the one from the topmost layer. David reached for the first vial on the highest shelf. Fernandez's eye twitched once more. This was a bottle of holy water cherished by the Archbishop of the Southern Parish for 82 years. Noticing a particular bishop's insignia on the bottle, David finally grasped the situation. They were indeed committing theft. The two exchanged a knowing glance, discreetly surveyed their surroundings, and then silently slipped out of the storeroom. The final component, the sunlight stone powder, was quite straightforward. David simply struck down the largest sunlight gem from the cathedral's ceiling, personally grinding it into powder. During the operation, Fernandez had to concoct an excuse to disperse all the people within the cathedral, subsequently securing the grand doors tightly. The old man seemed somewhat entranced, intent on having David conduct the ritual once more within the cathedral, kneeling before the towering statue of the goddess of the sun, which was 3 stories high. David felt an overwhelming aura of sanctity even before the ritual commenced. Fernandez meticulously inscribed the ritual array for him, placing all the ritual materials within the formation, and then sighed in relief, saying, "Let us try once more." David nodded, directing his gaze towards the altar. After all, these were the materials they had risked theft to gather. Discovering the power of the ritual. "Shall we commence the goddess's blessing ceremony?" This time, the ritual prompt appeared before his eyes immediately, and there was no longer any warning regarding the success rate that it is unlikely that any further issues will arise. He silently chose to commence the ritual, reciting the incantation with fervor. The materials within the formation coalesced once more into a resplendent orb of light, which swiftly harmonized with the radiance emanating from the statue of the goddess. Reopening the gateway to the enigmatic realm, a colossal surge of energy erupted from the statue. David was enveloped in the divine light, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility as magnificent wings of light unfurled above him. And life energy began to flood into his being with fervor. The blessing of the ritual doubled the already vast reservoir of David's life energy. It was indeed a genuine augmentation by a factor of 2. Subsequently, the goddess's blessing began to bestow upon him an equivalent amount of spiritual energy to his current life energy. David could scarcely fathom the sheer absurdity of the figure surpassing 600,000. Ritual power infusion, life energy cap. Ritual power infusion, spiritual energy cap. However, just as the ritual reached its midpoint, the golden wings, which were pulsating with boundless spiritual energy, suddenly emitted a sharp crack. David's face fell in shock, his heart sinking. Could it be on the verge of exploding again? Bang! As expected, the next moment he heard a crisp shattering sound, and upon glancing at the golden wings, he noticed the edges were already riddled with cracks. Witnessing this scene, Fernandez couldn't help but swallow nervously. He had no means to procure a second vial of the cherished holy water from 1982 for David. David anxiously observed the precariously swaying wings, his heart trembling with trepidation. Yet after a brief moment, although the light flickered, it did not shatter completely. It merely seemed that the flow of spiritual energy had come to a complete standstill. The cracked wings slowly descended, and at the moment they touched David, they transformed into luminous dust that entered his body. At that moment, the complete notification finally resonated. Ritual power infusion, spiritual energy cap. This seems incorrect. David paused in bewilderment. Surely the goddess could count. The blessing ritual should have granted him an equivalent amount of spiritual energy to his life energy. However, he quickly realized that it was not a matter of the goddess's arithmetic skills, but rather that the quantity was indeed so immense that it had far exceeded the capacity of the ritual medium. If the infusion of spiritual energy were to continue, his ritual would undoubtedly fail once more. Thus the goddess's blessing had been significantly reduced. First-tier goddess blessing ritual completed. Acquired first-tier ritual power. Blessing. Spirit of the ritual embodied. Voice of blessing, due to the effect of the goddess's blessing. The ritual's malevolent spirit devourer has been purified. Upon witnessing a cascade of notifications, David reclined on the ground in sheer relief, feeling the remnants of the shattered wings, the voice of blessing, enter his being. The sacred energy radiating from the wings enveloped the loathsome devourer, eliciting a cry of agony from it. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent spirit fell silent, vanishing from David's perception. At last, he had successfully rid himself of one of the tormentors that had plagued him for an entire year. As for the other two, they had burrowed deep within David's soul, seemingly seeking refuge from the aura of the blessing. It appeared that extracting them would require an alternative approach. However, David was thoroughly content as he gazed at the various readings displayed on the panel before him, allowing himself to recline in a state of utter relaxation. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The forthcoming content is even more thrilling. Life energy, spiritual energy, hand of the divine corpse eye. Requires the consumption of an indeterminate amount of spiritual energy or life energy to activate. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Hand of the monster V. Requires the expenditure of 10 spiritual energy or life energy to activate. Cooldown time, 1 second. Arm of the abnormal 3. Can expend 80 points of spiritual energy or life energy to activate the ability touch of the Fool. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. The 3 arms acquired through the ritual of connection remained unaffected by the vanishing of the malevolent spirit, allowing him to fully relax his previously tense nerves. At that moment, the aged visage of Fernandez appeared above David, holding a vial of potion. Do not forget this. He proclaimed, as he poured the potion directly into David's mouth. The viscous, sweet liquid flowed down his throat, and an intense warmth surged within him, creating an illusion of being consumed by flames. This overwhelming sensation caused David to involuntarily tense every muscle in his body, and he writhed on the ground. Drenched in perspiration, the mysterious substance within the potion was rapidly transforming his blood, in conjunction with the residual divine aura from the Ascension ritual. From this moment forth, David Frank officially became a hunter. Then, he lost consciousness and succumbed to darkness. When David awoke once more, he found himself lying on a strange grand bed, with one of the twin maids vigilantly attending by his side. "Are you the left one, or the right one?" David inquired, rubbing his aching head in a daze. "Young master, I am Zoe," the maid replied softly. David instinctively glanced at the maid's bosom, confirming her identity. "Where am I?" "This is your new home, young master. The church's personnel brought you back after you lost consciousness. It is now evening. Are you feeling all right?" Zoe asked with concern. "I am fine." David quickly recalled everything and sat up from the bed. "The church also sent various items. I have placed them on your desk." "Excellent. You may leave now. By the way, could you prepare something to eat for me?" David paused mid-sentence, inhaling gentle the hunter's trial. Chapter 23, Guns and Partners in addition to a letter of faith. The members of the order presented him with a complete ensemble befitting a church hunter. A long black coat adorned with white trim, a belt, leather boots, and a black tricorn hat. Accompanying this attire was a badge emblematic of the church's hunters and a standard silver sword. However, the firearm that David had envisioned was not included. Instead, the letter instructed him to collect it from the order the following day. Most notably, there was a silver pocket watch. The watch's dial featured 2 concentric bands, one red and one blue. By pressing his thumb against the short hand at the top of the watch, he could reveal his life force and spiritual energy levels on the dial below. Unlike ordinary individuals, David possessed no such mysterious interface displayed on his retina. Thus, if a hunter lacked abilities akin to a seer, this pocket watch would provide an accurate assessment of his condition. Naturally, through years of training and combat, a hunter would become increasingly adept at gauging their own state, rendering the watch merely a reference tool. David pressed his finger against it, only to discover that the 2 lines of numbers beneath the dial had rolled over. Becoming indecipherable, he cast aside the pocket watch and sank into contemplation upon a chair. The letter spoke of the hunter's trial, a rite of passage that all hunters must undertake, akin to the trials faced by Veronica and Mukin in the past. Only upon its completion could one attain the corresponding status of a hunter. Otherwise, he would forever remain merely an intern. Perhaps due to nepotism, David's trial appeared to be less daunting, as he needed only to fulfill a task assigned by the order. On the following day, David re-entered the church through a side door of the plaza, easily locating the order's underground headquarters by following the instructions in the pamphlet. Fernand was already awaiting his arrival. "David Frank, from this day forth, I shall assign your tasks. As for training relevant to being a hunter. Well, you need not be in haste." The elder appraised David, now clad in hunter's garb, and nodded with slight satisfaction. He was aware of David's previous triumph over the undead Montet, thus harboring no doubts regarding his prowess. In fact, Olivia had expressed to me before her departure her desire to become your mentor. How rare that is. However, given her busy schedule, it seems she will not return anytime soon, so I shall oversee your affairs for the time being. As Fernand led him deeper underground, he added, "But I am quite occupied myself, so refrain from seeking me unless absolutely necessary." "Understood." David adjusted the brim of his hat. "Kid, do not presume that merely being a competent punching bag before the fallen is remarkable. There remains much for you to learn. I have paired you with another individual who possesses slightly more experience to serve as your partner. Feel free to consult her regarding common knowledge." Before David could inquire further, Fernand pushed open a door imbued with a metallic aura, and a wave of savory grease wafted from beyond, effectively masking the musty odor of the underground passage. "Greetings, Lord David Frank, and welcome to the Order's firearms workshop." A bald man emerged from behind the door, smiling as he ushered David inside. Within the workshop, numerous skilled technicians were diligently engaged in the maintenance and assembly of firearms. and the array of intricate components from the disassembled hunter's pistol left David utterly mesmerized. In fact, understanding the structural principles of the hunter's pistol was a compulsory course for him, yet he remained almost entirely ignorant of it at this juncture. The bald man led him into a room brimming with firearms, and after surveying his surroundings, Fernandez impatiently tossed out a remark. "Cage, this fellow is now your responsibility. I have matters to attend to. Take care, Lord Fernandez." After bidding farewell to the elder, the bald man smiled and gestured. "My Lord Frank, you may choose any firearm you desire from here. Once you complete the hunter's trial, it shall accompany you for all time." David casually scanned the room and quickly fixated on the largest and most robust weapon on the shelf. "No, that object resembles more of a small cannon, nearly the length of an arm. I want that one," he stated expressionlessly. The bald man chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had forgotten to put away the experimental piece he had carelessly crafted during a bout of boredom. Originally, it was merely a product of his wager with others, intended to showcase the workshop's output as being sufficiently formidable and oversized. "Are you certain? This firearm will impose a significant burden on the user." "No problem, that's the one." Ultimately, the bald man could not resist David's insistence and handed him the weapon, boasting a caliber of 0.85. After all, he mused, once this lad experienced its blood-sucking effect akin to a water pump, he would surely return it. However, he soon discovered his grave miscalculation. As he observed David, unfazed, firing continuously in the underground shooting range, reducing an array of targets to mere dust. The bald man's mouth gaped open as if it could accommodate another bald head. After undergoing transformation through the hunter's potion, David's blood was now capable of activating this specialized weapon. The firearm, aptly named Heavy Hammer, consumed a staggering 200 points of spiritual energy with each shot. Should the energy be depleted, it would resort to directly siphoning life energy. For an ordinary hunter, this would be a lethal drain, rendering it virtually unusable, yet for a monster like David, it posed no challenge whatsoever. He didn't even require additional ammunition. "Effort greetings, Your Excellency David. From this day forth, I shall be your new partner, Veronica." David tipped the brim of his hat, acknowledging her resolve. "Indeed, you have not given up," Veronica nodded. "The prince has granted me a second chance. So you are now in service to Prince Roland? Not just me, but us." The huntress smiled meaningfully and turned to lead the way. "Lord David, your trial as a hunter is also my trial task. We must seize the moment to commence. While simultaneously completing a task assigned by the prince." David raised an eyebrow, pondering. The main event has arrived. Roland's decision to place him within the order was certainly not merely for the sake of appearances. "What is it?" "We need to secretly assist the prince in recovering a missing fourth-tier forbidden artifact, the twin soul mirror. As Veronica spoke, she handed David a dossier containing basic information about the twin soul mirror, along with a sketch of its appearance. "Our mission is related to this forbidden artifact." David glanced over the details, a sudden realization striking him, yet his expression remained impassive. One could say there is a slight connection, but not significantly. "The search for the forbidden artifact is currently being handled by several high-ranking hunters, while we are merely tasked with addressing a peripheral issue of this case. The prince intends for us to act swiftly and seize the opportunity before those high-ranking hunters recover the mirror." David chuckled. "And we must not be discovered by another group. We need to navigate the periphery discreetly, seeking clues and breakthroughs." "Clever," Veronica affirmed. "Lord Fernandez mentioned that my previous partner was a fool driven solely by passion, which led to my trial's failure. It appears this time, he has found me a commendable partner." David remained noncommittal, lowering the brim of his hat to shield his restless gaze. "Now, let us discuss our task." "Well, our task is to assist Master Julius, the alchemist, in reclaiming a potion stolen by his apprentice, and that alchemist's employer happens to be the original owner of the twin soul mirror, Count Kingsley. A theft, the search for lost items. Is this not the work of the police and detectives, ordinarily?" "Yes," Veronica playfully winked and added, "but this is no ordinary potion. Master Julius has indicated that his apprentice has likely transformed into a monster under the potion's influence." Chapter 24. Hunter's trial. On the second day after arriving in the imperial capital, David embarked on his inaugural task as a hunter. He barely had time to familiarize himself with the bustling streets of the capital, relying solely on his senior, Veronica, for guidance. After arriving at the docks by carriage, the two boarded a steamship, which took them to a grand vessel sailing in the heart of the Lionheart River. The task's initiator, the renowned alchemical genius Julius, awaited them aboard the ship. David encountered the elderly alchemist amidst a cabin brimming with peculiar alchemical apparatuses. His tousled, unruly white hair and his piercing, expressive eyes reminded David of another brilliant scientist from a past life. "My apprentice, Deku has absconded with the majority of my newly refined elixirs. It would be prudent for you to retrieve them swiftly, lest he conjure up some trouble. Do you have any insight as to why Deku would pilfer your elixirs? Who knows, perhaps it is for monetary gain. After all, those potions are exceedingly precious, particularly my latest invention, liquid thunder, which is worth a fortune. The alchemical master gazed at the dropper in his hand, dismissively responding to the inquiries of Veronica without turning around. Could you elaborate on the nature of the potions that Deku has stolen? Veronica continued to inquire patiently. Julius glanced at her, then opened a small chest beside him, from which a peculiar radiance emanated. David's eyes narrowed as he stared at the bottle within the chest, shimmering with dazzling lightning. He admitted to being astonished. So, the liquid thunder spoken of by the alchemical master is, quite literally, thunder condensed into a vial? What kind of black technology is this? Liquid thunder, crystallized sunlight, the roaring essence of Garo dragon grass. Along with a variety of miscellaneous enhancement potions, including those specifically for hunters. He has stolen an entire case. Julius closed the chest and said earnestly, "The rest is inconsequential, but you must retrieve the liquid thunder. Where do you believe Deku is most likely to escape to?" Veronica asked again. "How should I know? He could flee to any place that offers concealment." The alchemical master hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Perhaps you might check the old alchemical workshop of the Count. That rascal used to reside there." At that moment, David interjected, "Master, do you have any knowledge regarding the Count's missing twin magic mirror? What magic mirror? I am unaware." "Do not inquire of me." Julius's expression shifted, and he began to impatiently wave them away. "Why do you hunters have so many questions? Others have come to me earlier asking about these nonsensical matters. I tell you, I am merely an alchemist assisting the Count with potion research. What the Count has lost is of no concern to me." Shortly thereafter, David and Veronica arrived at the dock, where they boarded a carriage once more, preparing to head to the Count's old alchemical workshop as mentioned by Julius. The esteemed Count Kingsley of the imperial capital has always been a patron of the alchemical master. Unfortunately, this Count has recently lost a long-sealed forbidden artifact from his family, the twin magic mirror. An ancestor of Count Kingsley once served as a hunter lord, thus his family is entitled to guard and utilize forbidden artifacts. However, as time has passed, no subsequent hunter lord has emerged from the Kingsley lineage, leaving them with the privilege to seal forbidden artifacts but not the authority to use them. Veronica, seated opposite David, softly elaborated on this concept. A hunter lord refers to those high-ranking hunters who possess a noble title. They have often distinguished themselves in the battle against darkness, earning the recognition of the imperial royalty and the church, and thus were bestowed with titles of nobility. The families of hunters possess a unique privilege. They are allowed to safeguard and utilize those perilously forbidden artifacts to augment their power, while also bearing the responsibility of overseeing these artifacts to prevent them from spiraling out of control. Following the disappearance of the last sealed forbidden artifact, the twin soul mirror, within the Count's family, he chose to report it to the church, expressing his willingness to allow the order to retrieve it, thereby absolving himself of any associated liability. We can leverage this case to engage with the Count's influence and uncover the whereabouts of the mirror ahead of other hunters. That alchemist is suspect. David suddenly interjected, interrupting Veronica's discourse, and stated with gravity, "He lied." Ordinarily, David's mission bore little relation to this case, yet when he questioned the alchemist, he detected an unusual reaction from him. Veronica blinked, realizing, "Do you think Julius knows where the twin soul mirror is?" "No, he does not." His demeanor was tense and somewhat anxious, seemingly more concerned about the artifact's fate than we are, yet he wishes to conceal any connection to it from others. David shifted his stance, adjusting the brim of his hat. "Thus, I surmise he must have had contact with the twin soul mirror, only to misplace it thereafter. Are you suggesting that he stealthily pilfered the Count's forbidden artifact and misused it?" Veronica furrowed her brow. This conjecture lacked concrete evidence, yet it was not entirely implausible. She suddenly perceived that David's intellect was sharper than she had anticipated. In truth, the cleverness of a female hunter also surpasses the ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have easily uncovered the threads connecting David Frank to the cult when they were in the Viscount's territory. Prompted by David's insight, Veronica swiftly constructed an entire framework of speculation along this line of thought. "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The ensuing content is even more thrilling." She was astonished to discover that they were likely not far from the forbidden artifact. The carriage came to a halt in the outskirts of the southern city, and the two arrived at the old alchemical factory of the Kingsley Count's family just before nightfall. This place had long been closed and abandoned due to operational issues, leaving behind only a desolate expanse of ruins, devoid of human presence. Intriguingly, when they arrived, they noticed someone had already appeared before the factory gates, even earlier than they had. The individual was similarly clad in the garb of church hunters. Adorned with the insignia of the order. A third-tier hunter, Lucio, Veronica recognized his identity. He was one of the hunters tasked with searching for the stolen forbidden artifacts. Upon seeing David and Veronica, the man with the small mustache initially froze, then seemed to recognize the female hunter, his face breaking into a disdainful smile. Ah, it is that failure. What brings you here? He then turned his gaze to David, revealing an amused expression. Oh, you must be the noble scion from the countryside. Am I correct? David maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. A rural nobleman, employing a few cunning tactics, has managed to infiltrate the cult, aiming to gild his own existence. TSK, TSK, TSK? Being a hunter is no child's play. You would do well to return home and rest. Veronica's expression darkened as she contemplated approaching, only to be halted by David's hand resting on her shoulder. Ha. Indeed, it would be prudent for you novices to keep your distance, lest you find yourselves in need of my assistance. Not obstruct my mission. Lucio's voice dripped with scorn as he coldly turned away, disregarding the two and striding purposefully through the factory's entrance. TSK, how irritating. Veronica grimaced. Lord David, why do you not counter his remarks? It is unnecessary, David replied, lowering the brim of his hat as he reached for his firearm, preparing for combat. No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash echoed as the factory's dilapidated wooden door was smashed open. Lucio's silhouette hurtling outward and landing with a thud before the pair. Staring in astonishment at Lucio's disheveled state, Veronica watched as the mustachioed hunter sprang to his feet, deftly drawing his gun and firing twice into the gaping hole of the doorway. A burly, grotesque figure charged forth, brandishing a massive steel bar, aiming to strike the hunter down amidst the gunfire. It was only then that Veronica reacted, attempting to draw her sidearm, but David restrained her. Do not rush. He will not perish just yet. Veronica turned to David, bewildered, only to see a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 25. The Invincible Hammer. David was correct. A third-tier hunter is not so easily dispatched. The muscle-bound monstrosity, grotesquely distorted and towering at 3 meters due to some arcane power, burst forth, only to be met with 2 fiery punctures igniting upon its form. The steel bar missed the agile Lucio, instead receiving a gash to its leg from the hunter's silver sword, significantly slowing its movements. In an instant, the areas ablaze on the creature's body erupted violently. The immense force sent the aberration careening backwards, crashing heavily against the factory's walls. In David's eyes, the creature, possessing a life energy of 3,000, had lost over 2,000 health points from Lucio's explosive rounds. Had he been more familiar with the cult's ritualistic powers, he would have recognized it as the explosive blessing of the solar rite. A gaping hole was blown into the creature's chest, rendering it gravely wounded and unable to rise. Lucio strode forward, placing a foot upon the creature's arm, scrutinizing the head that still faintly resembled a human's. You have encountered the mirror of magic, have you not? Someone has seen. The hunter coldly interrogated the dying monster. Yet, the creature's face twisted with terror, defiance, and despair as it interrupted Lucio's questioning with frantic, incoherent cries. No, I am the true one. I am the real one. Save me. Teacher, save me. Lucio raised his gun, aiming at the creature's head. He was now certain this journey was not in vain. The cult seer had provided multiple potential locations of interest, prompting their separate endeavors, and Lucio had stumbled upon this place through a series of peculiar rumors. Some have claimed that 2 identical monsters have emerged from the abandoned factory. Where is the other one? Before this question could escape his lips, the wall before the hunter suddenly erupted. A colossal, twisted hand swept in from the other side of the wall, shattering the bricks with tremendous force, and struck the hunter with a thunderous blow. The little bearded hunter was sent flying by the unexpected assault, his health plummeting to the brink. Even his hat was dislodged. Meanwhile, David, who had been watching from a distance, finally took a step forward, approaching the factory. A massive figure emerged from behind the crumbling wall, a muscle-bound creature resembling a mountain of flesh, standing at a staggering height of 5 meters. It was even more outrageous than the previous monstrosity, its grotesquely distorted face appearing like an insignificant being compared to its enormous form. Yet, the creature's movements were astonishingly swift. The fallen Lucio attempted to retrieve a healing potion, but the giant was upon him in an instant, its fist crashing down like a battering ram. The terrified hunter barely managed to roll to the side, the ground shaking violently beneath the impact of the fist, and though he narrowly avoided being reduced to a mere smear, the potion in his grasp was knocked from his hand. The giant swung its fist once more. Bang! A gunshot rang out, blood splattering as the powerful force exploded against the creature's back. staggering it momentarily. The injured Lucio noticed a hunter approaching in the distance, none other than the rustic noble he had previously mocked. Wait, what was that in his hand? Wasn't it the hand cannon crafted by Kaiga? To be precise, it was not merely a hand cannon, but Kaiga's crowning achievement, the heavy hammer. David strode forward, raising his weapon to aim at the giant, and unleashed a barrage of shots. Bang, 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 bang. The blood bullets struck the behemoth as if they were free, forcing its massive body to retreat, while its tiny head could only roar in fury, unable to escape the relentless onslaught. David's marksmanship was not particularly remarkable, yet the target was so large that he hardly needed to aim. Lucio was astounded by how audaciously he wielded that heavy hammer. Just how much psychic energy did he possess? No one answered Lucio's bewilderment as the giant, battered by the heavy hammer, staggered back and crashed into the wall. Tumbling into the factory, David paid no heed to the fallen little bearded hunter, propelling himself into the building. Meanwhile, Veronica had already rushed to the fallen creature, hoping to extract more information before it succumbed. The monster that had plummeted into the factory finally found a fleeting moment to catch its breath, spinning around and swinging its massive arm, landing a punch on the approaching David. The tremendous force sent the lightweight David soaring. Yet blood bullets exploded against the surface of its fist, hindering its movements once more. A green claw emerged from behind David, intercepting the giant's second strike with a hand of considerable strength. However, the enemy's power was overwhelming, and the level 5 magical hand creaked under the strain, sounding as though its bones were shattering. Undeterred, David pressed on, firing at the giant point blank. With each of his shots, he could inflict nearly 900 points of damage upon the enemy, causing the colossal creature's health to plummet under his relentless bombardment, leaving it riddled with numerous wounds. The damage dealt by the monster to him felt akin to mere tickling. Even if he allowed himself to be struck, the paltry few thousand points of damage posed no significant threat. David even deemed it unnecessary to reload his weapon, instead allowing the heavy hammer to draw upon his life energy, infusing it into the gun with every shot, consuming 200 spiritual energy and restoring 200 health points. The chamber echoed with a hissing sound as powerful bullets, formed from coagulated blood, rivaled the might of cannonballs. The giant, struggling to strike him with its massive hands, found its attacks thwarted by the grip of the demonic hand, its enormous form being ravaged like that of a large doll. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Seizing the opportunity, David extended his pale, otherworldly arm, grasping the giant and yanking it forward. As the creature became momentarily dazed, he propelled himself onto its body, aiming for its forehead to deliver the final shot. Boom. The massive body collapsed, crashing into the factory's crumbling walls. This giant appeared to be a transformed human, yet it had lost all semblance of reason, rendering communication impossible. David, seizing the moment, used the demonic hand to rip off one of its arms, absorbing and merging it on the spot. The level of the otherworldly arm increased once more. Devoured the demonic arm, absorbed life energy, limit increased. Otherworldly arm 4 can expend 70 points of spiritual energy or life energy to activate the ability Touch of Madness, cooldown 2 minutes. The cooldown has decreased again. That's acceptable. Compared to the upgrade of the otherworldly arm, David found himself more satisfied with the heavy hammer in his hand. This weapon was indeed perfectly suited for him. His life energy had grown increasingly exaggerated, yet he lacked effective means to utilize this surplus health. Although the divine arm could convert health and spiritual energy into destructive power in one fell swoop, its cooldown was excessively lengthy, making it suitable only as a last resort. Conversely, the heavy hammer's substantial consumption yielding great power was precisely to his liking, if only it could exchange even greater consumption for even more formidable power. David shook his head, dispelling his fantasies, only to turn and see Veronica rushing in with a box in hand. Lord David, I have found the stolen items of the alchemy master. It seemed that while he battled the giant, Veronica had uncovered additional clues. As it turned out, the creature that Lucio had felled was none other than Dick, the apprentice who had stolen Julius's potion. It was unclear how he had transformed into such a ghastly figure, and even in his final moments, he had repeatedly uttered phrases like, "I am the true one, master, save me," until he breathed his last. However, Veronica managed to extract the whereabouts of those potions. She placed the box she had found before David, and as they opened it together, they discovered several vials within. Yet, the vial of liquefied thunder, as requested by Master Julius, was conspicuously absent. At that moment, Veronica inadvertently caught sight of the corpse of the colossal creature, her gaze momentarily flickering with astonishment. She marveled at how David had effortlessly vanquished such a terrifying beast without a scratch. Simultaneously, a peculiar pattern on the creature's shoulder captured her attention. A birthmark that bore an uncanny resemblance to one that had previously appeared on Dick. Positioned identically, despite the fact that the giant's muscular form had grotesquely contorted under the strain of its expansion, the keen-eyed Veronica still recognized it. Unconsciously, she approached the body, reaching out to touch it, only to be startled by the emergence of strange fissures upon the cadaver. Crack, a crack. Suddenly, those cracks began to spread, rapidly engulfing the entire corpse, which then shattered like glass. The two watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the fragmented body swiftly vanished. David found himself grappling with the incomprehensibility of what he had witnessed, while Veronica suddenly exclaimed, "I believe I know where the twin mirrors of sorcery are. Or rather, where they shall manifest." Chapter 26. Twin souls as dusk fell. The two once again took their seats in the carriage, departing from the outskirts of South City. The gravely injured Lucio was left behind, abandoned by the pair. Veronica was quite displeased with the previous conduct of the mustachioed hunter. Yet David remained amicable, assisting Lucio with a self-healing potion. It appeared that Lucio's bones had been shattered by a single blow from the giant, and he was still lying on the ground as David made his exit. However, the look in Lucio's eyes had shifted. He could scarcely believe that David was merely a novice hunter still in training. Inside the carriage, David reclined comfortably in the plush leather seat. For the first time after battle, he felt a profound sense of ease. The malevolent spirits, suppressed by the goddess's blessing, could not run amok, and channeling his spiritual energy would not result in a backlash. This led him to silently extol the greatness of the goddess of the sun within his heart. As he contemplated this, he sensed the wings of light, adorned with cracks, gently fluttering within him, as if releasing a greater warmth that uplifted the spirit. Opposite him, Veronica gathered her thoughts and began to articulate her analysis that a portion of the enhancement potions from the alchemical crate had gone missing. It was presumed that these concoctions had found their way into Dick's stomach. Ordinary individuals, devoid of the divine ritual's protection, would face dire consequences should they recklessly consume such potions, inevitably transforming into monsters. Furthermore, there were the alchemist's most treasured creations, the liquefied thunder, and that inexplicably peculiar roar of the Galaron grass. "What are those?" David inquired, as he was not particularly well-versed in the complexities of these alchemical mixtures, which he recognized would be among the subjects he needed to study in the future. As far as I know, the juice of the Galaron grass has the effect of stimulating spiritual energy. Albeit for a fleeting duration, I surmise that it is ideally suited to temporarily grant spiritual abilities to ordinary individuals, Veronica murmured. "Only then can one wield forbidden substances." David raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that Dick utilized the twin mirrors of sorcery?" "No, your earlier assumption was incorrect. It was not Dick who employed the twin mirrors, but rather his mentor, the alchemist Julius, under the cloak of night." David and Veronica stealthily returned to the dock, this time surreptitiously commandeering a small boat without attracting any attention. As they rowed quietly back to the vessel where Julius resided, the deck lay in utter silence, and the alchemical workshop within the cabin was devoid of any activity. Even the steam engine at the stern had been extinguished. The boat drifted in the center of the river, resembling a solitary island. Veronica felt a twinge of anxiety. According to her calculations, this night was pivotal to their mission. Conversely, David appeared utterly relaxed, for he was fearless. Given his health, even a simultaneous detonation of the explosives aboard could not claim his life. Well, perhaps it might not be fatal. Yet, upon contemplating the liquefied thunder conjured by the alchemist, his confidence wavered. At that moment, a sudden commotion emanated from the rear of the cabin, prompting David and Veronica to exchange a glance before hastening toward the stern. Bang! The door leading to the rear of the ship was flung open, and an elderly man with disheveled white hair stumbled in, none other than Julius himself. His face contorted in agony, he staggered into the cabin, leaning against the wall before collapsing to the ground, muttering incoherently, "Impossible, I am the true. I am. How could this be? I am the one who invented it. It is I." David and Veronica stood at the opposite end of the cabin, refraining from any rash actions. An odd scene unfolded as another figure entered through the back door. This one donned an elegant dark red suit, also possessed a head of white hair, and bore an uncanny resemblance to Julius. In fact, he was another Julius. This refined version of Julius held a mirror, which was precisely the target of David and Veronica, a fourth-tier forbidden object, the twin soul mirror. The mirror-wielding Julius, upon spotting the two in the cabin, appeared somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he did not halt his approach, moving directly toward the dazed, kneeling alchemist. "Halt." Veronica swiftly drew her firearm, aiming it at the Julius holding the mirror. squinting as she spoke. Gentlemen. Lord Julius, I believe I am owed an explanation. There is nothing to explain. The mirror holding Julius paused under the threat of the gun, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation. And, young hunters, be aware, there is but one Julius here. No, I am Julius. It is I. The elderly man on the floor suddenly cried out in desperation, struggling to rise. But upon seeing the mirror in the hands of his doppelganger, his movements froze once more. If there is only one Julius, then I shall turn you into one. David too drew his pistol, smirking as he aimed it at the alchemist. Observing the imminent threat of gunfire from both hunters, the mirror-wielding Julius sighed and took a step back. Ah, what a bother. What exactly do you wish for me to explain? Perhaps you could first elucidate why there are two of you, David inquired. The seasoned alchemist rolled his eyes and pointed at another version of himself on the ground. He is a doppelganger created by me using the magic mirror. It is as simple as that. The twin magic mirror should not possess such capabilities, Veronica retorted. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for a more thrilling continuation. Your ignorance is astounding. This mirror has been sealed by the Kingsley family for over a century, and no one understands its power better than they do. Holding the mirror, Julius tapped his forehead, adding, Moreover, I possess a greater intellect than you dimwits. You have merely conducted experiments with your apprentice, Dick, David countered, lowering his gun and stepping forward. Then why have you done this? To steal the forbidden artifact of the Count's family and use it without permission? Do you realize that this offense could cost you everything? It also has the potential to grant me everything. Julius replied, unperturbed. I did not use my apprentice for experimentation. I merely asked him to safeguard the mirror. It was that fool who, out of curiosity, conjured his own reflection and transformed himself into a monster. How laughable that curiosity is. The old man paused, a fervent glint gradually igniting in his eyes. The reason I employed the magic mirror is that I require a second brain as astute as my own. David suddenly noticed that Julius's face was equally etched with fatigue. Much like the Julius sprawled on the ground, yet his expression bore a semblance of satisfaction and excitement. I placed my bet wisely. This doppelganger has not disappointed me. He successfully distilled liquid thunder, a crucial project that I lacked the time to research. In order to finish before, Julius sighed, shifting the topic. It is futile to discuss such matters with you. You merely need to understand that he is a temporary creation of mine, and the invention of liquid thunder is sufficient to grant me clemency from all my transgressions. Now that he has completed his task, if you do not mind, I must reclaim this doppelganger, which ought not to exist. Wait. David approached the two Juliuses, a peculiar expression on his face. How can I discern which of you is the true Julius? Can you provide proof? Are you blind? Julius retorted, his expression unchanging. I am the one holding the mirror, while he lies on the ground. What further proof do you require? Shoot me and see if I shatter into glass fragments. In truth, David was tempted to do just that. This suddenly appeared Julius seemed exceedingly suspicious, while the created doppelganger appeared completely oblivious to his own nature. Under such circumstances, David was more inclined to believe that the one on the ground was the genuine Julius. However, Julius swiftly dispelled his doubts through action. He directed the ancient mirror towards the elderly man on the ground, and David immediately realized that the mirror did not reflect the Julius that lay before him. Did you see it? He lacks a soul. As David and Veronica resurfaced, their minds were still echoing with the bizarre phenomenon they had just witnessed. The doppelganger, conjured from forbidden artifacts, suddenly transformed into glimmering shards as it approached the enchanted mirror, being drawn into it amidst a cacophony of distorted light and reluctant cries. After this spectacle, Julius nonchalantly relinquished the mirror to them. It is of no use to me anymore. You may take it. Now, the enchanted mirror had fallen into Veronica's hands. Yet, one matter still eluded David's comprehension. Julius, ostensibly an ordinary man who had yet to embark on the path of the extraordinary, had not employed any potions at that moment. How had he managed to command the mirror? After pondering for a while, David chose to set aside his perplexity. He had more pressing concerns to contemplate. He gazed at the mirror in Veronica's grasp. This magical mirror might prove to be invaluable to him. Chapter 27. Mirror, mirror, who is? Veronica, it is getting late. Why don't we return to my residence and rest for a while? Tomorrow, you can deliver the mirror to His Highness. David approached the carriage, casually remarking, given that you are in possession of forbidden artifacts, it is prudent that we do not part ways. Veronica considered this briefly and agreed without suspicion that it was past midnight. And at this hour, even if she wished to seek Prince Roland, it was futile. She had no choice but to heed David's suggestion and wait the night. 9 Michelin Avenue. Upon David's return, his indolent lackey Doug had already retreated to his room, sound asleep, while two maids awaited him in the hall. After instructing Zoe to prepare a room for Veronica, David turned to Yui and said, "In the future, should I not return for the night? You need not wait for me. Feel free to rest." Yui timidly nodded, suddenly inquiring, "Shall we rest in the young master's bed then?" David's eye twitched slightly, and he could not help but glance at certain parts of the maid. "No, you have your own rooms." "Very well, young master." In the stillness of the night, David sat in his chamber, his gaze fixed upon the mirror atop his desk. A fourth-tier forbidden artifact, the twin soul mirrored, at first glance. It appeared to be a quaint vanity mirror, measuring merely the size of 2 palms, adorned with exquisite copper edging and a smooth glass surface. Seemingly unremarkable, however, upon gazing into its depths, one could discern an unsettling truth. This mirror reflects the other side of the human soul. The classification of extraordinary forbidden artifacts follows a unique evaluative system. The twin soul mirror, designated as a 4th-tier artifact, implies it possesses the power to interface with the very fabric of reality. This realm is shrouded in greater mystery than that of the 3rd tier, transcending mere existence. Thus, this mirror is certainly not merely a tool for soul reflection. David's intent in acquiring it was to harness its properties to eradicate the shadow of the aberrant entity that dwelled within his soul. At this moment, as he gazed into the mirror, he saw not just his own visage. Behind him in the reflection lingered a translucent shadow, that of the malevolent spirit, among the 3 malevolent spirits that once possessed David. Only the observer held some utility, while the other 2 were merely tormentors, pure nuisances. Particularly, there was the shadow that incessantly sought to occupy his body, in pursuit of a good night's sleep. He must devise a means to eradicate this abominable entity. Yet, as David sat in contemplation, he remained uncertain of how to effectively utilize the mirror before him. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently conjure an uncontrollable doppelganger, as Julius had done. Just as fatigue began to cloud his thoughts, he inadvertently noticed some peculiar alterations in his reflection. Am I smiling? David touched the corners of his mouth, convinced that such a sinister expression was not his own. Then, he observed the shadow within the mirror slowly merging into his back. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight illuminated his mind. He believed he had found a solution. Magic mirror. Magic mirror. He unveiled a radiant smile and inquired of the enchanted glass, "Who is the true David Frank in this world?" The reflection of David grinned more audaciously, parting its lips to silently utter a phrase. "Of course, it is I." With a swift motion, David pressed the mirror down, and almost simultaneously, he felt an exhilarating lightness wash over him as a tendril of black mist was drawn into the distorted light emanating from the mirror's edge. He could almost hear an ethereal scream resonating through the void. "Ding, due to unknown effects, the shadow of the malevolent spirit has been extracted." This notification that appeared on the panel was akin to divine music to David's ears. He firmly pressed down on the surface of the twin magic mirror, a reckless grin spreading across his face. Barely able to contain his laughter. He had finally rid himself of that wretched spirit. "Since you were so eager to possess me, then dwell within the mirror to your heart's content. Fool. Ha 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 ha. Knock, knock." The door was rapped upon, and Zoe, candle in hand and clad in a nightgown, peeked inside, only to catch sight of David in a fit of maniacal laughter. Silently, she extinguished the candle, entered the room, closed the door, and fluidly began to disrobe. "No need to take off your clothes." David dashed over, scooping up the maid and tossing her onto the bed, then eagerly joined her. "I'm going to sleep. You needn't wake me tonight." Half undressed, Zoe was thrown into the soft embrace of the blankets, nodding in a daze. "All right. Yes, my lord." Yet, in mere seconds, Lord David had succumbed to a profound slumber, akin to a newborn babe. It had been an eternity since he had enjoyed such peaceful rest. The following day, feeling rejuvenated, David stretched languidly as he descended the stairs, unexpectedly spotting Veronica, already attired and waiting in the living room. With a smile, he extended the twin magic mirror to her, noting that it was now wrapped in thick fabric. After all, it was a forbidden object, David casually explained. Veronica acknowledged this, and she also observed that the perpetually gloomy nobleman seemed to have inexplicably brightened somewhat. Indeed, his dark circles have vanished. The twin magic mirror has been taken away by Veronica, and before it enters the secret vault of the cult, it will first fall into the hands of His Highness Roland. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. As for what Roland intends to do with it, no one knows. Deep within the palace, the fourth Prince Roland leisurely sips her favorite osmanthus tea in the secret garden of her private palace. At that moment, a maid approaches, cradling a heavy red box, saying, "Your Highness, the item you requested has arrived." Roland brushes aside her flowing golden hair, revealing her exquisite profile, and casually opens the box, inside which lies the twin magic mirror, resting quietly. Excellent. You may leave now. The prince smiled with satisfaction. And before the maid departed, she added, by the way, do not refer to me as princess from now on. The maid smiled faintly and nodded before leaving. Once alone, Roland took out the mirror and gently pressed her hand against its edge. Hee, twin magic mirror, can you fulfill my wishes? The golden-haired, blue-eyed Roland appeared in the mirror, her enchanting face capable of overshadowing any flower in the garden. However, at that moment, the woman in the mirror began to transform. Soft contours hardened, crystalline eyes deepened gradually, and delicate brows sharpened. Soon, the image of a fourth prince emerged in the mirror, the princess transformed into a prince. The princess outside the mirror, with a complex expression, lightly caressed the mirror's surface, murmuring, Magic mirror, oh magic mirror. Remember, he is Roland O'Brien Goliath. In the afternoon, David, who had been studying various hunter knowledge at home, was astonished to find that Veronica had returned with the mirror. Has His Highness no longer need for it? Yes, the prince said he has finished using it. Finished using it. David blinked. So, can we now submit it for our task? Precisely. Veronica smiled with excitement. Our trial task should be considered complete. The female hunter finally experienced a successful trial. On the verge of shedding the identity of a failure, how could she not be thrilled? Moreover, this time, the task assigned by His Highness the Prince went remarkably smoothly, without the bizarre incidents that had previously led to inexplicable predicaments. All of this was thanks to David Frank's formidable combat prowess, which was somewhat incomprehensible. Veronica looked at David, her eyes sparkling. Thanks to you, Lord David. Just call me David from now on, he replied, shaking his head. Do not thank me. Your keen insight was the key to our success. I told you, you will become an exceptional hunter. The female hunter opened her mouth, then squinted and smiled. She realized that her previous understanding of David Frank seemed to be filled with misconceptions. This person appeared to be an entirely different existence from the notorious noble young master she had heard about. Veronica suddenly felt that David Frank, with his dark hair and piercing black eyes, exuded a grace and charm surpassing that of most nobles she had encountered. Without further ado, the two hurried to the church, bearing the returned twin magical mirrors, and presented them to a visibly astonished Fernandez. The fate of this forbidden artifact was to be sealed deep underground, resting quietly in its own solitary chamber. If no unforeseen events occurred, it would remain untouched for the ensuing centuries, slumbering alongside the myriad souls reflected within its surface, including that of the malevolent spirit. The iron door, radiating divine power, thundered shut, sealing the containment array in place. Once the clergy responsible for transporting the forbidden item departed, only the mirror remained in the pitch-black chamber. Yet at that moment, a peculiar, distorted radiance began to emanate from within the mirror. Chapter 28. The aftermath of the ritual. Your task was executed with remarkable proficiency. Fernandez leisurely sipped his tea from behind his desk, his gaze sweeping over David and Veronica seated opposite him. You even managed to complete another's assignment. Merely a matter of convenience, David shrugged. Veronica interjected, stating that the stolen alchemist was merely a manifestation created by the forbidden artifact. The true Julius had lost no potions but had instead reclaimed the liquefied thunder from the manifestation through Dick. As for the transformed Dick, understood. No further explanation is necessary. Fernandez nodded towards a task report on the desk, meticulously filled out by Veronica. Your report is quite detailed. Hunter Veronica, how does the church intend to deal with Julius? David inquired curiously. There will be no repercussions, the elder sighed softly. Although he had misused the forbidden item, he had also birthed a remarkable invention. He has now presented the formula for liquefied thunder to the church and the royal family, considering he voluntarily surrendered the forbidden item, along with the fact that this incident did not precipitate significant calamity, and that the two monsters have been dealt with by you. Julius shall face no penalties. He remains the esteemed alchemist he has always been. David nodded, finding no surprise in this outcome. Thus, my dear companions, I, Fernandez, hereby declare that your hunter trials have come to an end. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as true hunters. Veronica smiled with palpable excitement, while David maintained his composed demeanor, more concerned about the rites previously mentioned that were exclusive to formal hunters. Your Excellency Fernandez, may I inquire when I can partake in the second phase of the goddess blessing ritual? Fernandez turned to David, chuckling lightly. Young man, you have not yet completed the first phase. Without that, advancement is unattainable, not completed. Indeed, once the ritual commences, it cannot be interrupted. Do you believe it merely involves collecting a few materials and reciting a passage of incantation? The so-called extraordinary ascension ritual is an unbroken process that accompanies the growth of the extraordinary being. Theoretically, the promotion ceremony for all paths may be divided into a maximum of 9 stages, corresponding to the hunter levels from 1 to 9. However, within the entirety of the empire, there exists no hunter surpassing the 7th tier. Individuals like Olivia, whom David has encountered, can already be considered among the most elite extraordinary beings within the hunter community, and such entities are exceedingly rare. This phenomenon arises from the intricate nature of the promotion process. The higher the tier, the more arduous the ceremony becomes. Should a hunter fail to meet certain requirements dictated by the ritual, no matter how many centuries he invests, he may never attain the day of advancement. To ascend to the 2nd tier, one must first complete the subsequent rites of the 1st tier's divine blessing ceremony, achieving a complete fusion with the goddess's bestowed power. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. You might consider visiting the cathedral to pray and extol the goddess who grants you blessings, or to extend blessings to others until you can fully comprehend the power of the ritual. In truth, you may apply for the 2nd tier promotion ceremony at any time. Your success hinges solely upon your own efforts. In a rare moment of candor, Fernandez elucidated many points to David, concluding with a remark: "You are fortunate, lad. The goddess's blessing ceremony is the only complete 9-stage ritual within the church. As long as the goddess continues to favor you, you may well tread upon a path previously uncharted. Indeed, the rituals offered by the church do not all encompass the entirety of the 9 stages. Most extraordinary paths, upon reaching elevated levels, lack subsequent ceremonial steps. People are utterly oblivious to how to access those more mysterious and vast powers." After departing from Fernandez's office, David began to understand why he felt a warm energy emanating from the luminous wings within him when he praised the goddess. It turned out to be the subsequent aspect of the ritual. According to his understanding, he must achieve complete integration with these wings, feeling their boundless warmth at all times, in order to meet the conditions for promotion. This veers into the realm of the metaphysical. Before leaving the church, David and Veronica still needed to visit the guild's workshop to procure the quintessential equipment that signifies one as a true hunter: the hunter's blood restoration potion. That silver vial had left a profound impression on David. It was referred to as the hunter's second life, serving as a formidable weapon against evil, aside from the blood bullet gun. Furthermore, he learned that this restorative potion requires the extraction of the hunter's own blood for its concoction. What delighted David even more was discovering that the healing capacity of the potion is not a fixed life energy value, but rather restores a percentage of blood. For someone like David, with a health pool in the hundreds of thousands, this is extraordinarily advantageous. Moreover, the potion's effects are correlated with the hunter's ritual tier. Higher-tier hunters can employ increasingly complex methods to imbue the hunter's blood potion with a variety of remarkable effects. This implies that its utility extends far beyond mere healing. Following a series of blood extraction and potion formulation processes, David received his initial hunter's blood from the apothecary's hands. The silver vial, no larger than a thumb, is affixed to a chain that allows it to be worn around the neck for close personal safekeeping. When needed, the potion can be injected into one's body using the silver needle located at the base of the vial. Currently, David's hunter's blood elixir can restore only up to 30 of his maximum life energy. Yet this is sufficient for him. This chapter is far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In the days that followed, Fernandez did not assign any tasks to this newly initiated hunter. Each morning, David immersed himself in the study of various knowledge essential for hunters, with all the books provided by the order. Afternoons were spent in the grand cathedral of the church, where he engaged in fervent prayers, continually feeling the warmth of the wings of light within him. Notably, in the past, he could only restore his spiritual energy by satisfying the desires of malevolent spirits. But after gaining the power of the ritual, he could also gradually restore his energy by praying to the goddess or those radiant wings. This liberation allowed him to escape the predicament of replenishing his magical energy solely by spying on two mates. As night fell, David did not remain idle. He began to gradually explore the darker aspects of the vast royal capital, starting from the shadowy corners of Michelin Avenue, extending into the subterranean depths of the southern district. Let us not forget that he possessed another method to augment his strength, devouring the arms of more cultists or monsters. David was convinced that within this dim jewel of the north, one could find ample remnants hiding in the shadows. Doug, the fellow, proved useful in such times. With years of experience assisting young nobles in navigating the underworld black market, he could easily discern the essence of those locales. Moreover, David had another, more crucial purpose in his exploration of the shadows: to investigate the arm of the godly corpse. That dark crimson arm, serving as a trump card, was the very source of David's entry into the extraordinary. He must find a way to uncover more information about it. These matters were entrusted to you. Remember, you must infiltrate those circles under the guise of a seeker of power, with no connection to me as a church hunter. Should the black market denizens discover that you were sent by me, they would have you butchered, and I would offer no assistance." Before Doug departed, David made sure to impress upon him many instructions. "As long as you complete the task and successfully establish a stable trading route with the black market, I shall grant you freedom to roam as you please." Hearing this, the lackey broke into a smile, as if granted a reprieve. Eager to plunge into the night and showcase his prowess, David pondered for a moment, then, just before Doug's departure, uttered, "Bless you, Doug. May you meet a good end." Doug's smile froze upon his face, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fervor that had just ignited within him. Yet David felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, bestowing blessings upon others can also awaken the power of the ritual. That he nodded in satisfaction, waved Doug away, and retrieved a sheet of stationery from his drawer to begin composing a letter. This was a missive addressed to His Highness, the Fourth Prince, and he delved straight into the matter at hand in the opening lines. "Your Highness, I find myself in need of a method to lift the seal upon the memories of slaves, be it an elixir or some other form of ritual." Chapter 29. The memory seal. The collaboration between David and Prince Roland was reciprocal. He had never contemplated laboring for the prince without compensation. Thus, when he required the prince's strength, he did so without the slightest hesitation. The fourth prince was equally forthright with David, dispatching a reply the very next day. Without such an elixir, the memory sealed within the slaves cannot be restored through ordinary means. This revelation left David somewhat taken aback, and only upon perusing the subsequent elucidation did he comprehend that the so-called memory seal was a curse ritual, one that had largely fallen into obscurity. This curse is nearly insurmountable unless one locates the individual who enacted the ritual. Slaves who have had their memories erased are generally devoid of all value prior to their amnesia. And for various reasons, certain individuals ensure that they do not easily regain their memories. Numerous attempts have been made to forcibly breach the memory seal, yet the outcomes invariably resulted in rendering the slaves into fools. David felt a tinge of disappointment. His hope of uncovering clues to the divine corpse through the twins' memories seemed to be slipping away, until he reached the conclusion of the letter, where the prince had inscribed a conditional statement. In the afternoon, a finely crafted and understated carriage came to a halt before David's residence, and to his astonishment, the fourth prince had come to pay him a personal visit upon their reunion. He had reverted to his former self, appearing as he did when they first met, an assured and radiant prince. They dismissed all attendants and seated themselves in the parlor. David personally brewed a pot of osmanthus tea for Roland. "How did you know?" the prince remarked, gazing in surprise at the crystalline tea in his cup. Then turning to the perplexed David, he chuckled softly. "Never mind, it's of no consequence. Your Highness, this was once my favorite beverage in my homeland. I am not particularly fond of coffee, nor do I enjoy milk in my tea. This is all I had prepared. I hope you will forgive me." David took a seat and sipped from his cup first. Referring to his former life when he mentioned his homeland, the fragrance of osmanthus was among the few vivid memories he retained from his past existence, which brought him a profound sense of reassurance. "It is of no matter." The prince smiled. "How could I not know that the Viscountcy produced such floral teas?" David chose not to elaborate further and shifted the topic. "Your Highness, I had thought you would not revert to this appearance. The identity of a prince is naturally more advantageous than that of a princess. For me, such matters can be achieved through various means." Roland shrugged, appearing to be quite unprincipled in his pursuit of power. "Let us return to the matter at hand. I have come to discuss the contents of your letter." As he spoke, he produced a small elongated box from within his garments and placed it upon the tea table. "Ordinarily, we possess no means to lift the memory seal, but I have discovered a very ancient scroll within the royal treasury that details a unique promotion ritual." The prince opened the box, revealing an extraordinary blue scroll contained within. "According to my investigation, this promotion ritual has the potential to fortify the human spirit, stemming from the same source as the ritual that seals memories. Perhaps it can shatter the curse of memory confinement. However, I must caution you regarding its origins, which remain enigmatic, and its singular tier. I am uncertain as to what existence it communicates with or what entities it may summon." David took the scroll, only to set it down again, momentarily suppressing his desire to unveil its contents. "I comprehend your intentions, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall approach this matter with utmost caution. This ancient artifact, buried deep within the royal treasury, has nearly faded into oblivion. It is unclear how the prince managed to unearth it." For this, David expressed his profound gratitude. "There is no need to rush your thanks, David Frank." The prince smiled, crossing his legs as he sipped his tea. "You see, I have conducted some inquiries about you, so I can surmise your motives for desiring this." David nodded, awaiting the prince's request. He was certain a request would follow. for he never believed in the existence of free lunches. The individuals you wish to free from the memory seal must be the twin sisters. Correct. Roland acknowledged that the twin maids he encountered upon entering David's household had left her somewhat astonished. Moreover, she was aware that these maids had been procured by David from a cult. Along with them, a profoundly mysterious object had been delivered to you, a deep crimson arm. Am I correct? Truly, the fourth prince, even such matters do not elude your scrutiny. David silently nodded in affirmation. I have long been curious about how you acquired such immense vitality. In retrospect, it must have been through that arm. The prince paused, gazing at David quietly, and upon seeing the latter's impassive expression, he spoke with a hint of resignation. Do not misconstrue my interest. I am not fascinated by the powers of you extraordinary beings, but merely seeking to clarify your objectives. You know. I in fact. The royal treasury also harbors a similar crimson arm to this revelation. A noticeable change crossed David's countenance. Alas, no one knows how to utilize that arm. Even with all my efforts, I have been unable to ascertain its origins. It seems to be a secret deliberately buried, and given my standing, I have yet to earn the privilege to engage with it. Roland set down his teacup, somewhat startled to see a hand extending toward him. Looking up, he observed David reaching out, requesting something. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. You certainly do not hold back, do you? Naturally, the prince had promised me that. David replied with an air of assurance. Roland chuckled, shaking his head. I certainly have not forgotten our agreement. I can hand you this scroll directly, but the arm, for now, is off limits. He suddenly posed a significant question to David. David Frank, are you prepared? David withdrew his hand in confusion. When you are ready to ascend to the second tier, I shall present you with another task, the reward for which will be that very arm. Your Highness, should you desire me to hunt down a particular target, I believe there is no need for you to await my ascension to the second rank. Do not underestimate your adversary. Do not take lightly the perils that lie ahead, nor should you belittle my enemies. Just wait. Once you are prepared, I shall inform you of the target. Roland rose from his seat, concluding the meeting with these words. As the fourth prince exited, he cast a curious glance at the twin maids, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with their exquisite faces, as if he had encountered them somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Could they be descendants of certain nobility? The prince dismissed the thought, for he had more pressing matters to contemplate. In comparison to the affairs of the extraordinary, he was far more concerned with the obstacles on his path to power. As night fell, David retrieved the scroll brought by the prince in his study. The royal treasury harbored a severed arm of a divine corpse, which piqued David's anticipation. However, uncovering the origins of the arm remained of utmost importance. He gazed at the azure scroll adorned with peculiar patterns, which only someone like David Frank, a product of proper education among the nobility, could barely decipher as ancient script from centuries past. Just as Roland had stated, the scroll contained the ritual for extraordinary ascension, even if it recorded only the content of the first-rank ceremony. Having the twins perform the ritual would signify their entry into the path of the extraordinary. After much contemplation, David ultimately resolved to unfurl it. The ritual, the foolish angel, as the scroll unfolded, David perceived a beam of moonlight streaming through the window, casting the entire room in a frost-white hue. He glanced outside at the night sky, puzzled. In this world, apart from the ominous celestial body in the southern sky, there should be no moon. Chapter 30. The twin ceremony. That night, the twin maids sat quietly in their bedroom, awaiting the summons after completing their nightly ablutions. They had been doing so each night recently. Master David would occasionally call for them, instructing them to reveal their forms. Yet, curiously, despite the passage of a year, the master had never taken any further actions. He merely gazed upon them. This left Zoe feeling perplexed, while Yui felt a sense of relief. It seemed they would not endure any dreadful treatment. In truth, Acid David leaned calmly against the desk, addressing the two maids with a serene demeanor. I have discovered a method that may allow you to reclaim your forgotten past. The twins exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Do you not wish to restore your memories? David raised an eyebrow. Zoe did not respond immediately. Instead, her expression grew complex as she lowered her gaze. What significance does recovering our memories hold? They lack the power to alter their identities. Even if they were to recall everything from their past, it would only serve to inflict further pain upon them. However, it seemed that Master David required their memories. To refuse would mean abandonment. To Zoe's astonishment, her typically timid sister, Yui, bravely nodded in affirmation. Master, I wish to restore my memories. We both do. Zoe stared blankly at her sister, realizing that Yui was gazing back at her. In an instant, Zoe comprehended her sister's thoughts. If David Frank needed their memories, then they should surrender them. To survive, they could not afford the slightest hesitation. David nodded in satisfaction. There is no need to rush. My method is not guaranteed to succeed. As he spoke, he beckoned the twins to the table, pointing to the unfurled scroll before them. This is a promotion ritual. Before we proceed, we must gather the necessary ritual materials. Do you understand what a promotion ritual entails? After patiently explaining the extraordinary path to the sisters, their eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Perhaps their lives would have the chance to transform. You must consider the unknown consequences of the ritual. I only require information from your memories regarding that arm. If you gain sufficient power to defy the mundane after completing the ritual, I may even allow you to leave. Upon hearing David's promise, the two maids made an instantaneous decision to comply with all of David's demands. Truly, Master David is a good man. As for the unknown ramifications of the ritual, they chose to disregard them entirely. Thus, the trio began their study of the scroll's ritual. This peculiar ritual of the foolish angel seemed to stem from the power system of some unknown deity, akin to the goddess blessing rituals documented in the teachings of the sun goddess. The materials required were rather unusual, comprising 3 items that David had never heard of: a fluorite mask, the tongue of a winged being, and the tear of the heart. These mysterious materials were not something he could conveniently search for in the church's warehouse. It was time to rely on Doug. Doug, the sycophant, did not disappoint David. With his innate sensitivity to the underbelly of society, he successfully uncovered a group of dubious characters in a small tavern on the outskirts of the Southern District, the most complex and squalid slum. After enduring a beating, Doug finally gleaned information from a street beggar about an entry point to the black market and managed to infiltrate it disguised as a beggar. Why would they accept a beggar? David observed Doug, now tattered and grimy, wrinkling his nose in distaste. The man's current odor was hardly commendable. Young master, the beggar is merely a facade for an identity. They operate through various beggar factions scattered across the streets. The younger ones have already discovered the ropes. What are your commands? I shall risk my life to fulfill your wishes. Douglas, though dirty, carries an air of vitality upon his face, as if he has rediscovered the purpose of his existence. Most importantly, he relishes this sensation of freedom. Today's beggar, tomorrow's king. Ahem. Even if he cannot ascend to kingship, Douglas possesses confidence, bolstered by his self-proclaimed extraordinary talent as a sycophant, to carve out a reputation in the underworld. To this, David offered no comment. He handed Douglas the list of 3 items required for the ritual, along with a substantial sum of money. This generous amount was not only derived from David Frank's years of tyranny, but also included earnings from his hunting exploits at the border last year. The materials from those dark creatures fetched a handsome price in the black market as well. David had no concerns that the sycophant would abscond with the funds. After all, he was a hunter of the church. With the 4th Prince Roland backing him, wherever Douglas might hide, he would inevitably be unearthed. This sum is intended for you to navigate the black market. After procuring those 3 items, you may allocate the remainder as you see fit. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Douglas nodded cautiously. He was not a greedy individual. In truth, he preferred the company of women over wealth. As for using the young master's money to seek out women, that was a venture he dared not undertake. As long as he accomplished the young master's tasks, the master would naturally indulge his desires for companionship, a tacit understanding that had long existed between scoundrel and servant. Once more, the sycophant plunged into the night, while David stood by the window above, quietly observing him vanish into the shadows. Douglas was a capable servant, should he manage to temper his ambitions and find stability. David's expectations of him would soar higher. Perhaps finding him a wife to keep him in check would be a prudent choice. 2 days later, David received Douglas's response. He returned with 2 items, the tongue of a winged creature and a tear of the heart. Young master, this tear is actually concocted from the tears of a heartbroken maiden and holds little value. However, the tongue is a different matter. It is the last remaining winged creature's tongue in the entire black market of the imperial capital. A relic that has been dried for many years. To find another, one must venture into the depths of the mountains to seek those dark beings. Douglas placed a small vial containing a clear liquid and a small box before David, adding, as for that luminous stone mask, it is not available in the black market. However, they provided a lead, claiming that a peculiar individual in the vast sewers beneath the imperial city sells such masks. The sewer dweller. David frowned. Yes, they refer to him as the sculptor. Chapter 31. The sculptor of the sewers. Bang. David fell into the sewers from the shaft, the sound of his boots echoing against the stone floor in the dark underground space. A repugnant stench, reminiscent of rotten eggs, assaulted his senses, a nauseating miasma that slithered into his nostrils. Fortunately, David was equipped with a thick black mask that somewhat mitigated the foul odor. Even more fortuitously, the sewers of the imperial city were remarkably spacious, with pedestrian walkways constructed along the banks of the sewage-laden waterways. However, these passages were frequented only by rats and insects, as ordinary people dared not venture within. For the sewers concealed countless shadows of darkness. The first action David took was to extract a small vial from his waist and empty its contents. This was a concoction he had prepared specifically to lure monsters. After diligently studying the alchemical knowledge of hunters, he had become increasingly adept at crafting such potions. As he ventured into the vast labyrinth of the sewers, figures began to undulate in the darkness. Unusual sounds emanated from the flowing sewage, as something approached him slowly from beneath the surface. According to statistics from the municipal hall, numerous vagrants mysteriously disappeared each year in the imperial city, most of whom were dragged into the depths of the sewers. The guild frequently dispatched hunters to cleanse the sewers of these creatures. Yet the extensive connections to the open Lionheart River and various underground watercourses prevented thorough eradication of the lurking monsters. Pale claws emerged from the water, and a grotesque, swollen visage gradually materialized. They crept up behind David, intent on ambushing the solitary hunter. Bang! The resounding crash of a heavy hammer echoed through the sewers, obliterating the monster that had intended to strike from the shadows. David swiftly redirected his firearm, expressionless, and pulled the trigger into the encroaching darkness, the gunfire relentless. During this time, he had taken every opportunity to practice shooting at the guild's underground range, improving his marksmanship slightly, though he still struggled to hit his target with precision. However, armed with the invincible heavy hammer, he found accuracy less of a concern, even if his bullets struck the brickwork. The tremendous force would shatter the debris and pulverize the feeble monsters with their meager life energy of barely over 100. These creatures, known as water ghouls, relished feasting on the flesh and blood of the drowned. Possessing toxic claws and formidable combat prowess in water, yet resembling nothing more than a frail human on land. Deceived by the scent of the potion, the water ghouls soon realized the terrifying nature of the human before them, and in the cacophony of gunfire, they fled in frantic disarray. Alas, they could not outrun the frenzied David. With the claw of the azure monstrosity, he easily severed the water ghoul's limbs, effortlessly harvesting more life energy. As the saying goes, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. He would never overlook an opportunity to enhance himself. However, after reaching level 5, it seemed that his azure monstrosity's potential had plateaued, as if it had been fully realized. Soon, there were no more monsters in sight, not even the rats or insects, which had been frightened away by the tumult of battle, leaving a clear path ahead. Now, he could focus intently on seeking out the fabled sculptor within this vast and intricate subterranean realm. Why would anyone choose to reside in the sewers? David could not fathom it. And what bewildered him further was that such individuals would even open their doors to conduct business. According to the information gleaned from Doug, the sculptor would sell his enigmatic artworks, provided one could locate the markings he had left within the sewers and then sound a whistle to summon him. Was this fellow akin to a rat scuttling through the underbelly of the city? However, the sculptor proved to be far more elusive than the rumors had suggested. After 3 long hours of searching, David had yet to encounter the fabled sign. He had ventured deeper and deeper, beginning from the entrance of the southern district's first subterranean level, winding his way down through 4 or 5 layers. No, he could no longer ascertain how far he had descended. When peering out from a well where certain streams converged, he found himself enveloped in darkness both above and below. Just as he began to doubt Doug's sincerity and feared he had become a fool himself, he suddenly noticed a crimson mark on a wall at the corner. It depicted a masked at last. He had found it. David sighed. He would sound the whistle, and then patiently await the sculptor's arrival. In the darkness, David held his breath, listening intently to the distant sounds. Faintly, he perceived a series of creaking noises, reminiscent of countless appendages tapping against the walls. At that moment, he also noticed some cobwebs nestled in the corner of the sewer. Spiders. Just as he contemplated investigating further, a clear, melodious ringing echoed through the air. Tinkle-tinkle. It seemed as though something adorned with bells was approaching. Before long, a beam of light illuminated the bend in the sewer. And at the moment the ringing and the light emerged, those creaking sounds faded into silence. The sculptor had arrived. He was an elderly man, burdened with a heavy satchel, wearing a round hat and sporting an unkempt beard. The broad brim obscured his brow and eyes, making it difficult for David to discern his features. However, from the perspective of an observer, he appeared to be an ordinary man with rather mundane life energy. "Greetings," David said, pressing down his hat's brim and addressing the figure with a deep voice. "A hunter," the sculptor rasped in response. illuminating David's silhouette with the lantern he held. Noticing David's garb, which marked him as a hunter of the order, he calmly remarked, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my Lord Hunter. Mr. Sculptor, are you still conducting your business?" David inquired directly. "Certainly. At your service, whenever you require." The sculptor approached David, gently setting down his satchel. "What may I assist you with?" "A fluorite mask." The moment David uttered this name, it seemed the sculptor fully comprehended his request. He rummaged through his satchel and produced a palm-sized stone, retrieving his sculpting tools, and commenced his work under the flickering light. The sculptor's speed and skill were remarkable, his craft honed to perfection, as if it had become an intrinsic part of him, rendering the act of sculpting a captivating performance. Unbeknownst to him, as minutes slipped by, a small mask, no larger than a palm, began to take shape. David gazed at the mask, which had shrunk to half its anticipated size, harboring doubts about whether this peculiar old man was playing tricks on him. "Pray do not question it, esteemed hunter. This is indeed the fluorite mask you sought. The dimensions, shape, and material are all correct. I carved it according to the techniques imparted by my master," the sculptor insisted, handing the mask to David before beginning to tidy his belongings. "Wait, can I request another one?" David inquired. "You wish for two?" The sculptor pondered briefly, reclaiming the mask and deftly slicing through its surface along the center line. With a crisp crack, the mask was neatly divided into two halves. "What are you doing?" David asked, utterly confounded by the sculptor's actions. My master once said that if a patron requires two fluorite masks, one must simply bisect a single mask and present the halves. It is tradition, the sculptor explained. Once again, David took the now-halved mask, blinking in surprise. "So, how shall I compensate you?" "No need. Your assistance in dispatching numerous monsters suffices as payment," the sculptor replied, shouldering his pack once more in preparation for departure. "Hold on." David stopped him, curiosity piqued. "Aren't you afraid I might be here to kill you?" The sculptor calmly turned, retorting, "Why would a hunter seek to slay a mere sculptor in the sewers?" David chuckled. "Perhaps I would take you back to the guild. No, you would not. If you were not here for business, neither would I be present," the sculptor stated. With a melodious chime, he departed, lantern in hand, soon disappearing around the distant corner. "What a strange fellow." David shook his head, stowing away the two mask halves and preparing to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, he paused, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about directions from the old man. Unwilling to admit it, he found himself lost in this labyrinthine sewer world. Chapter 32, Spiders and Nights Lost. David sought to rediscover the sculptor, but the man never reappeared. As the sculptor had stated, if it were not for business, he would not have shown himself. How remarkably principled. However, David was a hunter, and hunters excelled at tracking their prey. He refused to believe he could not locate the old man with the lantern and bell. 2 hours later, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. David Frank was a hunter, yet he was merely a novice, having only recently embraced this path, utterly ignorant of the art of tracking. To make matters worse, in his pursuit of the enigmatic sculptor, he had ventured deeper into the sewers, where the intricate, sometimes spacious, sometimes cramped passages left him utterly disoriented. He felt an odd sensation that this sewer was an entirely independent realm, composed of sewage, pipes, and countless winding passages that seemed endless. Furthermore, he noted the increasing prevalence of spider webs. Shadows flitted about, revealing the swift movements of grotesquely large arachnid creatures. Could these monsters have slipped into the royal sewers from the outside world? Perhaps following them would lead him back to the surface. David pondered for a moment and resolved to follow the shadows that scuttled in the darkness. After all, he was fearless. Could a creature devour him when he possessed over 600,000 health points? It became evident that if one loses their reverence for the dark, they are destined to be consumed by it. Those spider creatures, no larger than a small dog, might not even be able to pierce his skin. Yet their silk appeared rather sinister as he ventured deeper. The sprawling webs seemed to craft a colossal mural upon the sewer walls, depicting profound shadows that morphed with varying perspectives. Yet no matter how he scrutinized it, David could not discern what it truly was. Swarms of spiders emerged, their furry appendages clicking against the walls, as they lunged at David, intent on overwhelming him with venomous fangs and silken threads. The claws of the monstrous hand tore through the webs with a thunderous crash, as David sidestepped the spider's assault while striving to break free. Soon, he realized that these cunning creatures seemed to be luring him towards a specific location. Yet it was too late for him to withdraw. An ever-increasing multitude of gigantic spiders and countless webs had sealed off his escape routes, amidst the relentless barrage of blood bullets and the seemingly infinite number of foes. David's once ample reserve of 100,000 psychic energy appeared to dwindle rapidly. The colossal spiders were too numerous and were growing larger, evolving from the size of small dogs to that of bulls. The entire passageway was nearly filled with these massive creatures, sending shivers down his spine. What was happening? Why were there so many? Where had they come from? Drawing his silver sword, he unleashed both sword and gun. The monstrous hand behind him swinging wildly as the barrel of his heavy weapon began to heat up from continuous fire. The powerful bullets effortlessly shattered the bodies of the giant spiders. The claws and silver sword were sufficient to dismember any attacking appendage, yet they came in ceaseless waves. For every one that fell, countless others surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Gradually, he felt as though he had stepped into the abyss. The webs that enveloped the sewer transformed into a void of darkness, woven by the spiders into a three-dimensional blackness. An otherworldly presence seeped from within as the dark web morphed into a net-like rift, through which glimpses of horrifying shapes could be discerned. David finally comprehended. This was a ritual vast enough to summon a being from the void. The onslaught from the abyss rendered his consciousness hazy, causing his silver sword to drop, the gunfire to cease, and even the monstrous claws to be ensnared by the black web. Countless spider limbs obscured his vision, dragging him into the darkness. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to catch sight of a colossal figure that was immensely large, coiling within the expansive blackness, akin to a deity obscuring the heavens. An endless tide of spiders surged forth from beneath it, resembling soldiers on the march. That David's body, ensnared in a web, was swept along by this torrent, which seemed to possess a certain purpose, rendering him, the intruder, merely a small stone in their path. The immense entity appeared oblivious to David's presence, a fact for which he felt a sense of relief. At his current level, he was utterly incapable of comprehending the being before him, let alone deserving of its attention, or even daring to gaze upon it. This existence was eroding the world, with its army of spiders consuming the target at the end of the sewer, much like darkness devours light. Its humanoid upper body extended a hand that spanned the heavens, as if to pluck the stars from the abyss. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from its fingertips. The searing inferno suddenly ignited the far end of the sewer, accompanied by a thunderous roar and the clamor of metal colliding. As fierce steam burst forth and heavy impacts resounded, the resounding cacophony surged into David's ears, momentarily jolting him back to lucidity. He soon found himself enveloped in scorching heat, the flames severing the silken bonds that ensnared him, liberating him from his restraints. Gritting his teeth, David seized this inexplicable opportunity, tearing through the web with all his might and inhaling the searing, fiery air. The heat of the flames fully roused him, revealing a gruesome sight of countless spider carcasses, and before him stood a towering knight, a colossal metallic knight spewing forth flames. The spiders, rushing forth like moths drawn to a flame, were swiftly engulfed by the inferno, while some enormous spider monstrosities attempted to claw at the knight's metal shell through the flames, only to be shattered by the sudden protrusion of spikes from the knight's robust arms. David watched in awe. The sheer destructive force unleashed by the high temperature and pressure was enough to astound anyone. With each heavy step the knight took, the surface of the sewer world trembled under the weight of its presence. It resembled a war god standing resolutely amidst the flames. Indeed, David discerned that this metallic knight could not possibly be human. Its towering 5-meter frame and the powerful metallic exterior were entirely driven by some arcane steam-powered technology. He could even hear the grinding of gears within it as it swung its fists. This was a colossal construct, birthed from the hands of ancient alchemists, a legendary creation in the present Goliath Empire. It was known as the Steam Knight. Yet, David did not forget the godlike entity he had just encountered. The Steam Knight was guarding something before a great door at the end of the sewer, and he surmised that the spiders dispatched by that deity were heading towards whatever lay beyond that door. This was a battle between a god and a legendary creation. With this thought, David abruptly turned and dashed away from the edge of the inferno, veering into another passage to escape the tide of spiders. To his surprise, when he glanced back, he saw no trace of the immense entity lingering in the darkness. That shadow seemed merely a figment born of his hazy consciousness. Yet the Steam Knight and the spiders are indeed tangible entities. The boundless firepower of that legendary creation has even subdued countless spiders, swiftly decimating an entire legion with an efficiency that far exceeded David's imagination. It advanced with heavy footsteps into the bend of the tunnel, its horned helmet creaking as it turned, countless red dots of light igniting within its eye sockets, locking onto David in the distance. Chapter 33. The Hand of God and the Legendary Fist. From the moment David was engulfed by the torrent of spiders, a singular thought consumed his mind: escape. He had no connection to this inexplicable war. He held no desire to confront the dark entities lurking behind those spiders, nor did he wish to investigate the steel gate guarded by the Steam Knight. Any ordinary hunter would have perished long ago in the web and inferno. Yet, David remained vibrantly alive, his life energy still a robust 600,000, ample opportunity to flee. However, the steam knight that had targeted him seemed unwilling to let him go. The ancient knight would spare no living creature that approached the gate. Boom! As David sprinted, he suddenly felt a tremendous force propelling him from behind, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave sent David crashing against the wall, breaking through the brick, and propelled him into another sewer. It was not David's body that shattered the wall, but a shell transformed into a searing ball of fire through air friction. This single blast pierced through countless barriers, as if it had breached the entire sewer world. Debris collapsed, and sewage surged in great waves. The very force of the shell's passage could shred a human body apart. Dazed and disoriented from tumbling through the wave of sewage, David scrambled to his feet. His ears ringing. A glance at his health bar sent stars dancing before his eyes. His life energy had plummeted by 50,000 points. The cannonball hadn't even struck him directly, it had merely grazed him, costing him that significant amount of health. What if he had been hit squarely? The thought of testing it did not cross his mind, while the second shell had yet to be fired. He took to his heels. In the distance, the steam knight raised its right arm, which could transform into a bronze cannon at that moment. The cannon's mouth, large enough to accommodate a football, glowed red and emitted steam. As the gears and bearings within the knight whirred and compressed, seemingly urgently loading a second round, there was no time for the knight to target him with artillery. Its ancient intelligence had not yet succumbed to rust. Instead, it lifted its left arm, which suddenly launched a flurry of clawed grappling hooks connected by steel cables. David had escaped from the gaping hole in the wall, and, theoretically, should have evaded the steam knight's line of sight. Yet those grappling hooks seemed to possess a mind of their own. They struck the walls with a series of thuds, rebounding and ricocheting through the sewer tunnel at a speed surpassing that of arrows. Sparks flying. The hooks even adjusted their trajectories through collisions, ultimately converging precisely on David's escape route. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 grappling hooks ensnared him simultaneously. What the hell? Is this some kind of magic trick? Without a moment to ponder, the monstrous hand swung forth, its claws scraping against the steel cable, igniting sparks as it successfully severed one. Yet, that fleeting moment was far from sufficient for him to contend with the other grappling claws. In the distance, the knight exerted his strength, retracting the cable, and an immense force abruptly yanked David back. How dare they? Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? At this moment, fury surged within David. Regardless of this so-called legendary creation, since it dared to drag him back, he would ensure that it experienced the formidable power of the divine corpse's hand. Buzz, 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 just as these thoughts crossed his mind. A sudden high-frequency vibration emanated from the claw that was pulling him back. This peculiar resonance scattered all of David's strength, even rendering his mind momentarily numb. What is this thing? Resonance. Blood erupted from his orifices. His eyes turned crimson, his vision obscured, and his life energy plummeted by another 50,000 points. In that instant, David truly comprehended that the might of such legendary creations surpassed anything he could have imagined. For the first time, he lost confidence in his divine corpse's hand. The claw dragged him towards a shattered corner of the wall, pulling him directly before the knight. A massive steel nail shot forth from the steam knight's right arm, aiming to impale the returning David into the ground. At that moment, the monstrous hand behind David simultaneously lunged forward, meeting the steel nail head-on. Time seemed to slow, as he observed the phantasmal monstrous hand exhibiting no resistance against the foe's weapon. The steel nail pressed into the palm of the monstrous hand, penetrating to no. It was crushed outright, shattering the skeletal structure of the claw. The recoil forcefully slammed David against the ground, causing the floor to crack under the impact. Almost simultaneously, David's anomalous hand reached out, grasping the steam knight's head just before the steel nail could plunge into his chest. For a fleeting moment, a mere instant, the steam knight's movements froze. Was it due to the effect of the touch of folly? Or had the knight's brain succumbed to rigidity over the ages? No one knew. Regardless, David seized this slender opportunity and unleashed the divine corpse's hand with all his might. He infused the remaining traces of spiritual energy, along with a portion of life energy, into his arm. The total amounted to over 360,000 equivalent damage, disregarding defenses. In truth, David could not perceive the steam knight's health bar. It appeared as though the opponent had no life. Or perhaps the lowly observer's malevolence could not penetrate the knight, shrouded as he was by a mysterious force, rendering him unable to glean any structural information. However, if the strike, sacrificing half of his remaining life force, failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon his adversary, David felt he might as well resign himself to his fate. The dark crimson divine corpse's hand clenched into a fist, striking forth towards the Steam Knight's iron fist. At the moment of collision between the divine fist and the legendary punch, a silent shockwave, accompanied by high-frequency oscillations, swept through the surroundings, scattering everything in its path, and David was once again sent flying. He witnessed the divine corpse's hand shatter under the force of the explosion. Yet simultaneously, a multitude of metallic components were propelled into the air. As the knight's entire right arm and shoulder were obliterated by the blow, David's body was propelled forth like a cannonball. His mind rendered hazy by the violent jolt. In the fleeting moment before he was launched into the air, it seemed he finally glimpsed the Steam Knight reveal its health bar. Was it diminished by 1/5? How absurd. This was David's final thought as he soared out through the gaping hole created by the knight's blast, plunging into the surging torrent of sewage, swiftly swept into a vertical shaft, cascading down the waterfall of filth into the abyss below. The Steam Knight remained steadfast, seemingly dazed by the damage inflicted upon it by the adversary, making no attempt to pursue further. With its right arm utterly incapacitated and its claw apparatus lost, it was rendered incapable of chasing its target. Indeed, the ancient knight possessed a brain. From its torn exterior, one could discern that its interior was not solely metallic. Some vibrant, living flesh intertwined with metallic bones encased numerous power cylinders. Writhing and growing, the Steam Knight was a fusion of flesh and machinery. Moreover, its metallic form, much like a living organism, could regenerate and heal itself. At this moment, the severed metal arm was visibly mending at a remarkable pace, and it would not be long before this legendary creation returned to its former glory. It could be said that for an extended period henceforth, the legendary entity within the sewers of the imperial capital became an indelible shadow in David's mind, instilling in him a profound fear that deterred him from recklessly venturing deep into the sewers to hunt monsters. He was utterly terrified. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, David remained submerged in the murky waters. Utterly exhausted, as the walls of the sewer world were breached, he had inadvertently found a path out of the labyrinth. Strangely, when he barely regained consciousness amidst the currents, he discovered himself being drawn upstream with the flow of sewage. A peculiar sensation enveloped his entire being, as if the very fabric of space had warped. Until the reversal ceased, he once again fell into a foul, filthy river of sewage, simultaneously catching sight of the light piercing the darkness from the outside world. At that moment, a hand grasped his feeble form, lifting him from the outlet of the sewage leading toward the Lionheart River. Chapter 34. Stepping into the mysterious world, the individual who retrieved David was clad in a white lab coat. To David's dismay, the sewer sculptor he had previously sought stood beside this figure in the lab coat. The man in white disdainfully tossed the drenched David onto the ground, stepping back a couple of paces while adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose. A hunter of the cult, he seemed to have noticed the cult emblem on David's attire and pondered aloud, "I don't believe I've seen you before. A newcomer, perhaps." Then, as if recalling something, he added, I remember now. You must be one of those two newcomers tasked with recovering the 4th-tier forbidden items, right? Let me think. The mail. You are David Frank, am I correct? David struggled to rise from the ground, tearing off the mask that had become soaked with the foul water. Gazing at the man expressionlessly. To speak frankly, he currently wishes to concern himself with nothing but returning home for a refreshing bath. However, the individual before him appears to be a hunter from the same cult, seemingly connected to the sculptor in some manner. The man in the white coat broke into a grin, and with his simple short brown hair and elongated visage, he exuded an air of amiability. Greetings, Lord Frank. I am Floyd, a physician and also a hunter within the cult. Floyd instinctively prepared to extend his hand for a shake with David, but upon noticing David's damp palm, he swiftly withdrew his hand. Maintaining a slight smile. It seemed this individual was not as benign as he first appeared. In fact, his demeanor bordered on peculiar. What did you encounter in the sewers? Floyd inquired with curiosity. David shook his head and casually replied, a labyrinth. He noticed a hat floating in the sewage, his hunter's hat, but felt no inclination to retrieve it. Are you suggesting an endless labyrinthine realm? Surprisingly, the previously silent sculptor exhibited keen interest in David's words, showing no aversion to the unpleasant odor emanating from him as he leaned closer. Did you sense the boundaries of space being distorted? David furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, that's it. The sculptor's beard, hidden beneath the brim of his hat, perked up, revealing what seemed to be an excited smile. It truly exists. It is beautiful, is it not? David found himself perplexed. The term beautiful hardly seemed applicable to the sewers. What exactly are you talking about? What is it? The sculptor suddenly erupted into a chuckle. Dear hunter, it is a world known as the sewers, unfolding through a magnificent work of art, a world constructed. As he spoke, he set down his backpack and quickly rummaged through it, producing an object, a large cube, roughly the size of a soccer ball. David squinted, recognizing that the cube appeared to be an unfinished masterpiece, exquisitely crafted from countless blocks, seemingly capable of undergoing intricate transformations. Though cracks and imperfections marred its surface, threatening to render the entire contraption fragile. It is the teacher's magnum opus. I have lingered in the sewers for many years to recreate its form. Yet alas, my skills are lacking. The sculptor cradled the cube, lost in reverie. So, the space of the sewers is distorted by something. David suddenly comprehended, realizing why he had become utterly lost within. Floyd chuckled softly and exchanged a knowing glance with David. The sculptor, regaining his senses, nervously tucked away the cube, nodded at the two men without uttering a word, and turned to step into the darkness. He was to return to the lightless depths of the sewers once more. Good luck, Mr. Sculptor. David shook his head. Having witnessed the perils of the sewers, he had come to recognize that this man was undeniably mad, a fascinating kind of madman, as Floyd added, echoing David's silent thoughts. My dear Frank, whatever you may have encountered deep within the sewers, I implore you to cast it from your mind. That distorted realm conceals a secret, one that neither you nor I are entitled to approach. David nodded silently, well aware of his unworthiness. That legendary creation, which had left him utterly disheveled, had long since clarified this truth for him. As for the sculptor, he too is among the targets monitored by the cult, which remains indifferent to his grand ideals of replicating that masterpiece. However, we must routinely check on his condition to ensure he remains untroubled. Thus, the burden of this task has fallen upon me, a doctor. Freud shrugged and glanced back at David, adding, from a medical standpoint, I strongly advise you to return home promptly for a cleansing. My lord David. I would do so without your prompting, David replied coldly. Turning to head towards the exit leading to the waterways, the sky outside had brightened, and after spending an entire night in the sewers, the sight of sunlight and the inhalation of fresh air compelled him to silently praise the goddess of the sun. Freud refrained from inquiring about what David Frank had done in the depths below. There had been hunters who relished the thrill of descending into the sewers to hunt monsters, honing their combat skills. Yet, there were also tales of ill-fated hunters who became hopelessly lost in the darkness, never to return. No one knows what lurks in the depths of the sewers. Those who do are long since deceased. Thus, Freud never sought to explore that world. He stood at the boundary of light and shadow, watching David's departing silhouette, a peculiar smile faintly gracing his lips. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the ensuing narrative is even more thrilling. 9 Michelin Avenue. After indulging in a refreshing bath that washed away the stench of his ordeal, David finally felt at ease. This recent escapade had left him physically and mentally drained, the terror of narrowly escaping death lingering in his mind. He had believed himself invincible with over 600,000 health points. Yet the Spider Legion and Steam Knights had imparted a sobering lesson that he realized he was still far too weak. In the final moments of his confrontation with the Steam Knight, his life energy had plummeted to a perilously low level. Barely over 30,000 points remained. The shockwave nearly tore his body apart. He must find a way to grow stronger. David shook his head, clenching his slightly trembling hand, and shifted his gaze to the 2 fluorite masks resting on the table. Investigating the origins of the Divine Hand and seeking additional arms was one method of gaining strength. Should the Divine Hand be upgradable, he might achieve a greater explosive power. These 2 masks were the only remnants he had retrieved from the sewers. His hammer and silver sword were lost in the fray, a fact that filled David with regret. The gun had proven quite effective, yet he had no desire to confront the Steam Knight once more merely for the sake of a weapon. Now that the materials were gathered, it was time to conduct the promotion ceremony for the twins using the fluorite masks he had risked his life to obtain. David vowed that if the ritual went awry due to issues with the mask, he would seize Freud by the throat and demand that he locate the sculptor, subsequently administering a thorough beating to him. As the sun descended beyond the horizon and the gaze of the goddess of the sun withdrew from the earth, David summoned Zoe and Yui into the room. He retrieved the scroll once more and began to inscribe the 2 formations upon the floor with his own blood, following the instructions and patterns outlined therein. The reason for creating 2 formations was that he intended for both twins to partake in the ritual. Thus, even if one were to falter, it would not matter as long as one succeeded, providing David with a chance to obtain the information regarding the arm. Yet, as David was halfway through his drawings, he suddenly noticed some peculiar details. Tilting his head, he circled around the formations he had just inscribed, furrowing his brow. Subsequently, David flipped the scroll over and then reversed it, repeating this action several times, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. How strange. Should this be viewed upright or inverted? Observing the master's bewilderment. The twin sisters exchanged furtive glances, their hearts beginning to race. It appeared that the sisters' journey into the realm of the mysterious was destined to be fraught with challenges. Chapter 35. The ritual of opposites within a month of joining the cult. David had diligently pursued the foundational knowledge of mysticism, yet he remained a novice in the field. Being able to comprehend the ritual's cryptic script and draw the ritual formations was commendable. But should this ancient rite manifest in some variant, he would be utterly lost. After poring over the scroll multiple times, David finally recognized a detail he had previously overlooked. Both the front and back of the scroll contained cryptic script. But the content was nearly identical, while the depicted formations were inversely arranged. Initially, David had mistakenly assumed that the back merely repeated the content, thus dismissing it. However, while inscribing the formations, he inadvertently drew the mirrored formation from the reverse side. A fortunate mistake indeed. The sole distinction between the ritual content on the front and back lay in a single name. When the fluorite mask was placed as the focal point on the left, it was designated the Fool's Angel Ritual. When positioned on the right, it was named the Enchantment Ritual. Both rituals lacked further elaboration, yet their titles suggested entirely divergent paths. David hesitated, pondering whether to have the maidens partake in a singular ritual or engage in two distinct ones. Soon, he sighed and continued to inscribe the portion he had initially misdrawn. After all, the drawings were already made. Should both fail, he could always gather the materials anew and attempt a different ritual. The first-tier promotion ritual was relatively safe. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, summoning some low-level void creatures, David could manage the situation promptly in no time. He incorporated the powdered essence of the winged man's tongue and a vial of the carefully portioned tears into the two formations, then instructed the twins to stand within them. Sister Zoe exhibited a greater audacity. It seemed she discerned David's lack of confidence in the formation and voluntarily stepped into the inverted array. Pushing her sister to the other side that moment, David stood in the corner of the room, observing the two anxious maids, and an absurd sensation washed over him. Over a year ago, when he first awakened in the body of David Frank, it was these two who stood before him, as he presided over a ritual that would soon claim the lives of the twins. Now, however, he found himself aiding them on a path to the extraordinary. Is this what one might call a fateful bond? The difference was palpable. The sisters once regarded David Frank with only fear, but now their eyes reflected a burgeoning trust. David nodded towards them, signaling that they could commence. The twins exchanged a glance and, in unison, began to recite the incantation for the ritual. Intriguingly, both the forward and reverse rituals shared identical verses. This led David to question whether the individual who had left the scroll had perhaps misconfigured the formation. As the sisters chanted, the three components within the array illuminated simultaneously, and a silvery beam descended from the night sky outside the window, blanketing the room in a frostwhite huei in a mysterious manner. It seemed as though something was casting its gaze upon the twins within the formation. The bifurcated fluorite mask suddenly erupted with a dazzling silver light, swiftly drawing the materials within the array into itself, transforming them into two floating orbs of light. Both arrays activated simultaneously. David's eyes widened. Astonishingly, both rituals appeared to be genuine, operating seamlessly. By all that is holy. Even more astonishing was the fact that when the twins completed their incantation, something in the void responded to them. Previously, during David's goddess blessing ritual, the entity he invoked was none other than the statue of the sun goddess. Yet, within this room, there was no such statue, and he was uncertain to what the twins should direct their prayers. Unbeknownst to David, midway through their incantation, the sisters intuitively placed their plea for power upon that beam of light. It proved to be a fortuitous decision. Two immense streams of gray dust erupted from the light, resembling the remnants of some shattered entity, akin to grand stardust suspended in the void. The silvery light illuminated the dust, reflecting countless exquisite hues. Such beauty, such allure, such poignant melancholy. David stood entranced, watching as the two streams of dust, infused with myriad lights, surged into the twins' bodies. A fragment of the vast spiritual energy in the void was severed and drawn into their souls. In the blink of an eye, this mysterious power induced subtle transformations in the sisters' physiques. Zoe's graceful form appeared even more captivating. Yui's slender waist and various body parts seemed to have grown slightly softer. Their bones emitted delicate cracking sounds as they became increasingly tall and beautiful. The twins, reveling in this mysterious force and the marvelous changes in their bodies, gazed at each other in astonishment. In their azure eyes, the reflections of one another emerged, revealing their own likenesses within each other's gaze. In that moment, two extraordinary beings were born into the world. Roland had once stated that the power of this ritual was akin to that of the curse sealing memories. He speculated that by fortifying the mind through this ceremony, it might be possible to lift the veil of memory. His conjecture proved to be accurate. Almost simultaneously, Zoe and Yui felt a certain restraint within their minds shatter under the infusion of divine power. Yet, they did not recall any fragments of their past. Instead, they beheld a shattered void. Unable to comprehend the entirety of it, the two sisters, connected in spirit, found themselves engulfed in confusion. What is the past? After all, is that fragmented starry sky our history? It seemed to whisper something to us. What could it be? The retrieval of everything. Suddenly, chaotic phantoms and a torrent of information surged forth, forcibly cramming a multitude of elements into the sisters' minds. They were instantly beset by excruciating headaches, their consciousness descending into a haze. In the room, David observed as those two forces merged into the sisters' beings, the light illuminating the chamber gradually dimming thereafter. The ritual appeared to have concluded flawlessly. This stirred a sense of exhilaration within David, as it seemed they had all succeeded. Yet, at that moment, the sisters appeared to abruptly lose consciousness, collapsing softly. Quick-witted, David swiftly caught them, gently placing them upon the bed. What is happening? David gazed perplexedly at the two unconscious maids, soon realizing that they were merely asleep, yet no amount of calling could rouse them. Left with no choice, he returned to his chair, silently watching the twins on the bed, awaiting their awakening. Unbeknownst to him, the candlelight in the room flickered out, darkness enveloping David's visage, lulling him into a drowsy slumber. Where is this place? Zoe stood amidst a shroud of mist, her heart brimming with trepidation. Sister, sister, from next door came Yui's call, prompting Zoe to reach into the fog, swiftly grasping her sister's icy hand. As they drew closer. Upon seeing each other unscathed, they immediately embraced tightly. Sister, what has happened? Where are we? No, I don't know. We were just in the young master's room performing the ritual. Could it be that we have perished? No, Yui, I can still feel your warm heartbeat. You are alive, my sister. Sister, I'm so scared. Do not fear. We shall always be together. That moment, the mist before them began to part slowly, akin to the thick curtains of a stage being drawn back. Before the twins' vision unfolded a resplendent starry sky, magnificent and serene, yet fragmented. Beneath the celestial expanse, atop the towering platforms, stood two parallel yet solitary thrones. The thrones were vacant, awaiting those destined to occupy them. Chapter 36. The Shattered Sanctuary. Though Zoe reassured her sister not to fear, her own heart was far from untroubled. Confronted by the vast, enigmatic silence of the starry night, faced with the towering staircase, and burdened by an overwhelming sense of pressure from some mysterious force, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe normally. She could sense that her sister's emotions mirrored her own. Zoe silently urged herself on. Zoe, you can do this. You must not let Yui continue to feel fear. You must be a courageous sister. In truth, the twins themselves were unaware of which one was the elder. Perhaps it was merely Zoe's greater courage and stronger character that led to her being perceived as the older sibling. Gathering her resolve, she stepped in front of Yui, confronting the expanse of the starry sky that lay shrouded in mist. Upon seeing her sister's silhouette, Yui suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. She could perceive Zoe's shoulders trembling, realizing that they were equally terrified. For reasons unknown, Yui unexpectedly broke into a smile. Her sister had always been so strong-willed, seemingly standing before her, illuminating her path with her brilliance and safeguarding her. Ah, Yui paused, as if recalling something. What could it be? Was it a fragment of their past? At that moment, both sisters felt a connection and instinctively turned their gaze toward the thrones atop the high platform. They had waited for what felt like an eternity without witnessing any imminent danger in this space, while the two adjacent thrones remained silently awaiting them. It was an inexplicable sensation, as if a voice were urging them to take their seats. The sisters, almost as if possessed, lifted their feet and ascended the steps leading to the summit. As they approached the thrones, they were struck by the immense and majestic aura emanating from the seats. Strangely, despite their colossal size, the actual space for sitting was remarkably petite, tailored as if specifically for the two of them. The distance between the twin thrones was so minimal that they could even hold hands as they sat together. When they regained their senses, Zoe was astonished to find herself already perched upon the seat, with Yui beside her in the same predicament. They exchanged surprised glances, somewhat startled by their own actions. Yet, this position felt so fitting. so comfortable as though they were destined to occupy this space within the shattered temple. Wait, shattered temple? The term sprang into the twins' minds simultaneously. At that moment, the thrones beneath them seemed to resonate with a sense of their rightful place. Suddenly illuminating with a mysterious glow, layers of mist in the distance surged forth like ocean waves, completely sealing off the staircase leading to the thrones, while the gray fog enveloped the sisters' bodies. In the blink of an eye, their maid outfits transformed into flowing gowns reminiscent of the mist, majestic, mysterious, beautiful. Soon after, a three-dimensional projection appeared before the thrones, scattered with numerous red points of light, twinkling like stars. The twins were oblivious to the significance of this spectacle, as everything unfolded too swiftly for them to comprehend. Just as they found themselves in a state of bewilderment, a surge of strange knowledge suddenly surged within Zoe's mind. The extraordinary ascension ceremony did not evoke any memories of the past for them. Rather, it infused them with an array of inexplicable sensations, including the knowledge of how to manipulate the light and shadows that lay before them. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Ah," Yui exclaimed in alarm, attempting to grasp Zoe's hand. But the latter's movements were far too swift. No sooner had she spoken than Zoe's fingers had already pressed down on one of the crimson dots. It was only then that Zoe realized, in an unconscious act, she had once again committed a peculiar deed. The crimson dot beneath her fingertip was the very center of the entire expanse of light and shadow. Upon her touch, the red glow instantly radiated outward like ripples. The two sisters held their breath, for they were horrified to discover that amidst the mist beneath the throne ahead, a figure appeared to materialize. And that figure was strikingly familiar to them. It was their young master, David Frank. David wandered into the mist in a daze, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream, 7 parts awake and 3 parts bewildered. It was a most peculiar sensation. Ever since he had vanquished that aberrant shadow and regained the ability to sleep peacefully, David found himself dreaming frequently at night. The image of that azure planet enveloped by crimson arms lingered persistently in his mind, refusing to be banished. Yet today's dream felt somewhat different. He saw neither the deep crimson arms nor the planet he yearned for day and night. Before him lay only a shroud of gray mist. He took a step forward, intending to walk through, but after just a couple of steps, he realized the mist parted of its own accord, revealing a colossal platform that loomed before him, reminiscent of a pyramid. The backdrop was an infinite expanse of starry sky, where countless stars illuminated the silent darkness, casting light upon his visage. Yet, the scene was not solely composed of stars. A grand and overwhelming aura enveloped him. The profound fissures clinging to the cosmos left him breathless. He had never envisioned such a sight in the universe. The shattered firmament appeared as though an abyss were consuming the cosmos, and the breath emanating from the crevices caused any being confronting it to tremble. David withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the platform ahead. A thick mist, akin to a heavy curtain, obscured the apex of the platform. Squinting intently, he strained to discern what lay behind the haze, barely making out the silhouette of 2 towering thrones. Something languidly reclined upon the thrones, casting its gaze upon him. What could it be? David's heart raced, and his body instinctively reacted with fear. The aura emanating from those thrones was reminiscent of the entity that released spiders, which he had glimpsed in the depths of the sewers. They were equally terrifying. Were they gods? Deities beneath the fractured stars? Fear tightened David's nerves, compelling him to unconsciously adopt a combative stance, though it seemed absurd for a mere mortal to challenge divinity. A part of him still yearned to struggle. He refused to be crushed under the heel of the gods. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. He would resist. In that moment of resolve, an arm began to materialize behind him. Deep crimson patterns adorned a massive, robust limb. This is the complete hand of the divine corpse, behind the curtain, upon the throne. The twin sisters gazed in astonishment as David approached the shrouded dais enveloped in gray mist. Summoning forth his terrifying crimson arm, they were paralyzed with fear. In a panic, Yui clutched her sister's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. "What is the young master doing? Doesn't he see us? What should we do?" "I don't know. Yui, don't panic. The young master is merely thunderous." The red fist struck forcefully against the gray mist, the immense power causing the entire shattered temple to tremble. The twins could no longer remain seated. They screamed, desperately calling David's name, yet he appeared completely oblivious. Moreover, Zoe discovered she could not rise from the throne, a force pinning her firmly in place. "What is happening? The young master is angry. Help, young master, please don't kill me." Yui was jolted to one side, and in her fright, she randomly flailed her hand, inadvertently striking a red dot within the shimmering shadows. "Don't be afraid. Yui, the young master simply cannot see us. He is blocked by the mist. He seems unable to enter." Zoe attempted to grasp Yui's hand, only to realize her own fingers brushed against another red dot. David staggered back a few steps from the recoil of the curtain, the gray mist standing like an impenetrable wall, leaving no trace even from the hand of the divine corpse. The mist didn't even ripple. This profoundly underscored his insignificance. Before the power of the divine, he felt as small as an ant. A tremendous pressure emanated from behind the curtain, shaking him to his core. The two deities perched upon the throne merely shifted their postures. Continuing to observe his foolish actions with a condescending gaze, enraged, David began to channel more energy into the hand of the divine corpse, the dark red arm slowly emanating a terrifying crimson glow as it filled with life energy. The twins behind the curtain were rendered pale with fear at the sight of that arm, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, the mist behind David began to swirl once more, and a somewhat bewildered figure cloaked in black staggered forth from within. Chapter 37. The heretic hearing footsteps behind him. David immediately halted his actions. He had always believed this to be a dream influenced by a mysterious entity, never considering the possibility of others appearing here. Now, realizing the situation was far from simple, he summoned his thoughts, the gray mist coiling around his form, transforming into a hazy barrier, obscuring all that lay beyond. Much like the curtain that concealed the throne, only the massive deep red arm remained exposed, radiating an ominous aura. In this space, the hand of the divine corpse seemed to be devoid of any cooling time restrictions, and David remained vigilant towards the newcomer, prepared to crush them with a single blow. However, the bewildered elder emerging from the mist left him momentarily stunned. The figure's appearance was also shrouded in mist. The divine beings of this realm seemed to value their privacy greatly, yet this did not prevent David from discerning the confusion in the figure's movements. He appeared to be inexplicably drawn into this dream. Much like himself, upon emerging from the gray mist, the elder beheld the starry sky and the throne shrouded in a curtain, seemingly overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of the divine, trembling as he knelt upon the ground, murmuring, "The God of ruin. We, at last, have received the summons to stand before you, great God of ruin." Hearing this term, David pondered, the God of ruin? Could it refer to those two beings upon the throne? Behind the curtain, the twin sisters also heard the elder's words, yet their gaze remained unobstructed, allowing them to clearly see the old man's countenance. Clad in a black robe, the front bore an unusual emblem, two half-masks inverted and conjoined. For reasons unknown, Zoe recognized the identity of the individual the moment she laid eyes upon the symbol. He was a heretic, a follower of the Church of Ruin. This organization, classified as a cult by the Church of Light, possessed a remarkably ancient history, seemingly predating even the Goliath Empire. According to legend, the Church of Ruin was once the sole faith of this continent. However, the Church of Light would never concede to this fact. Shortly after the establishment of the Goliath Empire, the Church set about eradicating these heretics, launching a great war known as the Holy Crusade in the far north. Following that, the Church of Ruin faded into obscurity. Yet, recent rumors suggested the resurgence of the Church of Ruin amidst the fervent conflict in the southwest. Such matters were of little concern to the two sisters, who had always remained at home, occasionally venturing to the church square for supplies. Nevertheless, the new knowledge in their minds unveiled numerous secrets unknown to others, including the dual deities revered by the Church of Ruin. The twins exchanged a glance, a tempest of emotions stirring within them. The elder's presence calmed Master David, but they found themselves utterly unsettled, having seemingly uncovered an outrageous truth. They were now seated upon the throne of the Church of Ruin. Usurping the position of the dual deities, they were impersonating the gods of the Church of Ruin. "Oh, my lord, you have finally responded to our humble prayers. I, Evnesis, priest of the Church of Ruin, am willing to offer everything for you." The old man, tears streaming down his face, bowed fervently before the throne, then exclaimed, "Have you summoned me to return the souls of your faithful followers to your throne?" "My lord, I am willing. Please take my aged soul." "Willing? You are willing, but I am not," thought the twins, their minds a chaotic tangle. They were at a loss as to how to respond to the elder, terrified to utter a sound, fearing that their trembling voices might betray them. After all, he was a heretic. If the wrathful master was already terrifying enough, adding a mad heretic who had defiled faith into the mix. The twins dared not imagine the treatment they might endure. No response emanated from the throne, as if the deities had turned a deaf ear to his humble cries. The old man wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, undeterred by the fact that he was being ignored. After all, it was the great God of Ruin. Merely gaining entry into the Temple of Ruin was a monumental privilege, and how could he dare to hope for a reply from the divine? At that moment, as he slightly raised his head, Evnices suddenly noticed another figure standing beside the high platform before him. In his prior excitement upon seeing the throne, he had completely overlooked the presence of this other individual. He turned to face the stranger, his gaze abruptly freezing. This is the deity's arm. At first glance, Evnices beheld the enormous crimson arm, which was now descending toward him. David had been quietly observing this self-proclaimed Evnices, the old heretic, reveling in his own delusions. Driven by his faith in the goddess of the sun and his identity as a hunter of the cult, he felt an irresistible urge to crush him. Yet, the old man's reaction upon seeing his arm made him hesitate. This person seemed to recognize the hand of a god. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts and possibilities raced through David's mind. And he swiftly arrived at an exhilarating conclusion. He had seemingly discovered a lead concerning the arm. He seized the old man's clothing with his arm and hoisted him off the ground, inquiring with a low, gravelly voice, "Have you seen my arm?" Evnices gulped, trembling as he stammered, "Why do you mean, your arm? My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling." Playing dumb, David raised an eyebrow and responded with action. Under the infusion of power, the god's hand unexpectedly swelled, pinching Evnices' head between two fingers as if it were a mere peanut. "And no, please, my lord, do not kill me. I have seen your arm, divine messenger." Evnices trembled so violently that it appeared he was on the verge of wetting himself. "Divine messenger? A delightful misunderstanding." David smirked, releasing his grip and asking, "Where is my arm?" "My lord, your arm is among our guardians. The followers revere it as the most sacred relic." "Excellent. I require it." Upon hearing the cold and nebulous command from the master of the Red Hand, Evnices instinctively took 2 steps back. "Of course. You may retrieve your arm at any time, divine messenger." He cautiously glanced toward the direction of the throne, noting that the 2 deities perched high above showed no sign of acknowledgement, reinforcing his belief that this being with the divine arm was indeed an apostle of the gods. Evnices bowed deeply, lowering his head toward David, his expression fraught with anxiety as he said, "However, we cannot bring the arm into this place. Only souls may enter the great temple of ruin." So, they had entered this dream by having their souls extracted. The temple of ruin. David turned to glance at the high platform of the temple, feeling a twinge of unease. Was deceiving the deity's followers before the divine presence considered an act of sacrilege? Strangely, the 2 gods upon the throne remained languid, seemingly indifferent to his actions concerning the hand of the divine corpse. He was certain that it was not the arm of the true god of ruin. Otherwise, the deity would never allow him to wield it recklessly. "Given this, I require it," David reiterated coldly, instructing me to reveal its location so he could retrieve it personally. This declaration sent a chill of sweat down Evnices' spine. Personally retrieve it. Does this not imply that the messenger of the divine walks among mortals? Chapter 38. The young master must not know, my lord. Revered messenger of the divine, our people are at sea. In fact, we will need several days before we can dock at the port of the imperial capital. The port of the imperial capital. An idea sparked within David. The location of that arm was closer than he had anticipated. However, Evnices abruptly shifted his tone, his demeanor turning somber. "Given our status, it would be exceedingly difficult to enter the imperial capital. The church and the enforcers are extremely vigilant against the cult of ruin." David narrowed his eyes. He cared not for the cult of ruin as long as he acquired the hand of the divine corpse and pertinent intelligence. He vowed to swiftly retaliate against the cult. Yet, he dared not reveal such intentions beneath the throne of the broken twin gods. Deceiving their followers was one matter, but directly exterminating them was entirely another. The tolerance of the god of ruin must be finite, and he could not afford to provoke them further. As for why the deity permitted his actions, David could not fathom. The will of the divine is beyond the comprehension of mortals. Nevertheless, being inexplicably under the scrutiny of the broken twin gods might not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, he had discerned that the existence of the hand of the divine corpse was closely tied to the cult of ruin. To gain entry into the imperial capital, we require a channel of disguise. Evnices continued to ramble on about the plans of the cult of ruin infiltrating the heart of the imperial capital, entirely oblivious to the fact that he stood before a hunter of the cult. "Our advance team has already located a secret warehouse at the docks, but our true objective lies within the civilian quarters of the imperial capital. Regrettably, that area has already been seized by cultists of some dark deities. To establish a foothold in the underbelly of the imperial capital, we must eliminate a portion of these heretics." David quietly absorbed all of Evnices' plans, reflecting on the talent of this old man, and he discovered an intriguing detail. The god of ruin did not seem to belong to the pantheon of dark deities. The cult of ruin was hostile to all heretical sects. Why, then, was it classified as a cult by the church? David remained uncertain. However, after careful consideration, another thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps he need not hastily annihilate these individuals. Long-term cooperation could facilitate his search for more hands of the divine corpse. And given that they currently regarded him as a divine emissary, this presented a remarkably advantageous position. As long as his true identity remained concealed, just as David pondered how to engage with these heretics. A figure emerged from the mist. Both Evnasis and David turned their gazes toward the newcomer, their eyes widening in astonishment. The newcomer was clad in a black robe, yet it was not the tattered vestments of the fractured Church of Evnasis, but rather a long garment adorned with the golden sun emblem of the Church of Light, a follower of the Church of Light. However, as the figure emerged from the mist, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Even more decisive than Evnasis' earlier gesture. To my astonishment, that arm was indeed real. The kneeling man murmured to himself, a faint grimace upon his face, "Oh God, I cannot believe you truly heard my inadvertent plea. Can you deliver me? Let me escape this eternal darkness devoid of light." Evnasis, taken aback, inquired of the man, "Who are you?" Initially, he regarded this individual in the robe of the Church of Light with suspicion. But upon witnessing the other's swift submission, he quickly realized the truth. This fellow was a heretic, a lost lamb who had abandoned the faith of light to willingly embrace the embrace of our Lord. I am the gatekeeper of the church." The man turned his head to glance at Evnasis and David. Upon noticing the divine hand behind David, his pupils instantly constricted. The heretic serving as the church's gatekeeper? Evnasis was momentarily stunned. The gatekeeper sighed. "Fool. It is not the one who guards the door, but the gatekeeper. The keeper of the forbidden gate." The identity of the gatekeeper astonished David even further. He discerned that this individual had indeed encountered the divine hand. He was aware of the forbidden gate, a mysterious institution used by the church to seal all forbidden artifacts, though he did not know its exact location, nor did he possess the privilege to approach it. Yet this man had just referenced the arm. "Are you referring to this arm?" David coldly inquired. The gatekeeper silently nodded. "It is a severed red arm, akin to yours. Who are you?" "Impudent. This is the messenger of our Lord. Show some respect." Evnasis barked. David paid him no heed, inwardly affirming his thoughts. Indeed, this self-proclaimed gatekeeper had encountered the arm, which implied that behind the church's forbidden gate lay the sealed hand of a deity. Behind the curtain, the twins seated upon the throne listened intently to the exchange between David and the others, gradually discerning some underlying truths. Those whom they had inadvertently summoned into the mist seemed to have all encountered that red arm. The twins were unaware of what that arm truly was. They only understood that young Master David needed it. However, it was not something they required. Why had they appeared in this fractured temple following the completion of their ascension ritual? Where was the true god of fracture? What did the deity desire of them? At present, they had no answers, yet it was likely connected to their lineage. The knowledge that had infiltrated their minds informed them. They must delve deeper into the path of the extraordinary. Young Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Now they were aware that their extraordinary path originated from the sacred texts of the fractured church. By obtaining the subsequent ascension rituals within the sacred texts, they could unveil further mysteries, including their heritage and the mission bestowed upon them by the divine. Yu once confided in her sister that they should offer their shared past to the young master, unaware at the time that they had already surrendered their histories to the god of ruin. Zoe grasped her sister's hand and spoke softly, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Yui, we cannot let the young master learn of all this." A complex expression crossed Yui's face. "Will the young master kill us?" Zoe glanced at the three individuals below and gently shook her head. "The young master may bestow upon us mercy, but that god will not. What shall we do then? If the young master inquires about our memories, we shall claim to remember nothing. But what if the young master becomes angry? I cannot lie." Yui recalled David's cold gaze, feeling a tremor of fear. "Do not be afraid. Yui, leave it to me." Zoe tightened her grip on her sister's hand, inhaling deeply. "This is not a lie. We truly have not regained our memories. Just say that the seal has weakened in Zoe's mind." A bold plan began to take shape. They could effectively exploit the ruined temple, using those individuals to subtly ensure that David gathered information for the subsequent ascension ritual. They could then use the pretext of memory restoration to request the young master's assistance in conducting the ceremony, while simultaneously providing him with information gleaned from the ruined temple regarding other factions. The flickering red dots within the shimmering light seemed to represent those who had come into contact with the mysterious crimson arms. It was a plan that promised mutual benefit. The only caveat being that they must never allow the young master to uncover their secret. Since the god of ruin had shrouded them in mist, it signified his intent to prevent them from revealing their identities. This was the will of the divine. As the mist gradually dissipated, the ruined temple faded into the void. David awoke inexplicably from his reclined position. The strange dream abruptly concluded. A beam of morning light streamed through the window, and two drowsy maids stirred from the grand bed across from him, appearing as if they had just awakened. David's thoughts lingered within the ruined temple, his gaze somewhat unfocused. The twins, having risen, exchanged a furtive glance, hurriedly averting their eyes, unwilling to meet David's gaze. "How do you feel? Have your memories returned?" David suddenly rose, smiling as he turned to the two maids. "We are well." Yuyi's voice quivered slightly. Zoe immediately interjected. "Young master, we feel nothing unusual. We simply fainted unexpectedly last night." "Have you recalled anything?" David rubbed his forehead and approached the two to know. Zoe also began to feel anxious. It seems we have not remembered anything." "That seal," the maid cautiously shared her suspicions with David. "The seal has weakened. Perhaps a higher-tier ascension ritual is necessary to unravel it." David raised an eyebrow, casting another glance at the two maids whose eyes betrayed their unease. "They are lying." Chapter 39, The Ritual Fusion. The clumsy deceit of the twins could hardly escape David's discerning gaze. The voyeuristic scrutiny had thoroughly analyzed the two maidens. Yet David did not expose their falsehoods. Why would the sisters resort to lies? Was it for power, lured by the temptations of the extraordinary path? Or were there deeper, more profound secrets at play? He chuckled softly, his demeanor gentle as he addressed the two, saying, "It's all right. You may return to your room and take a moment to reflect on your transformations. Remember, do not wield your newfound abilities recklessly until you have fully comprehended the ritual's powers." Was the young master not angry? Yi quietly released a sigh of relief within her heart, thinking to herself, the young master is truly gentle. After experiencing a whirlwind of confusion, fear, and tension, the radiant smile of the young master warmed the twins' hearts. It seemed they had successfully deceived him. Zoe also felt a sense of relaxation, as it appeared the young master harbored no suspicions regarding their ruse. David observed the maids as they exited the room, then quietly resumed his seat, lost in contemplation. He was no longer in haste for the twins to speak. In fact, he had set his sights on a more favorable objective, the shattered cultists. Moreover, he was far more concerned about the deity that had drawn him into the Temple of Fracture. Even the blessings of the goddess of the sun had failed to extricate him from that sanctuary, indicating the true potency of divine power. But why? The twins had only recently completed their ascension ritual when he found himself ensnared in the fog. Was it mere coincidence? And what of the two thrones atop that pedestal? Perhaps the emergence of the Temple of Fracture bore some connection to the twins. David suddenly entertained an absurd hypothesis, one so preposterous that he could not help but chuckle. Ha! How could that be? He resolved to set aside this matter for the time being. He was not yet qualified to delve into the affairs of deities. Since David's escape from the sewers, only a single night had passed, yet his internal energy, which had once soared to a staggering 100,000, had scarcely recovered. The nature of spiritual energy was such a nuisance. If left unattended, it would never restore itself naturally. For David, blessed by the goddess, praying beneath the statue of the goddess of the sun at the cathedral was the swiftest means to rejuvenate his energy. Speaking of the fusion of ritual powers, despite a month of diligent effort, David still sensed no progress. However, today brought a change, perhaps due to his rare depletion of over 100,000 energy points in one go. During this prayer, he distinctly felt the power emanating from the luminous wings surge with greater intensity, the divine blessing gradually merging with his energy as it slowly replenished. This was unprecedented, a torrent of. The warm radiance of the wings shone brilliantly within David's mindscape, rendering it utterly impossible to ignore. So that was it. Depleting one's energy before attempting to restore it was indeed the process of merging ritual powers. Or perhaps such an effect was optimal. Why couldn't that old man Fernandez articulate his thoughts more clearly? David sighed, kneeling before the statue, fully immersing himself in the glow of those wings for the first time ever. He dedicated himself entirely to this experience. Suddenly, he noticed a prompt emerging from the panel within his soul. Residual divine power detected. Would you like to perform the limb integration ritual? David was taken aback. Can this ritual indeed be performed? What limb would be integrated? The wings of divine power. As if to clarify his confusion, another prompt appeared on the panel. Notice, absorbing the residual divine power can swiftly complete the ritual of power integration. Now he understood. Should he proceed with this limb integration ritual, it would signify that he could immediately meet the conditions for ascending to the second-tier ritual. It is worth noting that this process could typically be lengthy, potentially consuming years, even decades, for those lacking talent. Yet, he could bypass this entire ordeal. However, David hesitated. Would this be considered a desecration in the eyes of the goddess of the sun? Might there be adverse effects? After being targeted by the god of ruin, he certainly did not wish for the divine lady, his pillar of support, to abandon him. He looked up at the towering statue of the goddess and earnestly posed a question to the heavens. "O God, would you mind?" There was no response from the deity. Does that imply acquiescence? Very well. With a smile, David chose to commence the ritual. Regardless, he could not afford to forfeit this opportunity, having witnessed the formidable steam knights. He was fervently eager to elevate his standing. High-tier rituals bestow extraordinary transformations upon the transcendent, and should he possess the power of the 5th or even 6th tier, he would stand a fighting chance against beings like the steam knights. Upon confirming the initiation of the ritual, David immediately held his breath. He watched as the hand of the divine corpse materialized from the sea of his soul, seizing the nearly shattered wings of light. With a series of crackling sounds, the colossal hand melded the wings into its palm, allowing that warm power to fully integrate, inducing a peculiar illusion within David. It felt as though he were reclined in an armchair before a fireplace. The gentle warmth enveloping his body, the soft chair cradling him, and the surroundings imbued with tranquility and serenity. This is the most complete blessing, absorbing the residual divine power. The first-tier goddess blessing ritual integration is complete. Due to the influence of the goddess blessing ritual, the ritual specter, the peering watcher, has integrated divine power and undergone a transformation. The moment he saw this prompt, David was startled. He sensed that the malevolent spirit lurking within his eyes had indeed transformed. It morphed into a golden eye, sprouting a pair of golden wings behind it. Its gaze remained lecherous, the desire to spy unchanged, still obstinately persistent. David had initially feared that this entity's side effects might intensify. But upon closer introspection, he found no such indication. However, it had undeniably been enhanced, as if it had received divine favor. Ritual specter possession, sacred watcher. Possessing overwhelming peering abilities against all dark entities. What on earth? The peering watcher can be sacred? This was unexpected for David. Yet it seemed to bode well. He exhaled softly, rising to his feet and gradually breaking into a smile. Now he could seek out Fernandez to apply for the second-tier ceremony. Observing David, the newly enlightened hunter, with his serene smile, some other devotees in the cathedral couldn't help but express their admiration. His aura, reminiscent of sunlight, was truly that of a devout believer. Even the bishop, who happened to pass by, discreetly nodded at David, pondering the identity of this hunter whose faith was so untainted. The hunter's smile even managed to soften the anger within the archbishop, who had initially intended to confront Fernandez regarding the theft of a vial of holy water. Yet now, he reconsidered. Perhaps it was better to be magnanimous. With a soft thud, David placed the application form for the second-tier ceremony and a stack of papers onto Fernandez's desk before quietly taking a seat across from him. Fernandez lifted his gaze from the mountain of paperwork he was sifting through, rubbing his temples as he glanced at the form, then furrowing his brow as he looked back at David. "Are you certain? You've fully integrated the ceremonial power in just a month?" David nodded. In truth, he had accomplished it in but a fleeting moment. Fernandez sighed, setting the application aside with an air of indifference. After all, if it went awry, it would be David's own issue, and he had little inclination to concern himself further. While it was not unheard of for someone to complete the ceremonial integration in a month, it could only be said that David was indeed favored by the goddess. If you insist, I shall make the necessary preparations for you. What is this? Fernandez's gaze shifted to the stack of papers. These are some intelligence reports regarding the cult in the Dock District. I have gleaned some information through a clandestine channel. Perhaps we ought to investigate. David shrugged and added, I've been idle for quite some time now. You have yet to assign me any tasks. The reason for not assigning you tasks is that your rank as a novice hunter is too low, Fernandez muttered, casting a glance at the intelligence reports. Certain phrases immediately catching his attention. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 40. New weapons, new tasks. As for the issue of assigning tasks to David, Fernandez was indeed quite troubled. In reality, there were very few novice first tier hunters stationed in the capital of the Goliath Empire. This was the imperial capital, one of the safest places in the entire empire. Should any troubles arise here, they would certainly be beyond the capabilities of a novice hunter. Generally speaking, most newly initiated hunters were dispatched to other locations for missions or directly joined the Border Hunters Guild. For instance, Veronica had been accompanying other hunters to the southwest during this period. However, David's background was somewhat exceptional. He was the designated ward of the fourth prince, destined to remain in the capital. Consequently, Fernandez had no tasks he could assign to him. Would it be appropriate to have a distinguished extraordinary individual participate in mundane affairs such as apprehending thieves or investigating cases? That was the purview of the police. The church's involvement would seem overreaching, unless, of course, the shadow of dark forces emerged, such as the various malevolent cultists lurking in the depths of the capital. The intelligence brought forth by David remarkably pinpointed a warehouse at the dock as the hideout of a nefarious cult, which greatly intrigued Fernandez, who had long been in search of those elusive rats. Is your intelligence reliable? He inquired. Indeed, David affirmed with a nod. Well, splendid. I need to make some arrangements. The elder set the intelligence aside, preparing to share it with other hunters. As for David, given his idle demeanor, it seemed futile to prevent him from getting involved. It was perhaps best to let him accompany them. Your promotion ceremony still requires the bishop's approval, but I can provide you with a preliminary list of the materials needed for the ceremony. There is one particular item that you must procure personally, as the church's warehouse does not store it. It must be fresh. This time, the church will not provide the ceremony free of charge. You will be required to pay a certain fee. With that, he scribbled something on a piece of paper and handed it to David. Upon seeing the amount, David couldn't help but gasp inwardly. It was a figure so exorbitant that even he, a nobleman, found it daunting. It appeared he would need to borrow a bit from His Highness the Prince. In truth, hunters could receive a bounty based on the tasks completed for the church, but as David had no current assignments, he had not earned any money. For the past month, he had been depleting his savings, and he never anticipated he would soon find himself troubled over financial matters. The intelligence provided to Fernandez actually originated from the broken priest Ignacius of the shattered church, who had appeared at the ruined temple. This was all part of the plan. Before officially announcing the mission, Fernandez needed to gather other high-ranking hunters, so he instructed David to remain at the church for the time being. Seizing this opportunity, David ventured to the workshop to find the gunsmith, the bald-headed Kaiga. Having lost his heavy hammer in the sewers and even his sword, David now found himself without any weapons. While this was not particularly troubling for one with 3 special arms, he still longed for the exhilarating power of destruction that the heavy hammer provided. Previously, he had sought out Kaiga, not only to praise the hammer he had crafted but also to propose an idea to create a weapon that was even more reckless and wild. Upon hearing David's devilish suggestion, Kaiga's eyes lit up as if a door to a new world had swung open. In that moment, he regarded David as a kindred spirit. Lord David, to be frank, your words that day inspired me, and since then, I have designed a masterpiece of which I am immensely proud. He eagerly ushered David into the workshop, presenting a finely crafted short-barreled cannon before him. The upgraded version of the heavy hammer. Its basic firing power was comparable to the original hammer, yet it boasted a more versatile option. By doubling the infusion of ether or life energy into it, it could unleash blood bullets with double the force. Kaiga certainly did not disappoint David. His genius in design was vividly showcased in the pursuit of destruction. David lifted the upgraded hammer with great affection, a grin that could only be described as exuberant gracing his face. However, he immediately spoke to the bald man with a look of deep contrition. I sincerely apologize, Kage. The previous heavy hammer was inadvertently left in a perilous location due to some unforeseen circumstances, and I have lost it. Kage paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. In that case, you may take this improved version of the hammer right away. He smiled joyfully, showing no signs of sorrow for the loss of the hammer. After all, aside from David, no one would appreciate his wild creations, and the same could be said for this enhanced version of the hammer. As a gunsmith, nothing brought him greater joy than seeing his weapons being wielded by others. This particular firearm, without a doubt, would only be used by David Frank, as it was a terrifying weapon tailor-made for him. David, satisfied, took the firearm and exited the workshop. Before leaving the forge, he contemplated requesting a new silver sword. Kage, with a glint in his eye, pulled him aside once more. My Lord David, I would like to introduce you to a fellow wild-style colleague. Kage referred to a blacksmith named Hans, but alas, Hans seemed to be absent. Upon hearing that David sought a silver sword, Kage took the liberty of leading him to a sword. However, this sword was unlike David's previous lightweight silver sword. It was an exaggeratedly large blade, truly a hallmark of the wild style. David examined the massive sword, its blade being nearly 2 palms wide, standing upright with the hilt reaching David's shoulder, and it was extraordinarily heavy, far beyond the capability of an ordinary person to lift. For someone like David, whose body had been enhanced by vast life energy, it posed a considerable burden. Yet a creature of monstrous strength, could wield this formidable sword with ease. Unlike the unappreciated creations of the gunsmith Kage, Hans's wild works were highly sought after by elite hunters. Numerous hunters, having undergone multiple enhancements through magical potions, could easily wield such an elegant yet colossal weapon, making it a lethal tool for slaying gigantic monsters. As a fan of the wild style, David was also enamored by the sword, but after contemplating his own strength, he ultimately decided to forego the idea for the time being. To wield such a great sword would require the assistance of a creature of monstrous strength, which was ultimately not worth the trade-off, and he himself could not easily handle the weight. It was simply too heavy. He resolved to wait until he became a high-level hunter, when he would possess sufficient strength to reconsider the notion. Before that, he needed to thoroughly study the configuration of magical potions and undergo at least 2 rituals to meet the conditions necessary for enhancing his body with such potions. David departed the workshop with the improved hammer in hand, intent on testing the firearm at the underground shooting range. This was a place he frequented, familiar with its layout, and typically, the range was devoid of others among the members of the guild. He was practically the only novice still in need of practice. At that moment, 2 individuals approached from the far end of the tunnel, and even before they emerged into view, David overheard their conversation. "Lucio, your physique is rather frail. As a physician, I advise you to pay greater attention to the strengthening of your bones and muscles. Perhaps you might consider visiting my clinic. Away with you. Who in their right mind would wish to enter your cannibalistic establishment? Alas, Lucio, your arrogance shall inevitably lead to your demise." 2 men clad in hunting attire entered the shooting range. Interestingly, David had encountered both of them before. One was the mustachioed hunter, Lucio, and the other was Freud, who had pulled him from the sewer outlet just yesterday. The 2 seemed quite familiar, exchanging jests as they walked. And upon spotting David, Freud was the first to greet him. "If it isn't Lord Frank, what a coincidence. We were just looking for you." David coldly tipped his hat in response, while Lucio silently nodded. David had made a profound impression on him. Ever since the incident at the abandoned factory, he no longer dared to underestimate this country nobleman. "Lord Fernandez has informed me that you are to be our partner for the next mission. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Freud, a 3rd-tier hunter of the cult." Freud smiled as he removed his hat, hoping for a pleasant collaboration. Unsurprisingly, Fernandez reacted swiftly, evidently concerned about the movements of the cult. David grinned, not because of his 2 new partners, but because he had successfully completed the first step of his plan. Next, he intended to personally acquire the divine hand from the broken church at the docks. The second divine hand, Chapter 41, Warehouse. This investigation into the cult's stronghold involved only Freud, Lucio, and David, who was responsible for guiding them. Originally, Fernandez had hoped to gather additional assistance, but unfortunately, the other cult hunters were tied up with missions, leaving only these 2 available among the higher-tier hunters. However, with Freud present, Fernandez felt somewhat reassured. This physician's most remarkable asset was not his medical expertise, but rather his combat prowess, which had reached the pinnacle of 3rd-tier hunters. When David encountered Freud, he could not help but compare him to Lucio. Both possessed comparable life energies, yet Freud exuded a far more perilous aura. It seemed there were indeed distinctions among 3rd-tier hunters. Incidentally, according to the church's customary nomenclature, any hunter who had completed the 3rd-tier ceremony was classified as a high-tier hunter. As for David, he remained a novice at the initial tier. Nevertheless, both Freud and Lucio understood that this nobleman from the border, endowed with mysterious powers, was no weakling in combat, and thus they harbored no objections to David's involvement in the operation. Regarding the so-called mysterious powers, they could easily comprehend. Border nobles, being the closest to the Dark Continent, often encountered peculiar and extraordinary forces. The efficiency of the hunters was remarkable. Upon receiving their mission, the trio immediately boarded a carriage headed for the dock area, and with David as their guide, they navigated the journey with ease. In truth, the dock area did not fall within our jurisdiction, Lucio remarked unexpectedly from the carriage. Upon his knee rested a finely crafted and elegant long spear, its form reminiscent of a lengthy hunting rifle, presumably a weapon designed for greater shooting distances. Should a large-scale conflict arise, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of both the police and the enforcement teams of the docks. In order to maintain secrecy, Fernandez refrained from notifying any outsiders. "If your concern lies in the inability to fire freely, there is no need for such worry." Floyd shrugged, stating that their target location was precisely at the intersection of the southern parish and the dock area. As far as he knew, it was merely an unoccupied storage warehouse. David nodded in agreement. affirming that it was indeed a particularly well-chosen spot. In reality, the cult they were to confront was none other than the broken church, which had left a bait for the cultists as part of their subsequent plans. Shortly thereafter, David and Floyd arrived at the desolate warehouse in the dock area. As they approached their objective, a thrill of anticipation coursed through David. He felt as though another hand of the divine corpse was nearby. The sensation grew increasingly intense, as if it were beckoning him. Floyd reached the entrance of the warehouse, effortlessly snapping the lock with his bare hands, an act of monstrous strength that momentarily astonished David. This self-proclaimed surgeon, a high-ranking hunter, wielded an unconventional weapon, not a silver sword, but a peculiar 4-foot-long dagger that bore a striking resemblance to one half of a large pair of scissors. As he pulled open the warehouse door, a bizarre stench, mingling the scents of fish and decaying flesh, assaulted their senses. Floyd did not flinch, merely adjusting his glasses with his middle finger as he stepped inside. David, however, squinted. There was an unmistakable presence of monsters within the warehouse. This was not what had been promised. It appeared that those from the broken church intended to leave a lasting impression on the hunters of the cult. David sighed inwardly, following Floyd into the dimly lit warehouse. During his encounter with Evnasis, David had not disclosed his identity as a hunter. He had merely stated that he would accompany the hunter to retrieve an arm. In Evnasis's eyes, the omnipotent divine envoy, as a messenger of the deity walking upon the earth, would be able to come and go as they pleased, showing little concern for the minor traps prepared for the cult's hunters. At that moment, within the innermost chamber of the warehouse, a broken cultist sent by Evnasis awaited the arrival of the divine envoy with palpable excitement, tasked with carrying a sacred relic of the church. He had been informed by the high priest that he might soon witness the divine envoy's earthly visage, an immense honor indeed. He was grateful to High Priest Evnasis for this opportunity. At that juncture, he sensed the hunters entering the warehouse, a sign that the divine envoy was nearing. The broken cultist subdued his nerves and excitement, trembling hands cradling a shard that emitted a radiant glow in the darkness. A second-tier forbidden object, the scales of the deep sea, that a melodious whisper arose, akin to a chant or a murmur, and as the cultist recited, an increasing multitude of inexplicable sounds echoed around him, flowing like water, surging like the tides, as if countless fish danced beneath the sea. As Floyd and David stepped into the warehouse, they were abruptly engulfed by a colossal surge of otherworldly power emanating from the depths of the storage space. Simultaneously, the towering wooden crates surrounding them began to shudder violently. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, they erupted with a thunderous explosion. A putrid stench wafted from the splintered wood, and an unimaginable torrent of fish corpses gushed forth from within the crates. They surged forth like a monstrous tidal wave, burying the two men beneath their overwhelming mass. What on earth was happening? From his distant vantage point, Lucio, tasked with sniping, suddenly beheld the warehouse doors bursting forth with an unending deluge of fish, nearly shattering the entrance and forming a terrifying tide of rotting fish corpses. Inexplicably, they seemed to appear endlessly, not only filling the entire warehouse, but also spilling out into the world beyond, blanketing the entire dock. The amassed fish even cascaded into the harbor's waters. As a foul odor rapidly enveloped the entire area, David felt as though he were being submerged beneath the ocean's depths. The surging stream of fish resembling a vortex that pulled him down into the abyss. The briny water rushed into his lungs, inducing a choking sensation. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, and the thunderous roar of the modified heavy hammer reverberated through the aquatic mass, the potent blood bullets exploding the dense array of foul fish corpses into disarray, only for more bodies to fill the gaps anew, leaving David nauseated. Just then, he sensed a sudden repulsive force nearby, as the surrounding fish seemed to be violently pushed aside by an unseen power. Among the fish, Freud's figure emerged, and David noticed that the vial of Hunter's blood on his chest was now empty. His eyes had transformed into eerie slits, and the exposed skin on his body bulged with taut veins, presenting a fearsome visage. The demonic potion had a unique manifestation of the high-tier hunter's capabilities, within a 3-meter radius centered around Freud. A semicircular area was utterly cleared, as an invisible force field acted as a barrier, propelling the fish corpses outwards. Was this the extraordinary path of the Iron Heart ritual? David felt a surge of trepidation. Freud's displayed power redefined his understanding of high-tier hunters, compelling him to draw comparisons between himself and Freud, leading to the disheartening conclusion that he might not even be able to approach him. Curiously, the agile, invisible barrier did not exclude David. Rather, a peculiar entity, previously concealed among the fish, was being pressed down amidst the corpses. The overwhelming repulsive force flattened and burst the thick mass of fish, sending blood and viscera splattering forth, all of which were halted by the barrier's power. The humanoid figure was rendered completely immobile, crushed beneath the fish flesh. It appeared to be some kind of creature from the abyss, adorned with fish scales and menacing fangs. Before David could discern its features, the creature was obliterated. Yet, the gift prepared by the shattered church for the hunters was far from ordinary. The dismembered monster's remains began to thrash violently. The surrounding fish seemed to cease their incessant flow, but in that moment, they began to converge upon the monstrous entity. In an instant, countless fish corpses melded into the grotesque body of the creature, and the repulsive amalgamation of blood and flesh began to reconstitute with alarming rapidity. After a single breath, a brand new monstrosity materialized before the hunter's eyes. The creature's bizarre, contorted form was enshrouded in a dense array of fish tails, their incessant flapping and writhing fins creating a nightmarish spectacle, inducing an overwhelming sense of nausea and revulsion in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Chapter 42. The Call of Flesh and Blood. A creature born from the absorption of some enigmatic power. David's gaze clearly revealed the life energy value of this entity, 5,000 points. While this figure was not particularly staggering to David, he sensed that this being could not be merely gauged by its life energy value. It was simply a ritualistic monster, imbued with a myriad of peculiar forces, some drawn from the depths of the ocean, others from those who reveled in the manipulation of flesh and blood. Freud bared his teeth in a slightly sinister grin. "My dear Lord David, it appears your intelligence is remarkably precise." As he spoke, he approached the creature, and with each step, the invisible barrier exerted increasing pressure upon it. Yet this time, the monster withstood the onslaught. Although it appeared somewhat strained, the multitude of fishtails thrashing about its body seemed to serve as a means to disperse the force field. Like fishtails stirring the water, the invisible barrier was forcibly parted. However, Freud swiftly revealed another side of himself. When he engaged in combat, he bore little resemblance to a refined doctor, instead resembling a fearsome fiend. The long blade in his hand moved with such swiftness that even its afterimages were scarcely discernible, the terrifyingly rapid blades enveloping him in a deadly dance. In that fleeting moment, David could not even count how many strikes were unleashed. The fish-tailed monstrosity, shrouded in the repulsive force of the field, appeared exceedingly clumsy, and under such an onslaught, it had no chance to resist, swiftly dismembered into countless fragments. Was that it? So soon? David was momentarily taken aback. It was all over so quickly. He had yet to seize the opportunity to retrieve his arm amidst the chaos. Just as a headache began to form in David's mind, he was astonished to see the creature's nearly depleted health bar suddenly begin to regenerate at an astonishing rate. The dead fish lying on the ground surged into its form, replenishing its life energy. Excellent. Keep it up. Hold on a little longer. Witnessing this, David immediately cheered for the tenacious creature in his mind. While he, like a headstrong fool, charged forward, the resurrected monster only served to heighten Freud's excitement. He was poised to strike once more when he saw David recklessly lunging towards it, appearing both brave and foolish. As anticipated, the creature swatted David aside with a single, powerful strike. The doctor's lips twitched, rolling his eyes as he swiftly repositioned himself beside the monster, delivering a slash with his blade. Clang! A long, scaled arm suddenly intercepted the hunter's blade, the clash ringing out with a jarring sound, even sparking upon contact. Freud paused, taken aback. The arm that had blocked his strike was remarkably resilient, its texture utterly distinct from that which he had encountered while striking the previous creature. Upon turning his head, he beheld a creature of even greater stature, its elongated form reminiscent of a serpentine monstrosity, abruptly materializing beside the fish-tailed beast. This newly emerged elongated entity was also covered in scales. Resembling an aquatic serpent composed of countless contorted fish bodies, its physique appearing more sleek and elongated. With a sweeping motion of its long arms, the creature unleashed a tremendous force that brutally slammed Freud into the ground. So it was not a division of labor, one tasked with breaching my defenses, while the other exerted overwhelming force. Freud, bracing himself with his limbs pressed against the floor, found himself bloodied from the heavy blow. Yet, had David been present, he would have discerned that Freud had sustained relatively minor injuries. His iron-like skeletal structure and muscles infused with immense power supported the form of the high-tier hunter. rendering him indifferent to such a degree of assault. That moment, a dazzling bullet shot in from the warehouse's entrance, carving a brilliant white arc as it pierced the creature assailing Freud. Boom! A miniature sun erupted from within its body. Lucio, who had been silently observing the battlefield, finally seized the opportunity, unleashing his most potent attack with the long rifle in his hands. With a single shot, the elongated fish creature, also possessing 5,000 health points, was bisected, its health bar plummeting by half. Seizing the moment, Freud pushed himself off the ground, bracing against the retaliatory strikes of the two monsters, howling as he brandished his long blade. Amidst the fierce clash between the high-tier hunter and the two fish beasts, David, having been flung into a corner, quietly rose to his feet. Nonchalantly brushing himself off, he turned and slipped out through a side door. Once outside the warehouse, David deliberately took a circuitous route, shedding his hunter's long coat and hat, and pulling out an unremarkable mask to dawn upon his face. As he passed a wall at the rear of the warehouse, an instinctive calling from deep within pierced through his sensory barriers, compelling him to halt. This is the place. David glanced towards the surrounding wall, where azure claws of a magical beast began to materialize behind him. Meanwhile, the shattered cultist in the small room behind the warehouse was intently listening to the sounds of battle unfolding ahead. The cult's hunters appeared remarkably tenacious, yet the situation seemed to exceed expectations. It was not that the hunters were overly formidable, but rather that the hunters seemed insufficiently powerful. According to the high priest's predictions, the cult should have dispatched more personnel. Currently, it seemed that only 2 individuals possessed genuine combat capability, which posed a considerable risk. The creature driven by the forbidden artifact had fused with the bizarre flesh they had procured. It was none other than the genuine tentacles of the malevolent deity, mother of flesh and blood. Should the hunters fail to vanquish it, the high priest's plans might face unforeseen complications. The shattered cultist felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating whether to retreat from the perilous warehouse. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the wall behind him, violent tremors nearly toppling him to the ground. This chapter has not concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. A large hole appeared in the wall, allowing external light to flood in. Amidst the brilliance, the shattered cultist glimpsed an imposing figure, his eyes, long accustomed to darkness, momentarily blinded by the sudden illumination. He could not discern the appearance of the approaching figure, only catching sight of a terrifying arm. Is it the divine envoy? Without affording him any opportunity to speak, the pallid arm pierced through the light into the darkness, its 6 fingers gripping his visage. In the next instant, his thoughts plunged into numbness, as everything in his mind seemed to lose its color, becoming even more ashen than that dreadful limb. The foolish touch. David, using the hand of the heretic from a distance of nearly 5 meters, seized control of the shattered cultist, and without prompting, he had already noticed the black box behind the other. The hand of the divine corpse was calling out to him. He yanked the heretic from the room, simultaneously grasping him with the monstrous hand and flinging him with great force towards the distant sea. The poor shattered cultist had yet to comprehend what had transpired before he became a drenched wretch amidst the swirling chaos. The reason he spared him was that David still required cooperation with the shattered cult. His schemes extended beyond merely acquiring the hand of a divine corpse. Regardless, David had finally obtained what he desired. He swiftly rushed in to open the box, revealing a deep crimson arm lying quietly within. It was identical to his own. Discover the arm of the divine corpse. Shall the grafting ritual be conducted? Such a marvelous prompt invigorated David's spirit. Yes, without hesitation, he made his choice, and the deep crimson arm was rapidly absorbed into his body, vanishing without a trace. Power surged into him. The divine flesh seemed to carry a trace of divinity incomprehensible to mortals. At that moment, something beyond David's perception also entered his body. The panel displaying the arm of the divine corpse immediately transformed. Arm of the divine corpse, too, requires an indefinite amount of spiritual or life energy to activate. Can unleash both arms. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Chapter 43. The divine arms. In front of the warehouse, Lucio had discarded his powerful single-shot rifle and drawn a handgun, joining the fray against the 2 monstrous beasts. In truth, Freud alone was sufficient to subdue the 2 fish-like monsters, yet every time he was about to deliver a fatal blow, the foe would absorb a substantial amount of fish corpses, rapidly restoring their life and reconstituting their flesh. The 2 hunters lacked the recovery capabilities of the monsters. Freud's frenzied combat style had him enduring multiple attacks from the creatures, and even with his high defense, he could not withstand many more. This rendered the mustachioed hunter somewhat anxious. In contrast to his partner's fighting style, Lucio preferred to maintain distance while shooting. The bullets he fired possessed terrifying lethality, with the scorching solar bullets that erupted with intense heat proving to be at least as destructive as David's modified heavy hammer. Through agile evasion and relentless shooting, Lucio swiftly transformed the monster capable of slicing through Freud's barrier field into a mere sieve. Just as the two prepared to strike a fatal blow against their adversary, a third terrifying figure suddenly burst forth from the amassed fish corpses at the dock. Countless fish mouths constituted its form, opening and closing with a clattering of teeth, resembling a bloodthirsty school of piranhas. The cunning creature lay in ambush amidst the pile of fish, waiting patiently until Lucio ventured nearby, at which point it launched a swift and ferocious attack. Its strike enveloped Lucio's back, as countless gaping maws sank their teeth into the hunter's limbs. One colossal fish mouth, situated on its chest, exerted an astonishing force and severed Lucio's arm with brutal efficiency. The diminutive hunter, clearly lacking the formidable physical prowess of Freud, was merely a high-damage, low-defense marksman, and at this moment, he found himself grievously injured. For reasons unknown, the doctor's ominous words echoed in Lucio's mind like a curse. Your arrogance will eventually be your demise. How detestable. The monster, with a sardonic sneer, flung the beleaguered Lucio aside, sending his blood spraying, staining the creature's hide. Freud, witnessing the emergence of a third monster, felt the veins in his forehead throb once more. He disregarded his injured partner and swiftly plunged his blade into the heart of the fish-tailed beast, cleaving it in twain with sheer force. In that instant, he unleashed an even more terrifying speed. Surpassing the limits of human capability, the powerful, elongated fish creature failed to even graze him, and in the next moment, Freud appeared behind the fish-headed monster in the distance, without the barrier of the fish-tailed beast. This creature was instantly overwhelmed by a fierce repulsive force, crashing to the ground. It seemed the doctor had reached a level of mastery in his ritualistic abilities, effortlessly transforming the barrier's force field into a repulsive one. Controlling the direction of the rejection at will, his immediate objective was to isolate this solitary monster from the other two and eliminate it swiftly. The regenerative capabilities of these fish monsters were not boundless. As the carcasses of their kin were gradually consumed, their ability to recover was diminishing. As long as the barrier's force field remained undisturbed, Freud could relentlessly batter one fish monster. Provided he could endure. I can manage this. The infiltration of the demonic potion has yet to reach its zenith. I can delve deeper. Oh God, surely you will forgive me, won't you? Freud, baring his fearsome fangs, delivered a powerful kick to the fish creature. And with the immense repulsive force, the monster was propelled far away. As for Lucio, he still had the opportunity to utilize the hunter's potion. He would not perish. The doctor prayed for his partner's survival. But the two monsters had other plans. The elongated fish creature charged towards the fallen Lucio, who struggled to inject the hunter's blood into his chest, barely rolling away from the creature's crushing blow. The other fish-tailed monster pursued Freud, appearing increasingly frantic. The terrifying doctor was using the massive repulsive force to push its head farther away while simultaneously carving through the fish heads at an astonishing speed. The long blade, augmented by the repulsive field, seemed invulnerable, leaving the fish-headed monster incapable of resisting. Reduced to pitiful wails, the situation appeared to escalate towards an increasingly dire climax. Just then, the warehouse erupted with a deafening roar. As two powerful blood bullets struck the ground beneath the fish-tailed and elongated fish monsters, the accuracy of the bullets was rather lacking, yet they managed to blast two substantial holes into the brickstone ground, causing the two monstrous beings to momentarily falter. Immediately thereafter, Lucio beheld a crimson fist erupting from the chest of the creature before him, an immense force surging forth from within, obliterating the entire body of the monster as if it were a mere balloon. The repugnant stench of fish blood splattered across the bewildered visage of the mustachioed man. The elongated fish creature slumped down, having failed to recover this time. The impact of that single punch was simply too devastating, resulting in its immediate demise. Unlike Montate, these fish monsters were not immortal. They merely absorbed the remains of their kin to replenish their vitality whenever their health dwindled. The other creature, entirely adorned with a fish tail, hesitated for a moment before turning to gaze into the shadowy warehouse, only to be met with another crimson fist hurtling towards it. With a resounding splat, a copious amount of bloody fish flesh erupted in front of the warehouse door once more. David emerged from within the warehouse, surveying the chaotic scene with a furrowed brow as he pinched his nose, yet he felt a profound satisfaction with those two punches. The hand of the divine corpse had indeed exceeded his expectations. Having merely consumed another arm, it had ascended to level 2. and the effects had undergone a delightful transformation. My lord, the narrative continues. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Now he was capable of wielding two hands of the divine corpse simultaneously. This newfound ability meant he could employ his arms with greater agility, delivering double the power without any increase in energy expenditure. Just like those two recent punches, he had expended a mere 5,000 points of spiritual energy to reduce the two monsters to mere scraps. Such an extraordinary enhancement could only be attributed to the divine nature of the arms. The only slight disappointment was that the upgrade of the hand of the divine corpse did not reduce its cooldown time, leaving him unable to alter the predicament of relying on this arm solely for his ultimate attack. As he pondered, a desperate roar echoed from afar at the dock. With the demise of the two fish monsters, the creature that the doctor was wheeling away also succumbed rapidly amidst its wails. It was far too distant from the school of fish. Without the means to devour fish remains for recovery, it was utterly outmatched by a high-tier hunter who could wield ritualistic powers to their fullest extent. Covered in blood, Floyd soon returned, the veins on his forehead having receded, his gaze appearing quite fatigued. Upon witnessing David assisting the injured Lucio, who had lost an arm, he let out a tentative sigh of relief. "Lucio, it seems you must pay a visit to my flesh-eating clinic," the doctor remarked with a sinister smile, shaking the arm he had retrieved from the monster's maw. Lucio, pale-faced, rolled his eyes, lacking the spirit to retort. Meanwhile, David discreetly absorbed the arm among the scattered remains on the ground, once again boosting his life energy limit by 10,000 points. At this juncture, every increment in life energy was a double gain for David's hand of the divine corpse. He would not overlook even the slightest opportunity. Floyd glanced at the field of dismembered bodies, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he regarded David. My lord, Lord Fernandez mentioned that you are merely a Tier 1 hunter. Has he perhaps lost his faculties? David, maintaining his composure, responded, I am preparing to ascend to Tier 2. As David appeared disinclined to offer any explanation, the doctor smiled nonchalantly and said, Congratulations. A handful of dockworkers, drawn by the commotion, approached but halted in their tracks upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them, daring only to observe from a distance. After David and Freud conducted a thorough search of the warehouse and confirmed the absence of any lingering malevolent entities, they withdrew with the gravely injured Lucio. During their investigation, they uncovered several clues pertaining to the cult, all of which had been deliberately left behind by the broken church for the hunters to find. Pointing inexorably towards another dark deity, the mother of flesh, the sinister god presiding over rebirth and corporeal existence. Chapter 44. The foolish angel and the nightmarish demon. David paid little heed to subsequent events. After they submitted the evidence they had gathered to Fernandez, they departed from the church. It was likely that Fernandez would require considerable time to process the true nature of those cultic clues. The severed arm now securely in their possession, the collaboration with the broken church was a long-term endeavor, but the immediate priority remained to enhance their own capabilities. The target of Evnesis' malevolence, the mother of flesh, was a perilous adversary, and David had already sensed the malign intent of that dark god through the monstrous creatures they had encountered. Should the day come when he found himself opposed to that deity, he was resolute in his unwillingness to be consumed by an endless tide of blood and flesh. Only by continually ascending in power could he aspire to become an invincible entity, at the very least possessing the strength to vanquish legendary beings. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of the Steam Knights, that towering metallic figure had become David's new pursuit. Upon returning home, he retrieved the paper detailing the materials for a second-tier ritual. After glancing at the names of the components, he devised his next course of action. Deep in thought, he strolled towards the kitchen where the maids were situated. Zoe, Yui, I am preparing for a journey tomorrow. The two maids, seemingly engaged in a clandestine conversation, appeared startled by the sudden return of their master, their bodies stiffening like frightened little rabbits as they nervously smiled at David. Welcome home, master. Did you just mention where you were going? Zoe inquired cautiously. David paid little attention to their reaction, instead offering a knowing smile. I shall be traveling to a town near the imperial capital, expecting to return within 2 days. You need not accompany me. Simply await my return at home. Upon hearing their master's impending departure, the two maids exchanged glances that hinted at surprise, though they expertly concealed it by lowering their heads. Wishing you a safe journey, master. The sweet voices of the twins elicited a nod of satisfaction from David as he shed his blood-stained garments and turned to leave. Master is departing. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to. Sure. Zoe interrupted Yui's words, quietly peeking outside the kitchen. Noticing that David had already ascended the stairs, she softly remarked, Do not rush, Yui, until you fully comprehend the abilities of the foolish angel. It would be prudent for us to refrain from undertaking any perilous actions. Yui furrowed her brow in distress. Her sister was indeed correct. They had spent the entire day experimenting at home, and while Zoe had begun to grasp the essence of the ritual's power, Yui found herself in a state of confusion. What exactly was the foolish angel? She could not fathom it at all. Activating the ability rendered her as if frozen in place, akin to a fool. As though she had lost even the power to think. She couldn't even recall her memories when the ability was not in effect. Was there any difference between this and a drunken soul suffering from amnesia? Was this extraordinary power merely a source of amusement? Where was its extraordinary nature? In contrast, her sister's nightmare ability appeared far more practical, although somewhat shy to admit it. At least it could genuinely impact their adversaries and prove useful. The only solace for Yui was the realization that while her body was becoming more supple, her strength was also increasing somewhat. Moreover, as the day progressed, this sensation intensified. She felt as though she were growing. In truth, it was not only Yui who sensed this growth. Zoe too experienced a similar feeling. The peculiar gray mist within them was rapidly merging with their souls, and even if they did nothing, this fusion continued unabated. Within less than a day, the gray mist had almost been entirely consumed. The mysterious power had been wholly absorbed by the twin souls, and during this process, their spiritual energy limits were continuously elevated. If David could see the twin spiritual energy levels at that moment, he would likely be rendered speechless. Zoe's spiritual energy had reached an astounding 10,000 points, while Yui possessed 5,000 points, both far exceeding the limits typical of first-tier extraordinary beings, excluding a monster like David. Their life energy had also surged to over 400 points in a single day, more than double what it had been upon completing the ritual. This was due to their complete assimilation of the ritual's power within that day. Now, both twins vaguely sensed a truth within themselves. Their bodies were prepared for ascension to the second tier. Such a pace rivaled that of David, the extraordinary individual. Perhaps they were indeed true and genuine blessed ones. In the evening, David sat at the dining table with the two maids, enjoying the dinner meticulously prepared by the twins. The maids' culinary skills had significantly improved over the past year of practice. And free from the torment of the devourer spirit, David was now in the mood to savor his food leisurely. For the maids, dining with their master had become routine. Such a scenario would have been unthinkable in any knob. He did not need to do so. The authority of David Frank had never waned in the eyes of the two maids. Of course, David himself did not ponder much. He merely felt that dining alone would appear rather lonely. At that moment, as he ate, he perused the evening newspaper by the light, and he noticed an intriguing piece of news. The emergence of liquefied thunder had given rise to the Empire's colossal iron vessels bound for the Maelstrom Sea. All thanks to the great alchemical master, His Excellency Julius. It seemed that the mad alchemist had indeed concocted something extraordinary. David chuckled softly and casually tossed the newspaper aside. After dinner, once the three had finished their ablutions, David summoned the maids to his room. Naturally, tonight's agenda was to thoroughly examine the extraordinary powers of the two maids. David was quite curious about this. "Zoe, you shall go first," he said, seated behind his desk. Arms crossed with a smile, Zoe blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, and murmured, "Young master, my ability nightmare is somewhat special. It seems to influence the minds of others, causing them to." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible, akin to a mosquito's murmur, and David could not catch a word. "Causing them to what?" He squinted, intrigued by the notion of influencing minds. "Causing others to love, to fall in love with me." Zoe lowered her head, shamefully uttering the words David was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had already surmised this direction upon seeing the name of the ability. However, he noted that Zoe did not refer to mere allure but rather to love. Love. What does it mean to fall in love? David pondered, rising to his feet. Is it a permanent effect? No, not permanent. It only takes effect while I am activating the ability, and it will continuously consume my spiritual energy. Zoe shook her head. How long can you maintain the ability? Zoe blinked, realizing that with her extensive spiritual energy, she could sustain the ability for quite a while. She raised her head, calculating with her limited mathematical knowledge for a long time, but still failing to arrive at a precise figure. It consumes roughly 1,000th per second. No, wait, 1/10,000th. How many seconds are there in an hour? Observing Zoe's distressed expression, David decided, never mind, just try it on me. Zoe gasped, her mouth agape. Using her ability on the young master? She immediately waved. Unbeknownst to him, he had approached Zoe, unable to resist the impulse to reach out and caress her delicate face. Startled by David's irrational gesture, Zoe suddenly felt a flicker of resistance. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Her psychic energy seemed to sense her reluctance and instinctively redirected its force elsewhere. Consequently, David inexplicably shifted his focus, extending his hand towards the adjacent Yui. Yui's face flushed crimson. What on earth is my sister doing? Is this some sort of prank? She dared not resist David's encroaching grasp and shut her eyes tightly. In that instant, she recalled her ritualistic abilities. That foolish angel could indeed induce a state of oblivion, couldn't it? Very well. Since I cannot resist, I shall simply numb all sensation. In a moment of desperation, Yui unleashed her power. Bang! David suddenly regained consciousness. Finding himself sprawled on the bed, something weighing heavily upon his shoulder and neck, causing him discomfort akin to a significant blow. Turning his head, he discovered that he was pinned down by Yui's smooth, slender leg beneath her nightgown. What has transpired? David was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zoe's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, rendered speechless. Upon realizing that David's attention had shifted to her sister, she immediately ceased her ability's activation. But Yui had unexpectedly sprung into action with astonishing speed. Too swift for Zoe, he observed that Yui's pupils had dilated completely when she unleashed her abilities, as if she had lost her sense of self. In contrast, it appeared as though she had become possessed by some master, acquiring an unfathomable and terrifying combat prowess. Moreover, her body seemed to become extraordinarily supple, allowing her to execute the most agile strikes in remarkably confined spaces and at the most awkward angles. To the extent that David was instantly toppled the moment he charged towards her. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had been overthrown. The motion was so swift that in the blink of an eye, the world had been inverted. I refused to accept this. David rose from the ground, scrambling back to pounce upon the petite rabbit-like maid with the ferocity of a famished wolf. Yui, just regaining her senses, was startled by the young master's sudden approach and instinctively activated her abilities once more. Boom, 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 boom. Very well. I concede. David lay face down on the ground, somewhat dejected, letting out a sigh. After several attempts, he realized that the combat instincts bestowed upon Yui by the foolish angel were, in a certain regard, invincible, even when he employed the hand of the monster and the arm of the heretic. She could evade the foolish touch while neutralizing all impact, even going so far as to seize his azure claws and bring him down. The disparity in strength was entirely nullified in the presence of the foolish angel, and David harbored grave doubts about whether the foolish touch had any efficacy against Yui. She appeared to possess no awareness whatsoever. Under such circumstances, unless he resorted to the hand of the divine corpse to eliminate her instantaneously or engaged in long-range gunfire, David truly found himself at a loss with Yui. He had to admit, this extraordinary path of transcendence was indeed peculiarly formidable. Meanwhile, Zoe watched with glimmering eyes. Her sister's combat prowess was a tremendous boon. In contrast, Yui remained blissfully unaware, failing to recall the events that transpired. Each time she regained consciousness, she would rush over, covering her mouth, to assist David in standing and check if the young master had sustained any injuries. While the young master's body was unharmed, his pride had taken a hit, to the point that even the bed had been destroyed. In a fit of rage, David succumbed to the desires of the malevolent spirit. Oh no, now it was the sacred seeker's desires, as he seized both maids and relocated them to a different room, tossing them onto the bed, preparing to commence his sacred observation. In the dead of night, David lay between the two maids, his brow furrowed, seemingly ensnared by nightmarish visions. In the enveloping darkness, the solitary, suspended azure planet remained shrouded by countless deep crimson hands. It was the same dream. David gazed at the planet on the verge of being torn asunder, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet at that moment, the hands in the darkness came to a halt, as if time itself had ceased to flow, even beginning to reverse. He found himself standing upon one of the colossal arms, being drawn back into the shadows alongside them. Then, he beheld a peculiar radiance, and behind him loomed two red arms, seemingly representing the two divine corpse hands he had fused through the ritual of connection. Even within this surreal dream, David suddenly felt an overwhelming sense that he might be able to control those arms. If only he could gather enough of them, he could reverse it all. With this thought, David opened his eyes. However, he did not behold the ceiling of his own home. Instead, he found himself gazing upon a shattered expanse of starry skies. In the distance loomed a high platform shrouded in mist, atop which rested the two thrones exuding an aura of vastness. Here it comes again. He realized he had once more been drawn into the ruined sanctuary. The two figures who had appeared in the sanctuary the previous night were also present nearby. The gatekeeper remained unchanged. Upon sighting the thrones, he knelt down on both knees, doing nothing but prostrating himself in prayer in the corner. This seemed to ignite the competitive spirit within Evnesis. The old man unabashedly throwing himself to the ground in fervent worship towards the thrones. However, David's gaze upon the two thrones grew increasingly intriguing. The power of the divine still instilled fear within him, yet that fear was tempered by a certain speculation. Nevertheless, he dared not validate his conjecture. What if he were mistaken? Would it not lead to his utter demise? Before he could ponder further, the gray mist before the throne suddenly shifted. The three below simultaneously witnessed an object materializing within the light and shadows of the mist. It was a thick tome, adorned with the emblem of the broken church, two half-faces intertwined in reverse. Yes, it is the oracle. My lord has bestowed upon us the oracle, the high priest Evnesis exclaimed with delight. Oh, great god of ruin. Your humble servant knows what this is. It is the sacred text of ruin. Do you wish for us to retrieve the sacred text on your behalf? There was no response from the thrones. Yet the book that had manifested radiated a mysterious brilliance. Evnesis was moved to tears, proclaiming, Your servant shall heed your command until death do us part. Chapter 46. I am quite busy, sister. Is this truly effective? Yui asked with a hint of anxiety. I hope so. If those fools of the broken church are willing to offer up their sacred text, we won't need to search for it ourselves. Zoe replied, swallowing hard. She was currently exerting herself to control the gray mist before her using the spiritual energy she had studied for an entire day, and it appeared to be quite a struggle. Relying solely on the power granted by a first-tier ritual, controlling the ruined sanctuary was still too taxing. At most, she could only make the mist reveal certain visions, fabricating an oracle devoid of any majesty. As the high priest indeed took the bait, the sisters could not contain their excitement and leapt joyously upon the thrones. However, Evnesis' next words doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. O Lord, please forgive our incompetence. The sacred text of ruin has been lost for centuries. Even if we were to exert every effort to restore your glory, we have only managed to gather a mere fraction. And furthermore, our team, which is preparing to infiltrate the imperial capital, does not possess the sacred text. Zoe was left dumbfounded. How could the sacred text of ruin not be in their possession? In truth, aside from knowing that their extraordinary paths were recorded in the sacred text, they were utterly ignorant of both the text and the broken church itself. Rest assured, a portion of the sacred text is currently housed within the shattered cult's stronghold. Nestled deep underground in the southern Dragon Ridge Mountains, under the vigilant guardianship of another high priest. However, at this moment, they are embroiled in a holy war instigated by Duke Agamemnon, and the periphery of Dragon Ridge has been thoroughly besieged by both factions. The retrieval of the sacred text may well necessitate a personal visit from the esteemed divine envoy. Evnesis cautiously glanced at David, who stood nearby, lost in thought. David, momentarily startled, had been pondering other matters, initially believing that the dealings of these heretics with the divine bore no relevance to him. Little did he know that he had unwittingly found himself caught in the fray, behind the curtain. Zoe grew increasingly anxious, wishing to manipulate the mists to issue a second oracle, demanding that the shattered cultists, regardless of the cost, deliver the sacred text at that moment. However, young Master David suddenly manifested two enormous crimson arms, startling her into silence. Just moments prior, he had stripped her bare, and now, confronted with his fearsome appendages, the young maid completely forgot how to control her ethereal powers. Ahem, David extended his divine hand, gently tapping the terrified Evnesis on the head. Dear High Priest, you have performed admirably. I have received your arm. Evnesis trembled, forcing a sycophantic smile. The divine envoy certainly lived up to being the arm of the Lord. Indeed, the god of ruin had swiftly bestowed an arm upon him. It was unimaginable how powerful he would become should he acquire even more arms. Alas, the minion he had dispatched to perish had failed to recognize the divine envoy's visage. However, the envoy's tone shifted, growing ominous. I am quite busy. What? Evnesis was taken aback, as this was an incomprehensible matter to him. Was that not an oracle bestowed by our Lord? Shouldn't you prioritize the tasks commanded by our Lord, regardless of your busy schedule? Yet David held a different perspective. A visit to the southwestern battlefield of Dragon Ridge was out of the question. Absolutely not, unless the god of ruin explicitly commanded him to do so. David was somewhat familiar with the Dragon Ridge Mountains, which lay within the territory of the notorious Duke Agamemnon, who had openly rebelled against the empire 3 years prior. He had engaged in a relentless 3-year conflict with the forces of the Goliath Empire along the fringes of Dragon Ridge, and the war continued to drag on. That region had long been reduced to a desolate wasteland by artillery fire and ethereal energies, not to mention the legendary, twisted dragon demons said to dwell deep within the mountains. Who would dare traverse such treacherous waters? Evnesis spoke anxiously, but we no longer possess the strength to breach the blockade. If that obstinate duke were to be defeated, the sacred text would fall into the hands of the heretics. And even the divine arms within would not escape unscathed. David felt a stir of interest at the mention of divine arms, instantly revitalized. Oh, there was indeed a hand of divine remains deep within Dragon Ridge. This revelation caused him to hesitate. Clearly, attempting to venture into Dragon Ridge with his current capabilities would be exceedingly foolish. He was well aware that many anomalies had emerged along that front, and those engaged in battle were otherworldly monstrosities, such as his elusive teacher, the legendary hunter, Olivia. It appears that he can only regard the divine corpse of Longi Mountain as a distant aspiration. Well, for now, let me just placate these fools and the shattered deity on the throne. What I mean is, I am quite occupied and cannot spare the time for a visit at the moment. But I shall go, High Priest. David withdrew his arm, paused for a moment, and continued, as a faithful servant of our Lord, do you, Evnesis, not recall the contents of the sacred texts? Evnesis opened his mouth. The twins behind the curtain also parted their lips. David went on. Perhaps you could transcribe what you remember, endeavoring to replicate the sacred text you are familiar with. That as he spoke, he glanced towards the curtain, and seeing no reaction from the mist, he felt assured that he was on the right track. The deity cares not whether the texts are original. The deity merely desires a complete scripture. Oh, that is the meaning. Evnesis understood as well, joyfully prostrating himself before the throne, exclaiming, Fear not, my lord. Your servant shall fulfill your command. Once we have transcribed the new scripture, we shall present it to the esteemed envoy of the deity. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What do you wish to give me? What do I need that scripture for? I might as well burn it for your deity. David inwardly rolled his eyes, yet he refrained from stopping Evnesis, lest the ruse be revealed. If necessary, he would incinerate it himself. The twins behind the curtain joyfully clasped each other's hands, nearly bursting into applause to celebrate. For it seemed they would soon undergo a higher-tier ascension ritual. The mist slowly enveloped the ecstatic visage of the high priest, shrouded the numbly praying face of the gatekeeper, and cloaked David's indifferent expression. The shattered sanctuary receded, and the dream was on the verge of dissipating. The sisters on the throne gradually sighed in relief, having realized that although they could summon individuals into this sanctuary at night, they could not choose whom to summon. Those souls once called would invariably appear all at once, rendering them hesitant to touch the light that was speckled with crimson dots. For no one could predict whether the next summoned individual would be an uncontrollable madman. When two bare maidens awakened from their slumber, their master David still lay in peaceful repose. The maids shyly extricated themselves from the sheets, quietly donning their nightgowns and stealthily departing the room. Dawn was approaching, and they needed to prepare breakfast for their master. Within the shattered sanctuary, they played the role of deities, yet in reality, they remained the charming little maids that in the morning, after David had organized everything. He departed from number 9, Michelin Avenue with a light satchel in hand. Just as he had stated, he was indeed very busy. Before his departure, David penned a letter to the fourth prince, requesting a loan, hoping that His Royal Highness Roland would not block him. The objective of this outing, naturally, was to acquire the most vital material for his second-tier ritual, the glowing heart. To obtain the freshest glowing heart, he would need to board a steam train to a quaint little town near the imperial capital, Dark Valley. In that place, a multitude of synthetic beasts, conjured by the imperial alchemists, are kept in captivity, while monsters endowed with luminous hearts are imprisoned deep beneath the town. Fernandez has specially provided David with a guide leading to the beast prison. It is said that Dark Valley is in close proximity to an entrance of the Shadow Realm, a place teeming with all manner of beings, where even the words of the cult may hold little sway. Chapter 47. The luminous heart. The steam train carrying David thundered out of the imperial capital, gradually passing a small hill adorned with a modest cemetery. That moment, a funeral was being conducted within the graveyard, the white mist spewing into the sky from the steam train, accompanied by the mournful sound of its whistle, served as the backdrop for the somber ceremony. Those attending the funeral, with heavy hearts, interred an empty coffin into the earth amidst the eulogies of the church's pastor. The gravestone read, in honor of Dorothy, frontline warrior of the Empire, a life of loyalty, kindness, and diligence. The inscription was brief, merely recording the identity of the deceased, while the body itself was absent. A soldier, who had brought the news of Dorothy's demise back to the orphanage, recounted that this brave young woman perished in a violent explosion along the Dragon Ridge front, leaving no trace of her remains. Her companions, who had likewise grown up in the orphanage, could only find the garments she wore as a child and erected a makeshift grave in her memory. Dorothy had no family. The orphanage was her final refuge, though its many inhabitants left little room for tears to be shed for the young girl who had joined the military at such a tender age. Soon, she would fade from the collective memory, utterly forgotten. Not far from this humble funeral, near the edge of a cliff, stood an elderly gentleman in a well-tailored suit, albeit with disheveled hair, silently contemplating another grave. Unlike Dorothy's fleeting fate, the occupant of this tomb had been remembered for decades. The one who remembered her was none other than the renowned master alchemist of the empire, Julius. The old man clutched a newspaper in his hand, gazing at his wife's grave, then casting his eyes toward the sunlight-drenched mouth of the Lionheart River below the cliff, his gaze wavering. "My dear, did you not say that your greatest wish was to embark on an adventure in the Vortex Sea? They have produced iron leviathans. Our dream is soon to be realized. Just wait. Once I take care of those filthy old relics, we shall set sail, to distant horizons, to adventure." The aged alchemist's eyes seemed to glimmer with hope for the future as he placed a bouquet upon his wife's grave and turned to depart. Today, he would board a train from a nearby station, heading to the town known for its abundance of synthetic beasts, to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the prince, while also dealing with the thoroughly degenerate alchemists. After that, he would owe the Goliath royalty nothing. On the train, David sat in a private compartment, perusing the materials given to him by Fernandez while admiring the scenery outside the window. The day boasted rare good weather, with verdant fields stretching out and a gentle breeze that invigorated the spirit. Coo. Suddenly, a white bird flitted past the car window of the compartment, performing a graceful somersault before returning, only to collide with the edge of the window with a soft thud, landing in a rather ungraceful manner. Coo. David gazed curiously at the bird and discovered it to be a pigeon, with a tiny metal cylinder affixed to its leg, evidently a messenger pigeon. What kind of messenger pigeon would chase after a moving train? With a perplexed expression, David reached out to remove the metal cylinder and opened it, revealing a rolled-up note inside. "To my hunter, David." David was taken aback. This letter was meant for him. Upon examining the handwriting, he recognized it as that of the fourth prince, Roland. This Prince Roland truly possesses remarkable abilities, utilizing messenger pigeons that can directly trace another's current location. Unable to resist, David glanced back several times, ensuring he was not being followed by the prince's men before casting a conflicted gaze upon the note. "Your expenses for the ritual will be covered by me. No need for repayment." The first sentence elicited a chuckle from David. "However, there is one task I need you to accomplish. I am aware that you are en route to the Beastman prison in Dark Valley, and I require you to utterly destroy it, eliminating all the fallen alchemists without exception. Remember, not a single one must be spared. Furthermore, do not disclose your identity. Should you be captured, I will not come to your aid." The murderous intent conveyed in the prince's handwriting sent a chill down David's spine. After finishing the note, he gently crumpled the paper into a ball and lit it with a match. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Nevertheless, the prince's command spared David some hassle. Initially, he had intended to acquire the best luminous heart, which would have necessitated considerable negotiation with the creatures of the Beastman prison, potentially at a substantial cost. Now, however, the task had become straightforward. Was it not merely a royal decree to pillage, wipe them out, seize everything, and then depart with a flourish, concealing his accomplishments in name? That was the entirety of the plan, simple, swift. I like it. With this thought, David smirked, crossed his legs, and pulled his hat over his face, preparing to catch a quick nap before reaching his destination, as he had not slept well these past few days. Dorothy opened her eyes, a piercing pain in her lower body and the terrifying sensation of her flesh and bones being shattered instantly tightened her mind. She frantically moved her eyes, confirming her surroundings. That dark battlefield resembled the most horrifying of nightmares, where any lapse in vigilance could cost a soldier their life. How could she possibly sleep in such a place? Wait, sleep? Why had she fallen asleep? What was this pain in her lower body? In the darkness, Dorothy trembled as she reached for her lower half, finding nothing there. Pain? No, that seemed to be an illusion. She had long since lost the ability to feel pain in her legs. She recalled that she had been caught on the battlefield by an attack powerful enough to evaporate the earth, which had severed her feet. Vaguely, she remembered someone dragging her back, and then she lost consciousness. She had thought that would be an eternal slumber, only to find that it was merely the beginning of another nightmare. In the depths of darkness, Dorothy lay prostrate on the ground, her hand gradually brushing against the frigid bars of the cage before her. She recalled that those who had rescued her from the battlefield harbored no intention of allowing this limping soldier to return home. She had fallen into the hands of masked, terrifying figures, and had been unceremoniously cast onto a cold, blood-stained surgical table. Terrifying memories surged into her mind, compelling her to relive the excruciating pain of her severed lower limbs. Those wretches had sawed off her thigh at the root, subsequently forcing upon her a grotesque alchemical prosthetic, demanding that she learn to master her new leg. The agonizing torment and the visceral torture rendered her utterly immobile. Yet confined within her cage, she was denied even the right to wail in despair. Any extraneous movement would elicit a merciless lash. They regarded her as less than human, let alone clothing. They offered her no sustenance, reducing her to a creature devoid of dignity, a mere plaything to be manipulated at will. In the ensuing weeks, the only substance to enter her body was an unending stream of dubious concoctions, those liquids incessantly searing her throat, esophagus, stomach, and intestines. Even when she clawed at her throat to expel the noxious fluids, they relentlessly forced more down her gullet, until her body began to undergo a transformation. Her hair lost its color. Everything within her line of sight turned crimson. Her form grew gaunt and frail, and beneath her pallid skin, a ghastly luminescence began to pulse, as if her nerves and veins were ablaze on that fateful day. She heard those figures exclaiming in frenzied triumph, celebrating what they deemed a success, as they uncorked champagne before her, toasting their grotesque achievement. Indeed, the torment seemed poised to conclude. That bizarre metallic prosthetic, forcibly affixed to her thigh, finally stirred under the relentless burning of her nerves. She had learned to command those legs. Yet, her fate was sealed. Those figures dismantled her legs, casting her back into the cage, relegating her to the underground. She had become bereft of utility. She overheard her transporters declaring that, in the spirit of waste not, want not, she was to be fodder for a monstrous creature. This was to be her end. The previous night, she glimpsed the silhouette of that beast through the bars of her cage. It was vast and terrifying. Its cavernous maw seemed a fitting sanctuary for her final repose. Strangely, its heart radiated a glow, a warm, inviting light. Chapter 48. Dark Valley. Synthetic beast. At dusk, the train halted at a small station obscured by dense woods. Clad in a long coat and donning a hunter's hat, David descended the train, dragging along a lightweight suitcase. Enveloped by steam, he departed the platform and ventured directly into the shadowy valley. This was Dark Valley, a quaint town nestled south of the imperial capital, contrary to David's expectations. While the valley's location lent it an air of eeriness, it was devoid of any genuinely sinister ambience. Dark Valley was anything but small. It thrived with an unexpected vibrancy upon departing from the station. David beheld a bustling marketplace, teeming with merchants and transport caravans, where innumerable shops and stalls clamored to sell their wares. The array of goods was vast, yet among the most prevalent were the peculiar specialties hailing from the town of Dark Valley, namely, the synthetic beasts. Dark Valley was home to the Empire's largest factory for these creatures, which could also be perceived as an enigmatic large-scale experimental facility dedicated to the study of various dark entities, control, destruction, transformation, and exploitation, each with its own distinct purpose. As for the synthetic beasts, they were merely byproducts of these experiments. Nonetheless, many were drawn to these curiosities, believing them to be evidence of humanity's capacity to create new species. Particularly the nobility residing near the imperial capital, who fancied keeping synthetic beasts as pets or guard dogs. This fascination led certain opportunistic merchants to embark on private research into synthetic beasts, resulting in an ever-expanding assortment and ultimately giving rise to a bizarre industrial chain. David noticed a plethora of cages of various sizes at a street stall, housing a multitude of strange, diminutive creatures, seemingly the very synthetic beasts in question. He had indeed conducted some research on such entities, as even the hunters of the order trained formidable synthetic beasts as their aides in the hunt against darkness. Fernandez had suggested that David explore the synthetic beasts available here, proposing that should he find one to his liking, he might consider purchasing it for training. However, he was certainly not referring to the pets of the street vendors. David lowered his hunter's hat and briskly passed through the marketplace, opting for a nearby inn at the entrance of the town to rest. Upon setting down his suitcase, he was suddenly startled by a flurry of flapping wings. Thud. A white dove landed, rather ungracefully, upon his suitcase. Squinting, David recognized the dove. It was the very same that had delivered a message from the prince, and it seemed to have followed him persistently. "Why are you still here?" David murmured as he lifted the dove, pondering whether the prince's messenger had lost its way and could not find its way back. "Why can't I be here?" the dove unexpectedly uttered in human speech. David was taken aback. The dove could speak. His mouth agape, he inadvertently tossed the dove away. Cooing, the dove landed softly, flapping its wings, seemingly displeased with David's abrupt action at that moment. The innkeeper emerged from behind the counter, brandishing a key and preparing to escort David to his room. The innkeeper appeared oblivious to the dove's verbal utterance. Casting a stern glance at the dove, David picked up his suitcase and followed the innkeeper, who was now accompanied by the dove perched atop the suitcase. Once inside the room and having closed the door, ensuring the innkeeper's footsteps faded away, David turned to regard the dove that had accompanied him. The dove hopped onto the table and resumed its speech. "I am the prince's messenger, as well as the overseer ensuring you fulfill your mission. Remember, the prince's command is to leave not a single one behind." The dove's eyes were hollow, exuding an eerie aura. These eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of David Frank, their black orbs appearing equally eerie when he wore a stoic expression. He bent down, fixing his cold gaze upon the pigeon for a considerable time before confirming that this remarkable creature capable of speech was not some dark entity. Could this be a type of synthetic beast? "I understand. But you must grasp one thing." David addressed the pigeon. "You are not a watcher. You are the final safeguard dispatched by His Highness to assist me in completing my mission. Should any target escape, it is your duty to track them down. Do you comprehend?" The pigeon tilted its head, seemingly acquiescing to David's assertion. David nodded in satisfaction. If Roland truly required a watcher, she would undoubtedly not send a foolish pigeon. At the very least, it would be a night hawk concealed in shadows. The pigeon is merely a conduit, its existence solely to relay a message to David. None shall escape. This is the paramount desire of His Highness Roland. What actions did those individuals undertake that would compel the seemingly gentle prince to issue such a ruthless command? David let out a cold laugh, deciding not to delve further. The struggle for royal power bore little relevance to him. His sole focus was to complete the mission. As the sun dipped below the horizon, David stepped out of his room. At this moment, he had discarded his long coat in favor of a well-tailored outfit, resembling a small merchant seeking to purchase synthetic beasts. After inquiring with the innkeeper about the whereabouts of the beast cage, he departed the inn and ventured into the darkness of the town of Dark Valley. "Young man, you have indeed come to the right place," the innkeeper remarked. "The beast cage oversees the largest synthetic beast market in town, offering genuine goods. It is said they even have modified void hounds. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The innkeeper seemed to have received compensation from the beast cage, taking care to promote it to David. The so-called beast cage is, in fact, akin to a commercial guild, a vast entity seemingly backed by the nobility of the imperial capital, providing a comprehensive service for the production, modification, training, and sale of synthetic beasts. Its headquarters lies deep beneath the town. Legends suggest that clandestine auctions are frequently held there, entry to which requires a special recommendation letter. David's objective, the luminous heart, could actually be procured without delving into the depths of the beast cage. However, David would not settle for an ordinary luminous heart. He sought the finest and largest. Coupled with His Highness's task, he now needed to contemplate how to infiltrate the establishment. The town at night remained lively, the streets aglow with light as people hurried towards various unique marketplaces or banquets, seemingly engaged in endless commerce. At the town center stood several grand edifices, the lights of the clock tower and spires illuminating the peaks on either side of the valley. Dispelling the darkness of Dark Valley, David followed the throng, advancing toward the largest building, which housed the Beast Cage Guild. The eyes, harboring the gaze of a sacred observer, flickered wildly from side to side, their peculiar scrutiny incessantly seeking its target. Before long, he became aware of the carriages entering the side door of the guild, accompanied by a cadre of individuals shrouded in an aura of mystery. These were the very souls bound for the underground auction. David discreetly followed their trail. Upon reaching the side entrance, the attendant responsible for verifying the identities of visitors halted his advance. With an amiable gesture, David extended his hand, clasping the attendant's palm. His was the arm of an outsider, in an instant. The attendant's gaze turned vacant, his consciousness blurred, and by the time he regained his senses, the figure before him had vanished. David successfully infiltrated the depths of the guild, and as he entered the auction hall, his wandering eyes unexpectedly landed on a familiar visage. The alchemical master of the imperial capital, Julius. The old man sat in the rear row of the auction hall, exuding an air of utmost modesty. Although David beheld him, Julius remained oblivious to the presence of the man adorned with a round-top hat. Yet, it appeared that Julius was not alone. Flanking him on either side was an entire row of imposing figures cloaked in black robes. Their faces were obscured by hoods and masks, and each one bore a formidable stature, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 49, A Legend. It was hardly surprising for the alchemical master to grace such an event. Yet there lingered an unmistakable aura of enigmatic madness about the old man. The last time he employed forbidden substances to create his own doppelganger, it was merely to assist him in his research, ultimately leading him to pilfer his own findings, a cunning act of bridge burning that had left David utterly astonished. Consequently, he had no intention of engaging with the alchemical master, nor did he take a seat within the auction hall. He was there for a zero-cost acquisition. What relevance did the auction hold for him? Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, David stealthily slipped into a passageway at the rear of the hall, gradually descending the staircase into the subterranean depths. Along the way, he encountered several items awaiting auction, the majority of which were creatures confined within cages, some even approaching humanoid form, or perhaps outright exhibiting monstrous traits characteristic of women. One could only imagine the depravity of the buyers above to know. The very existence of such beings within this guild was a troubling indication of deeper issues. David's expression darkened as he observed the slumbering synthetic beasts within their cages. At that moment, a warehouse guard, carrying a lantern, spotted David traversing the passage alone. "Hey, who are you? If you're a guest, please return to the upper levels. Entry is prohibited here." David turned his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The guard's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation, but before he could utter a cry, a pale arm seized him, dragging him into a small room at the side of the warehouse. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound tightly, with a horrific monstrous arm extending from the back of the guest, its sharp claws poised against his throat. "Tell me, where are the alchemists of your guild? Do not lie, do not resist, and do not attempt to scream, or I shall puncture a few holes in you." It was only midway through the auction that David emerged from the small room. He left several bloody holes on the body of the warehouse guard, a consequence of the latter's dishonesty. In return, he acquired all the knowledge he sought. The guard had been employed at the beast cage for over a decade and was well versed in the many secrets of the merchant guild. David's inquiries were exceedingly detailed. The 3 alchemists residing underground, the assistants to the alchemists, the routes leading to the subterranean facilities, and the locations where the significant synthetic beasts were held. He even uncovered a secret that filled him with profound rage. A portion of those synthetic beasts was, astonishingly, fused with human souls. This was the reason behind the immense popularity of the synthetic beasts sold by the Beast Cage Guild. Their creations were more obedient and possessed a deeper understanding of humanity. Before the auction entered its latter half, some nobles who had already purchased synthetic beasts began to depart. Upon exiting the underground, they were taken aback to find that the once brightly illuminated town of Dark Valley seemed to have dimmed considerably. Shadows, like a tide, swept across the sky, silent yet imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Only then did the people realize that it was indeed a dark tide sweeping across the continent. Simultaneously, David, situated in the depths of the Merchant Guild. Since the arrival of the dark tide, the Holy Seer appeared to pierce through the thick ceiling, glimpsing the shadows that swept above. The dark tide arrives at this moment. TSK, certainly nothing good will come of it. He smirked, not dwelling on it further, and redirected his gaze towards the room beyond the door's crack. Inside sat a portly noble and one of his targets, the alchemist, Camp. "Sir, are you satisfied with this batch of synthetic beasts?" Camp asked, his voice sharp and laced with a mocking tone as he donned a brass mask. "Well, it's rather mediocre," the rotund noble replied, squirming in his seat upon the sofa, his brow furrowed. "It would be better if the souls you provided were of higher quality. To be frank, I do not favor those that are overly docile." Camp scratched his ear thoughtfully. "What sort of souls do you prefer?" "Naturally, ones that would resist." The noble chuckled with a lascivious grin. "The ideal would be a soul with a steadfast and valiant spirit that makes the experience far more enjoyable." Hee. Camp pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something. "The type of soul you described. We happen to have one available. A female soldier who survived an experiment." A soldier. The noble's eyes gleamed with interest. "However, To proceed, we would need to conduct another soul fusion ritual, and the cost that I will pay." The noble exclaimed, slapping his hand down eagerly. "I will offer you 3 times the auction price in gold coins. You will prepare that ritual for me immediately. I want to witness it firsthand." "As you wish," Camp chuckled, instructing his subordinates to escort the noble deeper into the facility. David, concealed in the shadows outside the door, noted that the noble was accompanied by an excessive number of attendants, making it inadvisable to launch an immediate attack. He opted to remain patiently hidden in the corner. The dark tide served as David's greatest ally, amplifying all shadows and completely obscuring his presence. After quite some time, once the assistant had departed, Camp finally returned to his seat, eagerly counting his gold coins. He failed to notice that the heavy door, which had just been closed, was silently reopened. When he looked up, a pale arm seized his face. With a swift motion, the cerulean claw deftly severed Camp's throat, blood gushing forth and staining the coins on the table a vivid crimson. David, with a stoic expression, withdrew his hand, internally marveling, "I truly am an elegant assassin. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." At that moment, the chest of the deceased alchemist suddenly emanated a flicker of blue light. A high-pitched hum resonated, resembling a signal, instantly activating various items within the room. Creaking gears, metallic clashing, steam compressing, the furnace igniting. David's pores stood on end at the sound. Steam Knight. He vividly remembered that noise. It was one of the most haunting shadows of his life. How could it be? This fellow had a legendary creation by his side. Bang! The hidden door in the side bookshelf burst open, and a humanoid metallic construct charged forth. The crimson eye on its helmet instantly locked onto David, and its arm swiftly produced a heat-emitting molten longsword, aimed directly at his face. David's gaze equally fixated on his adversary. As always, the sacred seer could not perceive the opponent's health bar, having learned from his previous lesson. David resolved not to grant his opponent any opportunity to strike. With a sweep of the hand of the divine corpse, he unhesitatingly expended 100,000 points of spiritual energy to deliver a powerful punch to the construct's chest. Boom! Metallic fragments and searing steam erupted within the room, the molten metal igniting the furnishings, and the shockwave shattered the room's entrance into debris. David was left dumbfounded. The metallic construct was reduced to mere rubble. The moment the hand of the divine corpse struck, he realized something was amiss. The opponent was far too weak. His blow was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. How foolish of him to waste 100,000 spiritual energy. Breathing deeply amidst the flames, David found himself traumatized by the sound of clashing metal. How could there be so many Steam Knights in this world? Now, it was evident that his covert operation had been utterly compromised. Those in the upper echelons must have already discovered the disturbance below. He had to act swiftly. He could not allow any other alchemist to escape. Exiting the burning room, David predictably encountered more enemies emerging in the corridor. They were all metallic creations, one construct after another, rushing towards him the moment they detected his presence. The cerulean claw struck out, effortlessly shredding through the construct's exterior. David was incensed. "You pathetic weaklings. What are you pretending to be?" Legendary. Chapter 50. Let go of that girl. A deep alarm seemed to resonate from the third underground level of the Beast Cage Merchant Association, directly activating numerous concealed construct sentinels. After gauging the strength of these beings, David finally relaxed, finding time to observe their intricate designs. In truth, there exists a significant disparity between these constructs and the Steam Knights lurking deep within the sewers. The stature of these mechanical sentinels is merely that of an ordinary human, and their offensive capabilities are scarcely more formidable than those of common magical beasts. Most of the constructs exhibit remarkably rigid movements, and the sole commendable aspect is their exceptionally hard metallic exoskeleton. However, this hardness pales in comparison to the might of David's level 5 magical beast's hand. Once their exterior is breached and the core gears are dismantled, they will cease to function entirely. David, with one hand pressing against his round hat, strolled leisurely through the subterranean passage, while the magical beast's hand behind him flailed with abandon, effortlessly dispatching a construct with a single swipe. Unimpeded, he advanced. He had not brought along the ostentatious modified warhammer. That weapon was too conspicuous to blend into the venue, yet this would not significantly alter the outcome of the confrontation. At worst, he might be momentarily assailed by enemies taking advantage of the magical beast's hand's cooldown period. To speak candidly, those heated knives could only pierce David's skin, inflicting considerable pain, yet the damage was limited. Out of his over 640,000 life energy, he had only sustained a few thousand points of loss thus far. Upon his arrival at the 5th layer underground, the throng of mechanical sentinels had all been vanquished. The alchemists of the Merchant Guild had never anticipated the intrusion of an adversary possessing such absurdly high life energy into their stronghold. Under normal circumstances, such a cadre of constructs would be sufficient to thwart an entire imperial army within the confines of a narrow subterranean passage. Even high-ranking hunters would find themselves confident in barring the enemy at the steel gate leading to the depths. It was precisely this hubris that led those behind the gate to remain blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding above. In truth, the disturbance was not solely instigated by David's brutal invasion. Almost simultaneously with the blaring alarm, a horrific assault erupted in the auction hall above. As the hooded figures shrouded in black robes unveiled their identities, the terrified onlookers discovered that these were no mere humans. They were warriors clad in constructs, their bodies crackling with amidst the cacophony of screams, the ferocious synthetic beasts slumbering within their cages flanking the corridor. Abruptly awoke, their eyes snapping open, the heavy iron gate was torn asunder, a gaping hole carved out by the claws of the creatures. The metallic groans reverberated through the air, startling the beasts into a frenzy, many of them unleashing savage roars. As David stepped through the gaping maw of the iron door, a curious smile graced his lips upon witnessing the howling creatures. He strode down the corridor, nonchalantly slashing out with his claws, ripping apart the cages one by one, releasing the monstrosities within. Though they dared not attack their liberator, for he emanated a terrifying aura, they did not forget those who had once tormented, transformed, and ravaged their very souls. The savage synthetic beasts plunged deep into the subterranean depths, and soon the corridor echoed with the anguished wails of humanity. Following the horde of beasts, David delved deeper. However, the intelligence gleaned from the warehouse guard had become obsolete in this place. The core region was beyond the reach of peripheral personnel, thus David could only follow the anguished cries, striking down anyone in his path with lethal precision. After all, the decree from his master was to leave no one alive. In her cage, the tormented Dorothy curled up, her lower body absent, rendering her small and grotesque, a pitiful sight. She endured the gnawing hunger. Awaiting the altar, stained with blood, emanated an eerie glow, as if something from the void was casting its gaze upon it. That moment, a chilling scream echoed from beyond the door of the altar chamber. This was swiftly followed by the ferocious growls of beasts and the sickening sounds of flesh being rent asunder. The individuals inside finally realized the gravity of their predicament. The noble guards rushed out only to be thrown to the ground by a wolf-like chimera charging at them. A portly nobleman, filled with terror, leapt over the bodies of his comrades with astonishing agility. However, just as he rounded the corner, a greenish arm tore into his throat. David furrowed his brow, noticing a noble collapsing before him. He blinked, thinking, "Ah, how unfortunate for you. This has nothing to do with me, nor the hand of the killer monstrosity." He quickly glanced toward the altar chamber, where the furious chimeras seemed to recoil from the ritual's power, diverting their wrath elsewhere. Yet, within the room, several cloaked figures remained unwilling to cease their incantations. No, it wasn't that they were unwilling. It was that they were unable to stop. The ritual of soul fusion was exceedingly bizarre. Any abrupt interruption would surely lead to catastrophic consequences, especially amidst the brewing chaos outside. David stepped into the altar chamber and immediately spotted the cage at the center of the array, along with the legless little girl trapped within, her pallidness supported by a formidable life force. The shadows that entwined him could not instantly extinguish his existence. However, they inflicted a relentless corrosion damage of 100 points per second. Even as he broke free from the confines of the ritual, the malevolent shadows did not dissipate. They cursed, berated, and shrieked in fury, vowing to annihilate all living beings. In this dire situation, David maintained his composure. At the current rate of corrosion, it would take the shadows over an hour and a half to slay him. Yet, should his health drop below a third of its threshold, his capacity for action would likely be compromised, rendering him perilously vulnerable. This ritual mishap had taken him by surprise. Although the unleashed shadows had directly slain the alchemist, his mission was far from complete. While he pondered rapidly, the hand of the monstrosity continued to wave, attempting to disperse the shadows that clung to him. But alas, physical attacks seemed utterly ineffective against those entities. What of the arm of the outlaw? It could not touch the shadows. No effect. The invincible hand of the divine corpse was still in cooldown. The blessing power from the goddess. Effective. To David's astonishment, the blessing power that had fully merged within him erupted with warmth at his deliberate invocation, significantly mitigating the corrosive damage of the shadows. From 100 points per second, it reduced to a mere 0.1 point per second. Laughable. With such paltry damage, I could play with you until the end of time. He scoffed at the shadows while his legs did not cease their frantic pace. The malfunctioning ritual continued to unleash a torrent of shadows, and through the vision of the sacred seer, he sensed an even greater darkness approaching from afar. The previous chilling wail from the abyss seemed to have roused other entities within the realm of phantoms. As he fled, David glanced down to check on the little girl in his arms. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly enough to rescue her before the shadows ensnared her, encircled by the goddess's blessing. The shadows had yet to invade her frail form. Damn perverts, how could they treat a child in such a manner? David cursed inwardly, shedding his outer garment to wrap the girl, who had neither legs nor clothing. Before binding her to himself with his sleeve, she was far too small, her feeble arms unable to even embrace herself. Thank you. The girl murmured weakly against his shoulder, her voice barely audible. Rest assured. Child, I will lead you to safety once I have dealt with those scoundrels. David reassured her that he noticed her eyes were red, perhaps a result of her weakness. Her skin appeared exceptionally pale, even emanating a faint glow in the darkness. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters, for the surging shadows behind him were approaching like a tide. If only one or two were to ensnare him, it would be manageable. But in such numbers, even the goddess's blessing would falter. Was there truly no way to vanquish them? Upon reaching a fork in the path, David hesitated whether to turn left or right, when suddenly, a group of construct warriors crackling with electricity emerged from the left passage. More of them. David swiftly turned and dashed into the right corridor, acutely aware that if he were ensnared by those bothersome constructs, the shadows trailing behind would undoubtedly catch up and bring about his demise. As David sprinted for his escape, Dorothy, perched upon his shoulder, glimpsed a scene unfolding in the opposite corridor. The construct warriors, crackling with thunder, collided with the shadows. Bereft of souls, the wailing shadows were utterly powerless against the searing metal. However, the blades laced with lightning effortlessly cleaved through the shadows' forms, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. Dorothy witnessed the shadows emit mournful cries beneath the onslaught of the lightning-infused blades. Although her vision was awash in red, her sight was far from impaired. Rather, as a seasoned warrior who had once fought upon the Dragon Ridge, she possessed keen observational skills. They can be slain. Oblivious to this spectacle, David remained unaware of the unfolding drama behind him, prompting Dorothy to resolve to convey this intelligence to the formidable man who had rescued her. She was uncertain why he referred to her as a child, or what grotesque transformation she had undergone at the hands of those perverse beings, yet her spirit endured as that of an indomitable warrior. The construct's blades. Their blades can indeed kill shadows. David heard Dorothy's fervent cries, momentarily glancing back at the scene before veering into another corridor. I understand now. As long as they can be killed. The blades attached to the construct's arms. They seem capable of performing a limb grafting ritual. A smirk crept across David's lips as his mind began to formulate a plan. That moment, a group of individuals clad in brass masks burst forth from a door leading to a vast underground chamber. They scurried in a panic towards him, only to find David charging in their direction. The azure claws left long, deep scratches upon the corridor walls. These individuals were all assistants of the Alchemist Guild, each a fallen pervert, none innocent. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos, David obliterated every obstacle in his path, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. In the distance, a terrified figure in black spotted the scene and promptly fled in the opposite direction, catching David's attention, as Dorothy also recognized the individual. It was him. The very one who severed my thigh. Her hatred flared anew, reddening her eyes further. Patience, he is doomed. David grinned menacingly and accelerated in pursuit. This individual was evidently his final target, the alchemist Seymour. The monstrous hand plunged into the wall, forcefully propelling David forward through the corridor. Yet, the detestable alchemist fled with remarkable speed, twisting and turning through the underground passages, seemingly racing towards some emergency exit. Ultimately, David cornered the scoundrel at the end of a long corridor beneath the earth. Seymour, a gaunt middle-aged man, was desperately twisting the valve of a gate switch, curiously adorned with a helmet emanating a ghostly blue glow. Just as the alchemist was about to escape through the door, David lunged forward. Crack! At that moment, the door swung open, unleashing a gust of black wind that surged into the corridor. The bone-chilling cold enveloping David as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He hastily came to a halt, astonished as he beheld the alchemist being engulfed by a vast, black shadow. It was an indistinct mass of countless shadows, resembling a swarm of locusts filling the sky, akin to a torrential downpour, or a deluge that threatened to submerge all. Behind the door lay the subterranean realm of the shadow domain, an abode for the shadows, a hell where light could not penetrate, an abyss perpetually shrouded in dark tides of madness. Yet, that accursed alchemist did not perish amidst the shadows. The helmet upon his head had inexplicably shielded him from their insidious grasp. He was on the verge of fleeing into the darkness. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of shadows, David realized it was too late to pursue. He tightly embraced Dorothy in his arms and turned to sprint back desperately. Clap, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings pierced the air as a pigeon appeared at the edge of his vision. It landed clumsily atop David's head and, lifting its beak, spoke in human tongue. You have failed. Hunter, the prince's command is to leave none behind. Chapter 52. A pigeon. A pigeon. What does that mean? You insolent creature, are you here to gloat? Can't you see I'm busy? By the way, how did you manage to follow me in here? David felt a surge of anger, wishing to seize the foolish pigeon and cast it away, yet he had no time to deal with a mere bird. The tide of shadows was advancing rapidly, already brushing against him. Leveraging the wall with the aid of a monstrous hand, David barely managed to create some distance from the encroaching darkness, but the pigeon atop his head continued to peck at his skull. Leave none behind. Leave none behind. The pigeon incessantly chanted the command of the fourth prince until it realized that David had completely abandoned the pursuit of his target, focusing solely on escape. Its cooing morphed into an eerie cadence. Coo. Leave none behind. Coo. Coo 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 caw caw caw. A chilling sensation surged through David as a presence more perilous than the shadows behind him erupted above. The grotesque sounds of flesh twisting and shattering echoed, accompanied by the pigeon-esque convulsions, as a cascade of white feathers suddenly filled the air. What in the world? David reacted swiftly, shaking his head to fling the now grotesquely contorted pigeon aside, only to witness its body expand at an alarming speed, instantly saturating the entire passageway. The white feathers exploded. The shadows emitted terrifying screams under the radiant glow, as if they had encountered a formidable enemy. Those shadows, struck directly by the light, instantly melted away like snow under the sun. Had David possessed a broader knowledge of rituals, he would have discerned the true nature of this dove. It was not a monster, but rather a powerful synthetic beast, a fusion of the third-tier natural light ritual. An old adage within the cult states, those who tread the path of natural light excel at creating the unnatural. Thus, its appearance appeared so grotesque. The enormous avian creature let out a resounding shriek as it struggled through the corridor, its four white wings barely unfurling, with rigid feathers akin to blades that left deep gashes on the walls. As it unleashed beams of light from its beak, countless shadows were obliterated, and its steps advanced in reverse. The giant bird's objective was to burst through that door and slay the alchemist who had fled into the realm of shadows. Fulfilling the task bestowed upon it by its master, however, the sheer number of shadows was overwhelming. They surged forth, circumventing the light to ensnare the dove's form, commencing a process of decay, eroding its remarkably resilient feathers. Seeing that the super monstrous dove could not hold out much longer, David swiftly turned to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the corridor ahead collapsed under the force of a tremendous impact, creating a large gaping hole. A roaring beast charged forth from within, accompanied by a swarm of shadows descending from above. This colossal creature bore a head akin to that of a lion. Yet its body resembled that of certain primates, with long, robust forelimbs and a towering stature that reached 5 meters when on all fours, nearly touching the ceiling of the passage. Most striking was the searing light emanating from its chest. A glowing heart. David paused momentarily, realizing that this creature was likely one of his intended targets. Yet, the monster was wailing in agony, entangled by numerous shadows. Its sharp claws were utterly ineffective against them, and only the radiance of its heart could fend off the encroaching darkness. However, it could not tear out its own heart. The shadows relentlessly gnawed at its limbs and head, leaving it utterly helpless. At that moment, David noticed that beyond the gaping hole created by the beast, several construct warriors emerged, wielding thunderous blades to strike down the shadows. His gaze flickered, and he accelerated towards them, upon seeing a human rushing towards it. The struggling, roaring creature immediately lashed out in fury with its claws. Get away from me. A cerulean magical claw intercepted the beast's strike, and a deep crimson divine hand swiftly emerged, decisively extracting the creature's heart. The cooldown for the divine hand was finally over, and without hesitation, David expended 10,000 life energy to eliminate the foe in an instant, simultaneously unleashing another divine arm. The deep red hand blade cleaved a construct warrior in half from behind the creature, offering it no chance to resist. Seizing the construct warrior's arm, David was instantly met with a prompt resonating from the depths of his soul. Construct arm detected. Would you like to initiate the limb grafting ritual? This prompt had appeared previously, but at that time, David had not attempted to trigger the ritual. It is important to note that each time he acquires a new type of arm, The limb attachment ceremony summons a malevolent spirit associated with the ritual. He has been terrified by these entities and wishes to avoid the burden of such troublesome apparitions. Yet, the current situation leaves him with no choice. The shadows emerging from the realm of phantoms have already encircled the massive body of the super monstrous pigeon. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The shadows entangled with the creature immediately redirected their focus towards David upon its demise. He must urgently obtain a weapon capable of combating the shadows. Let us proceed. Commence the ritual. As he uttered these words, the encroaching shadows extended their sinister arms towards him. A tremendous force of darkness coalescing, and black lightning descended from the heavens. Boom. This is the true death curse. It disregards the guardianship of life energy. Piercing directly into David's soul, and the blood gauge on his interface was nearly depleted in an instant. Meanwhile, the white monstrous bird finally burst forth from the gateway to the realm of phantoms. Unfurling its twisted four wings and soaring into the air, its immense form sliced through a multitude of shadows like a wave crashing upon the shore, and the light erupted from its beak, like an arrow piercing the obsidian world. Not far away, a black-clad figure, helmeted and staggering, fled in terror, yet his strength had reached its limits, leaving him unable to run any further. The bird's three eyes locked onto him, retracting its wings to dive down. No, you cannot kill me. Only I can decipher the ancient knight's blueprints. Only I can replicate the ancient knight's techniques. I have succeeded. I have triumphed. The alchemist, Seymour, cried out in panic, but the descending giant bird showed no signs of mercy. Its terrifying iron claws pierced through the alchemist's heart, and the bird's four-parted beak crushed both his helmet and skull. Its mission was finally accomplished. Not a single one was spared. It was the most exceptional messenger of the Lord. Far surpassing that foolish hunter, the surrounding shadows swiftly surged forth, enveloping the monstrous bird's form, beginning to feast upon it. Chapter 53, New Arm, Overloaded Blade. David once again sensed the ominous presence of death. That chilling sensation was potent enough to evoke the greatest fears within any living being. Although he understood that this bizarre world harbored many forces beyond his comprehension, the ability to bypass life energy and declare an immediate death was truly terrifying. Making his heart race uncontrollably. As the dreadful shadow power crashed down upon him, his blood gauge plummeted to near empty. However, nearing empty does not equate to being nullified. He retained a single point of life energy. This was the last slender thread of hope granted by the death curse. Generally, this minuscule vestige of life would swiftly dissipate under the shadow's insatiable hunger, but David had made a prudent choice prior, fortuitously evading a calamity. He conducted the limb attachment ceremony, absorbing the construct arm into his being. With the vital special metallic core instantly replenishing his health. It was not much, merely 1,000 points, but it was sufficient to save his life. Limb attachment ceremony completed, arm obtained, construct arm, devour construct arm. Absorb life energy, limit 1,000. Armament of constructs I. No activation cost, equipped with life metal high energy blade. Cooling time, 10 seconds, none. Note, the arm can be activated continuously, but this will lead to overheating. Inflicting damage upon oneself. With a resounding clang and a sizzling noise, a brand new metallic arm sprang forth from David's back, its tip culminating in a gleaming blade 3 feet in length, crackling with electricity and ensnared by thunder. As the blade flashed, it traced a moonlit arc around David, severing the shadows that dared to encroach upon him. Seizing the luminous heart extracted from the monster's body, he shielded his chest with its peculiar glow and deftly consumed the creature's arm. Devouring the arm of the monster, absorbing life energy, limit. His health restored to a barely sufficient level. Now, he was ready to unleash a massacre. Dorothy, cradled in David's arms, held her breath in awe. This man was truly extraordinary. When the shadows had first ensnared her, she had resigned herself to fate. Though the outcome remained unchanged, she found solace in the thought of dying as an individual. Yet, this man had once again turned the tide. Transforming the fierce shadows into mere specters beneath his blade, their anguished wails echoing as they faded. How had he accomplished such a feat? If only he had been by her side on the front lines. Would her legs have been spared? Dorothy was momentarily dazed, watching as the lightning blade danced before her, the shadows dissolving like snow, the radiant electric sparks igniting her thoughts, whisking them away to strange realms. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The fierce blade cleaved through the shadows, creating a safe passage until the terrified horde realized they could no longer contend with the human before them, prompting their desperate flight. Hiss, hiss. David gasped for breath, the armament behind him glowing red and heating up after repeated use, the internal life metal releasing vast amounts of steam to cool down, observing the shadows rushing towards the door at the end of the corridor. He dared not unleash another strike. From the third blow onward, the armament had entered an overloaded state. With each swing, he would lose 100 points of life energy, and as he continued to wield it, this self-inflicted damage escalated. Yet, overload was not entirely detrimental. Once the life metal of the construct reached its overload threshold, the arm would become more agile and swift in the high temperatures. He even unleashed a force far beyond his expectations. Rivaling the seasoned hunters who had undergone numerous power enhancements, the blade moving with such speed it seemed to vanish. The exhilaration was indescribable. However, his life energy dwindled to a mere 3,000 to 4,000. Should he persist in this ecstasy, he risked extinguishing himself. Thus, David paused, needing to rest while waiting for the arm to cool down. He retrieved the hunter's blood that had hung around his neck. Usable only once, this restorative potion would instantly replenish 30 of his health. With a total of 650,000 life energy, this 30 equated to a staggering 190,000 health points. Now is the moment to employ it. He has not forgotten the task entrusted to him by Roland. As for the alchemist who escaped, it remains uncertain whether he perished under the pursuit of the monstrous bird. The scarlet liquid coursed through his veins, and life energy surged explosively under the catalyst of the potion, causing his vitality to rapidly rejuvenate. Seizing this opportunity, he attentively felt the new arm he had acquired. This metallic limb, imbued with a vigorous life force, was indeed extraordinary. It not only melded seamlessly with human flesh but also transformed vitality into high-energy release. It seemed that the steam knight he had encountered previously possessed a similar construct. Regaining an arm that rivaled the efficacy of a monstrous hand filled David with a sense of exhilaration. However, such gratification comes at a cost. When those strange black mists materialized from the void, he realized the price was at hand. The limb-receiving ritual had indeed summoned new malevolent spirits. What troubled David was that this time, the malevolent entity appeared even more terrifying than the previous ones. The black mist writhed and swelled, continuously spewing forth from the abyss and filling the entire underground passage without respite. It was an enormous being. As the black fog thickened to the point where David could not see his own hand, it suddenly ceased its tumultuous movement. In the darkness, a giant figure coalesced, and David could almost hear a malicious growl, causing his consciousness to waver. When he regained his senses, that shadow had already entered his body, accompanied by all the black mist. Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Ritual malevolent spirit possession, maleficent wielder, warning. The malevolent deity. Scott casts his gaze. The maleficent wielder is extremely dangerous. Please suppress it as soon as possible. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on David's forehead. This was the first time he had encountered such a warning. What did extremely dangerous mean? Could this maleficent wielder be a minion of an evil deity? Soon, he would understand its meaning. An uncontrollable, piercing malevolence erupted from his soul, as the beast-like malevolent spirit unleashed a terrifying roar within his heart, simultaneously awakening every brutal instinct buried deep within him. His eyes turned crimson, black veins bursting forth from beneath his skin, the sinister dark power nearly consuming him entirely. He yearned for slaughter, he craved release. He wished to obliterate everything. The blessing of the goddess became the final bastion of his remaining sanity. With that minuscule willpower, he cast aside Dorothy, who was in his arms, and turned to dash towards the gateway leading to the Shadow Realm. There were things to slay. Slaughter, only annihilation and destruction. Dorothy, fallen to the ground, could not comprehend what had transpired to the man. She gazed in terror at his receding figure, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp his silhouette. No. Do not abandon me. No. Behind Dorothy, an elderly gentleman clad in a gentleman's attire emerged from the gaping hole. The old man lowered his head, looking down at the weeping girl on the ground, and gently inquired, "Pray tell, has something escaped into the outside world?" In his hand, he dragged an iron box. Upon noticing that the girl covered by a coat lacked legs, his pupils constricted momentarily, and he inquired, "Do you not require a pair of legs?" He was Julius, an alchemical master hailing from the imperial city, and his purpose for coming to this place was to eradicate his fallen peers while simultaneously reclaiming their experimental. The process had proceeded smoothly. The newly developed construct warriors, empowered by liquefied thunder, exhibited astonishing prowess, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Moreover, it appeared that another faction was also engaging with the beastly cages, which alleviated much of his burden. Before all the constructs were depleted, he successfully accomplished his mission. The box in his possession contained the fruits of that experiment, a pair of legs. However, upon encountering this girl, the alchemical master suddenly felt that he should not take these legs back with him. Chapter 54. The messenger of the shadowy realm is a place of terror. In truth, any eternally lightless expanse within this eerie world is a source of dread for humanity. Yet, under the divine voyeur's specialized gaze into the darkness, the lightless shadowy realm appeared remarkably beautiful to David. It resembled the depths of the ocean, adorned with peculiar luminescent flora, jagged rocks, and shadows that surged like waves. Such scenery was enough to enchant any beholder. However, David found himself devoid of any inclination to admire the beauty at that moment. He yearned to vent the malice forcibly implanted in his heart by the malevolent spirits through combat, destruction, and slaughter. He transformed into a nearly mindless beast, wildly swinging three distinct arms to attack the encroaching shadows. In this frenzied conflict, the shadows repelled this intruder from the light, undeterred by death, coming in relentless waves. Only the construct blades in David's arms could harm them, and the instinct to fight compelled him to wield the blades ceaselessly whenever the shadows attempted to converge and unleash their terrifying death curses. He would charge forth to sever them with his blades. A single misstep could lead to his demise beneath their deadly spells. Yet, the fearsome malevolence did not allow him to perish. It craved to continue tormenting this human, seeking further carnage. The malicious influence over his mind propelled David to carve out life between the cycles of life and death, akin to a dancer leaping through darkness, with an abyss at his feet. Until, at last, David exhausted his strength and collapsed to the ground. His overloaded construct arms had reached their limit, leaving him utterly immobile. The malice within him seemed to have finally waned. Yet, he lacked the energy to rise once more. With a slight turn of his head, he beheld a massive white object lying in the dark ahead. Feathers, an abundance of feathers sprawled across the ground, once as hard as steel, now slowly decaying. Was it that monstrous bird? Gritting his teeth, David crawled forward, eventually throwing himself upon the creature. Itsu. The grotesque bird, its beak split into four twisted segments, emitted a feeble sound. "You are still alive." David revealed a weary smile. Yet time was of the essence. He observed numerous shadows voraciously gnawing at the massive form of the monstrous bird, its life force dwindling perilously. In a similar vein, he found himself not much better off. It seemed he was destined to perish alongside this foolish creature. "I have completed the task." The creature's head twitched, its voice distorted. David sighed, gazing at the swirling shadows like monstrous harbingers. Rendered mute by the sight. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared in the direction from whence he had come. The flickering lightning illuminated David's pupils. Within the radiant glow, a disheveled old man clad in a gentleman's suit approached slowly, flanked by two thunderous constructs, each cradling peculiar devices. These devices upheld a peculiar blue luminous shield, repelling the encroaching darkness. The shadows recoiled in fear as they encountered the barrier, shrieking in terror. Had salvation arrived? David held his breath, recognizing Julius, the old man who had previously materialized mysteriously at the venue, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Yet, was he not moving rather slowly? Could it be by design, with his snail-like pace? He might as well be collecting his own remains. It seemed the heavens had heard David's silent curses, for behind the radiant glow, an angelic figure emerged. A strikingly beautiful angel seized one of the devices and swiftly dashed toward David. Her movements were so rapid, akin to a flash of light. Those extraordinary metallic legs left a trail of thunder in the shadowy realm, cutting through David's line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the angel stood before him, erecting a barrier to shield him from the shadows. David's eyes widened, tears welling up. He finally discerned her true form. She was not an angel, but the little girl he had once saved. Her disheveled hair flowed with a beautiful white luminescence in the wind, her radiant skin exuding a fiery hue amidst the darkness. She was both exposed and exquisite. In that moment, even the beads of sweat upon her brow sparkled like stars, leaving David utterly captivated. What astonished him further were the metallic legs of the girl. They gleamed with a fervent brilliance and lightning, drawing her blood to convert it into energy to sustain her. This cycle illuminated her with a dazzling glow, yet it appeared to be searing her flesh and nerves, inflicting visible agony. "Are you all right?" Dorothy indeed suffered, yet she disregarded the pain, leaning toward David and gently cradling his face. "I am well." David managed to smile, a sigh of relief swelling within him. After a prolonged moment, the insufferable old man ambled over, casting a condescending gaze upon the prostrate David beside the monstrous bird. "It is you?" He seemed taken aback by David's presence. "What are you doing here?" "This is precisely what I wish to inquire of you, Lord Julius." David regarded the alchemist with a cold smirk. "I merely came to attend to certain matters. Mind your tone, Hunter. I have saved your life." Julius gestured towards the device in Dorothy's hand. "My dear, There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for it becomes even more enthralling. Is that so? Then, forgive my rudeness, but if you do not reveal your intentions, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you as well. Julius raised an eyebrow. Was this the sort of thing a half-dead individual lying on the ground could utter? Could you possibly refrain from being so arrogant? Nevertheless, Julius took a step back. Sensing danger, the threat emanated from that similarly half-alive monstrous bird. The grotesque creature twisted its head, its three erratic eyes locking onto the alchemist, issuing a murmured chant. Wanda shall not remain. Julius inhaled deeply, raising his hands. Now, is that not sufficient? Please, have your chimera settle down. David looked at the monstrous bird in astonishment, surprised that this super creature still held on point. One shall not remain. The bird fixed its gaze on Julius, its body beginning to convulse in an eerie manner. As if it were about to spring forth uncontrollably, David reached out to restrain it, shaking his head. He was not its target. No, he is. The creature's words caused David to pause momentarily. It seemed he had come to a realization. As it appeared that His Highness truly wished for no secrets to remain here at that moment, the bird's body convulsed more violently. Something beneath its feathered exterior seemed to writhe, and its head began to twitch uncontrollably. A sight that was both unsettling and alarming. Kill me. I am nearing my limit. Kill me. The creature suddenly cried out in fragmented bursts. David looked at it with a complex expression while extending his monstrous hand. Within you, is there not the soul of a human? He asked, his voice trembling as he posed this final question to the bird. I am a messenger. Nothing more. Crack. Just as the creature was about to uncontrollably launch, David severed its head. Dark tides enveloped the sky, obscuring the sunlight, casting an enduring gloom over the imperial capital even as morning arrived. The ominous black clouds heralded a torrential downpour, shrouding the streets and alleys of the capital. No one knew how long this dark tide would persist. During such times, the imperial capital was prone to rain. The doorbell of number 9 Michelin Avenue rang, and the twins, who had been awaiting their young master for several days, hurried to the entrance. Upon opening the door, they found no sign of young Master David. The visitor stood silently in the pouring rain, cloaked in a black raincoat. Zoe seemed to hear a faint metallic sound striking the ground, and she caught a glimpse of a strand of snow-white hair peeking from beneath the visitor's hood. The stranger said nothing, merely handing her a package before departing. The sisters, perplexed, accepted the parcel, discovering it bore young Master David's personal seal, which finally brought them a sense of relief. David had previously mentioned he would return within 2 days, yet nearly 4 days had elapsed without any word, causing the sisters considerable distress. Now, they finally had news from their master. But why did the messenger appear so peculiar? Amidst the torrential downpour, a figure clad in a raincoat dashed swiftly through the streets, as swift as the wind, unnoticed by the carriages and pedestrians, gliding past with a light step. Soon, the raincoat reached the church square, flipping back the hood to reveal Dorothy's pale countenance as she gazed at the spire of the church, taking a deep breath. The man who had saved her was now too tormented to move. Thus she became his messenger, compelled to retrieve what he urgently required. Chapter 55. Patience. Fernandez cast aside the newspaper in his hand, wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. This newspaper dares to publish anything. The bishop in the room picked up the newspaper for a glance and chuckled lightly. It is merely a game of strategy, unrelated to us, and the one who lost face is that warden. The true trouble lies in what they have not disclosed. The news printed in the paper reported the escape of the fallen hunter of the death prison, undead Montet. The bishop wished to express that they had concealed this for over a month before revealing it, which could be considered a courtesy. What troubled Fernandez was that all the hunters sent by the order to pursue Montet had perished. They had failed to recapture the undead in a timely manner, which was the crux of the issue. The master-level hunters were no match for him, and the stronger ones were mostly engaged on the southwestern battlefield. It was quite vexing that they sought to complicate matters further at such a time. The bishop shook his head, turning to the sullen Fernandez. If it is truly unmanageable, then perhaps we should request those from the noble hunting families to take a trip. The order lacks the authority to command the noble families, not command, but request. The bishop shrugged. Why not lower your stance a little? You don't speak so lightly. It is not I who is bending the knee. Just as Fernandez was preparing to unleash a torrent of indignation upon the archbishop, a knock sounded at the door, and an assistant entered with a notice, causing a look of confusion to cross Fernandez's face. Who? A messenger from David Frank. Before long, Fernandez found himself in another room, face to face with Dorothy, still clad in her raincoat, her hair damp and dripping. The elder noted her crimson eyes and her hair, so white it was almost translucent. A rarity indeed. narrowing his eyes slightly. Lord David requires additional materials for the second-tier ritual. He has acquired the luminous heart, but due to certain circumstances, he cannot return to the imperial capital and must conduct the ritual externally. Dorothy handed him a letter embossed with both the church's insignia and David's personal seal, adding, regarding the cost of the ritual, he stated that His Highness, the fourth prince, would bear them entirely. Where has that lad gone? What is he up to? Fernandez opened the letter and glanced at its contents, which echoed the young lady's words. Dorothy shook her head. I am merely responsible for relaying messages and assisting him in retrieving the items. Humph. The elder let out an exasperated huff, thinking them all quite remarkable, treating the order as if it were some sort of general store. Despite his verbal irritation, Fernandez nonetheless summoned someone to fetch the items for Dorothy. He discerned the urgency in the pale-faced young girl, and his mind couldn't help but murmur, what a scoundrel, to send such a girl to deliver a message in this torrential rain. Just look at her slender arms and legs. By the time she returns, the food will be as cold as yesterday's leftovers. Little girl, if you require assistance, the church can lend you a carriage. No need, Dorothy replied, striding purposefully out of the room. It was only then that Fernandez noticed the metallic clinking sound accompanying her movements, sharp, weighty, and swift. He paused for a moment, and when he turned back, he saw that the girl had already dashed into the deluge, her speed so astonishing that she vanished in the blink of an eye pace. It would take Dorothy a little over 2 hours to run back to the Dark Valley town where David resided. Several times faster than a steam train. Yet, that was not the reason David had sent her on this errand. It was merely because he had no other option. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor of the inn at the entrance of the Dark Valley town, David huddled in a corner, silently enduring the malice rising from within him. The chaos from that night's monster cage incident had drawn the Imperial law enforcement team to the Dark Valley town, where they were investigating and capturing the culprits who had decimated the merchant guild. As a hunter, David was not afraid of those enforcers, yet in his current state, he dared not step outside. He feared he would be unable to restrain himself from slaughtering everyone. In truth, David had been holding back for quite some time, diligently suppressing and enduring various impulses for over 3 days. In another corner of the room squatted Julius, the disheveled alchemist. Though he was not there of his own volition, he was bound and unable to escape. At that moment, Julius's complexion was somewhat ashen, and he cautiously regarded David, suggesting tentatively, you could actually tie me up in another room. That way we could afford each other some personal space. Shut up, David snapped, his discomfort palpable. You must hold on. That little girl will return shortly, if all goes well. By the way, how long do you intend to keep me tied up? David raised his head, a cold smile gracing his lips, until Roland sends someone to take you away. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you behave yourself. Julius sighed in resignation. I have helped you twice. Can't you be a little courteous? I haven't even begun to hold you accountable for dismantling all my constructs. In truth, there was little he could do about it. It was fortunate that David had dismantled the constructs rather than himself. After all, their positions were fundamentally different, and encountering this fellow, he could only count himself unfortunate. David Frank was the one sent by the fourth prince to annihilate the merchant guild. Meanwhile, Julius had come to retrieve the experimental results concerning Steam Knight technology for His Highness, the first Prince Charles. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more thrilling ahead. The true mastermind behind the underground laboratory of the Monster Cage Merchant Guild was, in fact, the first prince. Who would have thought that Roland would uncover even this layer? Was it mere coincidence? Or did the opponent truly possess such remarkable abilities? However, all of this has little to do with the old alchemist. The struggles of those princes are of no concern to him. This was intended to be his final service to the crown prince, after which he should have earned his freedom. It now appears that freedom is likely a distant hope. David Frank did not take his life, but the fourth prince would undoubtedly be exceedingly interested in the ancient construction techniques developed by the crown prince. Now that this knowledge has fallen into his possession, the fourth prince would certainly not allow him to escape unscathed. Whether it be the crown prince or any member of the Goliath Empire's royal family, they all yearned to rekindle the glory of the Steam Knights. Those legendary constructs that were the greatest support for the Lionheart King in his victory over darkness 3 centuries ago, safeguarding half the continent. Unfortunately, after the Lionheart King's demise, no one has known how to forge knights ever since. Crown Prince Charlie has been utterly fascinated by these legendary creations since childhood, and upon assuming power, he established numerous laboratories in various locations to explore every conceivable method of replicating the Steam Knights. His Highness even granted Julius the opportunity to research the soul furnace, allowing him to pursue his aspirations. Until recently, it seemed the Crown Prince was on the verge of success. Yet Julius was acutely aware that his counterpart had embarked upon a profoundly twisted path. With many experiments slipping beyond the Crown Prince's control, hence his journey to the Valley of Darkness, why sparing your life is already quite gracious of me. David clasped his head, veins bulging on his hands. And to divert his attention, he continued, the original command from His Highness was to eliminate everyone. I have spared you on account of your assistance to Dorothy. If you truly possess the usefulness you claim, you shall survive. Julius scoffed. Those fools took 3 whole years to barely construct a pair of legs, while I merely required 3 days of adjustments to make those legs run faster than a voidhound. Would you say I'm not useful? The alchemist was not exaggerating. In comparison to his studies in pharmacology, Julius indeed excelled in the realm of constructs. Think of something favorable, he mused. His former employer, Count Kingsley, seems to have switched allegiances to the 4th prince. That fellow appears to be living quite comfortably. As the alchemist engaged in self-reassurance, David across from him seemed to be in such agony that he was about to pound his head against the floor. Cold sweat dripped from Julius's forehead. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the terrace, startling the old man. Turning around, he beheld Dorothy, clad in a raincoat, appearing directly on the 2nd-floor balcony of the inn. The window swung open, allowing the tumultuous wind and rain from the outside to rush into the room, drenching the alchemist, but he paid it no mind. In that moment, the girl appeared to Julius as an angel sent by the goddess to rescue him. You have finally returned. That fellow is on the brink. Chapter 56. Evil Spirits and the Second Order Ritual. Seeing this, Dorothy rushed to David's side, thrusting the bundle she held into his hands. I retrieved what you requested. How are you faring? David lifted his somewhat ghastly visage and glared at the old man. You are the one in peril. I am perfectly fine. Saying this, he forcefully pulled Dorothy aside. Take this person next door and wait for me. He is not well. The malevolence of the evil spirit has nearly driven him to madness. Now, he must urgently conduct the promotion ritual. Only by invoking the power of the goddess of the sun does he stand a chance of suppressing his insanity. Within the parcel brought back by Dorothy lie several items: a scroll documenting the 2nd-tier goddess blessing ritual, a small pendant of the goddess of the sun, and 2 other ritual materials. David, lacking the inclination to meticulously examine the materials, hastily dismissed the 2 individuals and proceeded to inscribe the array upon the ground using his own blood, following the instructions detailed in the scroll. As he held the small statue in his hand, he felt a flicker of warmth. The divine power of the goddess was already beckoning him. Unbeknownst to David, this item had once belonged to the previous generation saintess, and the other 2 materials were among the finest treasures the church could offer. The situation was dire. The 4th prince had advanced a substantial sum to Fernandez, compelling the old man to act as a thief, liberating the church's cherished artifacts and preparing them for David's arrival. Drawing upon his remarkable willpower, David gritted his teeth and completed the array. He then placed the enormous, luminous heart, soaked in another jar, along with the other ritual materials within the array. Once everything was in place, the moment he stepped into the array, he received a notification. Ritual power detected. You wish to commence the 2nd-tier goddess blessing ritual? Warning. Current success rate 70. Only 70? David froze momentarily, uncertain of where he had faltered. Could it be that his drawing of the array was too unrefined? Yet, there was no alternative now. He could only grit his teeth and take the gamble. If death awaited him, so be it. Begin the ritual. With a thunderous roar, a golden radiance erupted within the room, and the small statue of the goddess of the sun slipped from David's grasp. Hovering in the very center of the array, this was the 2nd occurrence. If Fernandez were present, he would surely marvel at the boy's fortune. How could the goddess be so obliging? An inexhaustible torrent of light burst forth from the statue, as if a gateway to brilliance had been flung open. Outside the room, Dorothy and Julius stared wide-eyed at the commotion, witnessing blinding light spilling from beneath the door, realizing that the interior had transformed into a sea of luminescence. Divine power descended from the void. Apart from the light, not a trace of force escaped the confines of the ritual. Bathed in the divine radiance, David reveled in the sensation of the malevolent force within him being thoroughly subdued. Yet, it was merely subdued, not eradicated like the devouring evil spirit. The power of the 2nd-tier goddess blessing ritual seemed insufficient to obliterate the apostle of the malevolent deity in the midst of the light. David let out an anguished lament, witnessing the loathsome evil spirit rapidly consuming the divine power flooding into him. causing the force that ought to have manifested as a divine apparition to be devoured almost entirely. It is over. Surely, it cannot end in failure. David collapsed to the ground in despair, realizing that the goddess's blessing had not triumphed over the malevolent deity's curse. The second-tier goddess blessing ritual was meant to bestow upon the recipient a second extraordinary power, known as the power of blessing. The blessed individual may select a particular part of their body to receive a permanent infusion of divine power. For instance, should the ritualist choose to bestow blessings upon their eyes, they would gain the formidable ability to pierce through darkness. Blessings on their legs would grant them the capacity to traverse shadows with ease. Blessings on their heart would endow them with an everlasting beacon of light. And blessings on their hands would provide them with the might to eradicate malevolence. I am aware of your thoughts. Indeed, history records instances of lunatics who chose to bless their lower regions, resulting in their transformation into fallen beings due to their blasphemy. However, for David in the present moment, this blessing seems of little assistance against malevolent spirits that know that it is worth a try. What if it proves beneficial? Suddenly, a wild notion sparked in David's mind. While the power of a second-tier blessing might not suffice to subdue the dark entities, what if it were combined with that mysterious limb-joining ritual? What might transpire if he were to bless the arm he intended to join? In a flash of inspiration, David acted almost instantaneously. He began to deliberately channel the divine power bestowed upon him by the goddess into his very soul. And the essence of the blessing began to take shape. A large, azure hand emerged from his back, that which had accompanied him the longest. Aside from the hand of the divine corpse, it was the most potent and frequently utilized of his limbs. The claw of the demon grasped the essence of the blessing, pulling it fiercely into its palm. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The divine power of the sun goddess ignited, setting ablaze the entire demon hand. David was momentarily taken aback. Repulsion? No, that was incorrect. There was no sensation of pain emanating from the arm. Rather, it appeared to undergo purification. Those golden flames were incinerating the impurities within the demon hand. The azure arm blackened in the conflagration, its once formidable and grotesque musculature becoming even more solidified and elongated, while the skin, reduced to ashes by the flames, revealed a layer of black flesh exuding a metallic luster. This chapter does not conclude here. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. A terrifying power coalesced within the densely packed muscles, swelling, and ultimately erupting from the 5 fingertips of the black hand, forming 5 fearsome blades. It had transformed into a black, lethal claw. Second-tier goddess blessing ritual completed, acquiring second-tier ritual power. Blessing. Ritual power infusion. Life energy cap increased by 600. Ritual power infusion. Spiritual energy cap increased by 1000. Due to the blessing effect, the demon hand has mutated into a terror claw. Terror claw I requires 100 spiritual or life energy to activate, capable of tearing apart spiritual bodies. Dark energy and elemental entities. Cooldown, none. Upon witnessing this series of notifications, David finally exhaled in relief. The ritual seemed to have been completed, albeit barely. The hypothesis of blessing the demon hand proved viable, as the limb had actively seized a substantial amount of divine power, successfully executing a daring heist. As for the marginal increase in life energy and spiritual energy, David deemed it negligible. Such increments are, in fact, typical for hunters ascending to the second tier. What truly matters is not the vitality or spiritual energy, but rather the second-tier ritual capability, blessing. The claws of the demon, bestowed with the blessings of the goddess and imbued with a terrifying mutation, have evidently grown in power, not to mention the ability to rend spiritual entities. The concept of an arm devoid of any cooldown period is astonishing. It is akin to him possessing an additional arm, one that can manifest continuously without fading or overloading. David slowly extended the blackened claw, infusing it with spiritual energy. With a gentle sweep, 5 deep scratches appeared on the table before him, which then shattered silently into 6 fragments. The power from the ritual had finally dissipated, and the array along with its materials had long since been consumed by the radiant flames. At that moment, however, the malevolent spirit within David surged violently, as if seeking to unleash the pent-up fury suppressed by divine power. David furrowed his brow, calmly extending the demon's claw, its sharp talons piercing into his own chest. Blood flowed forth, and the enraged spirit within him immediately settled down. The claw possessed the ability to harm spiritual forms, and the malevolent entity felt an instinctual danger. If David were to extract his own heart, it too would perish. It sensed his chilling resolve, and under the threat of death, it hesitated, quailed, and ultimately yielded. David rose, withdrawing the claw and taking a deep breath. That it seemed he had found a temporary means to suppress the malevolent spirit, yet this was not a long-term solution. Should that evil entity go berserk, the threat of death might lose its efficacy. That it appeared that only a more advanced ritual could expel this fiend. Chapter 57. The twins' interpretation. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and outside stood Dorothy. Staring in astonishment at David's unscathed form as he emerged, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Beside her, Julius wore a peculiar expression. Was this the hunter's ascension ritual? Was this the power of the gods? The commotion was rather excessive. That I hope you haven't gone mad now, boy. David ignored Julius and walked directly to Dorothy, gently patting her head. The girl's hair and cherubic face were soaked from the rain. Yet more beads of cold sweat had emerged due to the torment of enduring the infusion of prosthetic energy. Thank you for running this errand for me. It must have been arduous. Dorothy shook her head, her gaze drawn to the bloodstains on David's chest. Bending down to inspect, she noted that there were no wounds. Those had already healed. The girl burst into laughter, saying, "You saved my life. And you provided me with my legs. From now on, they shall only run for you." "But your legs were fitted by me," Julius muttered beside them. David shook his head. "No, you owe me nothing. That I will take you wherever you wish to go. Tell me, where is your home?" "I have no home." Dorothy looked up at the man before her. "Do not treat me like a child. I enlisted at 17 and have served for 3 years in the reconnaissance squad on Dragon Ridge Mountain. I was once a warrior. Now, I simply wish to be your messenger. Young lady, your legs do not truly belong to you. The Grand Prince Charlie will not relinquish his experimental results." Julius interjected, casting a shadow over the moment, causing Dorothy's crimson eyes to quiver slightly. She was engulfed by fear, terrified that she might once again devolve into a worthless being. David cast a cold smirk towards the old man, silencing his further words with a mere glance before solemnly addressing the young girl. "You have assisted me twice, and I shall not forget. Your legs are eternally yours, and no one shall ever take them from you. Whoever dares to try, I will annihilate them all." T number 9 Michelin Avenue. As David completed the second-tier ritual, the twin maids at home similarly received a gift from the broken church. Partial excerpts of the fractured scriptures, meticulously transcribed by Ephnesies himself. The package containing the scriptures was delivered by Doug. Previously, David had instructed the high priest to conceal the transcriptions in a secret location, allowing Doug to retrieve them later. After waiting for 2 days to ensure they had not been discovered, the cunning lackey finally brought the items to the master's residence. Upon obtaining the scripture excerpts, the sisters eagerly commenced their study, only to discover that the fractured scriptures did not, as they had anticipated, directly delineate a multitude of rituals pertaining to the god of fracture. However, the absence of direct records did not equate to a lack of information. The esoteric contents of the scriptures, incomprehensible to the ordinary mind, revealed themselves in an entirely different light to the twins. The information previously implanted in their minds seemed to exist for the sole purpose of deciphering these texts. As they simultaneously focused their attention, the radiant light from their entwined souls illuminated the knowledge, enabling them not only to comprehend the scriptures but also to decode at least 4 ascension rituals for extraordinary paths. Regrettably, due to Ephnesies' incomplete transcription, they could only uncover a fragment of the second-tier fool's ascendant ritual, lacking the description of the final ritual component. Furthermore, the ascension rituals for the other 2 extraordinary paths, Thousand Soul and Dream Bridge, were even more fragmented, rendering them utterly unusable. Only one path, designated as the lower-tier faith of the god of fracture, the Pilgrim, boasted a complete record of rituals, reaching up to the 3rd tier. During the night, the anxious twins embraced as they fell asleep, their souls intertwined, once again summoning the Temple of Fracture in their dreams. In David's absence over the past few days, they had refrained from entering, uncertain of the state of those summoned by the temple in reality. If Master David were not safe, drawing his soul into the Temple of Fracture could prove fatal. However, based on the letter received that day, he should be secure now. The twins were eager to see him in their dreams. Yet unexpectedly, David did not appear behind the gray curtain. Only Ephnesies, the high priest of the broken church, and the enigmatic doorkeeper of the church were present, perched upon their throne. The sisters felt a surge of panic. Why had Master not manifested? Before they could ponder further, Ephnesies below began fervently prostrating himself before the god of fracture, showering praises in a fervent flurry. "O great Lord, are you satisfied with the scriptures?" In the end, Ephnesies gazed at the swirling gray mist of the curtain with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. seemingly awaiting divine favor from the god of fracture. Yet, he too felt a hint of confusion. Why had the divine messenger not appeared? Zoe, seated upon the throne, covered her face with her hand, pondering what action she could possibly take. Shall we give him a thumbs up on the curtain? No, she would much prefer to kick this old man away, in the absence of the divine envoy. They truly found themselves at a loss on how to handle this fervent high priest. Beside her, Yui's eyes flickered as she suddenly suggested, "Sister, do you think we could delegate that lower-tier ritual to them?" "Delegate them for what?" Zoe inquired with a puzzled gaze at her sister. To keep this old man occupied, making it easier to continue deceiving them later." Yui felt somewhat uncertain. Zoe paused for a moment, having never considered that her sister's thoughts could be so devious. However, Yui was not wrong. Since they were impersonating the shattered dual deities, if they went on without any response or divine signs, merely receiving without giving, it would only be a matter of time before they were exposed. Little Master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. With this in mind, Zoe nodded and began to manipulate the curtain. After all, that so-called pilgrim's path had nothing to do with them, so why not use it to respond to this old man? Below, Evnesis was about to continue bowing to the throne when he suddenly saw a play of light and shadow appear on the curtain. The ritual's array, materials, and incantations emerged one by one within the light and shadow, those arcane secrets deeply imprinting themselves upon his gaze. This is a revelation bestowed by the divine. Tears streamed from the old man's eyes as he trembled. Bowing his head to kiss the ground of the temple, "You have finally granted your grace, O great shattered god." He recognized the components of those rituals, yet this was the first time he had seen such a complete and clear ascension ritual. Now he understood why the deity had commanded them to gather the shattered scriptures. No one had ever been able to interpret them, and they had only been able to glean scattered rituals from the texts. Never truly grasping the genuine divine power of the shattered god. 300 years had passed, and they had hidden in the shadows for a full 3 centuries. Now, they had finally received the great guidance of the divine once more. With this blessing, it would not be long before the shattered church could give rise to countless loyal transcendents. The dream soon came to an end, and the high priest Evnesis awoke aboard a massive ship upon the sea. Gazing at the dark waters, his eyes drawn to the enormous crescent moon in the southern distance, his excited visage trembling slightly in the sea breeze. 300 years ago, the star of destruction descended, shattering the starry sky, bringing down countless deities, seemingly heralding the world's demise. Yet, the shattered divine power had, in the end, held back the colossal star of destruction, preventing its direct fall. However, its darkness still corroded half the world, twisting countless beliefs and causing countless deities to mutate and decay after their fall. In the years that followed, people gradually forgot what had held up the sky for them, and the rising radiant church sought to erase all accomplishments belonging to the shattered god. The arrogant Lionheart king fancied himself the chosen of the sun, oblivious to the fact that without their lord, his kingdom could barely withstand even a shadow of the star of destruction. Evnesis gritted his teeth. The divine had awakened, and he would reclaim this continent for the deity. Only thus could the great shattered god push aside the star of destruction hanging over the southern end of the world. The first step to reclaiming the continent is to compel the Goliath royal family, already corroded by darkness, to relinquish everything, and to make the foolish Church of Light pay dearly. Duke Agamemnon's rebellion stems from his recognition of this truth. All 4 heirs of the royal family have indeed fallen from grace. The Crown Prince Charles has been corrupted into a paranoid by the forbidden artifacts of Duke Xavier. The second Prince Riley has descended into the abyss, obsessed with the monstrous entities lurking in the shadows, completely ensnared by the web of that spider. All the hunting nobility yearn for his demise. The third Prince Baron is even more ludicrous, having struck a bargain with death itself. As for the fourth prince, he is merely a rebellious madman, fixated solely on the path to ultimate power, beyond which lies nothingness. The Goliath Empire possesses no future whatsoever. In the dead of night, at the station in Dark Valley Town, David stood on the platform, flanked by the wheelchair-bound young lady Dorothy and Julius, who pushed her chair. He had just sensed the call of the shattered temple, yet he was not in a dream. Unable to enter at this moment, he dared not relax in the slightest, for a hunter's silhouette had emerged across the station. The rust-covered coat and the rusted eye of the figure stirred a profound sense of wariness within David. Ah, it is a hunter from the Xavier noble family. It seems the crown prince has indeed not given up. Julius sighed and slowly withdrew with the wheelchair. Chapter 58. The return. A hunter from the noble family signifies that the individual bears forbidden artifacts. Without Julius's reminder, David was acutely aware of the strangeness and peril of these artifacts. Their power could easily distort reality and should not be judged by ordinary standards. As for Xavier, as mentioned by Julius, David was also familiar with the name. It represented a duke wielding immense power within the empire, the greatest supporter of Crown Prince Charles. This duke's lineage had produced 3 generations of hunters, and the current Duke Xavier holds the highest title among hunters in the empire. No one knows the extent of their possession of forbidden artifacts. Even the 4th Prince Roland, the Church, and the already rebellious Duke Agamemnon regard Duke Xavier with considerable trepidation. However, it was evident that the hunter glaring at David from across the station was not a true noble hunter. He merely bore a forbidden artifact that in the gaze of the holy seer. The hunter's fearsome, rust-laden eye appeared as a profound void, emanating a power that even obscured the hunter's bloodline. The use of forbidden artifacts comes at a price. The power of that eye had thoroughly corroded the hunter's visage and entire being, resulting in a face beneath the hunter's hat riddled with scars resembling iron rust. When that eye moved, some rust even fell away. A sight that was painful to behold. David smiled and tipped his hat slightly in acknowledgement, then drew forth his heavy hammer, aiming its dark barrel at the figure before him. Strictly speaking, hunters outside the noble lineage do not possess the right to employ forbidden artifacts. Such actions are illegal and warrant lethal response. This is a form of American quick draw, striking first. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the desolate midnight station, where no soul lingered, allowing bullets to soar unrestrained. Suddenly, the hunter across the way sprang into action. As a heavy bullet struck the fence behind him, creating a gaping hole in that fleeting moment of movement, David noticed the shadows beneath the hunter's feet swiftly encroaching upon him. Rust, a sinister shade of dark red, oozed down the platform, slithering over the tracks, and in the blink of an eye, it reached David's feet. This eerie force appeared to corrode and transform everything it touched. Any material consumed by it would inevitably decay into worthless scrap metal. David began to maneuver, diverting the encroaching rust while repeatedly pulling the trigger of his heavy weapon, forcing the hunter, the very source of the rust, to retreat and preventing him from advancing further. The heavy weapon hissed as it siphoned blood from his palm, and by a stroke of fortune, a blood bullet struck the dodging hunter. Yet, before the projectile could find its mark, a translucent barrier materialized before the hunter, deflecting the bullet with a resounding thud. Steel heart pathway? Barrier shield? David recognized the ritualistic power of his opponent. Like Dr. Freud, this individual was also a steel heart, and at least of the 3rd tier. However, the barrier's performance lacked the agility and formidable repulsion exhibited by Freud. If that were the case, David halted his advance and suddenly leaped toward the opposite platform, from behind him. The claw of ruin and the construct blade extended forth. His reckless momentum infused with a frenzied battle intent, causing the hunter's rusted eyes to narrow slightly. The claw and the blade, crackling with arcs of lightning, astonished the hunter, compelling him to reassess his adversary. This opponent was no mere mid-tier hunter. A hum resonated as the barrier surged toward David, who found the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire of rust. Should he descend, he would be consumed without mercy. Yet, to the hunter's astonishment, David remained suspended in midair. The claw of ruin pierced the barrier, its talons penetrating but failing to delve deeper. Meanwhile, the thunder blade embedded itself into the ground, propping David aloft. The clash of electricity and rust resulted in an immediate retreat, as the treacherous rust rapidly climbed the blade, attempting to corrode David's arm. However, David required but a moment. His deep crimson fist struck the barrier with tremendous force, infused with 10,000 points of spiritual energy. This power was sufficient to shatter the barrier, even as his foe condensed an equal amount of energy to fortify it. The barrier exploded with a thunderous roar, and another hand of divine flesh had already swung forth. This punch aimed squarely at the hunter's face while simultaneously crashing into the ground. Boom! The platform, along with the rust-choked mire, was violently upheaved by the terrifying hand of the divine, sending debris flying and creating a deep pit in the earth. Riding the wave of ferocity, David leaped backward, retracting the construct blade, thus halting the rust's corrosive advance. To his astonishment, 2 gunshots rang out amidst the smoke, 2 rust-laden blood bullets striking his chest and propelling him backward. As he flipped and landed, David immediately tore away the large swath of flesh from his chest with the claw of ruin. The momentary corrosion of rust inflicted excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to pour forth, while his health plummeted by 1/10. Even the black claw that had touched the rust began to change, forcing him to cancel its transformation. Despite having struck the target, why did he not perish? At that moment, He recalled the sensation of his hammer colliding with the enemy, akin to striking a mass of soft, rusted iron. Dreadful, the power of the forbidden artifact. In the distance, the dust that had been stirred up began to settle, revealing the hunter's unscathed figure once more, albeit this time, the adversary was retreating slowly. He sought to escape. David narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. Regrettably, he was unable to pursue. The rust-laden marshes also receded along with the hunter. Yet they consistently ensnared him, rendering David unable to draw near. Nevertheless, he had now glimpsed the enemy's health bar. The blow from the hand of the divine corpse was not without merit, as cracks seemed to have appeared on the adversary's rusted iron-like eyes. Life energy. 40,000 health. A remarkably rare sight for an ordinary third-tier hunter, as even the steel-boned Floyd could not boast even a tenth of that. Furthermore, the opponent remained entirely unharmed, indicating that the forbidden artifact indeed bestowed upon him formidable strength. Watching the enemy vanish into the thicket, David relinquished the chase, elegantly tipping the brim of his hat towards the retreating figure, silently wishing not to cross paths again. You shall undoubtedly encounter him once more. I assure you, the Grand Prince shall not yield easily. As Julius approached, having witnessed the enemy's escape, he pushed his wheelchair forward. At that moment, a distant, mournful whistle echoed, heralding the arrival of the steam train returning to the imperial capital in the dead of night. You need not concern yourself. Next time, you will not seek me, but rather His Highness Roland. David shrugged and accepted the wheelchair from the alchemist's hands. The young girl within the chair had succumbed to slumber, the tumult of battle failing to rouse her. A testament to her profound fatigue, now relieved of her burdensome legs, she could finally relax her nerves, free from the searing pain. The train rumbled in, steam billowing around it, and as the carriage doors swung open, a figure with crimson hair appeared before David, smiling. It has been a while, Lord David. The newcomer was Veronica, which had been anticipated by David. Roland's response had indeed been swift. Greetings, Veronica. David replied with a smile and a nod. Noticing the bloodied wounds adorning David's body, Veronica appeared taken aback. She glanced around, observing the dilapidated platform, clearly a recent site of fierce combat. My lord, are you unscathed? After David shook his head, she inhaled deeply and said, It was His Highness Roland who summoned me back. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Julius behind David, her intentions unmistakable. In the early morning, the train reached the southern station of the imperial capital, and David pushed Dorothy's wheelchair down the steam-laden platform. Veronica departed with the alchemist and a wealth of information recovered from the Beast's Cage's trading company, leaving David alone with the young girl. At that moment, in a castle nestled within a mountainous gorge far from the imperial capital, a letter stained with rust was delivered into the hands of a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache and golden hair. Failed. How amusing. When did the hunting noble family become so inept? The man chuckled derisively, yet in a fit of rage, he overturned the table, sending chaos erupting throughout the room. Outside the door, the attendant shrank back, fearing to peek at the roaring prince within. The temperament of the Grand Prince, Charles, appears to be growing increasingly irascible. Meanwhile, within a certain estate in the imperial capital, a letter, stained with rust, has been delivered into the hands of an elegantly poised elderly gentleman with silver hair. A crimson arm, quite intriguing. The elder raised an eyebrow and, after scrutinizing the contents of the letter twice, cast it into the fireplace to ignite. A crimson arm. This phrase plunged him into contemplation. What could it possibly signify? The venerable Duke Xavier, who has witnessed countless wonders throughout his life, furrowed his brow, seemingly afflicted by a momentary lapse of memory. Yet he was not anxious. Anything he had encountered would eventually resurface in his mind. He instructed someone to investigate the identity of the mysterious hunter who had taken Julius and could also withstand the rust. The Duke murmured softly, and a shadow behind him stirred, bowing to his back before dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 59. Mischief. The dark tide sweeping in from the continent of shadows has yet to recede, leaving the sky over the imperial capital shrouded in ominous clouds. Fortunately, the incessant rain has finally ceased, and thanks to the subterranean sewer system, akin to a dimension of its own, the city has avoided being inundated. At number 9 Michelin Avenue, the doorbell was rung, and the twin maids opened the door, joyfully welcoming back their young master, David. Oddly enough, he was pushing a wheelchair. Hello, I am Dorothy. We met yesterday. Dorothy lifted her hood, revealing a smile to the twins. Zoe seemed to recognize the crystalline white hair of the other, which was unmistakably distinctive. It's you. Your leg. Let us discuss this inside. Yui, please assist Miss Dorothy in preparing a bedroom. Do not disturb the iron box beneath the wheelchair. Place it within Miss Dorothy's reach. David removed his coat and entrusted Dorothy to the maidservants. His countenance was somewhat somber. Not for any other reason, the malevolent spirit had begun to whisper again. Younger, more beautiful flesh. That enchanting fragrance. I long to dissect them. To savor the aroma within. David's hand trembled slightly, and he retreated 2 steps, his body rigid, before swiftly turning to ascend the stairs. The sisters exchanged a glance, puzzled. Their master seemed to have undergone a change since his return. He had previously exuded a sunny disposition, yet now he appeared menacing. Those dark eyes seemed to harbor a hunger for flesh. The insidious spirit continued to provoke the malice within him. After closing the door and taking a deep breath to compose himself, David gradually calmed down. It appeared that before he could completely eradicate that malevolent presence, he needed to maintain some distance from the maids. David shook his head and approached the writing desk, where he discovered a thick stack of parchment. Was it the fragmented scriptures transcribed by the high priest? As he casually perused it, he found it utterly incomprehensible. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door and called for Zoe to come up. Young master, do you have any instructions? Don't come too close. Stand further away. Yes, just stay by the door. David leaned against the shadowed corner of the room, which struck Zoe as exceedingly strange. The young master deliberately maintained a distance from them. However, that brazen gaze still possessed the same essence as before. My body has encountered some issues, so it would be best not to approach me during this time, as it may pose a danger. He offered a brief explanation and then pointed to the stack of parchment on the table, softly inquiring, "Do you have anything to say to me regarding that?" Zoe's breath hitched, and she shook her head with a certain stiffness in her neck. She seemed to attempt a facade of ignorance, but her acting was rather unconvincing. David remarked with a hint of amusement, "Your extraordinary path must be related to these items, correct? If you do not divulge this to me, how can I assist you in your further ascension?" The maid's eyes widened suddenly, her azure pupils trembling, and even from a distance, one could hear the rapid beating of her heart. Why would the young master ask such a question? Could it be that he knows? Zoe anxiously pondered how to respond, only to hear David continue. "This is merely my conjecture. These items are copies of the broken holy text. The contents resemble those inscribed on the scroll detailing the ritual of the foolish angel. You mentioned that your enlightenment upon ascension might be related to this holy text. If you have not perused it, take it for study." David's words left Zoe momentarily bewildered. She observed the young master gesturing for her to retrieve the fragment of the broken holy text that they had previously deciphered. The maid swallowed hard and cautiously approached the table to pick up the fragment, silently nodding in acknowledgement. David chuckled once more in silence. Watching the little maid retreat like a quail, he found it amusing. He seemed to have fallen in love with the thrill of teasing these 2 sisters. It was truly delightful. Were it not for that wretched malevolent spirit, he would certainly observe the maid's startled expression more closely, listening to her rapid breaths akin to that of a frightened rabbit. However, now was not the time for play. David sighed, changed his attire, and prepared to head out to the church. Having ascended to the 2nd tier, he naturally needed to report in and explore ways to expedite the fusion of ritual powers in preparation for the 3rd tier ceremony. After some contemplation, David realized he could not directly absorb all the ritual divine power through the limb joining ceremony this time. Part of the power had already been devoured by the malevolent spirit, rendering the divine power incomplete and incapable of triggering the limb joining ceremony. Thus, he must resort to the most primitive method, continually employing the claw of the demon Ripper to fully digest the blessings of the goddess. In order to complete the fusion of ritual powers, he needed to find something to sharpen his claws. Downstairs, for the sake of convenience, the maid prepared a guest room on the 1st floor for Dorothy. In the room, Yui looked on in surprise at the girl's empty lower half, covering her lips, her gaze shifting to one of sympathy and pity. "You need not look at me that way." Dorothy grasped the maid's hand. "My legs are in that box. You may open it and take a look." Yui refrained from touching the box, merely embracing the girl gently, her eyes reddening. She did not inquire as to why Dorothy had lost her legs, nor did she pose any questions. She simply assisted the young girl in changing her attire and adorning her with care. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Soon, before the mirror stood a girl of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, with silvery hair and crimson eyes. Her slender frame rendered her petite, evoking a sense of tenderness. Yet, Dorothy yearned to open the chest. She did not wish to be a mere doll. She longed to rise. If it were not necessary, perhaps it would be best to forego the prosthetics, for she knew the pain they would entail. David appeared at the door, gazing calmly at the girl in the wheelchair. Dorothy's hand froze momentarily before slowly retracting. "Rest well. I shall step out for a while. Why, Lord. The girl called out to him. "You may simply call me David." He turned his head, Lord David, I wish to assist you in some manner. David shook his head. You need only to rest. I shall seek the alchemist's aid for you. Julius had mentioned that Dorothy's blood had undergone transformation, rendering it exceptionally unique. Conventional medical methods were no longer applicable to her body. Though those legs could allow her to stand, they imposed a tremendous burden upon her. Yet without the energy from her legs, she could not survive. It was a torturous cycle, and to liberate the girl from such agony, Julius indicated that he required time for research, but I wish to be your messenger. To continue running for you. David shook his head and departed in silence. How utterly shameless he must be to utilize such a beautiful girl as a mere messenger, if he truly sought a courier. He would prefer to find a foolish dove, one that could transform, no less. A few days after returning to the imperial capital, an opportunity arose for David to sharpen his claws. On this day, as he entered the cathedral as usual, he noticed an unusual number of hunters gathered outside the workshop of the order. They did not appear to be affiliated with the order. After a brief survey, David gleaned some information. A calamity brought forth by the malevolent deity had erupted in the slums, resulting in the emergence of numerous grotesque, twisted abominations. Hundreds had perished, with many more injured, and a factory had even been consumed by the carnage. David furrowed his brow, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Those wretched individuals from the broken church had begun to act. He vaguely recalled the grand scheme that Evnices had mentioned to him, which included the cleansing of heretics from the slums as part of the plan. It seemed that this cleansing was to be executed through the hands of the hunters. How utterly despicable. Coincidentally, this presented an opportunity for him to stretch his limbs. However, as he approached Fernandez's office, he was intercepted in the corridor by a group of hunters. The leader, clad in gray, adorned with a hunter's hat embellished with feathers, bore a pallid complexion yet exuded a formidable presence. Upon glancing at David's hunter emblem, he coldly remarked, "A second-tier hunter is unqualified to partake in our hunt." David tilted his head slightly. "I merely wish to see if I might be of assistance. Do you think we require your aid?" The gray-clad hunter glared at him, his voice frigid. "What are you? A mid-tier hunter of the order. Do you believe we need your help?" In the eyes of the gray-cloaked hunter, the members of the order were deemed utterly worthless. And the individual before him, a stranger of unknown origin, was regarded as the most despicable among them. Chapter 60. The Hunt. In days gone by, David might have silently withdrawn, avoiding conflict with these hunters. However, on this day, his heart, perpetually stirred by malice, found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. He was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to slice open the chest of the hunter before him, eager to discover whether his insides matched the ashen hue of his exterior. At that moment, a hand clasped David's shoulder, and a whisper reached his ear. "Do not be impulsive." The figure of Lucio, the hunter with a small mustache, appeared behind David, pulling him back while positioning himself in front of the gray-cloaked hunter, coldly stating, "Mind your words and demeanor. Lord David is of noble birth." "Noble?" The gray-cloaked hunter smirked, exchanging glances with his companions, who also chuckled derisively. "Very well, noble scion," he sneered. "I suggest you seek your prey in safer locales. Perhaps the rats in the sewers. They appear in dire need of a cleanup." Ha. With that, he and his laughing comrade strode into Fernandez's office, slamming the door behind them. Lucio rolled his eyes, feeling the sting of awkwardness as he recalled having uttered similar sentiments to David, only to be saved by the noble scion on 2 occasions. "Lord David, there is no need to stoop to their level." "Who are they?" David shook his head slightly, still contemplating the remark regarding sewer safety. If circumstances permitted, he would not hesitate to kick the fellow deep into the sewer to encounter the army of spiders lurking within. "They are hunters of the Hejua family. This time, Lord Fernandez has entrusted the matter of the cult in the slums to the Hejua family, allowing them to transport the spoils of eradicating the cult back to their family warehouse. That is the reason for their disdain towards the hunters of the order, which Hejua family, the Iron Thorn, the family of Duke Xavier." David grimaced, reflecting, what a narrow path for foes to cross. In that moment, he noticed Lucio's arm still resting on his shoulder. "Has your arm healed?" "Yes, Freud has assisted me in mending it," Lucio shrugged, "but it has yet to fully recover." The physical resilience of hunters was indeed extraordinary. However, given that Lucio had evidently not undergone any bodily enhancement, David found it rather astonishing that he could recuperate from a severed limb within a mere 10 days or so. It seemed that the physician's skills were remarkably proficient. That night, at the boundary of the southern district, on the edge of the factory area across the downstream of the Lionheart River, David, clad in a black hunting coat, emerged into a damp and chilly alley. Advancing calmly within the shadows, the alley was flanked by dripping pipes, and a foul, moldy stench mingled with an array of peculiar odors that lingered at the nostrils. Numerous makeshift shanties, constructed from rickety wooden planks, dotted the intersections and corners, yet at this hour, they stood empty and devoid of life. This is the slum of the imperial capital. To be precise, it is not the most impoverished area. For those who once resided here still find some opportunities to exchange labor for sustenance. Thanks to the proximity of large factories, thus avoiding the degradation of scavenging through sewers and refuse heaps. As for the workers and their families who hold steady employment, their plight is somewhat improved. Although they coexist with the destitute, they reside in cramped red brick houses. For instance, at this moment, a small boy peeks quietly from behind the window, observing the silhouette of David, when the unfortunate homeless souls were slain by the grotesque, mutated monsters. The boy's mother hastily secured the door, admonishing him to never venture outside, before dashing out through the back door towards the factory, never to return. When the boy finally crawled out from beneath the bed to sneak a glance outside, the alley was already strewn with chaos. The deceased were dismembered and devoured, their putrid blood converging into a stream, continuously luring forth the ravenous monstrosities from the factory. Distant screams echoed intermittently, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. The boy waited in vain for his parents to return from the factory. Fear gripped him, yet he could not bear to miss their arrival, so he lingered behind the curtain, peering into the alley. Soon, more wandering monsters emerged, seemingly driven only by a primal hunger for flesh, devoid of any semblance of reason. Strangely, the boy noticed one creature adorned in his father's favorite jacket. He did not comprehend the significance of this, nor did he dare to unlock the door. Subsequently, some cold, merciless figures entered the alley, wielding serrated blades, striking terror into the hearts of all as they began to slaughter the monsters. His father's jacket was torn to shreds by those fearsome blades, while a grotesque, flesh-covered humanoid was dispatched with a few swift blows, and a massive, tumor-ridden wild dog had its head severed, dragged into the shadows. It was not until nightfall that the alley settled into silence. The boy, having crouched by the window all day, caught sight of David emerging from the darkness. He suddenly felt that the imposing figure bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. David, in the alley, remained oblivious to the gaze concealed behind the curtain. His eyes were filled with malice, driven solely by a desire to kill. The enforcement team of the imperial capital had sealed off the area completely, declaring it devoid of life save for monsters. A glint of cold steel flashed in the corner of the alley. As David lowered his head, he noticed a serrated knife lying on the ground. A hunter had perished here, the severed hand still gripping the hilt, and the abandoned weapon bearing witness to the grim event. However, it seemed the killer of the hunter had also endured hardships, as chunks of rancid flesh lay strewn about. The hunters of the Iron Thorn family had likely cleared this alley, and although arrogant, they were formidable. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The fallen remains of the monsters indicate that the hunters' assaults were remarkably fierce, their weapons far more savage than the standard silver swords of the cult. The slightly curved, broad-bladed serrated knife was particularly suited for tackling medium to large-sized monstrosities, its sharp teeth capable of effortlessly slicing through flesh and severing sinew. David picked up the serrated knife, weighed it in his hand, and adopted it as his weapon, raising his head. The shadow of the colossal factory at the end of the alley nearly obscured his vision. Resembling a giant sprawled upon the horizon, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Within, it housed a labyrinthine production line originally dedicated to a steam core, constructed to generate high pressure and temperature. Towering metallic pipes, dozens of meters high, supported the sprawling roof and towering walls, forming a magnificent steam core factory. Yet at this moment, the factory's interior was crammed with grotesque masses of flesh. The high-pressure furnace transformed into a pulsating heart. The metal conduits morphed into supple veins, and various mechanical frameworks became the rigid skeleton. No one knew what had transpired. The factory seemed to have morphed overnight into a living monstrosity, devouring all its workers. Only a select few were aware that this was a blessing from the Mother of Flesh, a malevolent deity. The hunters of the Iron Thorn family had infiltrated the factory to investigate the source of this blessing. Yet they had yet to return. David lowered the brim of his hat, drawing forth a heavy hammer from his waist, a serrated knife in one hand and a short pistol in the other. Cautiously stepping into the shadows. At that moment, a light footfall echoed from the back of the alley. David froze, malice stirring in his gaze. I had already given you a chance. Tell me, have you seen my father? It was the voice of a small boy, sounding somewhat hoarse, tinged with anxiety and tremors. No, David did not turn around. The boy fell silent for a moment before inquiring again. Are you my father? This time, David turned his head, casting a frigid look towards the boy in the alley who was covering his face. No, the boy, seemingly undeterred by his glare, trembled as he asked in a quavering voice, "Would you be willing to become my father? What if I say I am not willing?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the boy's figure suddenly closed the distance between them. It appeared as though he had not moved, yet the space between them had diminished by several meters in the blink of an eye. David smirked coldly, his finger tightening on the trigger of the hammer. Father. An eerie, overlapping voice emanated from the boy's throat as he lowered his hands from his face, revealing a visage that could haunt one's nightmares. A pair of eyelids devoid of eyes, beneath which lay a myriad of mouths, large and small, stacked upon one another, extending down to his neck and chest. Chapter 61. The Carved Mark. Aside from the upper half of his face, the boy bore no semblance of normalcy. His body appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of writhing flesh, hardly resembling a living being. Prior to this encounter, David had meticulously studied the lore surrounding the Mother of Flesh. This malevolent deity was known by many names: the Mother of Life, the God of Rebirth, the Blood God, and so forth. It seemed to possess knowledge of certain rules governing life: the vitality of flesh, mutation, biological evolution, rapid natural selection, reconfiguration, and rebirth. Yet all of this was grotesquely distorted. The boy before him did not appear to be a direct creation of the deity, but rather a blasphemous offering conjured by some to commune with the blood god. Strangely, this creature's speed was astonishingly unfathomable. As its maw split apart, what remained in place was merely an ephemeral shadow. A set of sharp fangs erupted from the layers of its gaping mouth, lunging towards David's nape. Yet, in David's eyes, such speed was already insufficient. He didn't even need to look. The arm of the other and the claw of the rift lay in wait for the creature to crash into them. He had already granted it a chance, and now it chose to pounce, even going so far as to circle around. How utterly tedious. With a sickening squelch, the creature's body was simultaneously pierced by the obsidian claws and the razor-sharp blade. Yet it seemed impervious to pain, extending its arms in an attempt to touch David's skin with its writhing fingers. If it made contact, it could deliver countless minuscule yet formidable life forms into his very being. David would not afford it such an opportunity. He wrenched the claws and blade apart, nearly tearing the creature's body into shreds. However, it was not yet deceased. Its flesh vividly exemplified the will of the progenitor of blood and flesh. According to the hierarchy of mysticism, such a creature typically possessed between 5,000 to 10,000 units of life energy. Yet, under the scrutiny of the sacred seer, the creature's life force registered an astonishing 30,000. The torn flesh rapidly coalesced, and its vitality even showed signs of an immediate resurgence. David tilted his head to evade the splattering blood, pivoting to unleash the arm of the other, which seized the creature's forehead with 6 fingers. While the claw of the rift and the hissing construct blade struck with precision, slicing the remnants of flesh into thin strips. Blessed by the goddess, the claw of the rift wielded a fearsome power. Each strike inflicted over 1,000 points of damage, proving far more effective against this abomination twisted by the malevolent god than the construct blade. Most importantly, it had no cooldown time, which meant that as long as David's spiritual energy and life force were not depleted, he could wield it with the utmost speed of his physical limits. Under the transformative potential offered by the vast reservoir of life energy, David himself was uncertain where the limits of his physicality lay. With a flurry of strikes, he unleashed 6 per second. No, even faster. 0.9 strikes. The construct blade, attacking in tandem with the claw of the rift, began to emit groans of strain, unable to match the speed of its counterpart despite also being a cooldown-free limb. Life metal emitted scalding white vapor from the rapid friction, reaching the brink of overload. In the fleeting seconds that David was lost in thought, the entity grasped by the arm of the other had been reduced to a puddle of viscera. Save for its head, which remained intact, he stared blankly at the black claw, turning it over to scrutinize its razor-sharp edges. In truth, David had long grappled with a perplexing question. Despite possessing life energy that surpassed all visible beings, this vast vitality had not conferred upon him the exaggerated advantages he had anticipated. Aside from having slightly thicker skin and a swifter self-recovery rate, he seemed no different from a mere mortal. It was only today that he began to comprehend where that energy had truly flowed. The arms. They had all been absorbed by the limbs he had grafted onto himself, transformed into potential waiting for him to unearth. Moreover, the divine power infused during the ascension ritual appeared to have activated the potential of the hand of the monstrosity, enabling it to surpass a certain threshold. Now, it seemed to revert to level 1. Yet it was imbued with an overwhelming strength and the capacity to continue ascending. Was it a matter of hierarchy? David pondered for a moment, a conjecture emerging in his mind. The mysterious forces of this world appeared to be constrained by levels. A limitation even the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by the hand of a divine corpse could not transcend. Yet, with his innate qualities, should he break free from this limitation, he could unleash a power that others could scarcely imagine. While other hunters were scaling peaks, David was already a towering giant. He merely sought to gradually shed his shackles and rise from the earth. Retracting his claws, he kicked the lifeless head that had lost its spark of life aside, shook off the blood-stained coat, and continued onward. Complex dilemmas could wait. This night demanded nothing but the thrill of the hunt. After reducing the first sightless creature to a meaty pulp, a measure of malice within him found release. Yet he craved further outlet. However, at that moment, the head that had rolled away caught his attention once more. The back of the small boy's head was bald, the bloody skin marked with an insignia that seemed somewhat familiar to David. A sculptor? Indeed, he had encountered a similarly mask-like emblem in the sewers, strikingly alike, yet subtly different. The mark adorning the boy seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, as if it were introducing itself and its creator to all who beheld it. Much like an artist branding their work. Could this be the masterpiece of that sculptor from the sewers? Was that old man a devotee of the blood god? Or had he finally succumbed to madness? The chapter was not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A barrage of questions surged within David, yet upon entering the factory, he discovered even more identical symbols smeared upon the walls. Coated in writhing flesh, this place could no longer be deemed a factory. From the moment he stepped through the entrance, David felt as though he had entered the cavity of some colossal creature. The very floor beneath him transforming into a sticky, repulsive mass of flesh. The once mighty gears and intricate assembly lines had morphed into immense, rigid bones, partitioning the interior of the factory into an elaborate labyrinth. A labyrinth, yet another labyrinth. David had grown weary of these convoluted paths. He yearned to walk in a straight line. Deep within the flesh factory, a towering figure, reaching a height of 3 meters, hunched over with elongated limbs, wandered through the bloodied corridors. Do not be mistaken. He was not a monster. Clad in hunter's garb and wielding a serrated blade, he was a hunter from the Iron Thorn family. Yet, in his current state, he would likely be mistaken for a monster and slain if encountered in the outside world. The effects of the demonic potion had deeply corroded his form, rendering him indistinguishable from a beast. Claws had sprouted from his fingers, and his feet had begun to contort, forming the backward joints characteristic of predatory creatures, his entire being having deviated far from the realm of humanity. This was a desperate measure. He had fought to his limits, even surpassing them to attain exaggerated bursts of power and speed. His sanity was gradually unraveling, ensnared in an endless cycle of slaughter. Indeed, there were countless foes to vanquish. Those grotesque flesh creatures emerging from the meat walls seemed endless. As the hunters ventured into this corridor of flesh and blood, they soon scattered in various directions, each preferring to engage in solitary combat. After all, no hunter relishes the notion of being observed up close in their demonic form. The only goal was to regain their sanity in the end. The murky pupils of the corrupted hunters flickered slightly, and at the far end of the corridor, a towering figure resembling a small mountain emerged. Akin to a mass of quivering flesh, it displayed a sanguinary grin. With its psychic energy nearly depleted and the last vestiges of reason about to extinguish, it appeared that there was no turning back. Chapter 62. Savor the blessing of the goddess Ha. At the end of the corridor, the grotesque mass opened its cavernous maw, emitting a peculiar huffing sound that resembled laughter, as if it were expelling something. The corrupted hunter propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, shattering the bloodied ground beneath him, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow. The recoil generating a shockwave. In an instant, the two monstrous entities collided. A serrated blade effortlessly sliced through the creature's belly, and a cascade of blood mixed with repugnant entrails erupted forth, intermingled with bizarrely colored fluids. The ferocious hunter, moving with astonishing speed, darted to the backside of the flesh mound just as blood sprayed in all directions, striking once more with his blade. Crack! To his astonishment, he discovered that the creature's back also bore a gaping maw, and as the serrated knife descended, it was ensnared by its sharp teeth. The hunter emitted a beastly growl, forcibly wrenching the blade from between those jaws, even shattering 2 of its pointed fangs in the process. However, as he pulled the blade free, he realized with dismay that his weapon had been severed. One portion had been swallowed whole by that very mouth. Suddenly, thick, stubby limbs protruded from the creature's crevices, as if to offer the hunter a fervent embrace. That moment, the corrupted hunter finally beheld the true visage of the monstrosity, through the folds of fat encasing its head. He discerned a serene yet swollen face. Once more, he surged forward, evading the impending embrace while drawing his firearm. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the shotgun shell exploded against the creature's chest, causing it to stagger backward. Discarding the broken blade, the hunter lunged forward, his sharp fingernails aimed at the monster's face. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the lacerations upon the creature's flesh had already vanished. Its wounds melded together like clay, the flesh coalescing anew. In the chaos of the corrupted onslaught and the relentless battle, the hunter lost his fundamental faculties of judgment, committing a fatal error as his arm pierced the creature's placid visage. The maw of the flesh mound grinned with delight. The flesh contracted, blood surged exuberantly, and all the might of the meat mountain coalesced at its head, securing a vice-like grip upon the hunter's hand. The great little life burrowed into the hunter's skin, swiftly infiltrating his veins. Boom! As David barbarously shattered a wall of flesh with his heavy hammer, he beheld this horrifying scene. The mountain-like mass was clutching a hunter who had already been devoured halfway, preparing to consume the remaining portion. How revolting! Raising his firearm, he unleashed a reinforced blood bullet that obliterated the creature's head, sending the hunter's body flying, leaving only half behind. David cast a glance at the bizarre form of the monstrous flesh hunter. Squinting his eyes at that moment, the exploded head of the flesh ball suddenly twitched, and the meat coalesced into a new visage up the breath of life. That face abruptly opened its mouth, emitting a sound akin to a sigh. It can speak? David tilted his head. Previously, he had recklessly charged through the flesh corridor, casually dispatching numerous humanoid flesh monstrosities formed from chunks of meat. Those creatures possessed formidable regenerative abilities. It was challenging to kill them unless they were reduced to mere fragments. However, encountering a sentient, articulate flesh creature was a first for him. You have the breath of life. Mother. The flesh ball extended its arms, its towering form slowly advancing towards David, each time it spoke in a halting manner. The gaping maw on its abdomen exhaled wisps of eerie red mist, which David's holy seer immediately detected as tiny life forms. The creation of the third-tier flesh ritual birth entities with a life energy of 150,000, coupled with miniature flesh creatures capable of transformation, devouring, and regeneration. TSK. With an expression of disdain, David unleashed his constructed blade, electricity coursing through it as it seared away a considerable portion of the red mist with a sizzle. Alas, his constructed arm lacked a flamethrower. Otherwise, incinerating such troublesome little beings would have been the most efficient choice. Mother, the flesh creature suddenly quickened its pace, its entire mass rolling towards David like a ball. Shut your mouth. What on earth is happening tonight? One moment, someone claims fatherhood, and the next moment, another claims motherhood. Truly bewildering. David raised his gun and fired, but the mass of flesh quickly pressed against the barrel, forcing him against the flesh wall behind him. With a thunderous rumble, the wall was breached, and the claws of the demon stretched out, swiftly tearing through countless pieces of flesh. The deluge of red mist and chaotic fluids splattered all over David, and the bizarre entities within rapidly burrowed into his body, beginning to gnaw, twist, and transform his flesh. Come into our embrace. You should accept the blessing. Mother is waiting for you. The flesh creature seemed to sense the immense life force emanating from him, yearning to consume him. David grinned, utterly unfazed, as he relentlessly fired his heavy hammer into the creature's face. The jubilant little beings invading his body were immediately enveloped by the surging life energy, insatiable. They would never be satisfied. What do you mean by mother? The arms of the flesh mountain swiftly contorted, coalescing into two enormous flesh tendrils that wrapped around David's form, using him to smash through layer after layer of walls. Great mothered, distributing her own flesh, bestowing upon the hungry among us. The shadows of claws tore through the air, the glint of blades carving arcs like the moon, and both tendrils were simultaneously severed. Young master. There is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more thrilling. Standing atop the flesh mountain, David's elongated, otherworldly arm plunged into the gaping wound. His fingers splayed out, pinning down the pulsating core of the flesh mountain. Tell me, where is your mother? The flesh mountain trembled, seemingly unaffected by the foolish touch, suddenly writhing in resistance. It cannot be spoken. Unless you accept the blessing. embraced the blessing of the mother goddess. It stirred its enormous form, tearing away more chunks of flesh from the surroundings, as if churning through a sea of meat, submerging David beneath the colossal waves. Boom! A violent force surged from the depths, directly upheaving this sea of flesh. The claws of the rending demon coalesced into a fist, and with successive blows, the massive creature burst apart like a balloon filled with water. From the very core, the hardest part of the flesh beast shot forth, shattering the walls of the flesh factory, rolling and expelling everything it had consumed within. David, whose body was drenched in blood, reached down to retrieve the hunter's hat from the ground, nonchalantly emerging from the ruptured walls. Without your prompting, I have already discovered it. This door. Your mother lies beyond it. Does she not? The flesh beast raised its bloodied and mangled head, only then realizing that it was leaning against a vast door of bone and flesh, which bore an enormous mask insignia. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this emblem, the flesh beast erupted into a furious roar. Traitor. Shattered the egg of flesh and blood. Tore. In its rage, it seemed to recall more. The source of this uncontainable disaster, that maddened figure obsessed with sculpting the mother. Certain buried emotions within its mind were awakened. An endless tide of remorse and sorrow. A single crystalline droplet flowed from the fissure that could barely be described as an eye on the beast's face. This was the last remnant of clarity in this grotesque form. Blessing. Mother goddess. I need your blessing. It cried out to the heavens, seemingly beseeching the dark deity for more power. Yet, David had already pressed his foot against its mangled body, unwilling to grant this wretched thing another chance to struggle. The blessing of the mother goddess is absent. Perhaps you might sample the blessing of the goddess. The claws of the rending demon pierced forth, stuffing the creature's mouth, flesh exploding everywhere. Strangely, that mouth continued to murmur, "Kind. Mother. What did you do wrong?" David shook his head and replied, "I do not comprehend your words. If you were once human, remember this in your next life. Hold reverence for the darkness. No, you do not understand. We cannot survive. Only be why embracing the darkness. Alas, you have chosen the wrong target. Now I can only obliterate all of this." The mouth clinging to the wall of flesh twitched slightly, as if in laughter. You cannot do it. This place is already part of the mother goddesses corporeal form. Offspring are being born. Unstoppable. Boom. This time, David clenched his fist, empowered by the black claws, and struck the great door with all his might. The writhing mouth finally shattered, and a large hole was opened in the door. As the space beyond the doorway revealed itself, David held his breath. He had envisioned what lay behind the door. The so-called mother, or some horrific progeny of an evil deity, awaited him just beyond. If that were the case, he would immediately unleash the hand of the divine corpse, regardless of the circumstances, delivering a couple of punches first and asking questions later. He even contemplated worse scenarios, just as in his previous encounter deep within the sewers, where the projection of a deity manifested directly. In such a case, he would promptly turn around and take his leave. He might dare to consume and absorb other entities, but a divine being, he lacked even the courage to gaze directly upon it. However, the actual situation took him by surprise. Beyond the door lay an eerie silence, devoid of monsters and the projections of malevolent gods. Everything he had envisioned was absent. Behind the door was merely a normal room, untouched by the corruption of flesh and blood. Chapter 63. True malice. David stepped through the gaping hole into the room, which felt like a world apart from the chaos outside. The encroachment of flesh and blood had not infiltrated this space, allowing everything within to remain in its original state. The room was lined with shelves, adorned with numerous peculiar bottles. Most of the bottles were empty, though some were filled with strange liquids, floating suspicious chunks of meat within. David traversed past the shelves, his gaze sweeping slowly, and he found no signs of life. Ultimately, he discovered a cluttered desk in the corner, covered with an array of blueprints depicting bizarre shapes, beneath which lay what appeared to be a D in order to avoid succumbing to the grueling toil. The first individual discovered a certain kind of flesh and consumed it. Subsequently, an increasing number of people partook of the mysterious meat. Initially, they approached it with a spirit of experimentation, sampling a small portion. Those who swallowed the flesh felt an exhilarating surge of strength, enabling them to labor more vigorously in exchange for greater sustenance. It seemed nothing short of divine providence. As time passed, their craving for the meat intensified, and more individuals, upon hearing the whispers of its allure, sought out the flesh, joining the throng of consumers. After a prolonged period, the flesh eaters uncovered the unsettling truth. The source of the meat was a colossal monster concealed beneath the factory, resembling a morass of filth. Each time they severed a piece of flesh from it, the creature's countenance would unveil a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a mother's affection. The revelation was nauseating, yet they found themselves unable to cease. All who consumed the flesh heard the murmurs of the mother of blood and flesh. As the gaze of the divine matriarch descended upon them, they were compelled to conceal the truth. Feigning ignorance while continuing to feast upon the flesh bestowed by their mother, relying on their enhanced physiques to sustain their lives and labors, they began to venerate the essence of blood and flesh. While the Church of Light might distribute holy water or offer healing, it would never concern itself with their survival. Only the blood and flesh could ensure their existence. The faith in blood and flesh silently flourished within the slums. And years later, more inhabitants of this district, as well as the port area, embraced the nurturing embrace of the mother. It was then that a sculptor emerged. He infiltrated the factory and discovered the source of this nefarious cult. Before he was brutally slain by the wrathful devotees of the mother, the fervent sculptor proposed a suggestion: to assist the followers in sculpting their faith. The great mother ought not to be depicted as so grotesque. Indeed, the mother was magnificent, deserving of a more beautiful and exalted representation. Thereafter, the sculptor employed his remarkable skills to transform the hideous mass of flesh into a grand sculpture embodying the image of a loving mother before the eyes of the devotees. The sculptor of blood and flesh earned the respect of all the followers, who embraced him wholeheartedly. Following this, he began to carve the faith for all the fervent devotees and even bestowed blessings upon newborns, drawing them closer to the divinity of their belief. The followers of the mother extolled the sculptor with fervor. Most astonishingly, the still-living mother, after being sculpted, gave birth to a new offspring, a writhing egg. The entries in the log conclude here. The egg was undoubtedly the progeny of the malevolent deity spoken of by the flesh creature, yet the sculptor's words left David with an expression of peculiar intrigue. I certainly wished to sculpt that egg, but time was no longer on my side. My brethren were soon to arrive, and I could only shatter it, igniting this calamity. Upon reaching this juncture, David comprehended that the sculptor of blood and flesh was, in fact, a disciple of the shattered god cult, and in alignment with the plan of Evnesis, he ultimately shattered the egg. Young master, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For what follows is even more enthralling. Disaster seemed to descend at that very moment, as the entity that burst forth from the egg devoured the entire factory, leaving no trace of its devotees. Yet, both the sculptor and David were certain that shattering the egg would not directly slay the offspring of that malevolent deity. It continued to grow, deep within the bowels of this factory. David shifted his gaze to the ground beneath him, the divine voyeur's sight seemingly penetrating layers of obstruction, honing in on the massive, warm, and writhing fetus ensconced in a mass of flesh and blood. It might indeed be the bloodline left by the mother of flesh. Those with even a modicum of understanding of the arcane knew that such an existence inherently possessed an exalted status, comparable to that of the apostles of the divine, and could be termed a blasphemous progeny. However, if it were a hand of a divine corpse, there remained a potential opportunity to vanquish it. David was uncertain of the true nature of the dark red arm, yet its rank was undoubtedly formidable. At this moment, the offspring of the malevolent god remained feeble. He could easily pierce through the ground, descend into the factory's subterranean core, and obliterate that slumbering entity with a single blow if one strike proved insufficient. Then two. Yet, David lingered in place for an extended period, still unmoved. At that instant, his mind was besieged by a cacophony of bizarre thoughts, leaving no space for rational contemplation. The malevolence that triggered these thoughts stemmed from the malice within him. The power of that evil spirit had suddenly surged forth. The apostle of the wicked deity seemed to whisper in his ear, incessantly instilling more nefarious thoughts, urging him to relinquish the notion of annihilating the abomination. This was the true essence of malice, not anger, not a thirst for blood, but the seduction of tormenting the living, desecrating life. You need not kill it. The hunters of the iron thorn will eventually locate it, and it will assist you in dealing with those potential adversaries from the hunting family, while you can continue to consume those fleshly monstrosities. Just look, you have already devoured 200,000 units of life energy in a single night. You can consume even more. Neglect this factory, and it will continue to produce more delightful blood packets. Do not worry about the abomination. You are growing faster than it'd be by the time it awakens. Having feasted sufficiently, you will possess the strength to reap it, for it will merely be another larger blood packet. Chapter 64. Observing in shadows, David was oblivious to how he departed that room, wandering dazedly through the corridor of flesh, the sinister whispers echoing relentlessly in his mind, ensnaring him deeper in those thoughts. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself before an iron door that appeared utterly normal, leading to the outside of the factory. Creak. As he pushed open the door, the light from the outside illuminated David's face, revealing the morning sun. A whole night had elapsed. The scene outside momentarily stunned David. The hunters, who turned towards the door, were equally astonished. Who is this person? The hunters from the Ironthorn family were filled with suspicion. Observing that the figure emerging from the door was drenched in blood, with some writhing chunks of flesh seemingly gnawing at his skin, yet this individual appeared utterly oblivious. His cold gaze and serene demeanor bore no resemblance to someone who had just emerged from a bloody battle. The leading gray-clad hunter narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure before him as the second-tier hunter he had encountered within the order, whose name eluded him to know. He had never even inquired about the noble's name. He merely knew him to be a minor aristocrat. This realization stirred a sense of irritation within the gray-clad hunter, for this audacious young noble had managed to infiltrate the flesh factory while they were otherwise occupied. And now he strode out with an air of nonchalance, seemingly disregarding the hunting family entirely. However, the noble's appearance also left the gray-clad hunter perplexed. How had he emerged so unscathed? It was well known that several of their companions had been ensnared within the flesh factory the previous night and had yet to return. Based on his experience, those who failed to return were likely dead. With this thought, the gray-clad hunter approached and seized the noble by the collar, his voice cold as he inquired, "What have you done?" David remained silent, tilting his head and squinting, as if adjusting to the sunlight. The corners of the gray-clad hunter's eyes twitched in irritation. His patience was waning. "Boy, I ask you again. Did you encounter any other hunters inside?" David met the gray-clad hunter's gaze and, after a moment of silence, spoke just as the hunter's restraint began to fray. "I encountered nothing. I merely took a stroll within." The gray-clad hunter regarded him with skepticism. "Did you reach the depths of the factory? What lies there?" "The depths. I found nothing. Perhaps there is simply nothing there." As he spoke, David pried the hunter's hand away and strode past him toward the factory's exit. The other hunters did not impede his passage. They too found it hard to believe his claims of encountering nothing. Surely the bloodstains adorning him could not be mere tomato sauce. This disbelief was precisely why they refrained from obstructing David. Anyone capable of exiting the blood-soaked corridor with such composure was not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to the hunters, as David departed from their sight, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of his lips. In that moment of silence before the gray-clad hunter, he had engaged in a fierce internal struggle against the malevolence within his soul. He could have divulged the information he had discovered to the hunters, warning them of the monstrous aberrations lurking beneath the factory. Yet, in the end, David succumbed to his darker inclinations. Perhaps it was due to his inherent animosity toward the hunters dispatched by Duke Xavier that he allowed his malicious thoughts to prevail. Choosing to turn a blind eye, the malevolent spirit's words rang true. This flesh factory was indeed a vast repository of blood, capable of absorbing even more monsters. He could utilize this time to further augment his own strength. As for the fate of the hunting family, what concern was it of his? He was only aware that he had increased his life energy cap by 200,000 in a single night, bringing his total life value to over 800,000. Slaying those flesh monsters, once human, would similarly contribute to the growth of the arm of the abomination. If he could slay more, his arm would surely evolve. "Go inside. Let more enter. The blood corridor shall consume those hunters. And in turn, produce even more flesh monsters." Dark tides shrouded the sky, rendering the sunlight of the imperial city a rare treasure, its rays quickly obscured by the relentless drizzle cascading from the clouds. The world appears shrouded in gloom and oppression, as this prolonged tide of darkness not only fosters distortion, but also nurtures the shadows within the human heart. At T9 Michelin Avenue, the maids confined within the household have observed that Master David has been exhibiting peculiar behavior of late, often isolating himself in his chamber, neglecting even to attend church. They have also noted that each night, he stealthily ventures out, returning with his clothing stained in blood, occasionally bearing remnants of flesh. At such moments, they glimpse the bloodthirsty grin upon his visage. The twins are acutely aware that their master has found yet another target to hunt. They reminisce about their days at the border, when David Frank was even more brooding than he is now. They never dared to inquire about the demons he faced, Though the maids lack the courage to confront him, the legless Miss Dorothy stands in stark contrast to them. The former scout possesses a spirit of audacity. Under the cover of night, Dorothy, enduring her torment, has equipped herself with a pair of formidable metallic legs, preparing to clandestinely follow David to discern the nature of the entity he battles. Just as she readies herself to leap from the window, a hand grips her, and turning, she sees her twin sister, Zoe. Do not go. The beings he confronts are perilous. Dorothy clasps Zoe's hand and embraces her, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry for me. I leap high and run swiftly. Even Lord David cannot catch me." Though the transformed girl appears petite, with her new legs, she surpasses Zoe in height. This chapter does not conclude here. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Those metallic legs, equipped with composite joints, can extend a third reverse joint, granting her an astonishing leaping ability, as Dorothy claims. Without waiting for Zoe's response, she leaps through the window behind her, cloaked in black. Dorothy resembles a sprite dancing through the night, deftly locking onto David, who has just departed, as she gracefully bounds across the rooftops flanking the street, silently pursuing him. This night, David's target remains the flesh and blood factory on the outskirts of the Southern District. The slum has been sealed off for 3 full days, during which the hunters of the hunting family have been diligently eradicating the monstrosities within that factory. David is no exception. After several days of hunting, his life energy has surged once more, nearing the million threshold, and the arm of the apostate has grown stronger through slaughter. Arm of the apostate V can expend 60 points of spiritual or life energy to activate the ability Touch of the Fool. Cooldown, 1 minute. This 5th level pale arm has reached its full potential, akin to the previously acquired monster's hand, and cannot be upgraded further. Throughout these days of hunting, David has not encountered other hunters. Whenever he does, he retreats to observe them from the shadows. He has discerned that the hunting family has acknowledged the dangers lurking beneath the factory, yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of the threat. David has obliterated the diary of the flesh sculptor, leaving the hunters bereft of any information. Perhaps driven by some instinctual acuity, the Iron Thorn family has dispatched even more formidable hunters, one bearing forbidden artifacts. Although the Liegeuf family possesses forbidden artifacts, not every hunter within the family is deemed worthy to wield them. The gray-clad hunter from before was accompanied by a team that lacked such privilege. The newcomer is none other than the rust-eyed hunter who previously clashed with David at the station in Dark Valley. How small the world is. Watching the rust-covered figure disappear into the shadows beyond the factory gates, David grinned from his perch atop the roof, reminding himself that he had vowed never to encounter this individual again. Truth be told, David harbored a keen interest in those forbidden artifacts. He pondered whether slaying the rusted figure might yield some treasures from his person. He stretched his neck and leaped down from the rooftop. Chapter 65. Ambush. In a narrow alley leading to the slums, 2 cloaked figures advanced cautiously. Beneath their hoods, 2 nearly identical lovely faces emerged, belonging to the sisters Zoe and Yui, who had pursued their quarry from home. "Sister, what exactly are we doing? At this rate, we'll never catch up to Miss Dorothy," Yui remarked impatiently from behind. "There's no need to chase her. I know where they are. The slum has been sealed off recently, and even Doug hasn't managed to escape. Something must have transpired. Both the young master and Dorothy should be there," Zoe whispered in response. "But what purpose does it serve for us to catch up? The young master doesn't require our assistance. Have you forgotten? The young master tasked us with keeping a close watch on Miss Dorothy. Now that she's fled, if anything goes awry, the young master will surely strip us of everything." Yui recoiled slightly, gripping the hem of her skirt beneath the cloak. "That may be the case, but why are we dressed like this?" Upon closer inspection, one would notice that beneath their cloaks, both sisters wore short-made skirts. And Yui couldn't shake the feeling that her thighs were quite chilly. It's more convenient for movement. Zoe shrugged, secretly wishing to experience the sensation of running in a short skirt, though she would not disclose this to her sister. While they remained cautious, their pace was anything but slow. Their extraordinary abilities had enhanced their physical prowess, and in the shadows, they glided like fleeting specters. Zoe's motivations were not entirely innocent. Her boldness in venturing out stemmed from a desire to find something that would test her newfound abilities. Having acquired extraordinary power, it was only natural for anyone to wish to feel the strength they now commanded. After all, a maid cooped up at home could hardly suppress such impulses. Moreover, she yearned to grow stronger. The restless darkness similarly stirred the hearts of those eager for action. As night fell, the enormous factory loomed on the horizon, and ahead lay the sealed-off area. The sisters chose a tall wall, quickly scaling it with a few nimble steps along its edge. As they reached the top, Yui found herself astonished. Had she truly become capable of such feats with such ease? It dawned on her that she was no longer a powerless servant. Meanwhile, within the factory, the rust-covered hunter traverses the corridor of flesh and blood, each step leaving a footprint that spreads iron oxide. The forbidden entity's power to distort reality has been insidiously extending. The surrounding flesh continuously eroded, succumbing to the mire of rust, transforming into decayed fragments. Compared to just a few days prior, the fleshly structure of this factory has notably contracted, as if the energy within its chambers is finally being depleted. And the monstrous entities have ceased to emerge. In the afternoon, the gray-clad hunters team discovered a passage at the deepest level of the corridor, completely filled with grotesque creatures. That it was an exceedingly brutal clash. The monsters surging from the passage were stronger than any previously encountered, seemingly having lingered here, awaiting the hunters' arrival. Dozens of exhausted hunters were dragged away and devoured, leaving not even bones behind. Yet, in the end, they emerged victorious, the surviving hunters paying a heavy toll, risking complete demonic transformation to violently tear apart all foes. Upon clearing the obstructing masses of flesh, they beheld a colossal, collapsed sculpture of blood and flesh. The form of this sculpture had become indistinguishable, as if something had torn its visage apart, and a gruesome cavity had been gouged into its chest and abdomen. Sensing the imminent danger, the hunters, upon discovering this entity, turned back immediately to relay the news to the Duke's estate. Rust, the forbidden hunter dispatched by the Duke to deal with this flesh sculpture, awaited at the corridor's end. The other hunters had retreated, leaving him alone at the scene. Each time the gray-clad hunter encountered Rust, a surge of intense jealousy welled within him. Despite being equally seasoned third-tier hunters, why was Rust able to wield forbidden artifacts while he could not? Yet, every time he beheld Rust's face, marred by torment and numbness, a sense of grim satisfaction flickered within him. The rusted gaze. This was the most excruciating third-tier forbidden artifact he had ever witnessed. Having lost one eye, Rust could no longer wield blades or firearms, as those would be corroded into worthless scrap. Unlike ordinary hunters or David, who had replaced various limbs and possessed an abundance of blood, they integrated the extraordinary abilities gained from rituals into their combat techniques through prolonged training, gradually maximizing their supernatural powers. However, Rust, burdened with a forbidden artifact, had transformed entirely. He relinquished most of the combat methods typical of hunters to instead exploit the artifact's power to its fullest extent. In the gray-clad hunter's eyes, this individual had become wholly a pawn of the forbidden artifact, a rusted marionette. He followed the silent Rust into the chamber housing the immense flesh sculpture, quietly observing as Rust harnessed the formidable power of the artifact to gradually obliterate everything within the room. There were no counterattacks, no ambushes. Both hunters remained vigilant against the potential emergence of threats from the pile of flesh, yet until everything was reduced to lifeless scrap, nothing materialized. This was the source of the corrupted power of the malevolent deity. By annihilating this place, the factory would soon return to its original form. Rust, the iron, turned around, controlling the murky depths of the rust to recede slowly as he prepared to depart, leaving the ensuing matters in your hands. For he had other tasks to attend to. This chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The gray hunter curled his lip, casting a final glance at the heap of scrap metal. It seemed evident that this was indeed some ritual concocted by those heretics. Perhaps due to the influence of the dark tide, the ritual had gone awry, causing an uncontrollable leak of the malevolent deity's power. This was his conjecture. Thus, the affair reached a temporary resolution, although nothing of value had been retrieved. The hunters who completed the task would be rewarded by the Duke. With a few more materials gathered, he would have the opportunity to attempt ascending to the 4th tier. The gray hunter retraced his steps alongside Rust. And just as they were about to reach the exit, the refreshing air from the outside dispersed some of the nauseating stench, providing a sense of exhilaration. In that moment, it was the period of utmost relaxation for the two hunters. As all the rust was drawn back into Rust's body, a wall beside him suddenly exploded. Bang, 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 bang. A series of deafening gunshots erupted, and as the wall crumbled, several blood bullets shot forth. Rust reacted with remarkable swiftness, his psychic energy coalescing instantaneously to form an invisible barrier nearly adhering to his skin. Alas, the proximity was too great. The bullets grazed Rust's body, seemingly with no intent to strike him. What he truly faced was a dark crimson fist. The rusted gaze reflected the terrifying limb, the hand of the god corrupted effortlessly shattering the barrier, and crashing down upon his face with unstoppable force in the final moments of his life. Rust pondered a singular question. Why was the enemy lurking just behind the wall, yet he perceived no trace of their presence? This was utterly illogical. A battle-hardened veteran hunter should not commit such a fatal error. Regrettably, he had no chance to unravel this mystery, as the immense power contained within that fist obliterated Rust's skull. Originally, he could have relied on the power of the forbidden object to transmute his flesh into decayed iron. Tragically, the essence of the forbidden object was ejected simultaneously as his head was shattered. The rusted gaze departed from his body, and the power of the forbidden object no longer shielded him. That I detested being confined, and now it was finally free. Chapter 66. Offspring. The gray hunter at the rear watched in horror as Rust's head was explosively shattered by a single punch, leaving him utterly stupefied. Sharing the path of the Iron Heart, he instinctively erected a sharp-angled barrier. Those formidable blood bullets were deflected by an invisible force, yet the overwhelming impact rendered him incapable of aiding his comrade. However, in the next moment, he found himself in dire straits. Itsu. He discerned the figure bursting forth from behind the wall. It was that enigmatic mid-tier hunter. Then, a red fist rapidly magnified within his pupils. The gray hunter's irises transformed into beast-like slits, the blood of the hunter within him boiling with fervor. In a graceful arc, his elongated blood gun swept through the air, unleashing a blood bullet poised to strike, which accurately hit that fist. Yet the fist shattered the bullet without the slightest hesitation. How could this be? Bang! The hand of the divine corpse slammed against the front of the acute-angled barrier, which had absorbed nearly all of the gray-clad hunter's psychic energy, shattering like an eggshell with a pop. However, as the barrier crumbled, the immense force contained within erupted forth, and the astute gray-clad hunter wisely refrained from wasting this energy on striking his opponent. Instead, he utilized the repulsive force to propel himself away. The hand of the divine corpse swept past the tip of his nose, and the terrifying power directly tore apart half of his face. The force of the punch compressed the surrounding air, violently smashing the gray-clad hunter against the distant wall. Despite suffering grievous injuries, the hunter refused to surrender. His body began to tremble violently, bones and muscles crackling audibly. And the lone eye he had left radiated a frenzied light. David, with his back to the exit, advanced step by step toward the hunter on the ground, a hint of surprise flickering across his calm visage. The second punch of the divine corpse's hand, infused with 50,000 points of psychic energy, had been evaded by the opponent. Remarkably, the psychic barrier could even serve as reactive armor, but that was the end of it. He had no intention of allowing his adversary the opportunity to transform into a monstrous being. Accelerating his movement while continuing to fire upon the foe, the blood bullet, infused with 400 life energy, pounded against the gray-clad hunter's re-established barrier as if it were free, truly a testament to the resilience of the extraordinary path of the Iron-Hearted. Indeed, it could take a beating. As the hunter stretched his body, he too fired back, while David's claw of the rending demon swept through the air, striking at the blood bullets with blinding speed. Humph, I can catch the bullets. My apologies. He failed to block a single one. Yet. Even being struck by the blood bullets mattered little. Those feeble attacks could be disregarded entirely. The frenzied gray-clad hunter sprang from the ground, his body now fully activated by the effects of the demonic potion, tearing through his clothes. With his feathered cap knocked off by a pair of bizarre, sharp horns, he discarded the serrated knife and gun, colliding directly with the charging David. Claws, fangs, horns. The maddened hunter resorted to the most brutal means for his final struggle, his reinforced body from the second-tier ritual bursting forth, his claws sharp enough to rend through steel. Alas, 2 fists could not contend with 5 hands, especially not the 5 hands of a giant. After the barrier was shattered, the arm of the aberrant grasped his opponent's throat, and though the frenzied hunter's claws twisted and broke his own arm, the effect of the foolish touch successfully activated, leading to a swift dismemberment as the claws of the rending demon and the constructed blades sliced through the adversary. Normally, a hunter's life energy would not be exceedingly high. Based on the power infusion from the goddess's blessing ritual, most extraordinary beings truly relied on psychic energy. As long as their psychic energy did not deplete, they could continue fighting. The more seasoned the hunter, the better they understood how to utilize psychic energy for survival. If it were not for facing a monster of David's overwhelming caliber, the gray-clad hunter would not have been dispatched so swiftly. If only he could escape. If only he could inform the Duke of David's identity. If only he had perceived the ambush sooner. But there were no ifs. David effortlessly absorbed the life energy of the hunter, then turned back to tear off the arm of Rusty Rost and consume it as well, his life energy officially surpassing the million mark. Devoured the arm of the aberration, absorbing life energy. Limit 3000. Devoured the arm of the aberration, absorbing life energy. Limit. Life energy, psycho energy. In the darkness, David could not help but break into a grin. With 1 million life energy, coupled with the divine hand capable of 2 attacks, he could even contemplate challenging the legendary creation before the door deep within the sewers. Yes, he still harbored thoughts of the Steam Knight that cast a shadow over him. Judging by the outcome of their previous confrontation, the damage inflicted by the divine hand infused with 1 million life energy, multiplied by 2, should suffice to shatter it into fragments. It should, perhaps, maybe. David felt a surge of eagerness within him. He was curious. What would happen if he were to detach the cannon arm of that legendary construct and merge it with his own? However, seeking that entity now seemed rather arduous. Should even the slightest misfortune occur, the remaining life energy would not be enough to save him. Shaking his head, David momentarily suppressed his impulse and turned his gaze towards another object lying in the distance, the rusted eye. The forbidden item lay quietly on the ground, having corroded the earth within a 3-meter radius into a rusted mire, as if protecting itself. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This object seemed to possess its own will. Upon closer inspection, the rusted eye appeared to be swiveling, as if observing something. Just as David was about to approach, he lifted his foot, only to feel his body freeze. Abruptly, without any warning, a towering figure materialized beside the eyeball. David's heart skipped a beat, and as his pupils constricted, he beheld the appearance of this entity, ugly, a grotesque monstrosity. This was his first impression of it. Its skin was wrinkled and sagging, a flesh-toned body hunched over, its waist almost fused together, while its head and neck were elongated, bending downwards, with abnormally slender arms dangling to the ground. And similarly thin legs supporting its towering 4-meter frame, it stood quietly, yet its form resembled that of a newly born infant, curled up, indeed, an infant. This was David's second impression of it. It exuded a peculiar life force, reminiscent of a nascent being. Suddenly, David recalled something. This creature might very well be the offspring birthed from beneath the factory, the offspring of the malevolent deity, a divine aberration, the son of rebirth. Yet, why was there no discernible aura that how could it appear so silently? The question that Rusty Rost found perplexing was clear to David. It was due to this entity's existence that the flesh walls of the blood factory interfered with the hunter's sense of aura. David had not anticipated that even the divine seer's ability to perceive darkness would be unable to penetrate its presence. Was this being completely suppressed in terms of hierarchy? Now, the sudden appearance of the divine aberration has obstructed his path. The entity merely stands there, seemingly fixated on the eye lying upon the ground, exhibiting a peculiar curiosity towards the forbidden object. Yet David is acutely aware that the moment he makes a move, this monstrosity will pounce upon him instantly. The backstabber, indeed, is perpetually stabbed by man. The ancients do not deceive me. He suppresses a smile, remaining motionless in his place, hoping to delay for even a second. Ideally, the opponent would remain stationary for an hour. He only needs to wait until the hand of the divine corpse cools. But can he afford such a wait? Chapter 67. Suppression. Just as David contemplates how to extricate himself, the creature abruptly stirs. It bends slightly, its contorted fingers stretching toward the forbidden object on the ground. It appears to desire contact with the rusted eye. From David's perspective, the creature's visage resembles a mass of flesh, devoid of discernible features. Yet as its hand gradually reaches forth, the center of its face begins to undulate and transform, swiftly revealing an orifice. This aperture is just the right size to accommodate an eye. The corners of David's mouth curl upward. Dear eye, this child knows not what it does. You must not let it escape. The twisted fingertips make contact with the eyeball. The divine aberration has touched the forbidden object. David reacts swiftly. Raising his hand to shield. This is the domain of the demonic, where the adversary can traverse effortlessly among the blood and flesh. He must not become entangled with the enemy within the factory. David's movements captured the attention of the monster, which swiftly turned its head, letting out an enraged scream at David, as if to unleash all its grievances upon him. In a flash, the reborn one stood before David. The claw of the rift struck out with lightning speed, while another pale arm stealthily reached toward the enemy, coinciding perfectly with the cool down of the heretic's arm at that very moment. However, The monster's reflexes and speed were far more exaggerated than David had anticipated. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to perceive everything, each detail rendered in slow motion. The black claw was effortlessly brushed aside, and the fingers of the heretic's arm barely grazed the enemy's relaxed skin, yet the foe showed no reaction. It was still due to the suppression of rank. The touch of folly could not even take effect for a mere tenth of a second. Yet, this newly born creature seemed oblivious to the art of combat. After deflecting the claw of the rift, it did not immediately assault David's true form, but instead seized the illusory arm. David felt an immense force as the twisted fingers of the reborn one transformed with a series of crackling changes, morphing into a hand indistinguishable from that of a human by the time it grasped him. It continued to grow. The claw of the rift was forcefully broken, and David's body was hurled into the air, yet this was precisely what he desired. By calculating the angle correctly and seizing the opportunity to make the illusory claw vanish, he could propel himself toward the outer wall. That he fired 2 shots from the heavy hammer behind him, shattering the final wall, and David rolled out of the factory. Boom! The air was forcibly displaced by the swiftly moving figure, and the reborn one burst forth from the breach, its speed remaining astonishingly rapid. Yet now, freed from the enveloping flesh, it was no longer elusive. In midair, David grinned widely, beckoning, "Come on, if you have the capability. Then kill me." The demonic entity collided violently with David, as 2 remarkably vital beings crashed through the outer walls of the factory at high velocity, shattering countless barriers in a cacophony of destruction that reverberated with bang, bang, banged, echoing into the distance. In the slums under the cover of night, a series of thunderous roars erupted, as numerous houses collapsed in a straight line, even alarming the enforcement team stationed beyond the cordoned area. At that moment, 2 shadowy figures stealthily emerged at the edge of the gaping hole created in the factory, revealing the sisters Zoe and Yui. They had been hiding nearby, and witnessed David being propelled outward by some force during the explosion. Zoe could sense the extreme danger. It appeared that the young master was not a match for the enemy. Meanwhile, Yui peered curiously into the factory, her heart racing at the sight of the writhing mass of flesh. Yet her attention was drawn to a small orb lying on the ground nearby. Suddenly, a lithe figure clad in a black robe descended from above. What are you 2 doing here?" Dorothy exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the sisters. Upon seeing Miss Dorothy, Zoe rushed forward. "Miss Dorothy, could you help me catch up to the young master? What do you intend to do?" Dorothy was momentarily stunned. She had just been hiding on the rooftop near the factory, and she had witnessed in vivid detail the scene where David was struck and sent flying. Even a blind person could discern that the creature relentlessly assaulting David was utterly terrifying, and an ordinary individual would stand no chance in such a battle. "That I want to help the young master. If there's no time for explanations, just take me to where I can see them. I can utilize my abilities from a distance," Zoe declared, then, without hesitation, leaped onto Dorothy's back, her legs straddling the petite girl. The sudden weight nearly took Dorothy's breath away. How could you be so inconsiderate to someone with a disability? Fortunately, the powerful energy of the life metal coursed through Dorothy, igniting her blood with fervor. Those radiant energies filled her veins and nerves, enabling her to carry not just one maid, but several if need be. In truth, Zoe was simply too anxious, her mind solely focused on aiding David. Dorothy shared this sentiment. If the maid truly possessed the ability to assist David, she had no qualms about taking a risk alongside her. "Yui, find a safe place to hide and do not follow us," Zoe instructed her somewhat dazed sister, before vaulting onto Dorothy and soaring into the night sky. The 2 vanished in an instant. Yui trembled, finally coming to realize. "How could you leave me behind?" She glanced around, sensing something lurking in the shadows, which only heightened her fear, just as the young maid contemplated making a hasty retreat from the eerie surroundings. She recalled the small object she had seen moments ago. That little sphere lying quietly on the ground seemed to be beckoning her. She turned and approached the ground near the factory's exit, irresistibly drawn to it. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the small sphere was, in fact, a rusty fake EYE. In truth, the 2 sisters had witnessed the battle unfolding at the factory's entrance while hiding outside. The young master had vanquished the hunter with unparalleled strength, and this eye had fallen from the hunteress body. If that creature had also been fixated on this EYE, it seemed significant if she could bring it back. With this thought, Yui tore a corner from her cloak, wrapping the eye in the fabric before lifting it. The eye appeared to show no reaction. Confirming its safety, Yui took a deep breath and swiftly turned to leave the factory, racing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 68. The innocent blank slate David was enduring a beating. Behind him, fragile brick walls crumbled as the grotesque child of rebirth relentlessly charged forward, seemingly intent on pushing him to the ends of the earth. Yet, David remained unperturbed. He merely crossed his forearms before him, shielding his head and chest, refraining from retaliation, allowing the creature to vent its fury. When he was thrust into the interior of a building, he heard the terrified screams of civilians hiding within. These cries occasionally drew the attention of the abomination, which, with a mere flick of its hand, could reduce the screamers to mere pulp. This made the nascent divine aberration appear to have acquired some semblance of knowledge. However, when it attempted to strike the human before it with its arm, the individual did not disintegrate into a pulp. Instead, they were merely sent hurtling in another direction, crashing through several walls. The divine aberration seethed with indignation, for in its eyes, the being possessed a life force comparable to its own, vast and intimately familiar. They ought to have leaped into the crucible of flesh together, merging, growing, and being reborn as offspring of the great mother that we are brothers. We should have been brothers, yet that brother now repulses it. Refusing to communicate, unable to comprehend its language, and only desiring to flee, there was no other recourse. It could only reduce him to fragments. However, the task of turning David into a slurry was far from simple. Most of the erratic assaults from the aberration were thwarted by his formidable demon claw, and constructed arm damage akin to crashing into walls was virtually negligible for him. Even at this moment, David remained unperturbed. This fledgling divine aberration possessed no understanding of combat. It merely flailed its arms wildly, and though each strike bore enough force to obliterate a small house, the dissipated energy rendered the damage inflicted upon David less significant than a single bullet from an undead. Yet David dared not retaliate. He could not permit the aberration to learn any true techniques of force. Slashing, tearing, piercing, none of these attacks were permissible, for with such a terrifying power, being caught could result in him being torn asunder. Fortunately, this creature appeared somewhat dim-witted, akin to a pristine sheet of paper, devoid of any meaningful content thus far. David maintained a defensive stance as the aberration, mirroring his posture, charged at him fiercely, demolishing countless structures in the slums, weaving through streets and interiors, transforming vast areas into ruins. Strike, with even greater fervor, and the hunters of the imperial capital will soon take notice of your emergence. Rest assured, I shall ensure your journey culminates in the end. The sacred observer could not discern the divine aberration's health bar, but it was evident that the life force of the reborn child was undoubtedly substantial. This was the most significant target within David's sights. Meanwhile, upon a relatively intact rooftop near the battlefield, Dorothy and Zoe stealthily alighted. From afar, Zoe had already witnessed the two monsters grappling amidst the ruins. As David seemed poised to be pummeled once more, Zoe unhesitatingly activated her ability. The first-tier ritual of the nightmare path was aptly named Love. This ability proved immensely useful. As long as Zoe could see her target, she could invoke her power, irrespective of whether the individual was aware of her presence. However, the effect of love was not coercive. It differed from mind-affecting abilities that could directly invade the psyche and control thoughts. The love of the nightmare merely imposed a potent suggestion within the target's heart. Naturally, Zoe could not achieve the same effect as a higher-tier nightmare, and when she employed her ability against the aberration, the suppression of rank rendered the creature largely unaffected. The reborn child merely sensed a peculiar soul casting its gaze from afar. Curiosity piqued, it lifted its head to glance in that direction. Nevertheless, despite its intrigue, the hand that pummeled David did not falter. The divine aberration had fortuitously discovered a method to prevent its opponent from being sent flying, pressing them to the ground and delivering blows. This left David in a rather precarious predicament. Unable to mitigate the force, each strike from the divine aberration caused stars to dance before his eyes, his insides churning violently. In the distance, Zoe, witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of Nightmare's abilities, grew frantic. She had just intended to divert the creature's attention towards herself, yet it remained indifferent at that moment. A spark of inspiration struck her. She continued to activate her abilities, but altered the target of her affection. She redirected the creature's focus onto David. This was a suggestion of love, not hatred. If the enemy were to fall in love with the young master, would that not halt its assault? There seemed to be no issue with this plan. The brilliance of this thought was astounding. When David later learned of this, he couldn't help but spit out his tea in disbelief. You truly are a genius. In an instant, The divine aberration felt that peculiar gaze once more, yet this time, the unique soul's vibrations were alarmingly close. It could be said that this force had a negligible impact on it, utterly failing to alter its will. However, the divine aberration was inherently curious about all things worldly, having received no knowledge from the mother goddess. Thus, upon arriving in this realm, its greatest desire became the pursuit of learning, specifically, how to consume more flesh and blood to continue its growth. Consequently, upon sensing the soul's vibrations, it paused its actions, earnestly attempting to comprehend the being it had pinned to the ground, the rhythmic beating of its heart. The hurried breaths, the flowing blood, the taut muscles, the indifferent gaze. Suddenly, the divine aberration's body began to emit a series of cracking sounds as its congealed form began to stretch, gradually resembling that of a human. Seizing the opportunity, David swiftly wriggled free, his forearms and two legs propelling him forward like an oversized cockroach. Just then, a powerful grip seized David's leg, rather, the reborn child, having just completed its transformation, yanked him back, and the hunter of the royal capital has commenced his assault. That immense iron pillar evidently serves as a formidable weapon, perhaps even a forbidden object. The newly arisen divine aberration appears momentarily dazed. David gritted his teeth, forcibly extracting his leg from the creature's grasp, the bones emitting a series of sharp cracks, as he endured the agony of a potentially shattered ankle, ultimately managing to escape. The reborn child, ensnared and drenched in blood, lay immobilized, yet continued to roar at David. "Help, save me, brother." The bizarre voice seemed to plead for assistance. However, David paid it no heed, retreating frantically. The several iron pillars that had descended from above did not succumb to silence. Upon subduing the divine aberration, they began to morph immediately. The dark, heavy metal unfurled like a dense, viscous mud, contorting and reshaping itself, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 iron pillars transformed into 5 petal-like shells that snapped together with a resounding thud, forming an airtight, colossal iron sphere. The divine aberration was trapped within this sphere, visible from the outside as it desperately struck at the protrusions on the inner surface. Yet the sphere began to contract, shrinking and compressing, swiftly reducing the space within. It appeared that it would soon crush the divine aberration entirely. Nevertheless, David felt no sense of relief. The blood that the monster had just expelled was now writhing rapidly on the ground. Expanding. Chapter 69. The Ferryman. God has no fixed form. God bears no describable visage. God is not the life we comprehend. God should not descend upon the world. This phrase, recorded in the sacred texts of the sun goddess, appears somewhat blasphemous, yet remains etched in the hearts of all the followers of light. In this world, gods exist, yet they are not the entities that humanity envisions. Should a god truly manifest in the realm, it would inevitably cause the collapse of all living beings. Thus, people maintain a sense of reverence towards the divine, while also harboring wariness towards those beings that inherit fragments of divine power, such as forbidden objects and divine aberrations. The Goliath Empire has survived for over 3 centuries under the menace of the Dark Continent, and the rulers within the empire are acutely aware of the terrifying calamities that sporadically materialize. Consequently, they have established numerous defensive lines, amalgamating countless fragments of knowledge that linger on the brink of the abyss, creating a series of weapons capable of contending with divine aberrations, all for the purpose of confronting these monsters that may not even be vanquished by death. The hunter is one such seemingly controllable and powerful weapon. When the aura of the reborn child rampaged through the slums, alarms were triggered deep within the church's underground. The roof of a clock tower, closest to the incident in the southern district, was detonated, and 5 iron pillars infused with ritualistic power were swiftly activated. The one controlling these 5 pillars was a hunter residing within the city, a 5th-tier legendary hunter. Count TV. This esteemed count is also the son of the Duke of Xavier, and should the aged Duke pass away, he would become the next helmsman of the Iron Thorn family. With such an entity mobilizing, the southern district was placed under strict martial law, and a multitude of enforcement teams were dispatched to rouse the sleeping populace from their beds, further clearing the perimeter of the lockdown area, directly expanding the cordon by 1/3. That a calamity has already befallen the imperial capital with the rampant presence of a divine monstrosity, and the addition of a legendary hunter will undoubtedly transform this into a cataclysm. Should Count Taiwi fail to regain control of the situation, who knows how much will be destroyed and how many lives will be lost amidst the ruins, the periphery of the devastation. A hunter adorned with a sleek iron mask emerges slowly. Although he appears to move at a languid pace, it has taken him merely a few minutes to traverse half the city since he sensed the aura of the divine aberration. The massive iron sphere remains at the center of the wreckage, though its surface has become marred with countless protrusions, nearly twisted out of shape. The iron sphere has exerted all its might. Yet it cannot vanquish the entity within, which possesses the ability for infinite growth. Before long, the flesh of the reborn child may even explode the sphere from within. The faceless legendary hunter approaches the iron sphere, drawing a short pistol from his side with an air of tranquility, aiming it at the sphere. The weapon in his grasp is exquisite. The wooden stock resembles a smooth emerald branch emanating a faint, ethereal glow in the darkness. The barrel is slender and does not appear to be made of iron, more akin to a lustrous green gemstone, inscribed with delicate golden patterns that exude an aura of mystery. The firearm held by the legendary hunter is no ordinary gun. It is a genuine legendary weapon. Known as the Ferryman, it is ranked 5th among the finest firearms in the Goliath Empire. The name of the ferryman of the underworld is sufficient to instill terror in countless monsters lurking in the shadows, and the souls that have perished at its muzzle could fill the river of the dead. Indeed, the history of this weapon is older than the Iron Thorn family itself, and ordinary hunters are not even worthy to touch it this moment. Even Taiwi, who wields it, cannot help but feel a profound chill within his heart. However, the entity temporarily confined within the iron sphere has consumed all his thoughts. He can sense the ferryman stirring with excitement in his hands. The gun yearns for a confrontation with that being. Taiwi casts a glance around the iron sphere, confirming that no other living creature is nearby, then raises his weapon and pulls the trigger. The sound of rushing wind fills his ears as David, with a broken foot, is being carried by the sprinting Dorothy, leaping across rooftop after rooftop. Hurry faster, it is gaining on us. David urges the girl incessantly, praying she can run even swifter, for just behind them, a creature resembling a dog is madly pursuing them. It is a piece of flesh expelled by the reborn child. Now, that piece of meat has transformed into a four-limbed monstrosity, its legs sculpted to mimic the folded backward joints of Dorothy's own legs, endowing it with astonishing leaping ability and incredible speed. However, this diminutive aberration is not as grotesque as its original form. Dorothy has managed to create sufficient distance from it, and for the moment, it cannot catch up. Just as the tumultuous mass of flesh was on the verge of taking shape, Dorothy descended from the heavens, swiftly turning and hoisting David upon her back, propelling them forward in a frantic leap to that moment. They were nearing the outskirts of the slums, with the expansive Lionheart River not far ahead. Would it swim? Could the river's waters thwart it? No, that notion was utterly absurd. The idea that the divine abomination could be drowned was as laughable as hoping a fishing vessel could slay a deity. David dismissed this thought, urging Dorothy to change course towards the vicinity of the church. Yet, at that instant, a series of crisp and resonant gunshots echoed from the distance behind them. The sound was akin to a stone falling into a clear spring, the ripples it created enough to send shivers through the soul. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the ensuing events are even more thrilling. A verdant green light sliced through the sky, piercing the darkness and dispelling the fog clouding David's mind. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to gaze in the direction of the colossal iron sphere's ruin, obscured by the surrounding rooftops, yet he could discern bright, slender emerald rays emanating from that spot. They penetrated everything in their path. Barriers, walls, steel pipes, and even sturdier structures could not withstand those beams. Each object pierced, leaving behind a diminutive hole. David realized that these rays were, in fact, the ballistic traces left by bullets that had traversed half the city, even soaring into the night sky beyond the horizon. What kind of terrifying firearm could unleash such penetrating ammunition? David gasped, utterly unable to fathom it. Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, the diminutive divine abomination came to a halt. Its head, devoid of eyes, tilted in perplexity towards the direction of its origin, as if lost in thought. The core had been pierced. It was excruciating. The injury was irreparable, necessitating the reconstruction of certain cells. Discarding some tissue, regeneration. It could manage. However, the one who inflicted the wound upon the core that was formidable. The core began to retaliate, yet its body was effortlessly torn apart. The flesh was too fragile. It required further reconstruction to augment its hardness. The avatar of the reborn child remained stationary, its attention captured by the distant battle, and the situation was far from optimistic. Although the core was rapidly evolving during the skirmish, it still could not discern a way to vanquish its opponent. At that moment, it redirected its gaze towards the fleeing brother, emitting a desperate shriek towards him. It had sensed the essence of the other and had acquired a modicum of human language. In that moment, the cry it emitted carried a message that pierced the soul. My brother, you must assist me. With your arm. Chapter 70. Twisted love, my brother. That a peculiar voice resonated within David's soul, startling him. Who was speaking? He turned to look at the avatar of the reborn child and found it had halted its advance. Was it? Why does it my brother? The entity requires your assistance. Your strength, to shatter the bodies of our foes. The diminutive reborn child continues to wail, its cries transforming into intelligible speech. Would you desire my aid? Head out if possible. I would directly crush your form. David suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Halting Dorothy and whispering in her ear, did you just say that Zoe is nearby? Has she done something to that monster? Breathlessly, Dorothy nodded. Yes, she unleashed some form of power from a distance, but its effects seem minimal. I have concealed her on a distant rooftop. Excellent. Seek her out and instruct her to persist in utilizing her abilities against this small creature. Do not cease. Intensify the effort. Dorothy furrowed her brow. And what will you do? Do not concern yourself with me. I can manage. Hurry. As David spoke, he turned to face the diminutive reborn child, limping on one leg, seemingly resolved to no longer flee. Dorothy, unsure of his intentions, refrained from further inquiries and promptly leaped into action. Indeed, the small reborn child paid no heed to Dorothy's solitary departure, its focus solely on its brother. Help me. My brother. David stood across a rooftop from the small reborn child, watching silently, momentarily refraining from response. He was deep in thought, swiftly analyzing the current predicament. Firstly, the entity appeared to be confronting a formidable adversary. The hunter tasked with dealing with the divine aberration was exceedingly powerful, and the newly birthed aberration found itself in dire straits. Secondly, Zoe had employed the ability of nightmare against the foe. Although the effect seemed negligible due to tear suppression, it had enabled the highly adaptive aberration to grasp a means of communication with itself, fostering a slight sense of familiarity. Thirdly, this small reborn child, having split from the aberration, seemingly lacked the strength of its progenitor. Its speed indicated that its power was at most 1% of the true form of the aberration, suggesting a diminished resistance to extraordinary forces, making Zoe's abilities potentially more effective. Considering all of this, he believed he could take a gamble. Allowing such an aberration to emerge from its chrysalis was not intended for it to perish at the hands of the church or the hunter. David sought to slay it himself, and perhaps he could gain more time. What do you wish to do? After a brief silence, David responded loudly, the night wind carrying his words to the other. Use your arms, my brother, the crimson arms, pure destruction, capable of obliterating the enemy. The voice of the reborn child seemed to carry a hint of agitation. David smiled. Why do you believe I would assist you? We shall ultimately merge into one. I can feel you. You are my brother. All flesh in this world will return to unity, reconstructing the singular. The monster emitted a series of piercing wails, its voice rising and falling. The language penetrating David's mind now sounding hoarse and deep. Yet the meaning became increasingly clear and unambiguous that we are brothers, and we should unite against our common foe, that aberration, which is no longer flesh and blood, but rather a decayed and loathsome entity. We must eliminate it. Upon hearing this, David discerned that the reborn seemed to harbor greater animosity towards that hunter and was willing to enlist the strength of his brother, the hand of the divine corpse. It was evident that the adversary had observed the formidable destructive power of the hand of the divine corpse within the flesh factory and in the eyes of the divine abomination. That dark crimson arm epitomized utter annihilation. In truth, I wish to assist you. David smirked, adding smoothly, but at this moment, I am unable to do so. I require time, unless your true form can endure until then. The avatar of the divine abomination appeared somewhat irate, its shoulders trembling as it proclaimed, I am the progeny of the mother goddess. I am indestructible, my brother. If you cannot achieve this, then relinquish your power to me. Devour, merge, reconstruct, evolve. I shall grow stronger, my brother. At this moment, David shook his head, interrupting with a similar tone. Your impatience will only drive me further away. If I continue to flee, you will gain nothing, yet I desire to aid you. So cast aside your naivety and folly. Do not disappoint the mother goddess. Otherwise, it shall be you who is devoured. Not I. The young reborn paused momentarily, You have stated that we are all offspring of the mother goddess, destined to merge as one. Whether you consume me or I consume you, it matters not. Yet, we should not hasten towards mutual destruction. That hunter is your true enemy. You need only bide your time." David extended his arms, smiling as he spoke. "When the opportune moment arises, we shall unite, obliterating those aberrations together." No, the divine abomination seemed a bit bewildered, shaking its head as it continued to wail. "I can sense you, that I can comprehend you, that I wish to consume you, yet that you are correct. We must merge, we must annihilate the aberration." David lowered his arms, standing quietly in the twilight, aware that his gamble had paid off. Zoe's abilities were, to a degree, treacherous. This naive divine abomination, lacking in vigilance, had already been swayed by the allure of affection. He did not expect to persuade the divine abomination into a state of weakness merely through words and low-tier ritualistic abilities. But as long as they both established a common enemy, he could exploit this to gain more time. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Caw, caw, caw. The body of the divine abomination emitted a series of distorted sounds, as if suppressing its inner agitation. We must wait. For how long? A smile curled at the corners of David's lips. Soon. Be patient. It will not be long. What is love? This had once been a question pondered by David. Perhaps now he could offer a distorted answer. It is a form of trust, as well as a deception. In the distance, amidst the ruins, the battle between the hunter and the divine abomination had already commenced. Countless fleshly tendrils burst forth like daggers from the confines of the massive iron sphere that ensnared it. The son of rebirth learned to penetrate from the bullets that pierced its form, its body instantaneously transforming into corresponding weapons. After tearing through the iron shell, a creature emerged that was not only more colossal than before, but also closer to human form. Its surface devoid of skin, revealing sinewy, blood-red flesh, robust and elongated that it had evolved. Count TV, undeterred, continued to squeeze the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets from the ferryman in a sweeping arc across the ruins. Yet, these emerald rays were deftly evaded by the abomination. It moved with astonishing speed as the son of rebirth sprang into action. A multitude of tendrils, each as thick as a finger, erupted from its back, resembling hair or mane. Yet propelled by the horrific vitality of its flesh, they could extend to great distances in an instant, akin to bullets fired from a gun. Even more terrifying was the fact that these tendrils possessed a strength, speed, and hardness surpassing that of conventional bullets, piercing through all obstacles in the ruins as if they were mere paper. The abomination seemed to be learning, mimicking the ferryman's method of attack. But when these tendrils struck the hunter, all the sharp tips shattered into fragments. The abomination could only perceive one sensation: hardness. The opponent's body was so unyielding that even its reconstituted tendrils could not breach it. Chapter 71. Absolute solidarity and blood rebirth. The son of rebirth was astonished. For the first time, it discovered a fragile aspect of its own corporeal form. Before it could comprehend the structure of its adversary's body, a transparent barrier surged from all directions, pressing in upon it. TV extended his hand, gently grasping, and the rapidly moving abomination was ensnared within a reverse barrier force field. As his palm closed, immense pressure was exerted upon the abomination's flesh. Indeed, Count TV was a transcendent being of the 5th tier of the Ironheart path. And the 3rd tier ritual ability of the barrier force field had, in his hands, become a formidable power capable of being freely shaped. The defense against the tendril assault was facilitated by his 4th tier ritual ability, absolute solidarity. Upon completing the 4th tier ascension ritual, hunters could gradually access the rules of the divine. Absolute solidarity was a force that touched the edge of these rules, serving to eliminate all external impacts that would cause deformation to oneself. Normally, even the hardest steel would yield to some degree of deformation when pressed upon by a finger, however minute. Yet this ritual ability negated such responses, resulting in TV's body entering a state of absolute hardness. This was purely a conceptual rule, unrelated to the structure of flesh. Was there a way to shatter this nearly invulnerable state? Certainly. Impacts from within or qualitative changes could breach the conditions under which the ritual ability was activated. From another perspective, it was merely a fragile form of invincibility. Similarly, exhausting TV's spiritual energy was another method, as maintaining the state of absolute solidarity required a continuous drain of significant spiritual energy. Thus, TV would refrain from sustaining this ability unless necessary. However, the abomination had yet to realize these 2 points. Confronted by the encroaching intangible barriers, the left arm of the divine aberration suddenly swelled into a colossal mass of flesh. Forcefully bracing against the obstruction with a resounding thud. In an instant, this fleshy pillar underwent a rapid reconstruction, transforming into a 6-meter-long crescent-shaped bone blade. The reborn child discovered the most effective method to breach the barrier. The razor-sharp bone knife was capable of slicing through the ethereal obstruction composed of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, its corporeal form was swiftly undergoing metamorphosis as numerous blades emerged from within, explosively piercing through the barrier. At that moment, it had mastered both slashing and piercing techniques. Meanwhile, T-Way drew another firearm, a seemingly ordinary shotgun loaded with blood-infused shells. The gun discharged, releasing a flurry of small projectiles. This shot struck the reborn child, who had just teleported beside him. As it swung its blade at T-Way, the blade shattered upon impact, while the scattered projectiles penetrated the divine aberration's surface, simultaneously unleashing countless minute force fields. Hundreds of repulsive fields from the tiny projectiles expanded simultaneously, causing the upper half of the divine aberration to vanish. This single shot produced an effect more horrifying than that of artillery. Yet, in the next moment, the reborn child's leg twisted, and its body swiftly completed its regeneration, recovering at an astonishing rate. Even T-Way, witnessing this spectacle, appeared somewhat astonished. He quickly realized that this adversary seemed to belong to the indestructible category. Alas, if only Olivia were here. Her radiance would be most suited to tackle such a foe. With a sigh escaping from beneath his iron mask, T-Way braced himself against another strike from the divine aberration. After shattering its bone blade, he continued to fire. However, the situation was manageable. It merely required a bit more effort. His armament consisted of 2 firearms. One was a legendary weapon capable of piercing through all, while the other was a shotgun designed to unleash repulsive fields that cascaded into explosive bursts. In close quarters, these 2 weapons were sufficient to inflict grievous wounds upon the divine aberration. Just half a second ago, the reborn child's body had been severed in half, and half a second later, it lost its head and shoulder, yet it continued to evade with remarkable speed. Its rate of regeneration was even swifter, seemingly boundless, even when utterly obliterated, with fragments being annihilated by the force fields. As long as a single drop of blood remained, it could restore its original form in the blink of an eye. This regenerative ability differed from the direct reversal of death exhibited by the undead. Yet the outcome was strikingly similar. Rebirth from a single drop of blood, undying and imperishable. As the battle raged on, the reborn child absorbed ever more knowledge. Its tendrils and bone blades relentlessly assaulted the impenetrable form of the hunter. Sensing the enemy's energy depleting. As long as its attacks remained sufficiently relentless, the adversary would be unable to deactivate their abilities for respite. In response to the onslaught, the divine aberration's stature increased, its surface sprouting increasingly resilient bone plating, gradually diminishing the shotgun's damage. It was evolving, until, at a certain moment, the hardness and density of its external bone armor reached a critical threshold during the continuous reconstruction, rendering the repulsive fields of the shotgun's bullets incapable of penetrating its surface, forcing the power to recoil it instead. A flash of verdant light illuminated the scene as the ferryman's bullet struck the most resilient arms of the abomination. At last, it beheld the projectile that had been unleashed, a stark contrast to its previous encounters where the bullets had merely manifested as rays, for nothing had ever stood in their way. Yet, in this fleeting moment, the reborn child had managed to obstruct its path, if only for a mere 0.1 seconds, allowing it to genuinely experience the terror of that bullet. The unreasonable force of penetration pierced through its arms, the impact propelling it through countless walls, ultimately crashing into the flesh and blood factory with a resounding boom. The hunter casually discarded the shotgun. From this moment forth, the weapon had lost its efficacy against the abomination. He adjusted the iron mask upon his face, twisted his neck, and swiftly approached the gaping hole in the exterior of the flesh factory. That instant, the vast factory erupted, a torrent of blood and flesh surging forth as if unleashed by a volcanic eruption. The abomination's form began to reconstruct amidst the deluge, intent on assimilating the factory that had birthed it, drawing strength from the internal flesh. The verdant light shot forth from the ferryman, pierced through the flood of flesh, and numerous chunks lost their vitality under the arcane power of the legendary weapon. Yet, The sheer volume of flesh within the factory was overwhelming. Even more astonishing to Tiwei was the transformation of the expelled flesh into a vast cloud of blood mist. If it was impossible to surpass the enemy in density and structure, then it was time to relinquish density altogether and fragment into innumerable parts that on the rooftop in the distance. David grinned at the quietly lingering reborn child beside him. He was offering advice to the abomination, finding its naivety unbearable. What should I do? The little abomination tilted its head in confusion. Drown him, suffocate him, invade his body through the respiratory passages and other openings. Employing the penetrating properties you learned from those bullets. Launch an unending assault with particles smaller than cells until his spiritual energy is exhausted. The abomination nodded, then shook its head. Such a complex reconstruction would demand immense energy. But it was willing to attempt it. Brother, how much longer do you require? David blinked, shaking his ankle, which was on the verge of self-repair. Soon. Just a bit more flexibility in this foot. As the moment approached. He cooperatively shadowed the abomination's avatar, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to their adversary. Watching the vast sea of flesh transform into a blood mist that swiftly enveloped the hunter, David began to ponder anxiously. How, precisely, would he consume this grotesque entity? He had merely spoken in jest, yet this creature could genuinely transmute its structure into a microbial swarm as minuscule as dust. A life form nearly impervious to conventional eradication methods. To initiate the devouring ritual, a crucial condition must be met. He had to personally slay the target in an objective sense, but could the hand of the dead god eliminate this thing? It appeared to possess no health bar at all. Peering through the sea of crimson mist that engulfed the area, David suddenly conceived a possibility. Perhaps it was not that there was no health bar, but rather that he had misidentified the target. If a divine aberration can effortlessly divide itself into countless fragments, does that imply that its very essence is intricately woven together like a structure composed of individual cells? Each cell, a manifestation of the divine. Magnificent little lives, merging, reconstructing, rebirthing. Thus, he seems to grasp everything. When he gazes at the little divine aberration beside him, a dangerous glimmer ignites in David's eyes. Chapter 72. Pure destruction, completely annihilating the creations of the gods, is an exceedingly arduous task. Take forbidden artifacts as an example. Such items are generally not easily destroyed unless one collides them with the power of another deity. However, should one proceed with such an action, no one can predict the bizarre events that may unfold. Hence, the extraordinary individuals of the Goliath Empire adopt a pragmatic approach towards forbidden artifacts. Utilize them when possible, and if not, or if they pose excessive danger, seal them away. Similarly, in the quest to eradicate a divine aberration, one might harness the divine power contained within forbidden artifacts to achieve their goal. Although David lacks forbidden artifacts, he possesses the hand of the divine corpse, thus meeting the initial condition required to slay a divine aberration. In certain contexts, to kill and to utterly eliminate are, in fact, two distinct concepts. David has come to realize that his desire to consume the power of the divine aberration may not necessitate its total destruction. This could potentially be far simpler than anticipated. However, for the Marquis Taiwei, who has come to suppress the divine aberration, the situation is quite different. His objective is to utterly obliterate this newly arisen calamity. If that proves unfeasible, he must at the very least confine it and seal it away. Therefore, the Marquis naturally possesses forbidden artifacts, and not just one. Normally, even the most elevated extraordinary beings find it perilous to simultaneously control multiple forbidden artifacts. Only those exceptional individuals, like Marquis Taiwei, who tread the path of the Iron Heart, are exceptions to this rule. Those of high-grade Iron Heart possess an incredibly resilient spirit, allowing someone like Taiwei, who has long dealt with forbidden artifacts, to withstand the insidious whispers of malevolent deities. This is also why many extraordinary beings within the Iron Thorns family follow the path of the Iron Heart. When enveloped by blood mist and confronted with that insidious invasion, Taiwei's first instinct was to activate his fourth-tier ritual ability, Absolute Fortification. Then he realized the divine aberration had entirely transformed its form, and this assault seemed to persist endlessly. Thus, he refrained from any unnecessary actions and promptly injected himself with a concocted hunter's blood elixir. His hunter's blood not only restores life, but also rejuvenates both his spiritual energy and mental state to their zenith. In this way, he could unleash the maximum amount of spiritual energy to activate his fifth-tier ritual ability, Dense Spiritual Body. This ability allows him to utilize spiritual energy without limitation, no consumption, for a period while maintaining himself in a constant, unchanging state that in simpler terms, it renders him impervious. The activation of this ability was not to fend off the invasion of the divine aberration, but rather to resist the backlash effects brought about by multiple forbidden artifacts. First, Taiwei produced a crystal resembling a teardrop, a fourth-tier forbidden artifact, Tear of Tranquility. With a decisive crunch, he crushed the crystal, and the strange power contained within swiftly permeated the blood mist, soon enveloping the surroundings of the factory. Every area enveloped by power succumbed to a state of stasis. The air, the liquids, and the divine entities transformed into minuscule mists were all congealed into a singular mass. Only Tiwei remained unscathed. What a waste, he quietly lamented as he watched the Tear of Tranquility shatter and vanish in his palm. This artifact was one of the few taboo items devoid of significant side effects, if one could survive in an indiscriminate stasis. Its sole drawback was that it would vanish after use, reappearing randomly in any corner of the world after a period of time. Subsequently, Tiwei produced a lantern and placed it upon the ground. A flicker of jubilant light ignited within the lantern, resembling a dancing shadow, its radiance diffusing like ripples on water, causing everything illuminated to wither, soulless beings decaying, and those with souls wilting away. Count Tiwei seemed to hear a grand collision resonate within the void. He chuckled, disregarding the commotion that it was merely a clash between the goddess of death and the mother of flesh. The tier of this taboo lantern was exceedingly high, yet after this usage, it would likely be forcibly downgraded. For the power it housed was dwindling. The deathly light emanating from the lantern spread swiftly. As it cast upon the sanguine mist, vast swathes of divine flesh and blood wilted and perished without even a whimper. Count Tiwei turned to depart, manifesting a barrier field upon the surface of his body. Under his deliberate control, the field began to vibrate against his skin, creating a remarkable synergy between the barrier field and the absolute fortitude of his ritualistic abilities. The shockwaves rebounding from the repulsive field produced a terrifying effect capable of severing all that lay in its path, as he stepped forth beyond the sanguine mist, annihilating all the still blood fog in his wake. The boundless spiritual energy afforded by the dense spiritual body allowed him to wield his powers with reckless abandon. It must be said, the hunter's mastery over extraordinary forces had reached a transcendent level. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from the crimson haze, akin to traversing through a sea of red jelly. Lastly, Tiwei glanced back at the entirety of the stilled sanguine mist, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This must be your entire corporeal existence. That this shall be the end. Now, feel the suffering you have wrought upon yourself. He gently tapped the mask upon his face, producing a pair of metallic chimes. This was the third taboo item possessed by the hunter, torment of suffering. In an instant, the entire expanse of blood mist quivered within the stasis field, the essence of the divine seemingly emitting a silent wail that in the distance. The avatar of the child of rebirth upon the rooftop trembled as well. A hysterical voice echoing within David's heart. I have failed, that entity is consuming me, leading me to my demise, and a curse relentlessly siphons my strength, severing my bond with the mother goddess. Beside him, David stood in a daze, gazing at the congealed blood mist, utterly oblivious to the machinations of the hunter within. Yet, something must have transpired. My brother, time is running short. I can still tear through that realm, evade that light, but the curse cannot be dispelled. You must assist me, with your ultimate power of destruction, to annihilate our foe. Worry not. I shall be ready soon. David once again shook his previously injured ankle. By the way, I have a question. You have often said that I possess the power of destruction. Can such a force truly breach the defenses of my opponent? Indeed, do you have any evidence? That arm can transcend the life threshold left by the mother goddess, surpassing the limits, which means transcending the rules. Therefore, crack. David's ankle emitted a crisp sound as the misaligned bones were set right. At the same time, he stepped heavily forward, thrusting forth the phantasmal arm. Hence, I can indeed kill you. The avatar of the divine aberration swiftly turned its head, its amalgamated visage greeted by a dark red fist. Boom! As the divine aberration had stated, the immense energy transformed into the power of annihilation within the hand of the divine corpse. The fist effortlessly shattered the corporeal form of the aberration, the unleashed force disintegrating it into a shower of flesh. This strike consumed 500,000 units of David's life energy, leaving him with approximately 300,000 as a buffer. Why not infuse more energy? Because it was unnecessary to utterly obliterate the divine aberration with a single punch, David estimated that he might deplete all his life energy without achieving it. This punch was merely to eradicate a part of the aberration. Just a fragment is sufficient. Discover divine aberration flesh. Initiate limb grafting ritual. David seized a piece of the flesh, retreating rapidly while breaking into a wide grin. Come forth. Let the ritual commence. Chapter 73, I remember you. The acquisition of the power of the divine aberration had been David's objective for several days. Nurturing the aberration, allowing it to emerge from its cocoon, luring the iron thorn family's hunter to ensnare the aberration, like the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. The plan must not be overly intricate, lest it be fraught with unforeseen complications, becoming unpredictable as it stands. The situation had deviated from David's expectations. Fortunately, Zoe's abilities had afforded him sufficient time, ultimately enabling the initiation of the limb grafting ritual. When the flesh of the divine aberration merged with him through that invisible, enigmatic ritual, David felt that everything was worthwhile, that it was an unprecedented sensation, akin to deeply experiencing a wholly new form of life. Now he understood why those pitiful souls of the past revered the mother of flesh. The elation brought forth by this new life, brimming with infinite possibilities, when magnified 1,000-fold, could render everything distorted, maddening. Limb grafting ritual complete, acquired arm, touch of rebirth, a supple limb, interwoven with bone and flesh, emerged from David's back. It bore no joints, no fingers, nor even a fixed form, capable of transforming into anything. From this arm, David sensed fragments of the mother goddess's divine power, yet he received no accompanying knowledge. That was something he must explore, feel, and reconstruct on his own. This was fortunate, as the limb grafting ritual protected his very existence. David was acutely aware that had the ritual granted him the complete knowledge of flesh, merging him with the powers of the mother goddess, he would undoubtedly be consumed entirely by that twisted divine force. To his astonishment, the ritual of limb acquisition failed to bestow upon him any semblance of life energy. Note: the flesh of the divine aberration is shielded by an unknown divine force, rendering it incapable of absorbing life energy. This left David somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that even a mere avatar of such a being would grant him an overwhelming surge of life energy. Little did he know, absorption was simply not permitted. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in obtaining such a unique arm. Rebirth tendrils requires the expenditure of 100,000 life energy to activate, generating a tendril with equivalent life force, capable of free reconstruction. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Note: unless the ability is voluntarily cancelled or the physical structure is utterly destroyed, the tendril shall not dissipate. This arm, akin to the newly birthed rebirth progeny, necessitated David's own efforts to learn the art of reorganization, reconstruction, and evolution. However, David was no empty-headed divine aberration. The moment he acquired the arm, a multitude of potential applications flooded his mind. Without hesitation, he expended 100,000 life points, simultaneously lashing the elongated rebirth tendril forcefully backward. At that instant, the flesh-esque structure began to swell and reshape, the tendril extending to over 100 meters. Its tip sprouting for vicious claws that clamped onto the distant chimney atop the roof. Muscles contracted and rebounded, propelling David's form at breakneck speed away from the scene. This elastic grappling form represented the most expedient means of escape he could conceive. He needed to vacate the area with utmost urgency. In truth, David had contemplated transforming the tendril into a pair of fleshly wings, yet the ability to fly is far more complex than merely flapping wings. Akin to swimming, mastering such a skill requires extensive practice, hence he opted for a more reliable strategy. The recently obliterated rebirth progeny would undoubtedly harbor feelings of vengeance, and in the briefest of moments, the scattered flesh began to converge in the air. Simultaneously, the battlefield ensconced in the stasis field underwent a transformation. The divine aberration, now a mere mist of blood, emitted a furious roar, causing the entire stasis field to tremble. The next moment, the solidified jelly-like substance cracked open with countless fissures. The blood mist within suddenly coalesced toward the center, reforming into a towering humanoid figure, numerous tendrils plunging into the ground and violently churning, uprooting the power of the taboo entity along with the surrounding terrain. The lantern that had been placed at the center was also flung aside, rolling away in a frantic tumble. The divine aberration, breaking free from the field, let out a piercing wail of anguish, summoning all the flesh back to its core, including the splintered rebirth progeny, which swiftly returned. From afar, David could still hear the voice of the divine aberration. And within his soul echoed eerie whispers, akin to the most malevolent of curses. You have betrayed me, my brother, I shall remember you, that I shall remember you. Remember you, I shall remember you. The terrifying shriek of the rebirth progeny reverberated in the darkness, leading David to ponder that if this creature were to master more human languages, it would undoubtedly employ even more vicious words to assail him. Yet, the divine aberration's wrath was assuredly not limited to mere invective. David had not forgotten the side effects of the ritual. As the howls of the reborn son reverberated into the void, a rift from the abyss was torn open, and vast swathes of crimson mist broke through the barriers of reality. Appearing beside the swiftly moving David, the new malevolent spirits had arrived. Waiting for you. David gritted his teeth, revealing another hand of a divine corpse that he had kept tightly grasped behind him. Come forth. Whoever dares to approach shall be met with my fist. Simultaneously, he summoned another claw of the rift demon capable of injuring ethereal entities, both arms launching towards the location where the red mist had coalesced. Boom! The 50,000 units of life energy contained within the hand of the divine corpse unleashed upon contact with the blood mist, generating a tremendous force that unleashed a tempest, blasting a hole through the center of the crimson fog. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. The claw of the rift demon swept across the red mist, tearing 5 gashes into it, nearly shredding the remaining blood fog. A wail echoed through the void, yet the crimson mist did not entirely dissipate. The remnants inexorably burrowed into David's body. Ritual malevolent spirit possession. Twisted egg fragment. Warning. The blood mother cast her gaze. The twisted egg will periodically absorb life energy to grow. Please detach it as soon as possible. David immediately felt his entire body pierced by a wave of scorching yet icy spikes, as some delicate entity burrowed into him, slithering through his veins, eventually coalescing in a certain part of his chest. He attempted to take a deep breath, but the air eluded him, and his vision darkened as he lost consciousness. Under the pull of the tendrils, his rapidly moving body lost control, crashing through the roof and landing in one of the houses. The howls echoed in the air, as enormous black iron pillars descended from the sky, one after another, pressing down on the struggling divine aberration. Count Teviv placed his foot upon the body of the divine aberration, the force field surrounding him shattering and annihilating all the tendrils unleashed by the reborn son. While a scarlet burning brand appeared upon the face of the reborn son, it was a curse born from the torment of forbidden objects, potent enough to suppress the regeneration abilities of the divine aberration. The successive iron pillars began to morph and expand, ensnaring the wailing and roaring divine aberration within. Count Teviv withdrew his foot, taking a couple of steps back, and slowly exhaled, bringing an end to this. A newly reborn divine aberration could be exceedingly troublesome, yet he was fortunate to have brought sufficient forbidden objects. His father was correct. The source of this inexplicable disaster undoubtedly concealed destructive power, which was why he had never underestimated the situation from the beginning. While the family hunters were clearing the flesh factories, the Count himself had even investigated the factory's past. The findings were perplexing. No one knew who had financed the establishment of the factory, which had been acquired by the Royal Military-Industrial Complex a decade prior. The origins of the cult of the Blood Mother remained shrouded in mystery. However, matters were finally reaching a conclusion. With the outbreak of this hidden malignancy, a multitude of cult followers in the slums would be uprooted. Count Teviv cast one last glance at the divine aberration about to be sealed by the metal. Clenching his fist tightly, the divine abomination could not be vanquished. They could only consign it to the depths of the death prison, casting it into an eternal cage. The Count was already contemplating the various logistics of transporting this entity when suddenly, his eyelids twitched. PFF. A torrent of blood erupted from the chest of Count Tiwei, as something pierced through his lungs, retreating through the narrowing gap of the metallic sphere back into the sinister form of the reborn son. It was remnants of flesh it had left within the hunter in his final moments. The hunter had grown lax. The temporal effect of his fifth-tier ability, dense spirit body, had expired, and with his spiritual energy depleted, he was compelled to relinquish even his fourth-tier ability, absolute fortitude. The reborn son seized the fleeting opportunity and exacted revenge upon this formidable hunter. T-Way stared blankly at his nearly obliterated chest, slowly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 74. Sealed off. When David opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an uncomfortable bed. Where am I? The unfamiliar ceiling and strange room resembled some disreputable inn. The window beside him was covered with blinds, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to penetrate. Awakening David to the realization that it was morning, he turned his head and noticed a woman slumped beside the bed. It was the sleeping Zoe. David gently reached out and shook her, and as Zoe stirred groggily awake, he inquired, "Where are we? Young master, you're awake." Zoe's eyes brightened at the sight of the revitalized David. What's the situation now? Where are we? This is a tavern on the edge of the sealed-off area. I apologize, young master, but this was the best we could find. The royal enforcement team thoroughly cordoned off this region last night, and Miss Dorothy was unable to escort us out discreetly, so we had no choice but to take refuge here. David nodded, intending to rise from the bed, but as he pulled aside the blanket covering him, he was taken aback. "Why am I completely undressed?" Zoe's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned away to explain. "When Miss Dorothy found you last night, you were already unconscious. She was concerned that you had sustained serious injuries, so she instructed us to remove your clothes to examine your wounds." David rolled his eyes, getting out of bed and picking up the clothes beside him, donning them as he asked, "How did you end up here?" Both Huey and I followed Miss Dorothy here," Zoe replied hesitantly. "The battle last night was perilous. Do you know what you were up against?" Zoe shook her head silently. David sighed. "In any case, I appreciate your assistance last night, but you must understand the risks involved. If you insist on taking such chances in the future, I may not be able to ensure your safety." Zoe nodded quietly in agreement. David acknowledged her with a nod. Putting on his hunter's coat and hat, more can be discussed upon returning home. "Where are the others?" Miss Dorothy was inquiring for news downstairs, revealing that the inn harbored quite a number of individuals. Early in the morning, hunters from the cult and the enforcement team began to enter the quarantined area, purportedly to capture the remnants of the heretical sect and search for something elusive. Zoe spoke, her countenance tinged with concern. "Yet we had not located Yui. I fear she may have returned home, though I cannot be certain." David furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he exited the room on the second floor and descended to the lobby. Typically, this tavern was devoid of patrons at such an early hour, yet today throngs of idlers congregated, all gloomily sipping diluted ale, engaging in raucous discussions about the devastated districts in the distance. This tavern is situated on the periphery of the southern district, quite far from the flesh works, but due to the expanded quarantined area last night, it too had been swept into the turmoil. David discovered Dorothy, the hooded maiden, in a corner behind the stairway, eavesdropping on the gossip of those at the neighboring table. It was said that a great battle had transpired near the factory last night, with many buildings collapsing. Indeed, it was rumored that large-scale weaponry had been employed, and the steam factory had been obliterated. Damned cultists, we've lost another avenue of escape. Bah, what sort of escape is that? I heard that factory was a stronghold of the cult. The common folk seemed oblivious to the events at the factory, though it was plausible that some remnants of the sect had fled from the factory area and were now mingling among these individuals. This was precisely what the cult would seek to discern next. David, unwilling to dwell on it further, gathered Dorothy and Zoe and discreetly exited the tavern. Just as they stepped out the back door, they were met with a familiar face. "Young master." "Ah, merciful young master, you have finally come to rescue me." It was Doug, who had long been entrenched in the slums. David paused momentarily. Truth be told, he had forgotten about this fellow. So much had transpired recently, and he had not considered that Doug might be trapped within when the slums were sealed off. He scratched his nose, unwilling to impart such a painful truth to Doug. "Oh, Doug, I am pleased to see you are still among the living." Doug's smile faltered for an instant, before he lamented with a woeful expression, "Young master, please take me away, or those enforcers will apprehend me as a cultist." "No, I need you to remain here and help me gather some information." David glanced around to ensure no one else was in the alley before leading Doug deeper into the shadows. "Tell me, have you consumed any dubious meat, or had any contact with the followers of the Mother of Flesh?" Doug shook his head vigorously, like a drum being beaten. No, young master, I am not foolish. I have not engaged with those true cultists at all." "Excellent. Now I require you to infiltrate a genuine cult." Listening intently, David tugged at Doug's collar and whispered fervently in his ear for a time. And upon issuing his instructions, he gave a swift kick to the disoriented Doug, sending him stumbling away. "Young master, what if I am captured? Rest assured, I am a legitimate hunter of the cult and shall provide you with cover." After Doug departed, David, accompanied by Zoe and Dorothy, boldly approached the barricaded entrance of the street. He displayed his hunter insignia to the enforcement team, who glanced at him, then at his two cloaked companions. Appearing somewhat hesitant, "Damn, why, Lord Hunter, if it were only you, you could leave at any time, but as for them..." Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for an even more captivating continuation. David frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before retrieving another badge from his lining and handing it to the team leader. Upon seeing the emblem, the leader's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly returned it to David, as though it were scalding. This was the silver dragon medal bestowed by the royal family, symbolizing not only immense honor, but also the dignity of the crown. He was merely a lowly captain of the enforcement team. What right had he to impede a distinguished individual awarded the silver dragon? Even if the chief of police were to arrive, upon seeing this medal, he would have no choice but to grant passage unconditionally. Thus, David departed the quarantine zone with his maid and Dorothy, while the enforcement team kindly arranged a carriage for them. Before leaving, David inquired with the remarkably astute team leader about the situation, particularly concerning whether the noble hunter had succeeded in sealing the child of rebirth. "My lord, I am uncertain about the conditions within the quarantine zone. I have only heard that the esteemed figure sent to address the issue seems to have sustained serious injuries. Last night, members of the Iron Thorn family gradually entered the zone, bringing with them orders from the Duke to enforce a strict lockdown of this area. What has transpired? It is said that something has gone missing." Missing? Could it be that the divine aberration has been lost? David narrowed his eyes. The carriage soon arrived at 9 Michelin Avenue. Zoe hurriedly leaped from the vehicle and dashed into the house, only to discover it was desolate. Her sister Yui had not returned. This news elicited a sigh from David. Setting aside the matter of what the Iron Thorn family had lost, he too had misplaced a maid within the quarantine zone. In the shadowy gloom of the overcast sky, in a damp alley, Yui, cloaked in black, hurried through the labyrinth of dripping pipes. Behind her echoed a peculiar rustling sound, as if some metallic object were bouncing on the ground, relentlessly pursuing her. Yui recognized it as a curious lantern, a lantern that rolled and jumped, seemingly imbued with life. Chapter 75. The escaping lantern. Last night, after leaving the factory, Yui had been making her way home. Though the distant sounds of battle filled her with trepidation, and the dark alleyways easily incited fear, this led her to inadvertently stray from her path, and it was only after taking a considerable detour that she realized her mistake. When she finally climbed over the high wall back to her original route, she discovered that the streets outside were also barricaded, with the enforcement team having erected iron gates at every intersection, sealing off her escape. Yui beheld the silhouettes of hunters lurking in the shadowy corners and atop the rooftops, ever vigilant for any suspicious individuals attempting to escape. Fearing the possibility of being captured as a cultist, she retreated, seeking an alternative route for her flight. However, after wandering aimlessly through the darkness for what felt like an eternity, she found no opportunity to exit the cordoned-off area until she witnessed a factory in the distance erupt in a violent explosion of flesh and blood. The earth trembled beneath the ferocity of the event, compelling Yi to distance herself from that horrifying spectacle. She could scarcely fathom the nature of the battle unfolding, her only hope being that it would not encroach upon her own vicinity. Yet, misfortune ultimately befell her, as a lantern plummeted from the sky, spinning as it struck the ground not far from her. Initially, Yi assumed it to be mere debris cast aside, but as she approached the light, she sensed something amiss. The lantern, rather than shattering upon impact, inexplicably rebounded from the ground, bouncing several times as if celebrating its newfound freedom from someone else's control. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Yi took flight. The lantern, however, seemed to pivot, as if it had locked onto her, bounding toward her in a series of acrobatic movements, reminiscent of a creature devoid of legs. Yi felt as though she had encountered a specter. She fled in a frenzied panic, darting through the labyrinthine alleys of the slums to evade the pursuing lantern, which relentlessly followed her until dawn. Despite her enhanced physical abilities, she found herself breathless. Fortunately, it appeared that the enigmatic lantern, having pursued her throughout the night, had grown weary, its speed diminishing, and after she navigated several corners, she finally managed to elude it, at least temporarily, leaning against the wall. Her chest heaving with exertion, she suddenly noticed figures emerging at the alley's entrance. Her heart lifted. After a night of evasion, she finally spotted living beings. In that moment, She would have preferred capture by the law enforcement team to being relentlessly pursued by that ghastly lantern. However, as she scrutinized the newcomers, she quickly discerned that they were not enforcers, but rather ragged vagrants. The homeless men, too, recognized the solitary figure in the alley, a woman clad in a short maid's dress. Bearing a stunning visage that seemed to belong only in dreams, exposing her fair thighs. In her flight, Yui's cloak had been snagged and torn away by the sharp edge of a pipe. And she realized her attire was rather shameful in this environment, particularly as she noticed the lecherous glint in the eyes of the men approaching her. A few scruffy ruffians broke into grinning laughter, exchanging glances as they drew nearer, producing from their trousers small knives fashioned from sharpened metal scraps. The lamb lost in a dark alley. They intended to take her back and savor the experience. A slight threat was deemed necessary. It was preferable if this beautiful lamb would cooperate willingly, thus sparing her from greater suffering, and perhaps allowing for shared amusement. At present, this area is under lockdown, with law enforcement and a sinister cult creating a palpable sense of unease. It is a rare occurrence to encounter such a strikingly beautiful woman, a perfect outlet for their pent-up frustrations, destined to be discarded into the river once their amusement concludes, leaving no trace behind. Just as a few ruffians were lost in their depraved thoughts, a metallic clanging sound echoed behind Yui. Clink, clang, clang. The little maid immediately panicked. The lantern was pursuing her once more. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and charged towards the gangsters. Upon witnessing the lamb charging willingly into their embrace, the ruffians could hardly contain their amusement. However, before their laughter could escape their lips, an icy sensation enveloped their bodies. Yui had activated the power of the foolish angel, her form transforming into an afterimage. One ruffian suddenly found his hand empty. The small knife he had clutched was now plunged deep into his companion's throat, piercing through with a swift motion. No one could discern what the maid had accomplished. Her speed was astonishing, and the knife even swifter. Blood arced through the air as the not-so-sharp blade made a complete rotation, slicing open the throats of each assailant before returning to its original owner's grasp. In the blink of an eye, blood gushed forth, splattering the walls of the alley and staining Yui from head to toe, her once white apron now of vivid crimson. The ruffians clutched their throats, wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Struggling as they collapsed to the ground, as Yui regained her senses, she stared blankly at her bloodied hands, frozen in disbelief. Had she not taken a life? The thought had never crossed her mind. Yet, the power of the foolish angel was beyond her control, and these ruffians were not the likes of young Master David. With merely a simple action, they had perished fragile, just as she lingered in her daze. A figure with the lantern appeared, bouncing into view from the end of the alley. Suddenly, the lantern came to a halt, standing still without approaching. Yui, startled by the noise, was seized by a frantic urge to flee. However, upon turning around, she beheld another figure emerging from the opposite end of the alley, with a tall and slender silhouette clad in black hunting attire, a pale face peeking from beneath the brim of a hat. She recognized that face. Her familiar young master, David Frank. A smile of joy illuminated her features as she yearned to rush to his side, but then her gaze fell upon her blood-soaked hands, and a wave of panic washed over her. What should she do? Would young master blame her for taking a life? As David's figure rapidly approached, her fear intensified. Yet, in truth, David was utterly indifferent. He paid no heed to the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. One eye fixated on the lantern standing still in the distance, while the other was drawn to Yi's snow-white thighs, an old habit of the sacred Vieira. As he drew near, the lantern trembled slightly, seemingly preparing to roll away in a bid for escape. Trying to flee, David grinned, flicking his wrist, and a tentacle adorned with hooks shot forth from his sleeve, swiftly pursuing the bouncing lantern and seizing its hook. With a muscular contraction, the tentacle recoiled like a spring. Beside him, Yi felt her heart race with anxiety. For some inexplicable reason, the young master had acquired an unusual additional arm, and this appendage appeared ominously foreboding. The lantern was abruptly yanked back, and in that moment, David was suddenly engulfed by a sense of impending danger. He witnessed the lantern in mid-air erupting with a peculiar black luminescence. Reacting swiftly, he forcefully propelled Yui away. Confused yet instinctively driven, Yui activated her abilities, managing not to be toppled. Rather, she leaned back, executing several graceful somersaults as she retreated, her movements and the pristine beauty of her skirts captivating the eye. Unfortunately, David had no time to appreciate such elegance. As the lantern's radiance enveloped him, he was instantly engulfed by the shadow of death. A chilling, searing sensation relentlessly gnawed at his life force, causing him to bleed profusely at an alarming rate. He recognized this feeling. The deathly flames ignited by the undead montate inflicted similar torment. Yet David remained unfazed. His immense reservoir of life energy instilled him with sufficient resolve, seizing the lantern's regenerative touch. He commenced a rapid self-recovery while simultaneously manifesting a multitude of sharp tendrils. The claws of ruin and the constructed blades materialized, piercing towards the lantern's surface in unison. The sound of resounding clashes echoed clang. Clang, clang. The lantern proved remarkably resilient, resisting every assault. Futile. At that moment, a shrill, jarring voice pierced the air, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Futile, is it? David arched an eyebrow, unhesitatingly extending his hand of the divine corpse. Infusing it with life energy. 5 sharp talons snapped against the lantern's surface. Merely by making contact, the overwhelming force contained within the divine corpse's hand left cracks upon the lantern's surface.